My family, 36 of them, wiped out. Gone. Just death notices and an iron box. Then, a cold voice, host's grief detected. Infinite fusion system bound. A game? No, this was real. Suddenly, I had 2,000 fusion points. I could fuse anything rivers, mountains, stars, even the souls of powerful beings. The system told me to fuse the jade blood pills from that box, my family's legacy, to open my bitter sea. It was agony, but the power it exploded. My bitter sea wasn't a trickle, it was a raging ocean, enough to shatter a planet. Zhao Yi and Yu Linghai, my rivals, mocked my grief, but my newfound strength? They didn't see it coming. My family's sacrifice, their blood, gave me power. My revenge begins now. Year 1098 of the 10,000 Tribulations calendar. 1,000 years of war, humans against 1,000 races. Here in Taiping City, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme howled, lightning flashed, thunder roared. In the martyr's cemetery office, the dim light flickered, the atmosphere heavy. 36 sheets of paper lay on the desk, stark red lettering on the white, death notices. I sat there, numb, a puddle of mud. Father, sixth uncle, third uncle, grandfather, second grandfather, eldest aunt, second aunt, 36 members of the Chen family, all fallen. A combined pension notice lay beside them. What use was that? I could no longer hear my siblings' laughter, my uncle's scolding, my aunt's greetings. The vast Chen family gone. Beside me sat my grandfather, his back ramrod straight despite his age, face sharp and etched with hardship. His eyes, fixed on the notices, remained unmoving. Liao Jun, standing before the desk, a soldier in sharp uniform, spoke, his voice firm, "My condolences, old man, young master." 36 heroes. They reached the 8th level of heaven, slew bone race demigods, saved countless lives. He placed an iron box before the notices, recounting the battle. 36 of my family, wiped out. Not even whole bodies recovered, only the scattered bones of the demigod they'd vanquished. 8 elders, 14 middle-aged, 14 youths, 3 generations, gone. My grandfather aged visibly. Understood, he finally rasped, his voice desolate. Born human, we carry the torch. It's their turn, Zhenjirelang doesn't back down. Then a wail escaped me. I wept, clutching the death notices, seeing their faces through my tears. 16 years I've lived here. My parents, only 3, but the happiest years. After millennia, humanity launched a space fleet, ready to explore the stars. But the wormhole opened to not beauty, but horror. Races that plucked stars, cooked seas, beings with unimaginable power. Our ships, our weapons useless. Cities burned, people devoured. A living hell. To survive, we had to fight. Forged in that fire, humanity united. Generation after generation, fighting, dying. We learned, we adapted. We cultivated internal energy, strengthened our bodies, becoming powerful warriors. 9 realms of cultivation, 10 heavenly gates, our last stand. For 16 years, I'd sent siblings, uncles, aunts to war. Brief visits, cherished moments, now lost forever. I didn't know when, my hair had turned white. My grandfather frowned, his voice low, "Don't weep. A Chen man stands and bleeds. Straighten your spine." His sadness was palpable. My hands trembled as I stacked the notices. Liao Jun, his own eyes red, watched, his heart breaking. "I am sorry for your loss, a family of heroes," tears held back. My body shook with sobs. "You must carry on. The will of the Chen family, you inherit it." My grandfather stood, tall and proud, echoing Liao Jun's words, "We're back." The tin box felt heavy in my hands. 16 years, even if I'd arrived here through time travel, the bond was deep. They gave me joy, family, a home, and now nothing. We left the office, looking at the monument, 33 meters high. Today, 36 more names added to the countless heroes. The thunder crashed. I knelt, screaming to the sky, "Dad, Mom, grandparents, uncles, I will avenge you." Rain lashed down as I struck my head against the ground, blood blooming. My grandfather stood, rain and tears blurring his face. Only after I passed out did he take the box and leave, alone. Then, a cold voice, host's grief detected. Infinite Fusion system bound. Newbie gift pack, open? A dream? No. The voice echoed, insistent. Open. I roared, my eyes snapping open. I was home, in the once laughing villa, now silent except for my grandfather, and the 36 notices. The voice again, gift pack opened. 20,000 fusion points. A transparent panel appeared, Lin Fan, ordinary person. Fusion points, 20,000. No items fused. Familiar. Like a game. Then, I saw a paper on the table. My eyes widened. I leaped from the bed, racing from the room. Xiaofan, Grandpa's gone. Go outside the pass. Don't die in vain. Find them, dead or alive. My great-grandfather's words still echoed. I'd thought he was just resting, grieving alone. 16 years old, ready to open my dantian, my bitter sea. It's agony, a battle against yourself. Survival means conquering that sea of suffering, the first realm. Its size determines your potential, a stream for most, a river for a genius. Mine was unopened, trapping me in Taiping City. I searched frantically, upstairs, downstairs. Then, in the living room, I saw the iron box from the martyrs' cemetery. Inside, 36 jade blood pills, and a card, 6 zeros, 3,600 million alliance coins, the highest pension. Enough for protective gear, weapons, elixirs. Basic cultivation techniques are taught at school, but advanced ones are expensive, bought with lives. Grief and hatred swelled. System, can you help me open my bitter sea? My Goldfinger, was it powerful enough? Grandpa's departure forced my hand. Enough fusion points, and you can fuse anything. Rivers, mountains, stars, even the bones, souls of powerful beings. The system responded. A bitter sea? Fuse it with the jade blood pills, their potent chi and blood will do the rest. My eyes lit up, focusing on those pills, seeing the faces of my family. Start with their legacy, avenge them. The system's prompt appeared, green blood pill, 10 fusion points. Powerful chi and blood. 10 points? 36 pills meant only 360. I recalled the school's methods for opening the bitter sea. Success meant escape, revenge, gathering fusion points. The jade blood pills held the key. I focused on the pills, asking the system what to do. Fuse the jade blood pills, 360 fusion points. Medicinal power is weak. Proceed? Weak? My family's blood cried out for vengeance. Fuse. 36 pills floated, lodging themselves in my acupoints. A surge of power flooded my body, tearing at my muscles and veins. Damn it, this is agony. But the power was healing even as it destroyed, converging in my dantian, forcing open my bitter sea. It formed not calmly, but explosively, a boundless ocean of boiling blood. My dantian expanded, absorbing energy from the world. My bitter sea had arrived. My body began to absorb the world's energy, strengthened by the pills. Together, I'd match the power of any enemy. After 3 days and nights, a vortex of energy swirled around the house as my sea filled. I opened my eyes, my body gleaming, suffused with power. I felt strong enough to shatter a planet. Revenge. Grandpa, Mom, and Dad, all my family, I've opened my bitter sea. I'm going to school, then I'll start my revenge. I knelt before the monument, swearing my oath. I grabbed some food, got ready and rushed to school. Uncle Chin, the gatekeeper, warned me to be careful, he knew I was alone. At school, they'd counted the students who'd opened their bitter seas. 16 years of training, forged in fire, we'd stand as one, against all odds. I arrived just as Joey, my old rival, taunted, "Shinfan, why the white hair? Someone die in your faking grief?" He'd opened his sea of suffering, his family powerful. They didn't know the Chen family had already fought outside the gates, slain demigods. Then Yu Linghai, arrogant, added, maybe he's scared of the trials. He'd opened his sea, and even ventured outside the city and returned, boasting about his power. He looked down on those who hadn't reached that milestone. They didn't know what my family had already done. The reason for the diverse faces in my class? Mixed bloodlines. 260 of us, plus others from the school, were about to leave the city. Survival demanded it. Everyone 16 and older who'd opened their bitter sea had to go. No training, no backbone. I was 16, barely qualified, my bitter sea opened only with the help of those pills. But now, with my infinite fusion system, things were different. Zhao Yi and Yu Linghai's taunts, fresh on the heels of my family's loss, ignited my fury. My eyes flashed, my white hair whipped, my black clothes rustled. Insult my ancestors? Let's fight. I pointed, my voice booming. 36 lives lost for humanity, no one would insult their memory. You're stupid, Chen Fan. Zhao Yi roared. I'm stronger than you. One punch, lights out. Yu Linghai hesitated, sensing a change in my aura. His contempt faded. Just joking. Without a bitter sea, you're weak. Not our opponent. He didn't mean to crush us, just teasing. Maybe he went too far. The whispers started, golden bitter sea. Better than most new ones. Strength over 1,000 caddies. Elementary level 3. Twice that, it turns golden mid-stage. A strong family helps. Jade blood pills. That's how they advance so fast. They knew their realms, I'd only just opened mine. Our school's training was personalized. Basic math, science, martial arts the norm. Those who couldn't open their bitter sea got engineering, chemistry, aerospace training. Some wanted easy lives, safe lives in Taiping City. But tales of heroism, of wars, ignited us to fight. It was especially true in families with strong members, their kids pushed to fight. Few escaped the 10 heavenly gates victorious. My 36 relatives vanished beyond the pass. I had to go. I wouldn't let them insult my family, not even if I lost. I stepped forward. Not a joke. Who dares to mock my ancestors? I'll make you regret it. My voice resonated. Zhao Yi smirked, stepping forward, dropping his weapon. 3 punches. You move, and I apologize. Otherwise crawl under my legs. He sneered, hooking a finger. Yu Linghai tried to calm things. Classmates, no need to fight. Apologize and work together. It was standard, killing classmates was forbidden. But I wouldn't back down. No apology. No permission. I opened my bitter sea, I don't need any special considerations. You're no match for me. The crowd gasped. Zhao Yi's arrogance wavered. A bitter sea meant vastly different strength, maybe even special attributes. He'd be risking injury, pre-trials, by letting me land 3 blows. Swallowing hard, he dropped the 3 punches. Challenge accepted. Let me show you the real bitter sea power. His fists clenched, air rippled, and an illusory river formed, swirling towards his dantian, then back to his fists, solidifying into golden fists. The change in his aura was chilling, powerful. A great river bitter sea. That's all. I channeled my bitter sea's energy, my muscles bulging. A vast, illusory ocean engulfed me, stretching to the playground's edge, then shrinking back to form a transparent armor. Everyone stared, stunned. It was clear I was new to my power, but the scale of it a genius. Especially that armor, a form of spiritual energy protection, unimaginable energy for a freshly opened sea. Ignoring them, I charged. Zhao Yi, I'm coming. My footfalls echoed, my fist exploding with power, aiming for his cheek. Stop. Chen Fan, no. 2 voices cut through the air. Kai Ji, a martial arts instructor, and Ji Tianwu, a girl who liked me. The 260 students breathed a sigh of relief. Fighting was unwise. We needed our strength for the enemy. Ji Tianwu. I frowned. She was a beauty. We were childhood friends, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. But she was extraordinarily gifted, opening her bitter C at 13. She should have been outside the pass already. Her abilities were rumored to be extraordinary, classified information. Meanwhile, I'd only just managed it. There was a vast difference between us. Even her presence didn't distract me from my rage. I wouldn't hold back. Zhao Yi matched my aggression. But Kai Ji, in her wheelchair, summoned a golden lotus that landed between us. A golden bridge shimmered beneath Ji Tianwu's feet, vibrant butterflies flitting nearby. Late Golden Bridge Realm. Brother Fan. Her hands grasped my arm, dissolving the transparent armor. I stopped dead. The power difference was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi's punch at Kai Ji's wheelchair was blocked by a small golden lotus. Holy Lotus Realm. Most of our teachers were at that level, not top fighters, but educators. Kai Ji, for instance, a veteran with shattered legs, only 30 years old, 10 years of war, 4 years teaching. Her experience and power were undeniable. If not injured, she'd have opened the God Gate, capable of flesh regeneration. That's why we had no teachers above that realm. I looked at her hand on my arm, pale, delicate fingers, not like a warrior's, but a noblewoman's. The bridge vanished, her wheelchair settling silently. To the north, a one-armed man, limping, led 20 gifted students, early bloomers who'd opened their bitter seas a year or two ago. They were ready, equipped, confident elite team leaders. Kai Ji's voice cut through the air. Waste your energy on the battlefield. Countless heroes are fighting, and you're squabbling here? Aren't you ashamed? She surveyed us, her gaze sharp. I clenched my jaw. He mocked my family. My hair whipped, my anger burning, even facing a teacher. Kai Ji turned to Zhao Yi. Apologize. Even exceptional strength didn't excuse disrespect. Zhao Yi froze, speechless. The surrounding students fell silent, awestruck by Kai Ji's power. He wouldn't apologize. The one-armed man approached. Zhao Yi, apologize. Chen Fan's 36 relatives died gloriously, slaying a bone race demigod at the 8th Heaven Pass. They left behind a demigod's bone, a testament to their heroism. He detailed their sacrifice, shocking everyone. 8th Heaven was a peak for many, a demigod, a top-tier enemy. The Chen family's feat represented ultimate strength and courage, the true backbone of humanity, heroes to admire. The 20 geniuses glanced at me. Even without their talent, the Chen family's glory shone brightly. Zhao Yi's eyes widened, realizing the extent of the loss. His joke had backfired spectacularly. Then the one-armed man added, Chen Fan's great-grandfather left 3 days ago to find his family's remains, to honor them. The impact hit everyone. Now, I understood why I'd lashed out. My whole family was gone. I couldn't bear insult. Zhao Yi swallowed, his eyes closed. Sorry, I was wrong. He knew refusal would outcast him, including Ji Tianwu's favor. A bowed head was worth the lesson. Good Chen addressed me, Chen Fan, it's over. Don't tarnish your family's honor. Taiping City was built on sacrifice, not destroyed by infighting. He was balancing things. I nodded. I just wanted to teach him a lesson, not kill him. I want to leave the city, avenge my family. Guchen smiled. Ambition. You can go. He nodded to the 20 geniuses who joined Ji Tianwu, to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme. Kai Ji added, beyond the pass, everything is dangerous. Trust your comrades. Guchen continued, 4 teachers will escort you. Leaders, take care of your teams. Head for Hunting Film City quickly. Focus there. Countless creatures await. Understood? A roar boomed. Understood. The school transport plane arrived. The teachers stayed outside, guarding against attacks. Each of us were fully equipped. I sat by the window, bidding farewell to Taiping City, 16 years of my life. I had a black card, 3,600 million federal currency, my family's legacy. To survive in Hunting Film City, I had to kill. My training was basic: knife skills, punches, breathing. I needed more. Contribution points or battle experience were the only way to earn better skills, equipment. I pondered how to use the money, improve myself, when Ji Tianwu approached. Brother Fan, what are you thinking? Her soft voice was like a gentle breeze. She was a genius, far beyond me, receiving special teacher attention and resources, a stark contrast to my start. But now, I wasn't fazed. The fusion system was my equalizer. Hunting Film City. I have a score to settle. I will avenge my family, I said, my gaze softening as I looked at her. She was dressed in red, hair in a ponytail, her face serene, no trace of battlefield anxiety. She was ready to travel. Unlike most freshmen, I didn't feel just excited and nervous, I was also grieving. Ji Tianwu reassured me, don't worry, brother Fan. Just be careful, and you'll survive. Her words, though comforting, highlighted the privileges of a genius. I just nodded, okay. We took off, over 200 students heading out of Taiping City. Above the city walls, we passed through a shimmering barrier, like stepping between worlds. Beyond the walls it was a brutal scene. Veteran soldiers held their ground against a tide of low-level creatures, relentless, hungry. Stitch monsters, stone monsters, flame bats, ice crystal monkeys, creatures from my textbooks, now real. This was my first time beyond the walls. The price of survival was horrifying, exactly as teacher Kaiji had warned, every plant, every stone, held danger. Even veterans risked their lives daily. All the new students watched, transfixed. Except for the 21 geniuses, they remained impassive. Ji Tianwu pointed. That red stone? Magma monster, tough shell, but vulnerable inside. That pear tree? Dryad. It binds you, drains you. That's a sky-splitting eagle, mid-stage bitter sea level. Even late-stage might lose. See teacher Guchen? Guchen, on the plane's wing, was facing down a sky-splitting eagle. His fist glowed with blood energy, forming a tiger's head that obliterated the eagle in an instant. No damage to the plane. My eyes widened. Guchen was Holy Lotus Realm, able to fly and kill effortlessly. Ji Tianwu explained, he was Shinmen Realm, but suffered irreparable injuries. Otherwise, he'd still be fighting on the front lines. I turned, surprised. Irreparable injuries? Zhao Yi, eyes bloodshot, glared at me, his jealousy obvious. Ji Tianwu leaned. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, a subtle gesture, ignoring Zhao Yi's anger. I stroked her hair. Zhao Yi practically exploded. Ji Tianwu, unfazed, continued, irreparable injuries exist. Even with help, some die. Teacher Gu devotes himself to us. Learn his blood explosion fist at least a % combat boost. She seemed genuinely happy for me, for this chance. No hidden agenda. I thought, she's Golden Bridge Realm, what skills does she have? I wanted to know more, to assess what skills were worthwhile. I've learned Ling Yun Zone, she said. With the Golden Bridge's gliding ability, 8 aerial attacks in a row. Enough to instantly kill same-level creatures. Or Kaiji's Eloy Knife, unleashing 8 lotus flowers for incredible power, fighting 8 at once. She paused. Her expression changed. She looked out the window. Sky-splitting eagles. Elite level, Holy Lotus Realm strength. They're dangerous. How did they reach level 1? Her voice was urgent. Guchen roared, students, enemy attack. The plane might not hold. Prepare to fight. His voice was fierce and determined. Panic erupted. My knife. Oh God, a 20-meter tall eagle. 18 of them. Can the teachers protect us? We're falling. Only the pre-trained geniuses and Yu Linghai remained calm. Ji Tianwu shouted instructions. Team members, backpacks, parachutes. Ally knife in your right hand, left hand free. I followed her orders, my backpack and parachute secured, alloy knife in my hand. Then, a voice echoed in my mind. Alloy knife detected. Fusible. Increases body hardness, sharpens the spirit. Costs 20 fusion points. My trump card. But it was my only weapon. Before I decided, the plane lurched violently. Boom! Boom! Weightlessness slammed me against the window. Guchen's shout ripped through the cabin. Damn beasts! I saw him unleashing a far more powerful blood explosion fist than before, a monstrous tiger head, twice the size, smashing into the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme eagle. A massive explosion rocked the plane. The air pressure was intense, windows cracking. A nearby eagle was reduced to a mangled mess by the shockwave. The plane was thrown off course, blocking my view. But I saw Guchen grappling with the eagle's broken wing, preparing to finish it. On the other side, Kaiji, despite her lack of legs, fought with effortless grace in the air, a 2-meter broadsword slashing through 3 eagles, leaving bloody chunks falling to the ground. The plane kept turning, bringing the next teacher, Shinli, into view. One teacher, arms severed, fought with terrifying skill. He spun in the air, his legs like deadly blades, each sweep a blur of green light, severing the eagle's bones and tendons. Another teacher, Wu Donglu, was missing a leg and an ear, half his face scarred beneath a silver mask. He swung his crutches, unleashing gale-force winds, battering the eagles. But there were too many. 3 landed on the plane. As I watched, a terrifying ripping sound split the air above. Eagle claws, gleaming, tore through the aircraft's steel plating. A violent phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme roared in, blinding everyone. Crack! Before anyone reacted, a claw plunged through the cabin. Steel was paper against those talons. 4 windows shattered. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme, mixed with glass, slashed through the cabin. Those near the windows were injured, some blinded. Zhaoi reacted quickly, dropping to the floor, avoiding the worst. A shout cut through the chaos, fire! Fight back! Lin Yu, a top student, stood, his silver armor gleaming. His spear blazed with red energy. He leaped, attacking the eagle that had ripped the roof. Peak Golden Bridge Realm true energy given form. Ji Tianwu whispered. He was a cut above even her. She moved instantly, her alloy knife blossoming into a golden lotus, attacking another eagle. But the eagles were fast. 2 students were instantly killed, their bodies torn apart. Blood sprayed everywhere. Screams erupted. They'd never seen such brutality before. The shock was palpable. I felt blood splatter on me, saw dismembered bodies snatched up and devoured. Humans were insects to those massive creatures. Ji Tianwu roared, "Stop screaming, fight!" Another gifted student unleashed black energy, slashing at an eagle. The teachers were overwhelmed, focused on survival. I saw those classmates, so full of life moments ago, now lifeless. The reality hit hard. I'd envisioned heroism, peace, but these students died before ever striking a blow. It was brutal. I watched Ji Tianwu and another student fight back, their alloy knives ripping through the eagle's flesh. The eagle shrieked, its claws flailing, tearing the cabin floor. 6 students were injured. I tried to move, but an eagle's claw struck me. 6 more students were pierced. Blood rained down. A head landed in a girl's lap. Screams filled the cabin. The scene was a nightmare. Blood splattered my face. Seeing that injured eagle, I saw my family's faces. Fear, nausea gone. I stood, my alloy knife held high. Revenge. My bitter sea surged with energy, forming an armor around me and my knife. I threw the knife, a roaring "Take this." The enhanced knife pierced the eagle, its body erupting with blood. The eagle crashed into a mountain. The plane continued to descend, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine / phoneme still tearing through the gaping hole. 3 classmates, targeting the roof, fought back, 2 were wounded, but the rest were safe. The plane was falling, we had to act. The teachers couldn't save us now. Ji Tianwu saw the fear, my resolve, the difference between us. She shouted, "Everyone, jump! 3-person groups. Be vigilant after landing. The wilds are dangerous. Now!" The freshman, terrified, jumped. One choice, death in the air or death on the ground. People spilled out the broken section of the plane. As they jumped, I collected the alloy knives from the fallen, keeping one and fusing the rest. 140 fusion points consumed. My body felt immediately stronger, my energy sharper. Ji Tianwu yanked me from the wreckage without a word. Only then did I realize we were less than 300 meters from the ground, a fatal fall. But with a Golden Bridge level expert, it was different. She used the Golden Bridge to glide, avoiding the falling plane and aiming for a forest's edge. "Stay alert," she said urgently, her voice like a final testament. "If the creatures are strong, leave me and run." The words hit me hard. I'd seen the dangers firsthand. "Okay," I replied, my eyes wide, my grip tightening on my alloy knife. She held my hand, guiding our descent. We slowed, but she avoided the trees, aiming for the edge. I knew hitting branches would cushion the impact, but I didn't intervene, I just channeled my bitter sea's energy, preparing for a fight. We hit the ground hard. The plane crashed nearby, a massive explosion erupting. The freshman's journey ended. I saw the trees moving, avoiding the flames. Dryads. I understood why Ji Tianwu chose that landing spot. They were hidden. I took a deep breath, preparing for battle. I vowed to get stronger, to never be a burden. Strength meant revenge. I'd kill, gain fusion points, and grow stronger. But we were still within range of the Dryads. "These are low-level Dryads, but stronger than new bitter sea users," Ji Tianwu said, drawing her knife. "Follow me, let's break out." She could escape alone, but my weight made it harder. She released my hand, her grip shifting to her knife. My time to act had come. Basic techniques flooded my mind. My family's faces flickered before me. Revenge for them, kill. My eyes blazed red, my muscles tense. Branches lashed out, but Ji Tianwu moved like a phantom, her feet blazing with blue light. 7 steps, 7 exploding branches, the fragments striking more branches. Lingyun Zone. Each fragment was encrusted with ice, shattering other branches. The impact was devastating. We crashed into the Dryad thicket. Ji Tianwu moved first, her knife transforming into a lotus, clearing a path. But even her power couldn't shield us completely. I had to fight. I swung, expecting to easily sever a branch, but it was far tougher than I thought. 1 branch cut, 3 more lashed out. Damn it! This was no easy feat. I poured more power into my next strike, 3 branches falling. Green liquid oozed from the wounds. I attacked again, keeping pace with Ji Tianwu. But a branch snaked around my arm. The spikes on it tried to pierce my armor. Ji Tianwu shouted, "Cut it! They inject poison, paralysis means death." She fought to clear a path for me. Then, a voice in my head, "Fusion talent discovered, entanglement. Improves flexibility. Costs 100 fusion points." I fused it. Green light pulsed from the branch, flowing into my arm. The branch withered, the Dryad died. Kill a Dryad, 50 fusion points. Fusion was complete. A soft strength flowed through my arm, increasing muscle flexibility. But 6 more branches attacked. Fusible talent, entanglement. Fuse? Fuse them all. Green light surged, killing the Dryads. Kill a Dryad, 200 fusion points. The branches snapped, and I rolled clear. I cut down more branches, reaching Ji Tianwu. The fusion had increased my flexibility, toughness, and power, and my speed improved. Fusion system incredible. The branches were easier to deflect. Seeing only 2 Dryads blocking our escape, I roared, "Break them!" Ignoring the entangled branches, I channeled all my bitter sea energy into both hands, slashing at the Dryads' heads, their most vulnerable point. Dryads are hard to fight because of their numerous branches. I'd foregone defense, focusing on killing. Ji Tianwu shouted, "Don't be reckless. Their branches are highly poisonous." She was frantically cutting branches, aiming to decapitate them quickly. But it was too late. 2 branches ensnared me as I reached a dryad's trunk. My alloy knife glowed faintly, and I struck hard. Die! My strike cleaved the dryad's head, sending its grotesque face flying. Branches shattered, green liquid spraying out. I leaped clear, avoiding the corrosive liquid. Kill a dryad, 100 fusion points. I breathed, turning to face more approaching dryads. My kills were worth double the system's payout, offsetting some losses. Ji Tianwu approached, her expression questioning my survival. Run! Don't fight. Cross the open land, they won't follow. But there might be other dangers. She ran off. I gritted my teeth. I was already exhausted from fighting just 6 dryads. This forest could kill me. We needed a strategic advantage for effective killing. We reached the open land, and the dryads stopped. Ji Tianwu scanned the area, still vigilant. I followed suit, remembering Teacher Kaiji's warning, every plant, every stone, could be a creature. Then the ground vibrated. Stone arms erupted, grabbing at us. I reacted instantly, blasting a stone hand with bitter sea energy. Ji Tianwu, more agile, dodged. Her knife turned into blue lotus petals, severing the stone creature's joints. Blue stone demon. Very tough. Don't engage directly. Then a crash. I was thrown back by the stone demon's force, its fist exploded into a shower of stones. Ji Tianwu was shocked. Impossible. She couldn't believe a bitter sea-level fighter could hurt it. The demon had several cuts, but didn't break. It roared, its arms swinging wildly. Ji Tianwu wouldn't engage directly. I couldn't let her fight alone, so I charged, striking its leg with a concentrated bitter sea blast. Its leg shattered, sending stones flying. The demon stumbled. Ji Tianwu, seizing the opportunity, stabbed its joints. I followed, punching its head. Its head exploded. A red gem-like spar flew out. Kill a blue stone demon, 100 fusion points. I was exhausted but relieved. Ji Tianwu caught the spar. Yours. First order spar. Worth, federal coins. First order spar? The dryads had nothing like that? I examined the warm, glowing spar. Finding fusion energy, slight true energy boost, costs 50 fusion points. It was underwhelming. Ji Tianwu explained, dryad cores are in their bodies, no time to dig. The demon's head exploding brought this out. She turned on her communicator, a scream cutting through the air. Help! A giant spider. Captain Lin Yu, help! Captain Ji Tianwu, stitch monsters. Ji Tianwu relayed the distress calls. The captain's duty was to save lives. I didn't look back, remaining vigilant. Comradeship was important, but safety was paramount. I wouldn't be distracted. 3 classmates, northeast, 600 meters. Let's go, Ji Tianwu said. She was in charge now. She stood, knife at the ready, heading northeast. I paused. Another fight? No rest? But I didn't object. She'd saved my life. Besides, more kills meant more fusion points. We moved together, ready to fight anything. Wandering was better than staying put, it was proactive. The smell of humans attracted creatures, but being on the move allowed us to avoid, ambush, and never be truly cornered. Within 100 meters, we encountered a wall of grass monsters, over a meter tall, green energy rippling from their bodies, blades swaying. Ji Tianwu explained, grass demons, from the swordgrass family. They evolve into sky-rending weapons. Terrifying. But we can handle them easily now. She didn't underestimate them, but they weren't a real threat. She moved swiftly, her knife mowing down swaths of monsters. I grabbed one as it lunged. Fusion skill detected, sword chi. Requires 100 fusion points. 200 meters of monsters? I decided to fuse them all. As I fought, the system repeated its prompt, fusion skill detected, sword chi. Requires 100 fusion points. Kill a grass demon, 100 fusion points. Fusion successful. Sword chi obtained. 100 fusion points consumed. I ignored the prompts, a faint green light now surrounding me. After clearing 200 meters, I looked back. The grass demons lay withered. Fierce sword energy filled my dantian, stirring the already turbulent bitter sea. My fusion points were gone. I'd deal with using the sword chi later. It was a race's innate ability, it had to be useful. Ji Tianwu, unfazed by the grass demons, continued toward our target. We reached a swamp. Ji Tianwu could glide across, but I couldn't. I opted for a detour. 50 meters later, we faced a choice, a field of vibrant, fragrant flowers, or a murky swamp. A narrow strip of land separated them. Neither seemed to encroach on the other. Ji Tianwu stopped. I can't cross. It's too late to save them now. The flower field stretched endlessly. Are the flowers dangerous? Flower demons? I asked. Ji Tianwu shook her head. No blood patterns. But something's hidden beneath. Elite creatures, maybe. She knew the wilderness swarmed with enemies. I pointed to the swamp. What about that? I don't know what's in there. We had to be cautious. Ji Tianwu sighed. Let's detour. Better than a known risk. You can glide. Go. I'll try the middle path. No, I'll wait for you. I wanted to prove myself, to stop relying on her. This was about my revenge, my independence. She turned to me. Are you blaming me for focusing on others? Should I stay? She'd misunderstood. I shook my head, ruffling her hair. No. I want to grow stronger, to stand on my own. It's not far. I need to hone my skills, to avenge my family. She understood. Men had to take responsibility. She stifled her tears and threw herself into my arms. I understand. I'll save them. But promise me you'll be alive when I return. We'll go to Hunting Film City together, to the 10 Heavenly Gates, together, to become heroes, to drive back the invaders. Our shared dream, our promise. I hesitated, then patted her back. We'll reach the 10 Heavenly Gates, together. And we'll defeat them. My words were a vow. One losing a loved one, awakening the system year 1098 of the 10,000 Tribulations calendar. Thousands of races invaded and humans resisted for 1,000 years. One of the habitats for humanity, Taiping City. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whined / phoneme howled, the lightning flashed and the thunder roared. Martyrs Cemetery Office. Lightning illuminated the dimly lit room, making the atmosphere extraordinarily solemn. There are 36 sheets of paper on the desk, with red letters on the white paper, Death Notice. Chen Fan, who was leaning on the solid wooden chair, was as dumb as a puddle of mud. Father Chen Mo, 6th Uncle Chen Yu, Uncle Chen Xiang, 3rd Uncle Chen Feng, Grandfather Chen Yulwan, 2nd Grandfather Chen Yuxing, eldest aunt Chen Bo, 2nd aunt. A total of 36 members of the Chen family died in battle. Today I received a notice to receive a death notice and a combined pension. Family elders, all leave. What is the use of pensions? I can no longer hear the voices of my brothers and sisters fighting, the scolding of my uncles, and the greetings of my aunts. The huge Chen family is gone. Beside Chen Fan, sat a white-haired old man with a tall waist like a javelin. His brows were tightly wrinkled, and his face was as sharp as a knife, but it was full of vicissitudes. His eyes fell on the death notice, and he was speechless for a long time. Standing in front of the desk, Liao Jun, with a straight body, wearing a military uniform and exuding a strong aura, said, "Old man, little brother, my condolences. The 36 members of the Chen family are all heroes. They have sublimated to the extreme, broke through the 8th level of heaven, beheaded the demigods of the bone race, and saved countless warriors. Picking up the iron box in both hands, he gently placed it in front of the 36 death notices. He was very moved and simply told the story. Taigang from the Chen family gathered 36 clansmen to fight against the demigod powerhouse of the bone race. After the first battle, not even a complete corpse was found, only the endless bones of the bone race demigod remained. The death notice was delivered. 8 old people, 14 middle-aged people, 14 young masters, 3 generations of old, middle-aged and young people, all of them were wiped out in one battle. It was unbearable for the old man, and his face looked old again. Understood, you don't have to worry about our father and son, get busy. The old man finally said a word, his voice was distant and contained indescribable desolation. Born as a human, the torch is passed on. It's their turn to pay, Chen Jirelang, how can you back down? When the words fell, there was a loud cry in my ear. What Chen Fan finally recovered from the endless sorrow and cried bitterly. Grabbing the death notices with both hands, it seemed as if he sought his former relatives in his tearful eyes. Traveling through 16 years, my parents only accompanied me for 3 years, but it was the happiest and most carefree 3 years. After tens of thousands of years of development, human beings have finally established a space fleet to travel the universe and prepare to explore the starry sky. When the wormhole was opened, what greeted them was not a beautiful starry sky, but an endless and terrifying race. They plucked the stars with only one hand, burned the sky and cooked the sea, and roamed the star field with their bodies, with powerful supernatural powers. Human space battleships, all kinds of heavy artillery fire, are as useless as garbage. In the early days of the invasion, the space city was destroyed and the satellites were blown up. Great cities were turned into scorched earth, and human beings were brutally devoured. It was a time like purgatory. Tens of thousands of races raise human beings on the planet, treat them as blood food, and enjoy them to their heart's content. If you want to survive, you must rise up and resist. In the most difficult of times, humanity is united as never before. Black people, white people, generation after generation, go forward and die generously. Summarize the experience and save the luck of the race that is about to be destroyed. After thousands of years of development, human beings have hunted and killed monsters through the aura brought by wormholes, and explored their own practice methods. Internally cultivate aura to enhance the state, and externally cultivate blood energy to strengthen the body. Cultivate a powerful physical body comparable to 10,000 races, comparable to the power of supernatural powers. Overcoming the sea of suffering, crossing the golden bridge, condensing the holy lotus, opening the gate of the gods, igniting the fire of the gods, erecting the pillar of heaven, transforming the spine into a dragon, reaching the sky with the soul, and accumulating the holy gate, 9 great realms. After figuring out the cultivation system, 10 heavenly gates were built to protect the last habitat of human beings. Countless human beings, regardless of gender, age, rushed to the 10 heavenly gates regardless of life and death for the continuation of mankind. The bones are turned into fortresses, guarded at the forefront, and built the Great Wall of Life. For the past 16 years, Chen Fan has sent uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters to the battlefield one after another. Even if you come back occasionally, your stay will not exceed 3 days. It was this brief encounter that made him cherish it all the more. Once lost, mournful cry. I don't know when, the hair turned white little by little, from the top of the head to the tip of the hair. After the old man found out, he frowned and said in a low voice, "Don't cry, the man of the Chen family can only stand and bleed, don't weep weakly. Born in this era, you must straighten your spine and move forward bravely." The voice contained a deep sense of sadness. With trembling hands, they grasped the sheets of paper, as if grasping the bodies of their children and grandchildren, and piled them up neatly. On the opposite side, Li Yu was an iron-blooded man with a tall and straight figure. Seeing Chen Fan's hair turn white, his eyes instantly turned red. Seeing the old man tremble, his heart was bleeding. A sticky sentence, "I am sorry for your loss." A family of heroes, even if all their relatives are killed in battle, still have to hold back their tears. The old man is worthy of admiration. Chen Fan couldn't stop crying, his body was still twitching. "You have to work hard, the will of the Chen family, I want you to inherit it." Then he stood up slowly, his gray robe trembling straight, his head held high, like Li Yu in front, and he said in a deep voice, "We're back. Holding the death notices of 36 family members in his hand, his robe trembled slightly. Chen Fan picked up the tin box and wept. In 16 years, even if they came from time travel, they still have deep feelings. It was they who gave him joy, gave him childhood, and gave him a home. Now, there is not one left. Cannot accept. The old man and Chen Fan walked out of the office and took another look at the 33-meter-high monument. Countless heroes without bones have left their names on it. Today, 36 members of their Chen family will be added. Thunder bursts and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme howls. Like a monument, it turns into a heroic spirit and continues to protect the humans in Taiping City. Chen Fan couldn't help it, he knelt down towards the monument and shouted to the sky, "Dad, Mom, grandparents, uncles, I will definitely go outside the customs to take revenge." Revenge! Touching the ground with his head, there was a thud, and bloodstains appeared on his forehead soon. The heavy rain poured down and fell on him. The old man stood in the rain, raised his head, his eyes were foggy. I don't know whether tears or rain flowed down my cheeks. It wasn't until Chen Fan passed out that he grabbed the collar, picked up the iron box, and left the martyrs' cemetery. The body is fluttering in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and rain, lonely but strong. It seems that there is not much sadness. Chen Fan was in a coma when he heard a cold voice, feeling the grief and indignation of the host. The infinite fusion system is successfully bound, and the newbie is rewarded with a big gift package, whether it is opened. There was a voice, but he thought it was a dream. As a result, it has been echoing in my mind, as if it will never stop. Chen Fan was so angry that he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Turn on!" When I saw the surrounding environment clearly, I didn't know when I was home. In the villa that was once full of laughter, brothers and sisters were everywhere, fighting endlessly. Now, there are only 36 death notices and the old grandfather. Grandpa was not in the room, so I don't know where he went. Just about to get up, the voice in my head sounded again, "The gift pack has been opened successfully, congratulations for getting 20,000 fusion points." Infinite fusion system, as long as there are enough fusion points, everything in the world can be integrated into the body. Fusion points can be obtained by killing creatures of all races and fighting enemies. The more you kill, the more you get. The higher the level, the more fusion points. While explaining, a transparent dialog box suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. Lin Fan, ordinary people fusion points, 20,000. No items have been fused yet. For Chen Fan, the system was both unfamiliar and familiar. In the games played in the previous life, the character settings were roughly like this. When he saw the transparent character panel, he suddenly saw a piece of paper on the table, took it over and looked at it carefully. Then his eyes were wide open, and suddenly he jumped out of the bed with a jolt, and rushed out of the room without a trace of his body. "Xiaofan, Grandpa is gone, let's go outside the customs." "My child, you can't die in vain. You have to see people in life, and corpses in death. Even if my chi and blood wither and my realm falls, I can't just watch my child walk ahead. 10 heavenly gates, the gates are experience. If you don't enter the sea of suffering, you can't take a step. Don't let the Chen family die." Chen Fan never expected that his old and frail great-grandfather left him to go outside the customs alone to find traces of the 36 family members. Just now I thought he couldn't bear the pain and was resting alone in the room. Chen Fan is 16 years old this year, and he is just at the age when he is working hard and preparing to open his Dantian bitter sea. It is extremely painful to open up the sea of bitterness, and the energy and blood of the whole body gather to attack the Dantian. In the most difficult times, if you want to survive successfully, you must escape from the sea of killing and suffering. So the first realm, the sea of bitterness. The size of the sea of suffering is closely related to future achievements. The wider and the vaster it is, it represents unlimited future achievements. For most people, the sea of bitterness is like a stream. If it is like a river, it must be a genius who is one in a million. And Chen Fan, who didn't open up the sea of bitterness, didn't have enough strength to get out of Taiping City, so naturally he couldn't set foot outside the pass. Running around the villa like crazy, upstairs and downstairs, there is no sign of my great-grandfather. In the end, he sat down on the sofa in the living room and saw the iron box on it. It was the one I took back from the martyrs' cemetery yesterday. After opening it, there were 36 jade blood pills neatly placed inside. There is a card below with a password of 6 zeros and 3,600 million alliance coins. This is the pension is the highest standard, Chen Fan knows. Union coins can be used to purchase various protective gear, weapons and elixir to improve strength. Some simple cultivation methods can be learned in schools. If you want to buy it outside, the price is extremely expensive, because every exercise is bought with the blood and life of the predecessors. Chen Fan couldn't help feeling sad that his whole family was killed in battle, and he was full of hatred for the Wanzu. System, can you help me open up the Sea of Bitterness and step onto the 10 Heavenly Pass? Thinking of Goldfinger, it doesn't feel that powerful. What is the effect of merging everything in the world? Grandpa left, it became the last resort. As long as there are enough fusion points, the master can fuse rivers, lakes and seas, mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon and stars. Even the bones, crystal cores, heroic spirits and souls of powerful people from all races. A Sea of Bitterness is nothing to worry about, but it can be combined with the jade blood pill, powerful chi and blood, and it will come naturally. Hearing the system's awesome answer, Chen Fan's eyes sparkled dazzlingly. His eyes shifted to the 36 jade blood pills, as if he saw 36 relatives standing on them. Start with the legacy of your relatives and avenge them. Just about to pick it up and prepare for integration, some hints from the system came to mind. Green blood pill, consume 10 fusion points. Powerful chi and blood rushing through the meridians. He never expected that it only takes 10 fusion points to fuse a pill. 36 jade blood pills are only 360, why don't you try combining them? In my mind, I kept thinking about the method of learning to open up the sea of suffering at school. As long as you succeed, you can step in and out of Taiping City, start to kill the evil spirits of all realms, and avenge all your relatives. You can collect fusion points and strengthen yourself. The root of everything lies in the jade blood pill. What are you waiting for? He focused all his attention on the 36 jade blood pills in the iron box, and asked in his heart what to do. In the next second, the system's voice sounded, the jade blood pill can be fused, and consumes 360 fusion points. The medicinal power is weak, is it fused? When Chen Fan heard that the medicine was weak, he instantly thought of the bloody feud of the 36 relatives, and his face was filled with determination. It's a mere drug, if I can't bear it, how can I take revenge? Fusion. As soon as the words fell, 36 jade blood pills floated into the air. No need to swallow it into the stomach, just stick it on the 36 big acupoints around the body, and quickly integrate into the body. In an instant, 36 surges of medicinal power poured into the whole body. Chen Fan felt the blood in his body burn rapidly, releasing unimaginable power. The muscles and blood vessels all over his body were unable to withstand the force and were destroyed in an instant. Chow, is this Wei Meng? It's Wei Meng. Crazy pain invaded his mind, and the severe pain tearing his whole body made him almost collapse. Fortunately, the blood power is extremely powerful, and it is rapidly healing the body while destroying it. Like hundreds of rivers converging into the sea, the water will come naturally. The endlessly boiling blood has nowhere to digest, impacting on the dantian, forcibly opening up the Sea of Bitterness. Even if others eat the elixir, it takes a long time to digest and absorb it, and it takes a long time to form. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was formed by the automatic impact of the medicine. As soon as the Sea of Bitterness appeared, the surging qi and blood seemed to find an outlet and poured in crazily. The blood flowed away, leaving only the boiling blood. Dantian changed from a stream to a small river, then a big river, a lake, and finally an ocean. Different from the calmness of others, his Sea of Bitterness is endlessly boiling, and boundless waves are stirred up, rushing around. The dantian gradually became flexible and began to absorb the energy from the surrounding world. Bitter seas come. From then on, he used his dantian to absorb the aura of heaven and earth and improve his cultivation. The physical body continues to strengthen the blood, warm and nourish the body. Complementing each other, they will eventually reach the level of being able to stand up to the powerhouses of all races. After the pain passed, Chen Fan enjoyed the refreshment of spiritual energy washing his body for the first time. It needs to be filled with the aura of the world of bitterness that has been opened up, and it is the end. After 3 full days and 3 nights, a spiritual vortex almost formed around the villa, and Chen Fan felt that the sea of bitterness was filling. He opened his eyes, and his eyes were shining brightly. He took a look at his body and found that it was like suet white jade. Clenching both fists seems to be able to blow up the planet. The berserk power gave him finally the confidence to take revenge. Grandpa, Mom and Dad, all relatives, I have opened up a sea of suffering, just go to the school to report, and immediately go outside the city to start the road of revenge. Chen Fan stood up, saw the iron box containing the jade blood pill on the table, knelt down towards the hero's monument, and swore loudly. Regardless of the fact that 3 days had passed, he ate some leftovers indiscriminately, washed and dressed, and rushed to school full of energy. When passing by the gate of the community, the concierge, Uncle Chin, also told him not to run around and go home early. Seems to know that he is left alone. When I arrived at the 8th martial arts school, I didn't know about the 3 days of breath adjustment, and the school had counted all the students who opened up the sea of suffering. All students who have reached the age of 16 and successfully opened up the bitter sea gather in the playground. Their battle begins now. After 16 years of training, they are strong enough to go to the battlefield for training. 16 years of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, frost, snow and rain have created the Great Wall of human steel. Inherit the will of the ancestors in order to survive in the most difficult environment and go forward. Chen Fan hurried to the playground, and just as he arrived, he heard a voice, "Ha, Chen Fan, why did you dye your hair white? Did someone in your family die in battle and deliberately pretend to be sad?" Some classmates stood in the crowd and saw him turn into white hair, and taunted him. Chen Fan followed the voice and found that it was his former rival. Zhaoyi is the most powerful student in class 98 of grade 6, the first to open up the sea of suffering. It is said that there are many strong people in the family, fighting outside the 4 heavens pass. But they didn't know at all that the members of the Chen family had already rushed outside the 8 gates, beheading the demigod creatures of the bone race. Before Chen Fan could reply, another classmate next to him said, "I don't think so. I guess I was afraid of participating in the trials, so I deliberately hid at home and didn't dare to come out. Isn't it? Ha ha ha. Yu Linghai. Wearing exquisite armor and holding a long sword, he looks heroic. He has a straight figure, bright red hair, green eyes shining, and strong muscles. Also opened up a sea of bitterness during the Chinese New Year. It is said that the sea of bitterness is like a mountain, huge and hard, which shocked many teachers and students at that time. He once sneaked out of Taiping City and came back safe and sound. The outside of the city is very dangerous. Once a veteran of the Golden Bridge came out of the city, it turned into a puddle of meat. It shows that Yu Linghai's talent is powerful. Of course, there is some contempt for ordinary students who have not opened up the bitter sea. The reason for the great integration of nationalities is that many people are descendants of mixed blood, and their appearances are very different. The 260 people in the same class who started the sea of suffering, together with people from the whole school, are going to go out of the city together. In order for human beings to survive, anyone who has reached the age of 16 and opened up the sea of suffering must go to the critical pass. Without training, one cannot become the backbone of human beings and cannot grow. Chen Fan is just 16 years old this year, and he has very poor qualifications to open up the sea of suffering with the help of pills. But now it's different. With an infinite fusion system, waiting for him to dig. Witnessing the provocation of the two, and having just lost a loved one, he is easily violent and irritable. His eyes flickered coldly, his white hair was flying, and his black clothes were buzzing. Insulting my ancestors, come out and ask for a fight. Pointing at the two with the index finger of his right hand, he yelled loudly. A family of 36 died fighting for human beings, and they will never be allowed to insult them. Ha ha, Chen Fan, are you stupid? Do you know that my strength is more than, caddies? I can blow you up with one punch. Zhaoyi said loudly, waving his fists. Yu Linghai was taken aback for a moment, feeling that Chen Fan's aura was different from the past. Putting away the contempt on his face, he said, "Jokes are jokes. If you don't enter the sea of suffering, your physical strength is limited and you can't break through a ton. You are not our opponent, so just say a few words. Although he looked down on ordinary students, he didn't want to suppress them, he was just joking. It felt like it might have gone too far. The surrounding students looked at Zhao and Chen Fan and discussed in a low voice, "The Sea of Bitterness is golden, which is equivalent to the junior level of the Sea of Bitterness, and it is much better than the people we have just successfully developed. Strength over, caddies, elementary level 3. Reaching, caddies of strength, turning the Sea of Bitterness into gold, is the middle stage of the Sea of Bitterness. Hey, it's great to have a strong person in the family. I must give him the jade blood pill. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to improve so quickly." The students gathered on the playground were all students from the Sea of Bitter realm, and they had a very detailed understanding of the realm. Chen Fan is not the case. He just opened up the Sea of Bitterness today, so his knowledge is limited. Martial arts school teaching is truly individualized. Instill basic knowledge from childhood, such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, etc., and the basics of martial arts. Those who are still unable to open up the sea of suffering must forcibly learn scientific knowledge such as machinery, chemical engineering, and aerospace. In fact, some people want their children to have such an easy life. At least they can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phonemes safely in Taiping City. It's just that, from childhood to adulthood, all kinds of heroic deeds overwhelming the world, and the endless history of wars of all races will stimulate the passionate young people to step out of Taiping City and participate in the war of resistance of all races. Especially in families where the strong were born, the children are influenced by what they hear and see, and they want to go outside the Shikongshan Pass to have a look. However, there are very few people who can truly walk out of the 10 heavenly gates and conquer all races. Chen Fan's 36 relatives died outside the customs. No one was alive or dead. He had to rush out to have a look. Now, facing the provocation of 2 classmates, I can't bear it. Even if they can't beat them, they must at least let them know that their loved ones cannot be humiliated. Slowly stepped forward, pointed at the 2 people, and said coldly, "Don't tell me you're joking. Who dares to make fun of my ancestors? I will definitely make you find your teeth all over the place, and apologize." Loud and loud, fearless and fearless. Zhao smiled, walked out of the team, threw away the weapon in his hand, and said, "Come on, don't say I bullied you, let you punch 3 times, as long as I move my feet, I will apologize to you immediately. Otherwise, just slip under my crotch. From now on, you are not allowed to see Ji Tianwu again." The index finger of his right hand hooked towards Chen Fan, holding his head high in contempt. "You Linghai persuaded, we are all classmates, why bother to fight and kill? Apologies, it's true to go out together and kill thousands of people." Just kidding, this will persuade both parties. The entire human race has a rule that killing each other is not allowed. They have violated the school rules. How could Chen Fan give up, and said coldly, "No apology, no permission. I also opened the Sea of Bitterness, you don't need to let me, you may not be my opponent." After finishing the last sentence, he walked towards Zhao. There were so many students at the scene, it was unexpected that Chen Fan would open up a Sea of Bitterness and confront Zhao. Zhao was taken aback immediately, and the arrogance on his face dissipated a lot in an instant. If you don't enter the Sea of Suffering, you will only have 1 ton of strength to break the sky. However, breaking through the Sea of Suffering is completely different. Some people have a vast and boundless sea of suffering, and as long as they break through, they can reach 10,000 caddies of strength. Some people have special bitter seas, and after development, it may bring attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light and darkness. In case there was any chance of that, he would get himself into trouble by allowing 3 punches. I don't want my body to be injured before going out of the city to practice. Swallowing his saliva, without mentioning 3 fists, he said in a cold voice, "No wonder if you have the guts to challenge me, let me show you how strong the real Sea of Bitter realm is." Clenching his fists, a circle of airwaves formed outside his body, and an illusory river flowed in front of his stomach. Converging from the void on all sides to the Dantian, a faint golden light floated on the surface of the river. In the next second, all the phantoms suddenly shrank towards their fists, finally forming golden fists. The aura of the whole person changed at the same time, chilling, icy cold, with an indomitable and majestic force. Big river and sea of bitterness, that's all. At the same time, Chen Fan mobilized the power of the sea of bitterness to travel through every tendon in the body, and the muscles in his body continued to swell. An illusory vast ocean enveloped his entire body. It seems to be boundless, rushing in all directions, and will soon surround the entire playground. All students, all things, all in a sea of gray. It just spread to the limit, and then retracted at an extremely fast speed, gathering all over the body, like transparent armor. All the students present were dumbfounded by such a change. Anyone can see that he has just awakened from the sea of suffering and cannot fully control it. However, the diffuse area is really too vast, far beyond imagination. From this alone, it can be determined that he is definitely a genius. In particular, the sea of bitterness does not gather in the hands, but forms an armor to cover the body closely. This is the extreme spiritual energy protection of the sea of bitterness. It shows that even if it has just been opened up, it already contains unimaginable energy. Chen Fan didn't care what happened to them. He rushed forward immediately and shouted angrily, "Zhaoyi, here I come." At a frenzied speed, he stepped on the concrete floor of the playground, leaving a row of footprints. The fist gathered terrifying power and smashed towards Zhao Yi's right cheek. "Stop, what are you doing? Brother Chen Fan, don't!" There were two voices in the air, all coming together. The voice sounded, and all 260 students at the scene breathed a sigh of relief. Understand that fighting doesn't happen. For many people, fighting in the same room is unwise. Although he has shown extraordinary talent, he should fight against creatures of all races. Chen Fan could tell that one was Kai Ji, a martial arts teacher, and the other was Ji Tianwu, a girl who liked him. Thinking of Ji Tianwu, she frowned slightly, looking like a little beauty. However, he has always been neither far nor near to her. The two families have been friends for generations and grew up together since childhood, and they have some feelings. The reason is that Ji Tianwu is truly the proud daughter of heaven, and at the age of 13, she naturally opened up the sea of suffering. If it wasn't for the fact that he was underage, he would have already gone outside the pass. It is said that it has mysterious attributes and is not allowed to be announced to the public. On the other hand, at the age of 16, I still can't develop. The day before yesterday, with the help of the elixir, it was successfully developed. There is a huge difference between the two. So, even if Ji Tianwu was always following behind him, he didn't care too much. Especially now, when he shot with all his anger, he couldn't hold back the momentum and smashed hard at Zhaoyi. Zhaoyi also made an attacking gesture, not wanting to lose to him in front of everyone, so he also attacked violently. Although they were fast, the two who came to stop them were even faster. Kai Ji was sitting in a wheelchair, and a golden lotus emerged from below, supporting her quickly, and it landed between the two of them. A golden bridge appeared under Ji Tianwu's feet, filled with golden light, and there were colorful butterflies flying beside it, coming quickly. Late Golden Bridge Realm. Brother Fan. Grasping Chen Fan's arm with both hands, the transparent armor covering his body disappeared instantly. The running body also stopped. The realm gap is too big, and it is suppressed instantly. On the other side, Zhaoyi punched in front of the wheelchair, but was blocked by a small golden lotus. Holy Lotus Realm. Almost all the teachers in the school were wounded in the Holy Lotus Realm. They may not have much fighting power on the battlefield, but they can cultivate younger generations. For example, Kai Ji is a veteran with all broken feet. However, she is not old. She is only 30 years old this year. She has returned from fighting for 10 years and has been teaching for 4 years. Regardless of experience, realm or strength, there is no doubt. If it hadn't been injured, the door of God had been opened, and flesh and blood could be regenerated. Therefore, there is absolutely no strong person above Shinmen in the school. Chen Fan looked at the grasped arm. The pair of slender fingers were as pale as light green, delicate and soft. It doesn't look like a pair of martial artists' hands at all, but looks like a rich lady. The golden bridge in the air disappeared, and Kai Ji's wheelchair landed on the ground without a sound. On the north side of the playground, a one-armed man limped and led 20 talented masters. They are true geniuses who have opened up the sea of bitterness a year or two ago. I waited until I was 16 years old to go outside the customs with my peers. Well equipped, imposing and imposing. They are the best of the line and can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme a team by themselves. Kaiji's cold voice sounded, if you have extra energy, use it all on the battlefield. Outside the city, countless heroes risk their lives to fight, but you are fighting in the nest? Don't you feel ashamed? Sitting in a wheelchair, he turned around a few times, scanning Chen Fan and everyone present. Chen Fan clenched his teeth, his eyes flickered coldly, and said coldly, he laughed at me, Chen Jiaying. His long hair is flying, and he is full of anger, even if the teacher blocks him, he is not afraid to fight. Kaiji's gaze turned to Zhao Yi. Seeing that Chen Fan had opened up the sea of suffering and disturbed the teacher again, Zhao Yi was frightened for a moment and couldn't speak. Apologize. Kaiji stared at him with these cold words. Even if the strength is outstanding, you can't do anything wrong. Be wrong, and there is a price to pay. Zhao Yi pursed his lips tightly, and looked at Chen Fan with his neck straightened, without saying a word. The teeth are clenched and the muscles are tense. The students around became quiet because of Kaiji's anger. All that was left was to stare at them. She, Saint Lotus Realm, is enough to suppress everyone. All trembling. But Zhao Yi refused to apologize. The one-armed man came over with a solemn expression, and said coldly, Zhao Yi, you should apologize. Chen Fan's 36 relatives, sublimated to the utmost, killed the bone race demigod powerhouse who sneaked in outside the 8th heaven pass. Leave the demigod white jade bone, all heroic. His hair turned white overnight, and he grieved for 3 days. Do you think it's not worth it? The voice was dull, but it shocked all the students. Because they know that the 8th level of heaven represents the peak limit of many ordinary people. The demigod represents a row of masters on the battlefield of all races. The fact that the Chen family can kill one is enough to represent strength, fearlessness, and fearlessness. It is the real backbone of mankind, the heroes of the predecessors. You should admire, bow down, and yearn for it. The 20 geniuses who followed the big man had their eyes higher than the top, and they couldn't help looking sideways at Chen Fan at this moment. Even without their talents, the glory of the family is enough to shine on Taiping City. It is the glory of Taiping City. Zhao Yi's eyes widened slowly, knowing that his family members were killed in battle, but he didn't know that 36 people had died. The joke is on. The middle-aged Guchen seemed that things were not shocking enough, and said again, you don't know that the 120-year-old ancestor of the Chen family left the customs alone 3 days ago to look for the ashes of his descendants. He will try his best to sublimate and bury his bones at the border. Shouldn't you pay tribute? The voice was like thunder, exploding in the minds of many students. Finally, he understood why Chen Fan was so angry that he contradicted his teacher and wanted to teach Zhao Yi a lesson. The whole family is gone. Humiliation can't fall on him. Zhao Yi licked his lips, closed his eyes, and said a few words, sorry, I was wrong. He knew very well that if he refused to apologize, he would be cast aside by everyone. Not to mention being favored by the goddess Ji Tianwu. Bow your head for a while, it's not humiliation, it's a mistake and correct it. After seeing his apology, Guchen said to Chen Fan, Zhao Yi apologizes, this is the end of the matter. Your family of heroes, don't affect the reputation of heroes for trivial matters. Taiping City was built by countless martyrs with flesh and blood among thousands of races. It cannot be destroyed by human beings themselves. Convincing Zhao Yi and comforting Chen Fan later, being a teacher is not easy. Chen Fan turned his head, his face recovered a lot, and said, I won't trouble him, I just want to leave the city, kill all the people, and avenge my family. He only wanted to teach Zhao Yi a lesson, not murder. Very good, you have great ambitions, and the teachers are very pleased. You have opened up the sea of bitterness, and you can indeed go outside the past to try. Guchen agreed on the spot without any hindrance. He signaled to 20 geniuses to stand in front of the 261 people together with Ji Tianwu, like a captain. Kaiji's voice sounded coldly, remember, when you go outside the pass, every plant, tree, flower and stone may be transformed by creatures of all races. The only ones who believe are the comrades around you. So, don't have any quarrels with each other. On the battlefield, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either slash phoneme you die or I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme. There is no room for dust. Sitting in a wheelchair does not affect her moving back and forth. Guchen continued, this time, we will be escorted by 4 teachers. The students in front of each class will be the team leader. Take care of your team members. Remember, rush to Hunting Film City on the first day as fast as possible. Any battles along the way have nothing to do with you. There are countless creatures of thousands of races gathered around Hunting Film City, which is most suitable for beginners to practice. Did you hear me? A roar shocked everyone's nerves, understand? Everyone shouted and drank in unison, in high spirits. I have always heard that the outside of the city is very dangerous, and today I finally want to go out and see it. While giving orders, the large transport plane sent by the school landed, ready to go to Hunting Film City. The 4 teachers were not in the cabin, but stood outside the plane. In case there are powerful monsters attacking, you need to go through their level first. Every freshman is armed to the teeth, a full-body alloy armor, an alloy knife, and a food bag. Plus the equipment prepared by the family, changing clothes, and so on. Chen Fan sat near the window, looked at the school outside, and bid farewell to Taiping City where he had lived for 16 years. There are no gifts from family members, only a black card of 3,600 million federal currency. If you want to gain a firm foothold in Hunting Film City, you can only kill creatures of all races. The skills he has mastered are only the basic knife skills, basic fists and feet, and basic breathing methods taught by the school. If you want to learn advanced sword techniques, martial arts and kung fu, there are 2 ways. One is to constantly explore and summarize in the battle. The other is to build credit, which can be exchanged in the contribution hall of each city. Not only pills, equipment and skills, but also strange metals, the trophies of creatures of all races. Chen Fan felt that only by exchanging 3,600 million Federation coins for things and merging himself with himself to strengthen himself can he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the distance between himself and a genius. It can also increase the chance of survival in the next battle. When I was thinking about how to do it in the future, there were more people around me. Ji Tianwu. Brother Fan, what are you thinking? Soft voice, like a delicate little sister. In fact, it was a genius much stronger than him. Geniuses will receive special treatment from their teachers, who will teach them the martial arts they summed up in subsidized pills. The starting point is much higher than that of freshmen like Chen Fan. A genius must be cultivated in advance, and is destined to be favored. They are the pillars of mankind and the new stars who will truly fight against the army of all races in the future. How can there be no pressure when the genius sister is by her side? Chen Fan can deal with it calmly now, because he has an infinite fusion system, which is enough to make up for his lack of talent. Back to God, I'm thinking about what to do in Hunting Film City. I bear blood, and I must avenge my family. His eyes fell on his younger sister. He was wearing a red dress and his long hair was combed into a ponytail. His face was immature, and he was not at all nervous before going to the battlefield. It seems to be traveling in general. It is very different from the longing, curiosity, and worry of most freshmen. Brother Fan, you don't have to worry. As long as you open up the sea of bitterness in the first level of the sky, be careful in everything, and you will have no problem surviving. I've been out with the teacher, and I know a lot about the situation. I'll take you with me. She was obviously comforting Chen Fan, but unconsciously revealed the treatment of a genius. Chen Fan knew it was a good intention, nodded, and said, "It is good." While chatting, the plane took off and rushed to the outside of Taiping City with more than 200 students from the school. When passing through the sky above the city wall of Taiping City, there is a transparent mask that emits ripples, as if passing from one world to another. Chen Fan saw outside the city wall after the plane passed through the mask. On the land, countless human veterans hold weapons, blocking the ubiquitous low-level creatures of all races. They penetrate everywhere, just to eat humans. I saw the Stitch monsters, stone monsters, flame bats, ice crystal monkeys and so on that were recorded in the books. He just opened up the sea of bitterness today, so he has never stepped out of the city. Seeing the outside world, human beings have paid too much for survival. As teacher Kaiji said, every flower, every tree, every grass and stone contains danger to life. If you don't pay attention, it may be swallowed up, and you don't know how to die. Even veterans, if they are not careful, they will be angry on the spot. The students who have never been out of the city are all staring at the scene outside the window at this moment. There are only 21 geniuses, with a flat expression and a commonplace posture. Ji Tianwu approached Chen Fan, pointed to the ground, and explained to him, "See that red stone? The magma monster has a hard shell, but the inside is hacked to death. There is also that pear tree, which is a kind of dryad. When it gets phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, it will fly out countless branches, bind people and suck them. Look at the front, it's a sky-cracking eagle, which is equivalent to the middle stage of the human suffering sea. But even the late stage of the suffering sea may be lost, the speed is too fast." Teacher Guchen made a move. Chen Fan saw that Guchen, who was standing on the wing of the plane, was heading towards the sky-splitting eagle. Raising his right fist, streaks of blood energy visible to the naked eye swirled around it, turning into a blood-colored tiger head, rushing towards sky-splitting eagle. Boom! The sky-cracking eagle with a body length of 5 meters turned into fragments in the blood-colored tiger's head. It has no effect on the aircraft and just flies by. Seeing this, Chen Fan's eyes shone brightly. Guchen is also in the Holy Lotus realm, so he can fly in the air, so he can easily kill him naturally. Teacher Gu used to be a strong man in the Shinmen realm, but because he was injured by the strong man, the injury is irreversible. Otherwise, he will still fight in the front battlefield. Ji Tianwu explained to him beside him, knowing far more than Chen Fan. Chen Fan heard the words and looked back, surprised and said, "Huh? Is there an irreversible injury?" Just turning around, Zhao Yi's eyes were bloodshot and he was staring at him viciously. Understanding why he was so angry, Ji Tianwu leaned against her and looked outside. Ambiguous posture. Zhao Yi was jealous, so he was inevitably angry. Chen Fan ignored him, but stretched out his left hand to smooth her hair. Zhao Yi became even more angry, his eyes almost popped out. There was a blush on Ji Tianwu's face, but she didn't dodge it, saying, "Of course there are irreversible injuries, even with the help of a master, you will die tragically in the end." Therefore, Teacher Gu worked very hard and devoted all his efforts to the students. If you can learn his blood explosion fist, you can at least increase your combat effectiveness by %. She didn't know Zhao Yi's demeanor, she still kept the original look, pointing outside and explaining. For her, it was a great fortune for Chen Fan to open up the sea of suffering and go to the frontier to fight with her. As for the strength, I don't care. Come from the bottom of my heart, without any utilitarianism. Chen Fan nodded, and said in his heart, "You are now a master of the Golden Bridge realm, have you learned a lot of martial arts and kung fu? Can you improve your combat effectiveness a lot?" Asking this question, in order to learn more about the effects of some martial arts. See if it's worth buying. Ji Tianwu understood his thoughts, smiled sweetly, and said, "Indeed, I have learned Ling Yun Zone, and with the help of Jin Xiao's gliding power, I can attack 8 times in a row in the air. It is enough to instantly kill creatures of the same level. Learn how to use Kaiji's alloy knife when the lotus flower blooms. When fighting with all your strength, you can generate 8 lotus flowers. The power is extraordinary, and you can fight with 8 creatures at the same time." And also just when she was about to continue speaking, she realized that Chen Fan's expression was wrong, and she looked outside in shock. Can't help but also look out of the plane. Ah! Sky-splitting eagles. The leader's body is filled with blood, and his combat power is comparable to that of a human being in the Holy Lotus realm. It's broken. It's dangerous. How did they appear in the first level? Ji Tianwu's expression was extremely solemn in an instant, and she quickly sat upright, grasping the alloy knife with her right hand. As soon as the words fell, Guchen's roar came from outside, "Attention all students, the enemy is attacking. The plane may not be able to keep it, prepare to fight." The voice contained anger and determination, impacting everyone's heart. The students who were looking outside, who had never experienced a battle before, became extremely flustered. "Where's my knife? Oh my god, that sky-cracking eagle that is more than 20 meters high is too terrifying. 18. A total of 18 sky-cracking eagles have come. Can the teachers protect us? It's over, we are in mid-air. How to fight? We will fall to our death. Panic screams filled the entire aircraft cabin. Only the 27 geniuses who opened up the sea of suffering in advance, and Yu Linghai who had sneaked out of the city before, could barely keep calm at this moment. Ji Tianwu stood up and shouted to the students in charge, "Attention team members, put on your backpack and parachute bag immediately, hold the alloy knife in your right hand, and leave your left hand free, ready for emergencies at any time. I learned in school how to open a parachute." She is not only a genius, but also a beauty, with a natural centripetal force. Chen Fan hurriedly followed her order, carrying the backpack with dry food on his chest and the parachute behind his back. Grab the alloy knife with your right hand. This is his only weapon and must not be lost. But at this moment, a voice came from my mind: discover the alloy knife that can be fused, increase the hardness of the body, and sharpen the spirit, and need to consume 20 fusion points. The voice sounded, bringing him back to his senses, and there was the biggest hole card. However, this is his only weapon, and it is quite tangled. Before he could make a decision, there was a loud vibration from the plane. Boom! Boom! The body shook violently and pressed hard against the window of the cabin, almost pressing his entire face against the window. At the same time, the feeling of weightlessness hit, and the plane was falling to the ground. Gu Chen's roar came from next to his ears: "Evil animal, you dare!" Chen Fan could clearly see that the teacher's body suddenly erupted with blood-colored halos, converging on the fist. The entire fist swelled twice in an instant, like a ferocious tiger's head, much stronger than the previous strike. In the next second, the body had already collided with the leading 20-meter-tall elite sky-splitting eagle. Compared to his 20-meter-high body, he is too small. However, the moment his fist collided with the claws of the sky-splitting eagle, a terrifying power erupted. The violent power of chi and blood exploded like a cannonball. Rumble! Accompanied by the violent vibration, Chen Fan felt like his ears were going to explode. Endless air shock waves flew in all directions. Whoosh whoosh! The windows of the plane were hit one after another, and cracks appeared one after another. Chen Fan saw that a skyhawk that was just about to attack the plane turned into a bald chicken in the shockwave. All the feathers were blown away, and bloody mouths appeared on his body. The body collided violently with the fuselage. Boom! The fuselage flew to the side, and the nose turned at an angle, blocking Chen Fan's sight. He tried his best to see the final scene. Gu Chen was like a little giant, grabbing the broken claws of the elite sky-splitting eagle. Prepare to shred it. Turning his gaze, he saw Kai Ji fighting on the other side. Although he has no legs, but with the help of flying in the Holy Lotus realm, he has no fear of the sky-cracking eagles flying all over the sky. A 2-meter-long broadsword appeared in his hand, surrounded by golden light, and dazzling lotus petals bloomed. Enveloped the 3 sky-splitting eagles in it. Kakaka! Seeing one after another of petals rushing into sky-cracking eagle's body, the bones exploded continuously. The swordsmanship was terrifying. While the plane was turning, I saw 3 sky-cracking eagles turned into pieces of meat and fell to the ground. The plane continued to turn and turned to the teacher on the other side, Shinli. A teacher with only his upper arms left in both hands, his combat effectiveness is also terrifying. The body is in the air, and the feet are spread out, like 2 terrifying heavenly knives. Every time it sweeps, it is bound to be accompanied by streaks of terrifying green light, which cut apart the eagle's bones and tendons. The last teacher, Wu Donlu, lost a leg and an ear, with half a silver mask on his face. Because half of the face was torn off, it looked hideous. Waving the crutches in his hands, he whipped up gusts of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and smashed them in all directions. It also locked on the 3 sky-cracking eagles, smashing them to the point of flying flesh and blood and deforming their bodies. However, even if the 4 teachers tried their best, there were too many sky-splitting eagles appearing together. There are still 3 remaining and landed on the plane. While Chen Fan was watching the battle, there was a terrifying sound of tearing above the plane. The 2 eagle claws shone with cold light, forcibly tearing the steel plate of the aircraft. In an instant, a terrifying strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme poured in from the gap, making it difficult for everyone to open their eyes. Crack clap. Before many freshmen could react, an eagle claw pierced into the cabin on the other side of Chin Fan. Under the terrifying claws of the sky-splitting eagle, the hard steel is like a piece of paper, defenseless. The 4 windows collapsed at the same time due to the backlog. Hoo 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 hoo. The violent phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme, mixed with shards of glass, poured into the cabin together. Near the window, the freshman who was stunned by the great change had no time to escape, and his arms and face were pierced by glass shards. Some unlucky students even had their eyes pierced, and the pain was terribly painful. Joey reacted quickly, sat down on the floor at once, dodged the attack of glass shards, and survived. Suddenly there was a loud drink in the middle. Shoot! Kill together! A young genius, wearing a bright silver shuazikai and holding a spear, stood up lone. Chen Fan followed the sound and knew that the other party was the strongest among all the students, Lin Yu. The fiery red aura bloomed all over his body, and quickly lingered on the 1.2-meter red spear. As if holding a flame gun, he jumped and rushed to the sky-cracking eagle that tore the roof of the cabin in the sky. At the peak of the Golden Bridge realm, true energy is transformed into form. Ji Tianwu said in a low voice. A small realm higher than her, he is a genius among geniuses. But she didn't react too slowly. With a turn of her figure, a golden lotus blossomed out of the alloy knife in her hand, and rushed towards the sky-splitting eagle who was rushing in through the crack. Even though the reaction was quick, the speed of the sky-cracking eagle was not slow. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. While tearing apart the cabin wall, the big claws had already grabbed the bodies of 2 unlucky students. Put! Put! The student who had just opened up the bitter sea had no resistance, and was cut into 3 sections by the sharp claws. Blood splashed like a fountain, rushing towards the people around him. What killed? How cruel! The students around screamed in panic. They have never been out of the city, even though they have seen the ferocity of the creatures of the 10,000 races in the video, they have not felt it deeply at this moment. Blood fell on his body, and he saw his classmates being dismembered. Seeing the separated corpses before they hit the ground, they were grabbed by the sky-cracking eagle's big mouth and swallowed abruptly. The tiny bodies of human beings are like bugs in front of their 10-meter-high bodies. Was easily killed. Stop shouting, kill! Ji Tianwu snarled and rushed over. Almost at the same time, another gifted student also reacted. A layer of black shinchi emerged from the fist, which merged into the alloy knife, and slashed at sky-splitting eagle viciously. The teacher has no time to save others, they can only save themselves. Sitting by the window, Chen Fan saw the high-spirited classmates who were standing on the campus just now, but in the blink of an eye, there was no bones left. Shocked inexplicably, flustered. In the past, I always heard from others, watched videos, and knew that the battlefield of 10,000 races was extremely cruel. Now finally have the deepest feeling. Full of ambition, step out of the city gate and enter the battlefield, thinking that you can become a human hero, exorcise all races, and restore peace. In the end, he didn't even slash a knife, and didn't kill a creature, so he died aggrieved. Cruel and desolate. Being human for 2 lives is still unbearable. Seeing that Ji Tianwu's ally knife, together with another classmate's ally knife, were submerged in the body of the gluttonous skyhawk. Puff! Puff! A series of skin-piercing sounds sounded, and blood rushed towards the surrounding students like a fountain. Wow! Sky-splitting eagle suffered from pain, and let out a shrill scream. The eagle claws danced wildly in the cabin, on the one hand blocking the attack, on the other hand hoping to find a point of leverage to get out of the sea of suffering. Ji Tianwu and her classmates tried their best to stop them, but they couldn't help but backed up and bumped into the chair on the other side. The floor of the cabin was dented several times, and the speed of sinking accelerated. In an instant, the 6 students who were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close slash phoneme to the battlefield were unlucky. I wanted to take the opportunity to move away, but who knew that as soon as I stood up, I was hit by the eagle claws waving indiscriminately. Even if he had done a good job of defense, he still couldn't resist the sky-splitting eagle's attack. Puff! 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 Accompanied by a series of sounds, the 6 teenagers were pierced through the body by the sharp eagle claws. One was even cut into 3 pieces, and the intestines, stomach and thighs rolled down on the cabin floor. Blood splattered, spraying people around them all over their heads and faces. It was sticky and hot, breathing on their faces, making them almost spit out their overnight meal. One person's head was chopped off and fell into the arms of a girl. Ah! She was so frightened that she threw her head up, got up in a panic, and screamed. Cruel, bloody, cold, bloody, naked killing. Many freshmen were frightened and shrank in their seats, not daring to make a sound. Chen Fan naturally also saw this scene, and even blood spattered on his face. Seeing the injured Skyhawk, who was about to escape from the cabin, the faces of 36 relatives suddenly flashed in front of him. Instantly suppressed the fear, the timidity, and the nausea, and stood up with the alloy knife in hand. It's time for revenge. Kill. He asked questions along the way. In fact, he was accumulating the power for revenge. Now, for the injured sky-splitting eagle, it's time for revenge. The true chi in the sea of bitterness escaped mightily. In an instant, the entire plane was enveloped. While striding forward, he quickly retracted around his body, covering the alloy armor on his body and covering the alloy knife in his hand. Throwing it out suddenly, roaring, "Give it to me!" Using the bitter Seijinchi can instantly increase the strength by 3 times. The alloy knife rushed out of the gap like a shooting star, chasing the sky-cracking eagle. Puff! Boom! Through the crack, one could see that the alloy knife had slashed open his stomach severely. Along with the feathers flying wildly, countless blood crazily spilled down. Sky-cracking eagle's body, because of the heavy trauma, completely lost control, smashed to a nearby mountain, and fell thumping. Hoo. The plane was still descending rapidly, and the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals win wine / phoneme kept pouring in from the gap, blowing people blind. On the other side, 3 classmates shot together, again in the direction of the roof of the cabin. Only 2 of them were seriously injured. The rest are safe and sound. However, the crisis has not been lifted. The plane has landed hundreds of meters and is about to crash. If you don't leave, you will fall to the ground and no one will survive. The 4 teachers were pinned down by more and more sky-splitting eagles, so it was definitely too late to save them. Ji Tianwu looked at the freshman who was trembling in fear, and then looked at Chen Fan who was surrounded by excitement and resolute face, and felt that there was a huge gap. It was also the first time he walked out of Taiping City. Chen Fan performed much better than everyone else. However, a decision must be made now, and he shouted, "Everyone, jump off the plane immediately, be sure to stay in groups of 3, and be vigilant after landing. The wild is very dangerous. Hurry up." She at least assumes the responsibility of a captain. Freshmen are required to jump first. After a short period of ignorance, the freshmen who heard the order rushed to the broken crack for their lives and jumped down. In order to survive, even if you are afraid, even if your feet are weak, you must jump down as soon as possible. There is only one dead end on a plane. On the other side of the cabin above the cracks, people are also constantly jumping out. In order to escape for their lives, more than 200 people began to save themselves. When they jumped down, Chen Fan found the alloy knives of the 8 dead people, kept one, and fused the rest. Consume 140 fusion points to fuse 7 alloy knives. In an instant, he felt that the bones and skin of his body were much harder, more than the result of more than 10 years of hard work. Moreover, the sharpness contained in the true energy is no longer as soft as before. Just after it was over, Ji Tianwu rushed to his side and pulled him out of the broken cabin without any explanation. It was only when I went outside that I realized that it was less than 300 meters from the ground. According to the general process, even opening the parachute is useless. When a person falls to the ground, there is no doubt that he will die. However, with a golden bridge-level master by his side, the result was completely different. Although there was a downward acceleration, she just took advantage of the gap and used the golden bridge to glide. Not only avoided the falling direction of the plane, but also glided forward and was about to land in a forest. However, Ji Tianwu was not happy at all, but quickly said, "Stay alert and prepare to fight. If the creature is strong, leave me alone and run first." The words, like confessing his last words, made Chen Fan's eyelids blink rapidly and his pupils shrink. Through just a brief observation, I know that the outside of the city is indeed full of dangers. Therefore, Xin Sheng said, "Okay, I will be vigilant." His eyes were wide open, and his right hand clenched the alloy knife tightly. Holding her left hand by Ji Tianwu, she kept gliding from the sky to the ground. The speed was getting slower and slower, but Ji Tianwu didn't want to fall into the bushes, but instead tried her best to glide towards the edge. Chen Fan knew that falling on a tree branch could buffer more force. However, there was no movement to stop Ji Tianwu. It just arouses the true energy of the sea of bitterness, spreads all over the body, and is ready to fight at all times. Seeing the land expanding in front of their eyes, the two fell to the ground like meteors, and a huge roar came from their ears, rumble. The damaged plane slammed into the bushes like a stone flying from the sky. Countless trees were overturned by the airwaves and rushed in all directions, boom. A mass of flame rose tens of meters from the crash site, making the sound of zla. The freshman journey to Hunting Film City is completely over. Chen Fan noticed that the trees seemed to be alarmed. When the flames were burning, the surrounding trees moved aside, as if avoiding danger. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. They are dryads. Crisis is coming. Chen Fan instantly understood why Ji Tianwu had to fall outside the bushes. They turned out to be all dryads. From the outside, it doesn't appear at all. Taking a deep breath, the true energy in the bitter sea of Dantian circulated rapidly. Prepare for battle after landing. I secretly vowed in my heart that I must improve my strength as soon as possible and never become a burden to others. Without strength, there is no capital for revenge. Starting today, desperately kill creatures of all races, accumulate fusion points, and strengthen yourself. I made a decision in my heart, but found that I still couldn't hide from the range of the dryad bush in the end. Ji Tianwu's voice came from beside her ear. These are the lowest level dryads, but they are also stronger than humans who have just entered the sea of bitterness. Follow me closely, let's break out. If she were herself, she would be able to rush out of the dense forest of dryads just by gliding. However, with Chen Fan, the weight of the two of them was not easy to control. It is a strong control to be able to land safely. So, she gave the order again. While speaking, he let go of Chen Fan's left hand and grabbed the alloy knife at his waist. Hearing this, Chen Fan knew that the time had come to face the danger alone. His eyes were shining brightly, and all the basic boxing techniques, basic saber techniques, and basic footwork that he had learned quickly flashed through his mind. The figure of each family member also flickered in front of my eyes. Revenge for the family, kill. His eyes gradually turned blood red, and the muscles on his arms bulged. Seeing that the branches of the tree demon were like spirit snakes, they quickly wrapped around the two of them. The golden bridge under Ji Tianwu's feet disappeared, replaced by streaks of blue light. Continuously and quickly volleying, the speed is as fast as a phantom. Kakaka. After 7 steps in a row, the 7 branches that approached the two first exploded in the sky. The fragments even rushed towards more branches that were chasing after them. Lingyun Zone. The martial arts that Ji Tianwu has learned can really explode into a powerful combat power. Chen Fan looked very carefully. Each piece was covered with blue ice crystals, which seemed to have turned into ice cubes. Whoosh whoosh. Many tree branches that came over were broken into 2 pieces in the air due to the attack of the ice flakes. It can be seen how powerful the impact is. The body fell to the ground quickly, and Ji Tianwu and Chen Fan all fell into the tree demon bush. Come with me. Ji Tianwu screamed. The alloy knife in her hand turned into a lotus petal, and rushed to the empty area just now. It seems that 7 blue lotus flowers suddenly appeared in the sky, blooming among countless green branches. Chen Fan knew that now was not the time to be hypocritical, so he held an alloy knife and walked through the jungle with basic footwork. Although Ji Tianwu is powerful, has fierce attacks, and even has mysterious powers. However, in the face of the surrounding tree demons, they still couldn't defend against them all. Chen Fan didn't want to stay within her attack range all the time. Facing the tree branch rushing towards him, he slashed at it. In his mind, how hard the branch can be, it can be easily swept off. However, reality taught him a lesson. Crack! Whoosh! He used 2,000 caddies of strength, but only cut off one branch, and the other 3 continued to rush towards his limbs. Grass! The sudden change made him curse in a low voice. No wonder it takes the sea of bitterness to leave the city. If it hadn't been opened up before, it would definitely be penetrated at this moment and die on the spot. In the next second, don't dare to be careless. The sea of bitterness surged with true energy, its strength tripled, and the alloy knife struck again. Whoosh whoosh. With 3 sounds in succession, all 3 branches were cut off and flew out. Streams of green liquid flowed out from the fracture and fell to the ground. With some experience, Chen Fan made another attack, waving the alloy knife continuously, keeping up with Ji Tianwu's footsteps. However, due to his lack of combat experience, he had just rushed 5 steps away when a branch rushed from behind wrapped around his left arm. The forward body almost fell backwards to the ground. Moreover, there are small spikes on the branches trying to pass through the armor and penetrate into the skin. But he didn't want to. Chen Fan's body was fused with an alloy knife, and his skin was so hard that ordinary people couldn't penetrate it at all. Seeing him being entangled, Ji Tianwu hurriedly shouted, "Cut off the branches quickly, they will inject poison, and you will be entangled to death under paralysis." She speeded up to clean up the surrounding dryads and come to help Chen Fan. Chen Fan was a little confused when he heard this, and his pupils shrank rapidly. The left hand retreated quickly, grabbed the tree demon's branch, and the alloy knife in the right hand flew up, ready to cut it off. A voice suddenly sounded in my mind, "Discover the fusion talent, entanglement, to help comprehend softness, need 100 fusion points." Hearing this, Chen Fan merged directly. Get out of control and out of the battlefield as soon as possible. In the next second, a faint green light surged from the tree branch, and then poured into Chen Fan's left arm. The pulling power disappeared, and the tree demon's green leaves turned yellow in an instant, and his body remained silent. Kill the dryad and get 50 fusion points, died. Fusion is successful. Chen Fan only felt that there was a soft force in his left arm, which was constantly softening the muscles of his body and increasing the softness of the muscles. All in all, a wonderful feeling. But he didn't have time to understand it in detail, and after a little delay, 6 more tree demon branches were added to his body. It is tightening, pulling in 4 directions, and the body has risen into the air. If it was another person, he could not wait for Ji Tianwu's rescue. The toxin entered his body and died on the spot. However, Chen Fan was different. The voice in his head kept reminding, discovering fusible talents, entanglement, fusion, or not? Find fusion, all fusion. According to Chen Fan's speculation just now, as long as they fuse, they can kill. What are you waiting for? Must get out of danger as soon as possible. In an instant, the 6 branches wrapped around his body were all covered with a layer of green halo. After injecting it into Chen Fan's body, the tree demon quickly withered and lost its strength. He exerted a little force, and the twigs wrapped around his body burst, turning over from the air and falling to the ground. One rolled forward, dodging the 6 branches that attacked again. Swinging the alloy knife, he cut off a few branches in a row and rushed towards Ji Tianwu. A voice rang in my head, "Kill the tree demon and get 200 fusion points." Mysterious power pervades every part of the body, softening the hard muscles after fusing the alloy knife. It is not expelling, but increasing flexibility and becoming tough. It is too rigid and easy to break. At this moment, the toughness is increased, and the effect is different. Chen Fan felt that when he attacked again, his flexibility increased a lot, and his strength increased by several hundred caddies. The speed increased by %. Fusion system, amazing. It is easier to attack the branches rushing around. Seeing that there were only 2 tree demons standing in front of him, about to rush out of the encirclement, Chen Fan roared, "Break me!" Ignoring the entangled branches, holding alloy knives in both hands, all the true energy of the sea of bitterness was condensed, and he slashed at the disgusting head on the tree trunk. The most disgusting aspect of dryads is that they have so many branches that it is difficult to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to their heads. Therefore, even if the strength is not as good as that of the human suffering sea, it is still difficult to deal with. Now, Chen Fan gave up his defense and tried to kill the dryad alone. Ji Tianwu saw it from the side, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Don't be desperate, their branches are highly poisonous." She was anxious in her heart, and was using a knife to cut off all the branches, and then cut off her head. Seeing Chen Fan who died together, he was full of worries. However, she said it too late, Chen Fan was already entangled by 2 tree branches. Similarly, he also rushed to the trunk of the dryad. A faint gray sea of bitterness shone on the alloy knife, and it slashed fiercely at the head. Go to hell! Crack! Crack! With strong winds, Chen Fan's indomitable killing intent, and the hatred of all his relatives, Jin has split the tree demon's head hard. Kakaka! The strange faces of witches on the trees flew up to 2 meters high. All the surrounding branches burst into pieces and turned into fragments all over the sky. The green liquid flew 2 meters high and fell down. Chen Fan knew there was danger, and the moment his body fell to the ground, he jumped away and dodged the green liquid. Wherever the green liquid was spilled, puffs of green smoke rose, as if the earth had been scorched. Kill the dryad, reward 100 fusion points. Hearing the sound, Chen Fan took a long breath. Turning around to look at the tree demon who continued to chase, his eyes were full of cruelty. Ready to fight back, this is the fusion point. And the number of kills by oneself is twice as much as the number of kills by the system. Make up for the loss of some fusion points. Ji Tianwu on the other side came over from the tree demon. Seeing his unharmed appearance, doubts appeared in his eyes. Ignoring the strangeness, he quickly said, "Run, don't fight recklessly, you will be exhausted. Cross the land ahead, and the dryad won't chase you. But, there may be other dangers." While speaking, he ran outside first. When they reached the outside of the dryad grove, their slow-moving speed would definitely not be able to catch up with the sea of bitterness. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, looked at them bitterly, and turned away. It was very clear that he was so tired that he was out of breath after only killing 6 tree demons just now. The boundless forest of dryads can really exhaust him to death. When you find a favorable location, you must kill them, leaving no one behind. The 2 ran to the edge of the land, but the dryads stopped chasing and stayed where they were. Rooted in the ground one by one, the branches sway with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind slash phoneme, and continue to wait for the prey. Ji Tianwu stood on a big rock, but she didn't feel relieved at all, she still looked around intently. Although Chen Fan was puzzled, he followed suit. Thinking of teacher Kai Ji's words, every flower, every grass, every stone, and every tree may be creatures of all races. Maybe there was a crisis that he didn't see. Just as he was thinking, when he was about to relax his vigilance, the big rock vibrated and lifted up rapidly. 4 rough arms made of stones protruded from below, grabbing at the 2 of them. The big hands are enough to cover their whole bodies, as long as they are caught, there is nowhere to escape. Grass! The sudden change caused Chen Fan to swear. Basic agility, there is no time to dodge. Reluctantly, he raised his left fist, gathered the true energy of the sea of bitterness, and slammed into the big hand of the stone man. Ji Tianwu didn't fight recklessly, her delicate body fluttered like a butterfly. Dodged from the side of the stone and fell to the ground. The alloy knife in his hand turned into countless blue lotus petals in the air, cutting towards the joints of the rough stones. Attention, this is the blue stone demon. It is extremely resistant to beatings, and its body is covered with wounds left by alloy knives. Don't touch it head on. Just after finishing speaking, there was a crashing sound in the air. Oh. Chen Fan was overturned by the berserk force, flew backwards, and fell directly to the ground. The stone fist of the blue stone demon exploded in the air, turning into a sky full of stones. Seeing this, Ji Tianwu's eyes widened instantly, full of disbelief, and said, "This is impossible." In her impression, it is impossible for human beings to compete physically with creatures of all races. It is tantamount to asking for a dead end. However, when Chen Fan first entered the Sea of Bitter realm, he exploded the arm of the blue stone demon. The hardness of the body has surpassed the creatures of all races? Too exaggerated, unbelievable. The attacking moves were a bit off because of the body shaking of the Qingshi demon. Dang dang dang. There were several fine wounds on the bluestone demon's forearms. However, it was not truncated, but it caused it to go crazy. Ho ho ho. Accompanied by the roar, the bluestone demon swung its forearms and smashed towards Ji Tianwu like a windmill. It looks clumsy, but the power it contains tears through the air. The huge body is like a small tank, and the earth rumbles. Whizzing boom. After Chen Fan landed, his arms were numb and his muscles were shaking constantly. Seeing the bluestone demon rushing forward like a madman. Although Ji Tianwu has martial arts and is at the Golden Bridge level, she is unwilling to fight head-on with the bluestone demon, and is easily injured. And it will consume a lot of true energy, which is not good for future actions. Chen Fan must not see Ji Tianwu being pursued, so he rushed forward. He punched hard, hitting the right leg of the 8-meter-high Qingshi Yao. Because he saw that the alloy knife had limited power against it, not as good as his own fist. The pursuit was far easier than the head-on impact, and the fist condensed % of the true energy of the sea of bitterness in the body, and smashed hard. Boom! Like a cannonball exploding, the bluestone demon's right leg shattered in the air. Countless bluestones rushed in all directions. Because of the loss of balance, the huge body tipped to one side and hit the ground heavily. Boom! The body weighing 8 tons shook the ground. Ji Tianwu didn't hide anymore, murderous intent flashed in her eyes, her pretty face was full of anger, and the alloy knife was inserted straight into the joints. Chen Fan didn't want a good prey to be killed by her. This is the fusion point. Without stopping, he raised his fist and hit it on the head again from behind. The attacks of the two fell on the bluestone demon almost simultaneously. Kakaka. The alloy knife turned into 12 blue light shadows, passing over the 8 joints of the forearms. This time it had an obvious effect and broke on the spot. Like sections of stone pillars, they fell to the ground and made several big holes. Boom! The bluestone demon's big head exploded under Chen Fan's fist. As the bluestone fluttered, a spar in the shape of a red gem flew out. A voice rang in my head, kill the bluestone demon and get 100 fusion points. He knew that Qingshi Yao was dead, and he could finally take a breath. Continuously running the Dantianjinshi is quite tiring. Ji Tianwu on the other side flew up, grabbed the red spar with his left hand, and landed beside Chen Fan. Handed it to him and said, "Hold it, this is your spoils, first order spar. It's worth federal coins." Chen Fan said, "First order spar?" Why didn't the killed dryad see it? He was curious, so he took it casually, ready to examine it carefully. It is found that the whole body is crystal clear, irregular shuttle-shaped, and radiates a red halo. It still feels warm to the touch. A voice suddenly sounded in my mind, finding fusion energy and increasing true energy by a little bit requires 50 fusion points. It is obviously the essence of the whole body of the blue stone demon, but it can only increase a little bit of true energy. Chen Fan is a little confused. Ji Tianwu said beside him, "The dryad's crystal nucleus is in the torso, how can we have time to dig it? The bluestone demon came out because you beat its head off." The bluestone demon is a relatively powerful creature nearby, we can rest for a while. Check the contactor, I wonder if we can contact the teacher. Having experience is different. Sitting on the torso of the bluestone demon, he glanced around. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this, probably knowing how to deal with the enemy in the future. Blast! Crystals can only be obtained after they are destroyed. Save yourself the trouble of digging. Panting heavily, he sat behind Ji Tianwu and looked at her back. It's school-directed, rest in the field, has to be back-to-back. Crisis is easy to spot. Fusion. Consume 50 fusion points to directly fuse the first-order spar in your hand. In an instant, I felt that the Jinshi I had just consumed quickly recovered. Only some consumption of the muscular body. Ji Tianwu on the other side, when he fused, turned on the communicator on his wrist. As soon as it was opened, there was a shrill scream, "Help! Help! There is a scary spider crawling towards me." Captain, Lin Yu, where are you? Come and save me. Captain Ji Tianwu, did you see that? The three of us are surrounded by Stitch monsters, help! After seeing the news just now, Ji Tianwu magnified their words. Captain's accusation, ready to save lives. Chen Fan heard the sound, but he didn't look back, but looked around vigilantly. Comrades, when chatting with each other, pay attention to the surrounding situation as much as possible. Absolute safety is guaranteed. So Chen Fan will not be distracted. Ji Tianwu's voice came from beside her ear. To the northeast, 600 meters away, there are 3 classmates who are currently alive. Let's go. The teacher gave her the status of captain, so she has to take responsibility. Stand up, holding alloy knife, ready to go northeast. Chen Fan was taken aback for a moment. Why don't you take a good rest? However, he has no objection. If it wasn't for Ji Tianwu, it's not certain whether she would have survived on the plane. It is also a good choice to follow along and kill a few creatures of all races, by the way. 2 people use true energy to run together, and if they encounter creatures, they will jointly kill them. Swimming and wandering is a completely different result from sticking to one place. If you stick to one place, you are destined to be attacked by wandering creatures of all races. The unique smell of humans will lure them to rush over. But wandering is an active attack. Seeing that the situation is not good, take a detour in advance to avoid it. When encountering weak ones, take advantage of the situation and kill them. There is absolutely no possibility of being besieged. But within 100 meters, it was within the range of a bunch of grass monsters. They grow crazily, more than 1 meter high, with green rays of light rippling all over their bodies. Swaying a sharp sword. Ji Tianwu stopped in her tracks, and introduced in a deep voice, the grass demon is said to be a branch of the sword-grass family. In the future, it will evolve into a grass sword, which can tear the sky and destroy battleships. It's terrifying. Of course, the human suffering sea environment can easily deal with them now. In her heart, the grass demon is nothing. After a brief introduction, he rushed straight in. It is indeed incomparable with the dryads. They cannot move their bodies, and they are too restrictive to take root in the ground. Ji Tianwu didn't use any martial skills. The alloy knife swept across the ground, and a large group of grass demons died on the spot. After Chen Fan approached, he grabbed the grass demon that was stabbing him. The voice sounded in my head, find a fusion skill, sword chi. You need 100 fusion points. Chen Fan frowned slightly. How much did it take to integrate the grass demon that seemed to stretch at least 200 meters? Decided to integrate all the way to the past and see to what extent it can be achieved. While using the alloy knife to slash and kill all the grass monsters rushing towards him, he merged. The voice in my head keeps saying, find a fusion talent, sword chi. You need 100 fusion points. Kill the grass demon and get 100 fusion points. Successful fusion, get a ray of sword energy, consume 100 fusion points. With continuous reminders, Chen Fan simply blocked it. There is a faint green light lingering around his body, which means he is fusing martial arts. After passing through 200 meters, looking back, the grass demon lay on the ground, and it had turned into dry grass. In the body, streams of fierce sword energy gathered in the sea of bitterness in the Dantian. The sea of bitterness, which was already choppy, became more aggressive, as if it wanted to pierce through the body and pass through the body. Of course, it's just a feeling. Temporarily unavailable. The only thing I know is that the fusion point is exhausted, and there is nothing left. Wait for the opportunity to think about how to use it. Anyway, it's a race's innate skill, so it should have some effect. Ji Tianwu didn't consume too much to deal with the grass demon, and continued to rush towards the rescuer. Chen Fan did not summarize the time gained from the battle. After the grass demon, tens of meters away, there is a swamp. If Ji Tianwu used the golden bridge to slide, there would be no danger. But Chen Fan couldn't, he couldn't walk in the air, and he didn't know what kind of terrifying creatures were in the swamp. Can only detour. Going around for 50 meters, there is a sea of flowers on the left. The flowers are blooming, with different expressions, filled with intoxicating aroma. On the right is the swamp, turbid, murky water with a little bit of air bubbles. Clearly there is a crisis. There is a 5-meter wide land between the two, just like the Chu River and Han boundary, which clearly divides the two sides. Neither flowers nor swamps will cross the threshold. Seeing this, Ji Tianwu stopped 20 meters away from the flowers and said solemnly, "It's over, I can't pass this road. The detour is too far, I guess it's too late to save people. As far as the eye can see, there are boundless flowers in sight." When in the sky, did not pay attention to this direction. Chen Fan licked his lips, moistened the dry corners of his lips, and said, "Are flowers very dangerous? Could it be a flower demon?" He couldn't distinguish any danger for the time being, so he could only ask tentatively. Ji Tianwu shook her head and said, "These flowers don't have blood patterns, so they're not flower demons. But they are so lush, there must be something weird underground. There may be some danger hidden inside, maybe there are elite creatures hidden." She has rich experience, and she doesn't believe that there are no creatures of all races in such a large area outside the city. They will only come in a steady stream, devouring the last foundation of human beings. Chen Fan frowned slightly, pointed to the swamp, and said, "Are we going from the swamp? It doesn't feel good." Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. I don't know what's underwater. In the outside world, crises exist all the time, and there is no room for carelessness. I would rather believe that there is a crisis than take risks easily. Ji Tianwu took a deep breath and said, "Let's take a detour, it's better than being in a deep crisis. Even if there is a clear path in the middle, I still don't want to take risks." Chen Fan took a deep breath and said, "You are in the Golden Bridge realm. You should be able to cross the swamp by gliding. Go there first. I'll try to see if I can pass through the middle." "No, I'll retreat. Wait for you to bring someone back." People have to grow up. He doesn't want to rely on Ji Tianwu everywhere. Since he decided to avenge the 36 relatives, he must not take shelter under others. What kind of revenge is that? When Ji Tianwu heard this, she turned her head and looked into his eyes. "Can't help but ask, Brother Fan, are you blaming me for focusing on saving people? Or, I won't go, and I will accompany you to find a teacher?" She obviously misunderstood, and felt that she only considered other people, not Chen Fan. "Now leave her alone and go on the road alone." Chen Fan shook his head with a smile, touched the top of her head with his left hand, and said, "I don't blame you. It's because I want to become stronger, not to be sheltered under your protection. Anyway, it's not far away, won't I be here in a while? I need to use the creatures of all races to hone my combat power. It can be regarded as revenge for my parents and relatives." The words are gentle, but with irresistible firmness. Looking at his white hair and firm eyes, Ji Tianwu already understood. Men, after all, have to hold up the sky. It is not always to survive under its own protection. He is like a flower in a greenhouse, although it is safe, it has not grown at all. He pursed his lips, raised his head to suppress the tears that were about to flow, and let out a breath. Suddenly, he got into Chen Fan's arms and said in a low voice, "I know your thoughts, and I respect your thoughts. I will save people first. But, you have to promise me that you must wait for me to come back alive, and we will go to Hunting Movie City together. Let's rush to the 10 heavenly gates together, become human heroes together, and drive away the invasion of all races." In this era, the dream of most people is to drive away the invasion of all races and return mankind a safe home. It has also become a lifelong goal for couples to make mutual promises. Chen Fan paused with his hands in the air, patted her on the back after a while, and replied, "Okay, let's step through the 10 heavenly gates together and destroy all races of life." The answer was rather evasive. It is more to exterminate the creatures of all races and avenge the 36 family members. As for whether it is a hero or not, whether it can restore peace to mankind is not considered for the time being. Perhaps, the mentality will change in the future. However, the biggest wish now is revenge. Ji Tianwu got up from her arms, her pretty face flushed, and she took one last look at him. He turned around and jumped up, gliding in the air and rushing to the sky above the swamp. The golden bridge under the feet is shining, the clothes are fluttering, and the long hair is flying, disappearing into the distance like an elf. Her delicate voice seemed to be echoing in the air, "You must wait for me to come back." After Chen Fan watched her leave, he stood there blankly for a while. Put. When he was lost in Ji Tianhua's beauty, there was the sound of a heavy object falling behind him. Looking back, he found that it was a seriously injured sky-cracking eagle. After hitting the ground, it let out a shrill scream, "Wow!" Accompanied by the cry, it fluttered its wings and stood up abruptly. Seeing Chen Fan's human beings, the lantern-sized eyes shone with joy. Flapping its wings, it rushed towards him. Looking at the 15-meter-tall skyhawk in front of him, covered in blood and radiating blood, he felt nervous. On the belly, on the left wing, there's a huge laceration. Countless blood flowed, dyed the feathers and the earth red. The two claws turned in and out, twisting together strangely. Even so, it is still an elite creature, comparable to a human being in the Golden Bridge realm. Originally, the creatures of all races are inherently stronger than humans, let alone when there is a gap in realm. Jia Jia. Amidst the strange screams, sky-cracking eagle approached Chen Fan. Taking a deep breath, tightening the alloy knife in his hand, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and waited intently. He didn't think about escaping. What was turning in his mind was how to kill it and turn it into a fusion point. Adjust the true chi of the Sea of Bitterness, hoping to draw out the stored sword chi. Since it is fused into the body, it must have unexpected power. Seeing it approaching, blood flowed, gathered into a stream, and flowed into the swamp. There are horrible scavengers inside, revealing black mangy skin. Looking disgusting. Not to mention the ferocious limbs and huge protruding ferocious teeth, it looks extremely ferocious. Although Chen Fan saw it, he didn't dare to be distracted. Running the true chi, I found that when it condensed on the alloy knife, the sword chi raging in the bitter sea found an outlet, and followed the true chi to come out. Buzz! With a cry, the alloy knife began to tremble, enduring the restlessness of the sword energy. It's now! Chen Fan's eyes lit up, blood-red light flashed in his eyes, and his body rushed forward. The alloy knife was trembling, and it slashed at Skyhawk without any hesitation. He completely forgot everything, only one target: kill it. Hoo hoo hoo. Whoosh whoosh. The air was filled with the sound of Chen Fan piercing the space, leaping high up to chest level. The neck was too high. For Chen Fan, jumping so high would exhaust his strength and prevent him from continuing to attack. The alloy knife crossed the void, and inserted into the chest with the sound of an electric arc whoosh. Sky-cracking eagle seemed to sense danger, its wings fluttered, and a whirlwind swept over Chen Fan's body. As long as you are swept, you will definitely break your bones and tendons, and you will die. Chen Fan was in the air, he didn't turn back when he opened his bow, and he couldn't dodge it. He could only die and survive. Death to me. Amidst the roar, the alloy knife burst out with surging sword energy, and instantly tore the hard flesh and bones of the cracking sky eagle. Puff. Crack. Going all the way, the entire alloy knife has not reached the handle. Chen Fan punched the knife handle hard with his left fist, and with the help of the reaction force, his body quickly fell to the ground. Whoosh. Even though the speed of dodging was fast, the feathers of the sky-cracking eagle's wings still swept across the metal armor on his back. Bang bang. Just the strength of the feathers still made the alloy armor vibrate and almost deformed. Then with a terrifying sound of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, it hit his breastbone heavily. Chen Fan was hit hard and hit the right claw of sky-splitting eagle. Barely suppressing the boiling chi and blood, he kicked out with both feet, flipped continuously, and landed in a pool of blood. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, and there was a hole in the ground. Chen Fan could hardly pull his feet out, but he had to leave the danger zone as soon as possible. As soon as he left the pool of blood, the scream of the sky-cracking eagle came to his ears. Wow! Bang bang bang! Immediately afterwards, there was an explosion on its chest, as if a bomb had exploded in its chest. Flesh and flesh flew everywhere, bone balls spurted, and blood gushed out like money was not needed. The body took 2 consecutive steps back and landed on the edge of the swamp. Chen Fan saw 2 scavengers coming out of the swamp, pulling the heavy sky-cracking eagle towards it. Tens of thousands of races will fight each other on weekdays, and they are not monolithic. It's just that humans agree that it's the most delicious food. For a scavenger over 3 meters long, with 3 arms and covered in mangy skin, all it needs is a corpse. Chen Fan couldn't let his prey be snatched away, nor could he lose his only weapon. He rushed up quickly, grabbed Sky-Splitting Eagle's right claw, and pulled back with all his strength. But at this moment, a voice sounded in my mind: kill elite creatures and get 1000 synthesis points. Discover a fusion talent skill, split phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme. Muscles tear air and increase movement speed. Requires 200 fusion points. Fusion. As long as the strength can be enhanced, the chance of integration will never be missed. At the same time, he knew that Sky-Splitting Eagle was instantly killed by him. It must be sword energy, which just exploded with power beyond imagination. In the next second, a layer of red halo permeated Tianying's body, and all of them converged on Chen Fan. It looked like a metallic feather, but it turned dead gray in the blink of an eye, without any luster. All the essence has been absorbed. Chen Fan felt that there was an additional muscle vibration method in the muscles of his body, which should be the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme splitting skill. Now that he was able to speed up, he should be faster than the 2 scavengers. After holding Sky-Cracking Eagle with all his strength, he let go suddenly. The 2 scavengers didn't have time to react, they backed up and rolled out. Taking this opportunity, Chen Fan used the fastest speed to cross 10 meters and reached the chest of Sky-Splitting Eagle. Only then did I see that there was a terrifying hole in its chest, enough to hold an elephant. The alloy knife got stuck on the bone and he pulled it out. Instead of leaving, he rushed towards the scavenger on the left with the fastest speed. Give me death. Since it is a creature of all races, how could it be let go? The alloy knife was once again filled with sword energy, coupled with the acceleration of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme cracking skill. It passed the neck of the carrion monster in the blink of an eye. Puff, click. The ferocious and terrifying head, carrying a pool of gray blood, rushed 3 meters into the air. Not knowing if the blood was poisonous, Chen Fan rushed to the scavenger who had just got up on the other side. The speed is like a phantom, flashing by. Similarly, before the scavenger reacted, its ferocious head flew 3 meters high. Bang bang! When the 2 heads were about to fall in the sky, they made the sound of watermelons bursting. Red, white and gray, rushing in all directions. 2 red crystals flew up from it. Seeing this, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, and approached with an alloy knife in his hand. Use the alloy knife to probe into the messy debris, pick out 2 spars, and grab them in your hand. The system voice sounded in my mind: kill 2 scavengers and get 200 fusion points. Finding fusion energy and obtaining a small amount of true energy requires 50 fusion points. Discover fusible energy. Seeing that the rhomboid spar in his hand was also not round, Chen Fan simply merged it. Even if the increase is small, it is at least an increase. The fierce battle had just ended, but Chen Fan didn't dare to relax a bit. When fusing the spar, the eyes swept in all directions. Make sure that there are no creatures of all races approaching for the time being, and take a breath of relief. Ignoring the corpse of the scavenger, his eyes fell on the head of the Sky-Cracking Eagle. There is no spar in the chest, it must be in the head. Stepping forward, the alloy knife passed over his head with sword energy. Accompanied by an explosion, the eagle's head, which was the size of a room, shattered. An orange round spar, the size of a fist, exuding heat and light, appeared on the ground. Chen Fan was overjoyed when he saw this, and picked it up without hesitation. A reminder sounded in my mind: finding fused energy can increase true energy. Need 200 fusion points. Hearing the voice, Chen Fan merged directly without politeness. Elite creatures, the benefits are many. Of course, more fusion points are consumed. As the spar was absorbed, he suddenly felt a tide-like sound echoing in his dantian. Looking inwardly, he immediately looked shocked. The sea of suffering is expanding and seems to be endless. It is because of the expansion that the tides are created. Moreover, a layer of gold gradually appeared on the gray sea of bitterness. The sea of bitterness is full of gold. This is the sign of entering the middle stage of the sea of bitterness. No way? Chen Fan was a little dumbfounded. He had just opened up the Sea of Bitter Realm in the morning, and after some killings, it became the middle stage? Speedy a bit fast. After trying a little luck, the strength can reach 5 times the muscle strength. Far more than, caddies. Coupled with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme splitting ability he acquired just now, the speed more than doubled. The improvement in combat effectiveness is not a little bit. Encountering the tree demon again, it wouldn't be so embarrassing. Holding the knife in his right hand, Chen Fan looked at the sea of flowers, with determination and longing in his eyes. With the fusion system, this is just the beginning. In the future, I will be invincible and destroy all races. Take a deep breath, adjust your breathing, and relieve the fatigue of your body. Walk into the sea of flowers and see what's inside? It can occupy such a large area. His eyes fell on the sea of flowers, ready to experiment with it. He no longer had the fear of being on the plane and was at a loss. The eyes are firm and the goal is very clear. The transition from helpless to aggressive is very fast. After 5 minutes, Chen Fan returned to normal and stood up. Grabbing Tianying's corpse with both hands, he threw it at Huahai. Even if you want a breakthrough, you have to find a pathfinder to see what's going on inside. The 15-meter-long corpse, weighing 6 tons, was thrown 5 meters with all his strength, and landed in the sea of flowers. Countless flowers, covered in blood, were smashed into powder. The scent of flowers became more intense, and countless butterflies and bees flew up and buzzed. However, Chen Fan didn't care about these, but stared at Huahai to see what would appear. Soon, the sea of flowers in the distance was undulating, rushing towards the body of sky-splitting eagle along 4 lines. He couldn't see what it was, because it was all hidden in a riot of colors. When they approached the body of the sky-cracking eagle and began to devour it, Chen Fan retreated more than 10 meters in an instant, almost wanting to escape. 4 huge dark red earthworms, like train carriages, protruded one by one, devouring the sky-cracking eagle. This kind of mollusk creature, even in a normal state, keeps jumping on the ground, which makes many girls afraid. Not to mention that it is so big as a train carriage, eating a corpse is like swallowing it. The whole body exudes a red halo, obviously elite level. It is an intact elite level creature, and 4 of them appeared together, which made Chen Fan feel weird. Ordinarily, outside of Taiping City, the most powerful should not exceed the elite level. Because human beings do not allow too powerful creatures to come over and affect development. This is the last habitat of human beings and must be protected. However, a group of sky-cracking eagles appeared just now, and now they saw giant earthworms, which seemed to be too many. The worm race is also one of the most terrifying races. They have good hiding ability and good patience. Therefore, there is a theory of swallowing worms. It is said that even planets can be swallowed in one gulp. Evolved to the pinnacle, the strength is terrifyingly powerful. Of course, the 4 earthworms in front of them didn't have such means. Just as he was shaking, he heard the sound of breaking through the air. Looking up, Wu Donglu, the teacher on crutches, fell from the sky. A holy lotus is shining under his feet, and the silver mask exudes a gloomy brilliance, making him look like a terrifying killing god. Waving the crutches in his hand, black phantoms appeared, turning into a mountain of sticks, pressing heavily on the 4 earthworms that were devouring the sky-cracking eagle. Even while eating, they are still very alert and feel danger. 4 heads soared into the sky, gave up the food, and spit out streams of black liquid. Like a cannonball, it aimed directly at the falling Zhangshan. Boom boom boom. Half of Zhangshan disappeared in the collision, and the remaining part continued to fall. The violent power sweeps away everything around. Even if the earthworm had already prepared a defense, it was powerless to fight back against the strong human beings in the Holy Lotus realm. Bang 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 bang. It was as if 4 basketballs had been punctured and shattered on the spot. Whoa! Countless black blood fell from the sky, and the fragments of the body turned into big killer weapons, sweeping in all directions. The swaying sea of flowers, which looked so colorful just now, turned into a mess in the blink of an eye. The petals are floating all over the sky, the branches are flying around, and it is a scene of residual flowers. 4 earthworms, like a train, were completely crushed and buried with the flowers. Wu Donglu was extremely fast, his crutches were flying in the void, and 4 diamond-shaped crystals flew up. Cut through the void and fall to where Chen Fan is. Chen Fan was taken aback for a moment, never expecting that the teacher didn't want the spar, but gave it to him instead. Subconsciously, he reached out and grabbed them all, and put them into his backpack. Looking blankly at Wu Donglu, who fell in front of him, he murmured, "Mr. Wu, why did you give it to me? Don't you want it?" Although the other party lost his right leg and wore a silver mask on his face, he was very gentle on weekdays. Loved by many students. Wu Donglu fell to the ground and said lightly, "The low-grade second-order crystal nucleus is not worth much money. Instead, it's what you need, so it's a gift for you." "That's not bad, kid. I killed Skyhawk and killed 2 scavengers in seconds. It's a bit of a skill. Do you only have yourself? I'll take you to meet someone." After finishing speaking, without any explanation, he stepped forward and grabbed Chen Fan's right hand, ready to fly with it. Chen Fan quickly put the second-order crystal nucleus up, and said in a panic, "I was with Ji Tianwu, she went to save someone. I'll wait for him here, it's on the other side of the Sea of Flowers." Originally, she had an appointment with Ji Tianwu, so she couldn't leave easily. "Ji Tianwu?" Wu Donglu murmured, and a golden lotus appeared under his feet, leading Chen Fan up into the sky. It was the first time to experience being carried by others. Chen Fan had nowhere to put his hands and feet, and nowhere to bear weight on his body. He relied on one arm to stabilize his body. While adjusting his body nervously, Wu Donglio's voice came from his ear, "Young girl is good. In a critical situation, don't forget your teammates. You must be Chen Fan, right? You grow up so fast. You just opened up a sea of suffering in the morning? Feel midterm?" As expected of a master beyond 2 realms, he could see through Chen Fan's true cultivation at a glance. Not even a little secret. Chen Fan felt helpless and had to learn the skill of hiding his strength. Otherwise, in front of masters, it is like a blank sheet of paper, without any privacy. Especially some of the innate skills that are integrated, what if they are discovered? The system in my mind is still reminding me that energy can be fused, but I dare not do it now. Casually said, "Maybe I'm different, no one guides me, I just practiced randomly." This is the truth, no one can find a flaw, and he can't be blamed. Wu Donglu nodded and did not continue to delve into it. Although his strength improved rapidly, compared with a real genius, his aptitude was nothing. Because opening up the sea of suffering is doomed to future achievements. The speed was extremely fast, and when Chen Fan felt his face being scratched, the two had already crossed 300 meters and appeared among a group of suture monsters. Ji Tianwu was like a goddess, wearing alloy armor, holding an alloy knife, with a faint blue halo blooming, using the lotus knife technique, struggling to kill. Inside, there were 3 students leaning against each other, trying their best to resist the attack of the stitching monster. Stitch monsters are the most special race among all races, and their bodies do not have a uniform shape. The stump limbs and arms of the creatures of all races gave birth to a devouring consciousness, which continuously collected usable torsos and fused them into weird bodies. Some tree trunks are the main body, stones are the feet, flowers are the head, and tiger claws are the arms. Some stones are the main body, with bat wings, eagle heads, ponytails, antlers, and so on. As long as you see creatures mixed together, they are basically stitch monsters. Don't look at them patching together, but their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. It is completely impossible to guess how they attack, nor do they know the angle of attack. It will be very difficult to resist. It was the reason why the 3 students had some strength but were unable to move an inch. Wu Donglu fell down and muttered, "These rubbish are the most useless and the most responsive, even the human body can use them." After the words fell, without the slightest pause, they fell directly to Ji Tianwu's side. The crutch in his hand is like a mountain of sticks, covering all stitching monsters within a 30-meter radius. Even if these rubbish were difficult to deal with, they were useless in front of real masters, and turned into debris all over the ground in an instant. Chen Fan had no chance to make a move, and the surrounding area was already empty. All kinds of stumps and broken arms were shattered all over the place. Ji Tianwu didn't expect Chen Fan to come here with the teacher, safety must be guaranteed. The 2 got together and spoke first, "Meet the teacher? The battle in the sky is over?" She was somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, the teacher came. If you rush in hastily, it is very likely that you will not be able to save people, but will be trapped in it instead. Chen Fan said, "Should it be over?" I was almost hit by a sky-cracking eagle, and the teacher came down from behind. "Go, let's see who's inside." He didn't see the chatting situation, but only knew that the current communicator could not only send video from time to time, but also send real-time location. "Just send it in a group chat and zoom in to see it." Ji Tianwu nodded, knowing that the business is important. Following behind the teacher, he quickly moved towards the position of the three of them. There are masters opening the way ahead, and the speed seems to be no danger. Before the two of them could make a move in time, they passed through the 50-meter suture monster group and reached the three of them. Seeing the reinforcements, their spirits were relaxed, and they were exhausted and couldn't stand anymore. Sitting down on the ground, panting heavily. Seeing the teacher in his eyes, he smiled and said, "Teacher, you are here." They are very excited. The teacher is powerful and will definitely be able to rescue them. Chen Fan and Ji Tianwu revealed their figures from behind, and they found that it was their rival Zhaoyi, next to them was Yu Linghai, and lastly was their classmate Xin Kuan. They were quite surprised to meet each other. Unexpectedly, after going through a lot of killing, they met again for the rest of their lives. The little grudges from the past seemed to dissipate without a trace after the battle. Wu Donglu didn't care about the enmity between them, and said quickly, "Okay, 5 of you are considered a team. Immediately go to the red-marked position of the communicator to meet up. The distance is not far away. I want to save other students. See you at the meeting point." After finishing speaking, he broke through the air directly. Looking around, rushed to the north. Zhaoyi was dumbfounded on the spot, and ran away after saving people? Do you know that they are still in the group of stitching monsters? How can you be so irresponsible? Ji Tianwu and Chen Fan thought it was normal. If a team of 5 people couldn't get out, it would prove to be too useless. Yu Qi has cleared a large area around, which is enough to ease the situation. Ji Tianwu said softly, "Stand up quickly, we have to leave here as soon as possible." The meeting point is 1,000 meters to the north. It should be a high mountain. She has the highest strength and is assigned as the captain to give orders. Although the 3 of Zhaoyi were exhausted, they managed to stand up. If it is a weekday, the distance of a kilometer is only a few tens of seconds, and it will definitely arrive. However, this is the wild, and no one can tell what creatures will be along the way. Chen Fan looked in the right direction, raised his ally knife, and rushed over first. He said in his mouth, "Ji Tianwu, you take them to follow. I didn't consume anything just now, so I can open the way." Leaping over the stumped limbs and arms on the ground, various corpse fragments rushed to the north. The voice of the system in my head is still going on. Discovering fused energy and increasing true energy requires 200 fusion points. Discovery can be integrated. Chen Fan was irritated when he heard it, and simply merged. In an instant, 800 fusion points disappeared, and 4 second-order crystal nuclei disappeared. The sea of bitterness in the Dantian was turbulent, and the tide was constantly rising. Boundless golden light appeared above the sea of bitterness, and then spread downwards. It seems that although it won't advance to the late stage of the sea of bitterness, it is much stronger than the middle stage. The sea of bitterness is boundless, and now it will cover a radius of a kilometer, right? Chen Fan sensed the changes in his Dantian, which completely exceeded what was stated in the book. The greater the sea of suffering, the higher the natural talent. But, similarly, unimaginable resources are needed to break through the current realm. For others, 1 jade blood pill may be enough, but he needs 100, or even 10,000. Not only is the speed slower, but the consumption is also huge. However, he is not worried. With the system in place, the growth is fast enough. Holding an alloy knife, he rushed to the stitching monster in front alone. The sea of bitterness is surging, gathering on the knife body, gathering some knife energy, ready to attack the front. Kill, let me die. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme cracking ability of the body muscles was activated, and the speed reached 3 times that of before, and rushed out. Puff puff. 3 times in a row, in an instant, the heads of 3 sewing monsters were cut horizontally. As the lowest level creatures of all races, they had no resistance and died tragically on the spot. Bang bang bang. There were 3 explosions in succession, and 3 completely different heads exploded in an instant. The sword energy returned to the body again. Although the crystal nucleus was condensed, it was instantly shattered by the sword energy, and it had no effect. Chen Fan has absorbed second-order spar, and he doesn't like this kind of garbage, so he doesn't want it at all. Make big strides to open the way ahead. Zhao Yi, Yu Linghai and Xian Kuan in the back looked dumbfounded. You know, when they got up early to gather, they could clearly see that Chen Fan had just opened up the Sea of Bitterness. Even fight with him. However, looking at him at this moment, no matter his speed or strength, he far surpassed the 3 who had already opened up the Sea of Suffering. The speed of progress is unbelievable. Ji Tianwu felt more straightforward. When fighting the tree demon, he was clumsy and entangled by branches. Also trapped in a deep encirclement, he was able to kill 3 stitch monsters in one blow. Moreover, the head exploded, and the dead couldn't die anymore. Watch him improve. The sweetness in his heart proves that he has a good vision, and he is rapidly improving his strength. Turning around to greet the 3 of you Linghai, he said, "Get up quickly and keep up with the pace. Don't stay here. If at night, all kinds of weird races appear, it will be even more difficult to guard against. It's better to have sunshine during the day, but you must enter the city at night. Otherwise, the Shadow Clan, Night Clan, Ice Clan, Ghost Clan, Bone Clan, etc., all came out of hiding. The danger is multiplied 100-fold. Zhao Yi and others have studied in school, so how can they not know the horror of night in the wild?" Quickly got up, took heavy steps, and followed Chen Fan's footsteps. After Ji Tianwu was broken, he killed the stitching monster who followed. Chen Fan, who was moving forward, continued to combine body skills, footwork and sword skills in the killing, and gradually formed a unique set of moves. If you do it casually, you will surely be able to kill the stitching monster. He has no distractions, constantly sums up experience, saves time and energy. The killing speed is getting faster and faster, and it is getting smoother. The voice of the system in my head kept ringing, "Kill the Stitch Monster and get 100 fusion points. Kill the Stitch Monster and get 100 fusion points." The 3 people behind Zhao Yi became more and more surprised as they watched. Chen Fan was like a madman. Ignoring the impact, ignoring the siege, he only knew to wave the alloy knife in his hand and swing his left fist. Puff! 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 No matter how the Stitch Monster rushed over, before it could cause any damage to him, it turned into pieces. The moves are becoming more and more agile, and the movements are becoming more and more flexible. Zhao Yi said jealously, "How is it possible? He has just entered the battlefield, and he wants to create his own sword technique?" Yu Linghai sighed, and then said, "If it hadn't been too much consumption just now, I must try the Kaiyang saber technique my father taught me. Let's compete with him. I am happy to see Lai Xin, hoping to compete with Chen Fan." Xian Kuan smiled wryly and said, "We have opened up the Sea of Bitterness for at least 3 months, but in terms of the continuity of the battle, it is not as good as Chen Fan who just successfully opened up today. The Sea of Bitterness fills the campus. It seems that it is not fake. He is a real genius. The level of genuine energy is at least 10 times that of ours." Although he was dissatisfied in his heart, the gap was right in front of him, so he had to accept it. While they were talking, the 5-member team broke through the more than 100-meter encirclement of the Stitch Monsters. Chen Fan was stunned, as if he didn't expect it to be so soon. Then he reacted, turned his head and rushed to the side, leaving a sentence in his mouth, "I feel like I'm going to create a knife technique, you guys take a break." This time it was faster and more powerful, rushing into the Stitch Monster. Body technique, footwork, sword technique, fist, true chi, and sword chi gradually form a unified whole. The 3 of Zhao Yi who rushed out fixed their gazes on Chen Fan, their faces full of astonishment. Is this a self-created knife technique? Jump out of the cabin together, why is he so handsome? Is the talent gap so big? Seeing the light of the Sea of Bitterness flickering around his body, it seemed tireless. I admire it. The talent is too strong, we can't compare. Is he still human? If it wasn't for the attack, can we crush him? Don't talk about it, take a good rest. When you arrive in Hunting Movie City, buying advanced martial arts and equipment can also improve your combat effectiveness a lot. The three of them spoke one sentence, the envy and jealousy in the words, anyone could hear it. Holding the alloy knife in Ji Tianwu's hand, she looked around quickly with her eyes, and finally landed on Chen Fan, who was killing and killing. Create your own knife technique? What kind of sword technique was created in the Sea of Bitterness? How powerful can it be? Moreover, it is only aimed at one race, and may not be useful to all creatures. Inexperienced. However, since he is talented, he shouldn't be blocked. Let's see how hard he works. In this worst era, not everyone has the fighting spirit and enthusiasm. After too many people entered the battlefield and saw the cruel scene, their spirits were shocked, and they never recovered. Chen Fan quickly adapted to it, which is already commendable. I hope you can keep up with my footsteps. I am the blood of the emperor who fights more and more bravely. Ji Tianwu silently looked at Chen Fan's back, thinking to himself. It is said that she has mysterious power, but it has never been exposed. Chen Fan ignored their thoughts at all, and every step he took seemed to fall into the blind corner of the stitching monster. Every time the knife flies up, it must be accompanied by sword energy, a powerful blow, smashing the head. Every time I run my chi, I look for the simplest and most direct way to run it. He felt that only by stitching up all kinds of strange postures could he better practice his moves. If you switch to any race, there is no such diversity. Forget everything around, dodge the knife, the next one. Almost mechanical. Suddenly, a system voice came from my mind, kill the stitch monster, you can't get the fusion point. Okay? Finally recovering from the killing, he looked around blankly. The corpses of stitch monsters are all over the ground, and there are simply too many to count. Although there are still some around, there are 3 or 2 kittens left, without any threat. Checking the fusion point, I found that at some point, it had reached points. Moreover, in the later stage of killing the stitch monster, the number of fusion points decreases, and even increases bit by bit. It seems that the level of the stitch monster is too low to test the power of the knife technique. It's time to leave. He turned around and strode away from the stitching monster area, and he killed everyone who rushed forward. Even though he was surrounded, he was calm, without any panic. The 4 of them watched him strolling towards him, and the remaining stitch monsters died one by one. The eyeballs of Zhao Yi and the others were red, full of envy. Watching him kill the last suture monster and kill the entire group, an accident happened. Damn, wow. Accompanied by the sound of metal tremors, the extremely sharp alloy knife in Chen Fan's hand turned into fragments. Alloy knife, broken. Zhao Yi and the others were stunned for a moment. Ji Tianwu was also taken aback, unexpectedly. Chen Fan himself was stunned, the alloy knife was broken? However, the stitching monster was not in a daze. Instead, it became fierce because of its injury and rushed towards Chen Fan. Facing the stitch monster's stone fist, Chen Fan came back to his senses. Without any fear, the left fist blasted out. Boom! The entire arm of the stitching monster instantly turned into fragments in the air. Immediately afterwards, he followed up with his right fist and smashed towards the ferocious brass-like head. When? There was a sound like a bell, and a fist dent appeared on the brass head. Its body uncontrollably backed out 2 strides. A wooden leg snapped on the spot. Chen Fan refused to let anyone go, and continued to hit it with his left hand. Dang dang dang. Accompanied by a series of ringing bells, the stitch monster backed away again and again, its head smashed into a ball of brass. The Fox clan's torso could no longer bear such violence, and its neck was broken. Dang, whoosh. With the last blow, the brass head flew 100 meters away. Puff. Hit the dirt and sank at least 10 meters. The fury reached the extreme. Chen Fan didn't chase after it, feeling that even if there was a spar inside, it was crushed into pieces by the brass. Clapping his hands, he walked in front of the 4 of them, and said slightly out of breath, "Let's go, let's hurry." Ignoring the envy and jealousy in Zhao Yi's eyes, Shi Shiran led the way to the north. Ji Tianwu followed him excitedly, with a big smile on his face, and said, "How is your understanding of sword skills?" You are much better than before. If she reveals her whole cards, she can easily kill all the Stitch monsters on the scene, even faster than Chen Fan. However, she is in the Golden Bridge realm, and Chen Fan is only in the Bitter Sea realm. The realm gap is huge, and it is not a simple comparison. Proof that he has great potential. Chen Fan didn't think about the name, and was slightly taken aback. Then I thought that the most important thing about knife skills is the speed brought by Liafeng's talent, and said casually, cracking phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme 8 swords. It's actually just 8 attacking sword techniques. Give yourself a name for the knife technique you created. Your speed is indeed very fast, even the Golden Bridge realm may not be able to reach it. How did you train it? Ji Tianwu was even more curious about this, and asked casually. Chen Fan couldn't answer, so he said he didn't know, and moved on. Zhao Yi from behind couldn't help being jealous seeing him being so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to Ji Tianwu. His eyes glowed red, and his fists were clenched tightly, wishing he could sneak up on him from behind. Yu Linghai's voice came from next to his ear. Gap, the three of us were trapped and managed to kill a few Stitch monsters. But he wiped out the entire group by himself. Xian Kuan sighed beside him. How many creatures did he have to kill? The alloy knife is said to be able to slash 3,000 times. It actually shattered? Many people may not be able to slash 3,000 times when they go to the battlefield. Chen Fan did it in less than a day? After a little comparison, you will know how terrifying it is. 5 people set out on the road, and Zhao Yi, the 3 of them were exhausted, and followed behind them all the time. The grown-up Chen Fan and Ji Tianwu of the Golden Bridge realm are simply killing gods, opening the way ahead. If you don't meet elite creatures, real gods block and kill gods, and Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. Chen Fan felt that the First Order spar was rubbish, so he didn't bother to use the fusion point, and opened the way with both fists. The 3 of Zhao Yi were unwilling to lend him their weapons, that was all they could do. The school once taught that a weapon is life, and it is absolutely not allowed to leave the palm of your hand. Even if you are sleeping, you must hold it. So, they didn't borrow it, and Chen Fan didn't say much. When entering the range of 500 meters, Zhao Yi suddenly pointed to a tall tree and shouted, "Look, isn't that our classmate? Why is it hanging on the tree?" Chen Fan and Ji Tianwu, who were leading the way, were all attracted by his fingers. Sure enough, I saw a big tree with a student hanging on it. Shiny alloy armor, with a luggage bag on his chest, and a parachute and tree branches behind him wrapped him in the middle of the branches. The alloy knife was inserted upside down on the ground, still reflecting light. The person remained motionless, even if Zhao Yi called him, there was no response at all. Ji Tianwu frowned slightly, and cautiously approached, ready to take a closer look. At any rate, she is a member of her team, so she must be saved if she can. Chen Fan didn't want her to take risks alone, the most important thing was the alloy knife on the ground. At least one weapon can be owned. The 2 of them approached 30 meters and stopped at the same time. Died. Ji Tianwu's voice was somewhat sad, feeling that human life is worthless. A tube was pierced through the back of the classmate's head, and the body was so shriveled that only bones and human skin remained. It is supported by alloy armor outside, so it looks like a wrapped person from a distance. Chen Fan took a deep breath and said, "This tree must be a creature of all races, it should be killed." Thinking of the hatred of my relatives, I couldn't get angry. Murderous intent collapsed, ready to take the opportunity to kill it. Avoiding more human beings being fooled can be regarded as collecting some interest for family members. The creatures of all races did not leave any relatives for him. Taking the backpack on his body, he stepped forward without hesitation. Ji Tianwu grabbed his shoulder and said, "Do you know what kind of tree this is?" "It is much stronger than the dryad." "It is the holy dryad. It can release flames all over its body, and the high temperature can easily kill you in an instant." She doesn't seem like an outlier. People are not dead, you can take a risk to save them. People are dead, there is no need for the living to take risks. Chen Fan frowned slightly, turned his head and asked, "About what level?" "Races with special names are generally more difficult to deal with." Ji Tianwu said coldly, "Elite level." Although it is the lowest level, there is basically no chance of winning until the end of Tianqiao. The average person can't handle fire poison. With a serious tone, Chen Fan was dissuaded from taking risks. Nothing can make him die in vain. Elite? Then I have to kill it. Use a knife. When Chen Fan heard that it was only the lowest elite level, not only was he not frightened, but he was going to go against the current. He stretched out his right hand, ready to borrow Ji Tianwu's alloy knife. She immediately took a step back and said, "No, I won't let you die. It's really powerful." She thought she could kill the Holy Dryad, but she had to reveal part of her whole cards, and Chen Fan was absolutely not allowed to take risks. Chen Fan took a deep breath, looked at her seriously, and said in a deep voice, "Tianwu, you have to know that I just created the 8 swords of splitting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme, and I am just about to try it out. If there is any danger, there is still you can save me. I won't risk my life to kill by force. If the situation is not good, I will definitely escape. I feel in my heart that this opportunity should not be let go." When Ji Tianwu was hesitating, Zhao Yi brought over his alloy knife and said, You go ahead, we support you." There was a different meaning in the eyes, and the corners of the mouth were raised upwards unnaturally. How much I wish he would be brave and die in the hands of the Holy Tree Demon. From then on, Ji Tianwu was her own. Chen Fan took a deep look at him, his eyes sparkling. Grabbing the alloy knife, he turned and walked towards the Holy Tree Demon. Only one voice remains: if you see something bad, run away immediately. The speed is not as fast as mine. Brother Fan, you didn't listen to me. Ji Tianwu was very worried. The blood in her body began to wake up, and a bridge gradually appeared in the bitter sea in her dantian. In case of danger, even if you don't hesitate to expose your strength, you have to rescue him. A sneer appeared on the corner of Zhao Yi's mouth, and he secretly said, "You'd better die inside. If you don't die, Ji Tianwu's heart is on you." There was excitement and longing in his eyes. Yu Linghai and Xian Koan looked solemn, and their tongues licked the corners of their mouths unexpectedly, feeling that Chen Fan was taking too much risk. "Oh, you're so big. This is an elite class. Grass, we can't even kill the lowest level creatures." He is ready to leapfrog the challenge. Although the two did not speak, their eyes were full of worry. Chen Fan approached slowly, adjusted his body condition, and boundless waves appeared in the sea of bitterness. Waves of sword energy converged on the alloy knife. When approaching 15 meters, the Holy Tree Demon seemed to come alive. All the branches automatically without phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme, originally green branches, turned red rapidly as they shook. At this moment, Chen Fan suddenly moved. 2 deep pits were stepped on the ground with both feet, and he rushed out with an indomitable momentum. 15 meters, gone in a flash. The speed was so fast that the eyes of the three of Zhao Yi jumped wildly. Ji Tianwu felt incredible. Whoosh whoosh. The second after he left, countless fireballs flew towards the position where he had just stood like a cannonball. Boom boom boom. The fireball fell to the ground like bombs, exploding countless soils. In an instant, dust and rocks flew up, blocking the sight of the 4 people. The stones flew around, so they had to dodge. At the same time, Chen Fan's roar came from beside his ears, "Get out of here!" The front they couldn't see. Chen Fan was agile and avoided the entangled tree vines. The knife that was ready to go flew out on the spot and went straight to the largest branch above the trunk. On the tree trunk, there is a hideous head, like a burning flame. Chen Fan secretly rejoiced that the Holy Tree Demon would not move. Almost all the sword energy gathered in the alloy knife, and swept out with thunderous force. Hoo hoo hoo. The alloy knife pierced the air, and with a terrifying sound of air explosion, it fell under the head of the Holy Tree Demon. Whoosh whoosh. Countless tree branches, glowing red like javelins, pierced Chen Fan's body from all directions. Some are like tongues of fire, extremely agile, trying to completely entangle him. On the flaming head, 7 fireballs blocked all directions of Chen Fan, trying to roast him thoroughly. Hoo hoo hoo. The fireball cut through the air and was about to envelop Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. The muscles all over his body swelled, and his true energy was running to the extreme. In an instant, the whole body was completely wrapped, and a faint golden color appeared on the outside. The skill of breaking phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme, and the body was activated, tearing the void, tearing the gap of the fireball attack. Even if there was only a few tens of centimeters of space, Chen Fan walked through it abruptly. Die! All the tree branches were chasing after his body, and the fire left the tree demon's head, brewing a fireball again, ready to attack. But it's too late. Chen Fan's knife, like lightning, flashed under the flaming head in an instant. Shoo! Split with a knife, without muddling. Chen Fan, who couldn't hold back his momentum, hit aside the moment his body hit the tree demon. The branch spears rushing up behind him lost control and pierced into the trunk one after another, following the inertia. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball burst out and collided with many tree branches, making an explosion sound. The entire holy dryad's body was almost annihilated by the flames. Burned parts can be seen everywhere, and branches are flying. The leaves turned into fire butterflies and fell to the ground and turned into ashes. Puff! Bang! The corpse of the student entangled in the tree branches fell to the ground, and the metal armor made a sound of metal impact. Chen Fan stood behind the holy tree demon. With his left hand he grabbed a branch that was following him. The rest of the branches fell feebly and burned in the fireball. The voice of the system sounded in my mind: kill the holy tree demon and get 1,500 fusion points. The fusion points are overflowing, use it as soon as possible, and it will disappear the next day. Discover the fusion talent, Lihua, you need 1,000 fusion points. Hearing the voice, Chen Fan couldn't be more polite, and immediately merged. In an instant, the boiling flames on Holy Dryad's body were all extinguished. Finally, it gathers on the branch in the hand and pours into the body. In an instant, Chen Fan felt like he was in a stove, and the blood all over his body was swollen. The skin became red like a prawn. The long white hair was directly curly, and half of it was gone. Even the alloy armor on his body became hot, almost turning red. Chen Fan didn't care so much. He quickly took off the alloy armor, threw away the alloy knife, and moved his body quickly. It feels like it's almost cooked. In fact, there was no damage at all. A little bit of flame did not enter the dantian, but gathered at the heart. Finally, a red mark of flame appeared on the body surface. What is the specific use, Chen Fan does not know. The only thing I know is that there are some more mysterious powers, and there is no danger to life. But the four of Ji Tianwu walked around, feeling that he was extremely embarrassed. Half of the long white hair was burned off, and the rest was all curled. The clothes on his body were even blown away by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme, as if he had been burned and lost the ability to protect. His whole body was flushed red, his skin burst in many places, and he was no longer as handsome as before. Zhaoyi secretly regretted that none of the elite creatures killed him. What a fate! Yu Linghai and Xian Kuan were only shocked, and they looked at Chen Fan with unbelievable eyes. According to the experience in books, it is absolutely impossible for human beings to leapfrog fights. Unless there are many people, or there are terrible weapons. However, Chen Fan knew that it was in the Sea of Bitter Realm, that the Holy Tree Demon was at the elite level, and that the weapon was the ordinary alloy knife he had just borrowed. No matter how you think about it, it is impossible to win. But he won the battle, and he was alive and kicking to consume the heat on his body. Even if he was covered in skin and looked embarrassed, he was enough to be a hero. Genius. Fighting genius. Yu Linghai only has one comment. Chen Kuan felt that he must have some secrets, but everyone couldn't see it. Ji Tianwu ran directly in front of Chen Fan, and asked nervously, "How is it? Is the injury serious? Where is the heaviest?" She reached out and touched Chen Fan's forehead, wanting to make sure that there was really no problem. This movement didn't matter, it directly rubbed off a layer of skin on Chen Fan's forehead, revealing the red skin inside. What? Ji Tianwu was startled, and could not help but take 2 steps back, looking at the old skin in the palm of his hand, and then at his skin. His eyes were not enough. Chen Fan didn't know what happened, so he said casually, it's okay, I just got burned a bit. Let's go on the road after the alloy armor cools down. As he spoke, puffs of green smoke came out of his mouth, which also smelled like barbecued meat. This scene appeared in the eyes of Zhao and others, and it felt like he was stiffening his injuries. Especially when he saw the fiery red skin on his forehead, it hurt even looking at it. Ji Tianwu's eyes were red, she licked her lips, and said dryly, "If you're in pain, shout out. Look at your skin, it's all burnt. Stretch out your right hand, let him see the old gray skin on it." Hearing this, Chen Fan finally looked down at his hands and arms. Sure enough, all kinds of exfoliated dead skin were all over the place. It seemed as if he hadn't bathed in decades, which was shocking to watch. With a quick tear, a large piece of old skin fell off, revealing the new red skin inside. Like after being scalded. Isn't it? Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, merging with Li Hua, making himself inhuman or ghost? Somewhat unacceptable. How can a normal human have red skin? The old skin was torn off continuously, and the exposed hands and upper arms all looked like this. Shocking. I hope it's just a sequela after the burn, and it will disappear soon. Zhao Yi became happier the more he watched, and couldn't help but smile. I believe that the goddess will despise the man with red skin. Here comes the opportunity. Let him be brave and pay the price, right? Yu Linghai and Xian Kuan felt that it was a pity that they were obviously a generation of geniuses, but they had to be brave. Impulse, pay the price, right? Of course, compared to giving your life, being able to survive is already very good. Ji Tianwu's tears couldn't hold back after all, and she grasped Chen Fan's with trembling hands. Want to feel his pain. However, when his hands touched Chen Fan's skin, it felt extremely delicate. Even more delicate than her woman's hand. Perhaps, because it is new skin? Said with a cry, "Brother Fan, no matter what you become, you are still my brother Fan. This will not change." Which beauty doesn't like to be pretty? She hasn't changed. Even though Chen Fan has become ugly, it still remains the same. A soft voice to comfort will never make things worse. Chen Fan turned twice in his heart, smiled, and comforted, "It's okay, as long as I am strong, I should be able to recover. Let's go to the assembly point. It is impossible without psychological fluctuations, but the matter has come to this point, and it is useless to be sad. It's better to improve your strength and find a way to get revenge is the right way. Go to the place where Holy Dryad's head exploded, and pick up the red diamond-shaped crystal nucleus inside. Find fusion energy, increase part of true energy. Need fusion point 150. I don't want to merge under the eyes of everyone, so I hold it in the palm of my hand." Walking to the place where the backpacks were placed again, when the four of them turned around, they changed into a set of clothes. The second-order low-grade crystal nucleus was easily fused. This time it was different from the fusion just now, and it actually poured into the bitter sea of Dantian. The sea of bitterness that glowed with golden light was added fiery red, as if bringing light to the dead sea of bitterness. Next, walk around the body. Suppress all the intense burning sensation just after leaving the fire. In an instant, I feel comfortable all over, as if soaking in a hot spring. Rubbing off most of the dead skin on his body, he quickly put on new clothes, put on the alloy armor, and picked up the alloy knife of the classmate who died. Then picked up Zhao Yi's alloy knife, handed it to him and said, "Give it back to you." Zhao Yi got his weapon and found that there were fine scratches on the blade. It seems to have been exposed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme and sun for decades, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme. How could this be? Could it be the flames? He couldn't imagine how such a good alloy knife could become like this. In order to prevent him from being sad, Ji Tianwu stayed by her side and spoke softly. On the road again, I encountered more corpses of classmates. There are men and women, some have only heads, some have only broken clothes and alloy armor, and some have only skeletons. It's too cruel. They are already the best among human beings, but there are no bones left. After Chen Fan saw it, he dug a hole to help bury it, so as not to expose the corpse to the wilderness. Said not without emotion. Ji Tianwu searched the relics for possible signs to prove her identity. We grew up in troubled times. For the happiness of more people, we can only go forward. The ancestors have come all the way, we just keep up. She came out more times and saw more life and death than Chen Fan. Although it cannot be said that the spirit is numb, it can only be said that it is used to seeing life and death. Zhao Yi and the others secretly rejoiced that they were lucky to be rescued. The further you go, the fewer creatures of all races on the road, and the faster you move forward. When they came to the meeting point, Chen Fan saw a huge boulder with a height of meters, covering an area of meters. Students were scattered on it, sitting, leaning, sad, or crying. For teachers have not returned yet, but more than 20 geniuses are there. It's finally here. Unexpectedly, so many students died along the way. Zhao Yi felt as if he was at home, and his whole body was relaxed. More people are definitely much safer than fewer people. Yu Linghai said beside him, "Look at the number of people. There were nearly 300 people when they came out. Can it be half of them now?" He who had sneaked out of the city to test his sword skills was shocked by the terrible death rate. The appearance of a group of 5 people also attracted the attention of the students on Jusher. After seeing Ji Tianwu, someone jumped down from the top and greeted him and said, "Tianwu, you're back? You're the only one missing out of 27 people. I thought there was an accident. You're at the Golden Bridge realm, so don't hang out with their freshmen all the time." When speaking, his eyes were only fixed on Ji Tianwu, turning a blind eye to Chen Fan and 4 people around him. Speech is arrogant, feel that new students are a burden. Chen Fan recognized him. It was Qin Fun, the boy who defended against the attack of the sky-splitting eagle with Ji Tianwu. He knew in his heart that a stunning girl like Ji Tianwu was destined to be favored by many boys. "My lady, my gentleman is good. At the age of first love, it is inevitable to have ideas. There was always trouble around her. Because of this, I don't want to have too much interaction with her on campus. However, if you are not afraid of them now, why should you care so much?" Holding Ji Tianwu's arm, he passed Qin Fun and walked towards the boulder. He said in his mouth, "Let's go and have a good rest. I'm exhausted after killing all the way." They didn't bring dry food with them, because they could eat when they arrived at Hunting Film City after a 2-hour flight. Who knew such dangers would be encountered? "Now I am tired, hungry and thirsty, but no one dares to eat wild things at will." Ji Tianwu smiled at Qin Fun, and followed Chen Fan obediently. Find a cliff edge that is relatively easy to defend and difficult to attack, sit down and rest. Zhao Yi and others followed suit to rest. He didn't have much contact with other people, at least he knew that the 2 of them were strong enough and would take them with them when they were in danger. Seeing this, Qin Fun froze in place, and then his eyelids twitched wildly with anger. At a young age, even with all kinds of education, it is still inevitable to burst into anger. Can't stand Chen Fan's attitude. He simply rushed to him and said viciously, "If it wasn't in the wild, I would definitely fight you. You better be honest with me in the future. Ji Tianwu, it's not something ugly like you can worry about." He lost his temper at him without any scruples. This is the wilderness, and the teacher is not by his side. Believe it or not, a mere freshman who has just opened up the Sea of Bitter Realm cannot be suppressed. Chen Fan glanced at him and sneered, not taking it seriously. Ji Tianwu had to speak, and said coldly, "Qin Fun, he and I are childhood sweethearts, and we have a deep relationship. Before insulting him, you'd better weigh your own identity. Let's fight together, you are not an opponent." She pressed back even more forcefully. Zhao Yi, Yu Linghai and Shen Kuan, who had seen Chen Fan's fighting power, kept shaking their heads behind them. "Qin Fun is definitely courting death. I don't know if he can deal with elite creatures, but Chen Fan can instantly kill them. Perhaps, he can be killed in seconds in the battle. How dare you come here to pretend to be aggressive, you really think you are an onion?" Zhao Yi's heart sank when he heard Ji Tianwu's words. He has turned into a red-faced monster, but he never gives up? Is it that good? Are women fools? Having one more competitor is equivalent to giving Chen Fan one more crisis. See how awesome he is? With sarcasm and indifference on his face, he watched the matter develop indifferently. Yu Linghai is different from Chen Kuan, although he appreciates Ji Tianwu, he won't snatch it, so naturally he has no extra thoughts. Yu Qi saw her unswerving determination, envied Chen Fan, and also admired Ji Tianwu. For many women, Chen Fan has become like this, and they will not continue to be by their side. Xin Fan didn't care what they thought. Hearing Ji Tianwu's words, he burst into anger, pointed at Chen Fan, and said coldly, "Boy, don't hide behind women. Stand up and fight." The woman said she liked Chen Fan in front of everyone, which made him unacceptable. "I feel that my face has been greatly insulted." What's more, he directly pulled Ji Tianwu away and ignored him. Clearly they didn't think highly of him. Chen Fan glanced at him and said indifferently, "If you are an evil spirit, and you are already dead at this moment, how can you be a bit of a jerk? With that energy, why not think about how to get to Hunting Movie City alive?" For him, there is no idea of jealousy. That was the bravado of a child, but not the behavior of an avenger. The faces of the 36 family members are always in my mind. Dare or forget. Dead? A joke. Even if we are both in the Golden Bridge realm, no one dares to kill me. Ignorant and fearless, I will let you know how big the gap is between us. Stand up for me." He was so angry that all his yellow hair stood on end, pointing at Chen Fan to fight him. Chen Fan was so annoyed, with a cold light in his eyes, he looked at him and said, "Human sparring is meaningless. How about finding an elite monster and see who can kill it?" I didn't care about the exit, I wanted to see how big the gap was with Jinky aging. However, there was no intention of standing up. When the words fell to the ground, all the students around Jusher looked over, their eyes full of shock. It never occurred to him that a student who had just opened up the sea of suffering would dare to challenge elite monsters. Xinfan is a true Golden Bridge realm, barely capable of fighting elite monsters. Isn't he courting death? Only Zhao Yi and the others knew very well that he had enough confidence to say this. Ji Tianwu also knew that Chen Fan had the strength to fight without fear. However, Xinfan didn't know, and he didn't dare to fight elite monsters. Humans and creatures of all races fight at the same level, and most of them will lose. Naturally, he didn't believe that Chen Fan had the ability to defeat elite monsters, and felt that he was using the aggressive method and wanted to die himself. Therefore, coldly said, "Fart, do you want me to fight to the death with elite creatures?" Dreaming. If you are timid, you will automatically leave Tianwu. He didn't continue to say that he wanted to fight, and he seemed to be inferior. As a result, Chen Fan shook his head and turned to look in other directions with disdain. Said the method, but did not dare to accept it, proving the fear in his heart. Combat power must be rubbish. Ji Tianwu also felt speechless, took his arm and ignored Xinfan. Yu Linghai behind couldn't see it, and said in a low voice, "He killed the elite Holy Tree Demon on the way here. If you don't believe me, go and have a look now, the body is 500 meters away." Pointing to the direction of Holy Dryad. Zhao Yi next to him smacked his mouth and wanted him to shut up, but he had no reason. One word from him directly made the boulder become quiet, his eyes flickered, and he gasped. Almost everyone did not expect that Chen Fan, who did not want to argue, actually killed an elite monster. You know, even at the Golden Bridge realm, everyone is afraid and dare not fight hard. He killed? Real or fake? Feeling unbelievable. But an outsider's words were so convincing that he had to believe them. Xinfan's eyes kept blinking, and he couldn't speak for a while. People really have the ability, not talking nonsense. I am in the Golden Bridge realm, but it is hard to compare. Killing elite-level creatures is almost a myth for freshmen, unbelievable. Even Linyu, the strongest student sitting on the highest peak, had his eyes on Chen Fan. His eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about who he was. At this moment, four figures appeared in the distant sky, holding the students in their hands, and rushed over in unison. When the distance got closer, Chen Fan recognized the 4 teachers of the school. His expression was ugly, with sadness in his eyes. After landing on the top of the mountain, his eyes scanned everyone at the scene, as if to determine how many people survived. Many students stood up one after another. Some were covered with blood, some had lost their arms, some lay motionless on the ground. All eyes fell on the teacher. Guchen stood up and said in a deep voice, "None of us expected that we would encounter a group of elite sky-cracking eagles in a surprise attack, losing 106 students. They are the newborn son, rookies who have just stepped into the battlefield, and the future of mankind. However, they were buried in this land forever. A moment of silence for them. The real one dies before leaving the school, and the first step to walk out of the school is to die. Let the students on the scene feel the cruelty of the battlefield. Chen Fan took a deep breath. Hearing the number of deaths, he felt that it was too cruel. I still remember that in the morning, they were high-spirited teenagers, but they had already become corpses at noon. The front and rear changes are too fast. Grandpa said, "This is the worst era," and it really is. In order to survive in this era, how many predecessors have stepped forward to forge and defend the sky with flesh and blood? Among them are 36 relatives of the family. Must take revenge. Everyone bowed their heads in unison, paying tribute to the human beings buried here forever. After 1 minute, Teacher Kaiji's voice sounded, "Death, for us, may be a relief. Students who survived, your battle has just begun. Since you survived, you must shed your last drop of blood for the future of mankind." Several captains among you performed very well. At the critical moment, you took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme in organizing the resistance and preserved your vitality. Here, the four of us, thank you. After speaking, he bowed to everyone. As a teacher, it was somewhat remiss of him not to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme them out of typing city. Chen Fan knew that they were facing Ji Tianwu and the others. After bowing, Xinli stood up and said coldly, "Among you, there are more than a dozen people who disregarded the death of their classmates and only ran for their own lives. Their hearts are to be punished. If you are sent to the front line, it will definitely bring about even more terrifying consequences. Stay here and fend for yourself. Let you experience how desperate and cruel it is to be abandoned. The rest of the people also remember that we are human beings, and we are fighting for the human beings who have been passed down in one line. We must watch and help each other to pass on." In a word, all the students were shocked. Looking at each other, looking for the selfish ghost who abandoned his classmates and escaped alone. Chen Fan did not expect that although the teachers were in the sky, they also had an insight into the whole situation. Selfishness is human nature. Especially in the face of life and death, it is normal to be greedy for life and afraid of death. Even if the education received since childhood is that you must stay together to survive, there are still many people who cannot do it. However, it should be punished. Zhao Yu Linghai and Xian Kuan are 3, if one of them escapes at the opportunity, the result is that none of them will survive. Grouping, it really helps. In the crowd, someone knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, I don't want to. That's an elite monster, I can't beat it. Forgive me, I don't want to fend for myself. I don't want to die here. I was wrong, I really realized I was wrong, don't leave me." One cry meant that they had indeed done something to abandon their classmates. The students around them involuntarily took 2 steps aside. Don't want to be with them. Although she begged repeatedly, no one paid any attention. They all looked at them with disdain. If you violate the teacher's teaching, you will always have to pay the price. Ji Tianwu said cheerfully beside her. She is very obedient, even if she knows there is danger, she will go to save people. The last Wu Donlu came out with a cane, and said excitedly in his voice, "While some people are selfish, there are also some geniuses who stand out and shine. It's really good for someone to kill an elite creature by himself." His eyes passed through the crowd and landed on Chen Fan's face, full of admiration for him. Seeing this, Zhao couldn't help but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan became the object of praise. How can I be in Ji Tianwu's eyes when I become a witness again? He must find a way to soar into the sky and impress her. The rest of the people didn't know who it was, they glanced at each other and started talking about it. Who? So fierce? Now that he can kill elite creatures, his future achievements will be limitless. I don't know who it is, I really want to make friends with him, and I will have an extra life guarantee in the future. Hey, I'm envious. When I see junior monsters, I can only take a detour. There is no comparison at all. I just heard that the person who challenged Chen Fan instantly killed the elite class. It can't be true, can it? For a moment, everyone was envious, and their eyes focused on Chen Fan. Just looking at his somewhat flushed skin, he obviously paid the price. Chen Fan didn't think so. The biggest purpose of killing the Holy Tree Demon was to test the sword skills. The second is to charge a penny of interest for the blood feud of the family. It's just an elite class. His goal is far more than that. The teacher didn't say who it was. Kaiji glanced at the sky and said to everyone present, "Don't think too much, the plane from Hunting Film City to pick up people will arrive soon, except for the kneeling people, the rest are ready to board the plane." When her voice fell, many students looked towards the southern sky. Sure enough, I saw a small black spot slowly expanding in the distant sky. In just 1 minute, it was in front of me. Grabbed by 4 masters, he fell straight to the edge of the boulder. Chen Fan understood. The teachers must have notified Hunting Movie City early and sent a plane to welcome them. There are even 4 masters accompanying him. Grabbing the edge of the stone beside him, he sat on it again. Prepare to wait for them to board the plane first, and then go up last. The last to arrive do not want to go to the front to jump in line. As a result, just sitting down, a voice came from my mind, discovered super titanium ore that can be fused, increases bone strength, and can collide with metal. Needs 10,000 fusion points. Hearing the sound, Chen Fan's eyes slowly widened, and he was in a state of bewilderment. Fusion points, just consumed like this? Is it that exaggerated? But, on second thought, my heart was beating wildly. Integrating elite-level monster talents, only 1,000 points. Now Ultra Titanium ore needs, points, which has been increased by 10 times, which must represent greater benefits. It seems that in the future, we will have to touch the mountain peaks and the river water from time to time. What if all of them can be merged? The expression changed rapidly, and Ji Tianwu could see clearly from the side, so she couldn't help worrying and said, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with your body again?" "No, I'm just tired." Chen Fan was startled, feeling the excitement in his heart was seen, and quickly denied it. In the next second, I saw shock and surprise flashing on Ji Tianwu's face, and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? I have flowers on my face? Hello? The redness on your face is slowly fading, and it's about to recover." Seeing that she almost jumped up, there were tears in her eyes again. It seemed that Chen Fan was happier than she recovered when she recovered. Recovered? Chen Fan was taken aback when he heard the words, and quickly looked to his left hand. Sure enough, the bright red on it had faded, almost returning to its normal color. A smile couldn't help but appear on his face. It seemed that the body's fusion of all things also required a process of adaptation. Isn't it better to recover? Go, get ready to board the plane. We can't waste time here. A stone in my heart has fallen to the ground, and I no longer have to worry about fusion problems. Yes, but only for a while. Ji Tianwu stood up and looked in the direction of the plane. The sound of the huge propeller is deafening. The 8 teachers can chat peacefully, as if they are communicating about today's unexpected situation. Ji Tianwu grabbed Chen Fan and said, "Let's go, there are not many people left." More than 100 people boarded the plane very quickly, and the rest were people who abandoned their classmates. Chen Fan hesitated, did not dare to merge immediately, and walked towards the plane with Ji Tianwu. When we got there, let her get on the plane first, while I squatted on the ground, grabbed a handful of soil with my left hand, and put it on my nose. The right hand has already touched the stone. The system's prompt sounded again, and it was found that the ultra titanium ore could be fused. Seeing that Ji Tianwu was already on the plane, and a teacher was walking towards him, he quickly ordered secretly, "Merge." In the next second, bursts of khaki yellow light appeared on the ground, and finally converged on Chen Fan's right index finger. It seems that all the essence of the entire earth has been absorbed into the body. In an instant, the vegetation lost its support and fell downward. Kaiji, Xainli, Guchen and Wu Donglu also staggered and sank to the ground. However, they are masters, with golden light blooming all over their bodies, and the strength of the Holy Lotus realm exploded, supporting their falling bodies. Chen Fan did not expect that after absorbing the ultra-titanium ore, the entire meter-high boulder would directly turn into dust. With his body, he kept falling down. Even if I was prepared in my heart, I couldn't react at this moment. In a cloud of dust, about to fall. Wu Donglio's reaction was quick. He reached for the crutch in his hand, and Shenglian led him to catch Chen Fan in midair. With another flick, Chen Fan landed on the door of the cabin with his strength. Ji Tianwu, who had just entered inside, was so frightened that her face paled just now, and she almost ran out to save others. However, after seeing him coming up, he turned his worries into joy, and quickly stepped forward to grab him and said, "How? Did you get hurt? Why did the boulder suddenly turn into dust? Is there any strange creature?" When others came up, the entire boulder was fine, and nothing happened. When it was Chen Fan's turn, an accident happened. Ji Tianwu's series of questions were also the doubts of several students nearby. It was the doubts of the 8 teachers. You know, the boulder has stood here for decades and has been used as a transfer station. Today it suddenly disappeared and turned into dust. When the dust dissipated, this place had turned into a huge deep pit, and underground water was slowly coming up inside. It seems that some horrible person suddenly moved the mountain away and turned it into such a big pit. Chen Fan was the only one who knew the situation, but he would not speak out. Quickly said, "I don't know phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme. I just want to pinch the soil of my hometown for the last time as a souvenir." Who knew this? Let's go in and sit down, don't delay the trip. In order to avoid Ji Tianwu's entanglement, he changed the subject. At such a time, Ji Tianwu really shouldn't pursue it too much, so she hurried to the seat and sat down. The teacher closed the hatch outside, and used Xinglian in unison to drive the plane to take off. In the wilderness, without a runway, a passenger plane cannot fly at all. Wait until the speed reaches a certain level, just let go. The teachers standing around the plane did not continue to communicate with each other about the strange situation just now, but were alert to possible dangers around them. There was no danger. After more than an hour's flight, Chen Fan and others finally arrived at Hunting Movie City. Chen Fan began to sit in the plane, feeling that the bones, muscles, skin, and fascia of his body were constantly fused with ultra-titanium. You can clearly feel the rapid improvement in strength and toughness, and waves of comfortable feelings come to your heart. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. After a short nap, I woke up suddenly when the plane shook. When I opened my eyes, I saw the city below. At first glance, I almost thought I was wrong. The city wall is as high as meters, and there are many high-rise buildings displayed inside. However, there are no bright colors, no various decorations, and no outer glass. Everything is the most pristine gray. The buildings are gray, the streets are gray, like a city in depression. As the distance got closer, Chen Fan saw something hanging outside the city wall, and was so shocked that he almost jumped up. Ji Tianwu, who was next to him, felt his muscles tense and his heart beating faster, and also glanced outside. Was also shocked. Even if it was just a quick glance, his face was still pale when the plane entered the city limits. She has never been to any city other than Taiping City, that's why she behaved like this. My God, what's on the city wall? Why do I look like various corpses? I thought I was wrong, but I didn't expect you to see countless corpses too. Some are covered in gold, some are gray, they look weird, it's terrifying. There is no protective shield in this city. What if monsters from all races come in? Before the two had time to speak, the students in front couldn't help but start talking. Chen Fan looked at Ji Tianwu beside him, and found that her face was pale. It was clearly the first time he saw her. Swallow the saliva, those are human corpses, why don't they be buried in the ground? It's disrespectful to hang them on the city wall like this. Having been a human being for 2 lifetimes, I deeply know the greatest habit of human beings, to be safe in the soil. However, the city administrators hung their bodies on the city wall. It seems to be fixed on it by some means. Really cannot understand. Ji Tianwu was also shocked and said, I don't understand phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme. The teachers haven't mentioned it. Does it have any effect? There was also doubt in her eyes, not knowing why. Many students couldn't figure out why they were talking, and the plane had already parked on the playground in front of a building. The 8 teachers all landed, waiting for them to get off the plane. When everyone got down, they found 3 buses waiting in front of them. Kaiji drove the wheelchair forward and said to everyone, "Everyone, this is Hunting Film City. If you can arrive safely, our mission is completed. I hope that in the days to come, I can do my best for the future of mankind. I wish you all survive on the battlefield and destroy the invasion of all races." His eyes finally swept over each student, as if to remember them all. Woo Donglu next to him supported the silver mask and said, "Goodbye. I hope you can come back to see us intact in the future." Leaning on the ground with a cane, he turned slightly, not wanting the students to see his sentimentality. Shinli waved his hands to everyone and said, "You are the hope of mankind, work hard, don't let us down. Goodbye." There are still more than 10 students outside, waiting for us to bring them back to Taiping City. Turn around, look to the north, ready to leave. He said that he had given up on the students, but he was still thinking about it. Guchun limped one leg and said, "I'm not going back to Taiping City anymore. I feel like my time is approaching. To be a Taoist protector, use my last light and heat." He has an irreversible injury and cannot recover, so a decision was made. Kaiji took a deep look at him and said, "You make the decision, we won't be involved. Hope to hear about real talent rising." Turning his head, tears flowed down his face. Colleagues for many years, the heart belongs to, how can it not be sad? Take care of yourself. Woo Donglu patted him on the shoulder, stood up and left. Shinli shook hands with him and said nothing. "Colleagues, comrades in arms, let's just say goodbye. I don't want to see him tortured to death. Perhaps, Taoist is his final destination." Watching the teachers parting, Chen Fan felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness. In the purely strange world, everything is strange except the classmates around me. If you want to survive in this environment, you need to put in more effort. The glory of the family that once existed will no longer exist. Ji Tianwu beside him couldn't help but hold his arm, looking for a sense of security. Send it to the teacher. Lin Yu, on the other hand, had a good adaptability, and suddenly shouted out. Send it to the teacher. Send it to the teacher. With someone taking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme, the rest of the students followed suit and bid farewell to the teacher who had educated them for many years. From generation to generation, in addition to relatives, the time spent with them is longer. Chen Fan watched Woo Donglu leave, and he made 2 shots for himself, which needs to be kept in mind. After the teacher left, Gu Chen and the other 4 teachers were still present, and the scene gradually calmed down. One of them was a fat woman who could weigh 500 caddies, twisting her fat body and standing in the front. Although he looked fat, none of the students at the scene dared to underestimate or despise him. On the way here, I saw the fighting power she displayed. It doesn't match the bloated look at all. The sound is even more crisp and pleasant. Students, welcome to Hunting Film City. My name is Gu Xinyue, and I am the Deputy City Lord. Let me give you a brief introduction. After clearing his throat, he introduced the structure of Hunting Movie City. The building behind them is a freshman building prepared for them, with all daily necessities in it. Directly opposite is the Council Hall, which is mainly responsible for daily affairs. On the east side of the Political Hall is the Task Hall, accept the task, and there will be rewards after completion. Urge people to strive for growth. On the west side are the Exchange Hall and the Trading Hall. If you have any good things, you can exchange them. It also shows that there are 6 squares in the city, and if there is a conflict, it will be resolved in the arena. Do not fight in private. It focuses on the southeast corner of Hunting Film City, which is called the Corner of Criminals. If it is not necessary, don't touch it, it will only increase trouble. The introduction is over, I hope you can abide by the city's rules. If you have any questions, just ask. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yu was the first to ask, Teacher, I want to ask, why are there corpses on the walls outside the city wall? Lin Yu's question was the common question in the hearts of all the students present. The layout of the city can be explored slowly. but the strange corpse outside was really shocking. Chen Fan then pricked up his ears, suppressing the doubts of asking the criminals. The smile and arrogance on the fat woman's face instantly turned into awe. Pointing outside, he asked loudly, "You all want to know what's going on?" Seeing all the students nodding, she stroked the long hair next to her ear unexpectedly with her left hand, and said in a deep voice, "Those corpses are the most noble dedication of human beings, but also the most helpless choice, and they are also weak witnesses. Everyone is a real hero, a great master. They are immortal, even if they die, they will not regret it. For the sake of the human beings in the city, not to be invaded by the darkness, dedicate the body after death. The majesty can prevent the invasion of creatures such as the Night Tribe, the Shadow Tribe, and the Ghost Tribe. To make this choice requires great perseverance and great dedication. When dying, condense all the cultivation bases into the bones, insert one hand into the city wall, and maintain a ray of killing intent. The power of science and technology cannot resist the invasion of thousands of races, and human beings can only deal with it in this way. Similarly, if it weren't for the weakness of human beings, how could they be so defensive? Just the prestige can scare them out of their shit. So, students, we can now have a place to settle down, and it is all bought by the predecessors with blood and bones. Work hard to drive out all races, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme up to the sacrifice of the predecessors. After the words fell, the whole scene fell silent. When I was studying in the past, it was written in the textbook that the sky is made of flesh and blood, thinking that it was just bloodshed in sacrifice. Only now did I realize that it wasn't just bleeding, even the corpse was showing its final power. For the continuation of mankind, too much has been paid. Chen Fan was shocked and sighed for these seniors who gave everything. They are the real heroes, fearless, fighting until death. My own realm level is too far behind. All I think about is family hatred. The thoughts in my heart have changed somewhat. Ji Tianwu wept secretly beside her, feeling sorry for the greatness of her predecessors. For a while, the students on the playground were depressed. After a while, the former said, "You don't need to be sentimental. In the future, you only need to do your best to expel all races in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme up to the sacrifices of the ancestors. Wouldn't it be better to let them rest in peace?" In this way, the emotions of many students at the scene slowly recovered. Eliminate all races, restore peace to the people, and let the ancestors rest in peace. Lin Yu did have some leadership skills and was the first to shout out slogans. Guided a bunch of students to follow suit. Chen Fan kept silent, conscious that he couldn't be that great. Whether he can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme to that day is still a question. Beside the deputy city lord was a chimpanzee-like majestic man wearing only a vest, his muscles bulging all over his body, and his hands were suddenly pressed down. Scolded, "You're not very young, and your tone is not small. I hope it can be done. If there is no problem, all of you will enter the dormitory to find a room. Starting tomorrow, I will start a 3-day special training. I will teach you a set of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme saber techniques and tiger grabbing footwork. Of course, if you have a long history of education and achievements, you don't have to attend the class. Go directly to the mission hall." He was crisper, more direct, and louder. Hearing this, Chen Fan frowned slightly. Speaking of family background, there should be no shortage in his family. However, everyone is gone, and it has not been passed down. You can learn a lot from him. But there is still a question that has not been understood. He couldn't help but raise his hand, and then asked, "Teacher, I want to ask, what is a criminal?" If you don't ask clear questions, you will always have doubts in your heart, which will prompt you to check. The majestic teacher glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "There are probably 2 types of criminals. One is the descendants of slaves who have surrendered to all races. Although they are human beings, they cannot tear off the labels on their bodies. There is another kind, which is the offspring produced by mating with creatures of all races. Although they are all humanoid, they still retain many abnormal talents." After he explained this, Chen Fan suddenly realized. They are basically descendants of traitors. Even if they have done nothing wrong, they will not be reused. On top of that, a bad reputation. No one wants to have too much intersection with them. The rest of the people also nodded suddenly, understanding the specific reason. My name is Fong Xiong, do you have any questions? If not, go back to the dormitory and join the freshman training camp. Remember, 1 room per person. A big man with a strong body, he lived up to his name, no. Disband. Accompanied by Fong Xiong's roar, many students at the scene rushed towards the building behind them. After a morning of trekking, many freshmen were overworked and prepared to take a good rest. At this moment, a figure flew from the sky and landed on the scene accompanied by golden light. A crisp voice resounded in the air, "Who is the escort teacher? Why do you want to completely destroy the group of Stitch monsters? I leave behind a trial ground for comprehending sword skills." Hearing the voice, many students turned their heads in unison to look at the speaker. I saw a beautiful woman wearing a long green dress, holding a crystal sword, and a wicked face. She has a graceful figure and a peerless face. Like a white lotus, quietly blooming beautifully. His eyes fell on Gu Chen, and his eyes were full of displeasure. The eyes of many boys could not help but light up. Beauty. Completely different from Ji Tianwu's mature beauty, rejoicing beauty. Ji Tianwu was wearing armor, and her figure was petite, which did not meet the aesthetics of some boys. But this girl is different, a real lady. Most importantly, she is clearly a Saint Lotus Realm expert, 1 level higher than Ji Tianwu. It is simply a combination of various advantages. The proud daughter of heaven. Gu Chen frowned, and said coldly, "Are you talking to me? It's too late for our teacher to save people, how can we have time to kill the Stitch monsters?" The words are very unpleasant, and the younger generation is very unreasonable. Gu Xinyue spoke at this moment, "Lianer, don't be rude. He is a protector, and he will focus on protecting the growth of the geniuses in Hunting Movie City from now on." Apologies. Obviously, it should be her junior who would reprimand at will. Lianer chopped off her right foot bitterly, pursed her mouth, and said to Gu Chen, "Sorry." Turning around, he said to the fat woman, "Mom, the group of sewing monsters is really gone, they were all killed by people with knives. I wanted to experiment with swordsmanship, but it turned out to be a waste of time. The only people who pass by there are Taiping City. Could it be made by freshmen? I don't believe it." Although she apologized, she still refused to accept it and wanted her mother to be fair. Gu Xinyue's huge body turned around and said to Gu Chen, "I'm sorry, Teacher Gu, Lianer has been spoiled by me. But, she is indeed a genius, and she is very talented in swordsmanship." "Did you really not kill the Stitch monster?" "We made an agreement not to exterminate it, but to practice new moves for young disciples." As a mother and also as the deputy city owner of Hunting Film City, she wanted an explanation. Gu Chen frowned and said, "Regulations, can we not know? We will not destroy." As soon as the words fell, a voice came from the crowd, "I know who exterminated it, Chen Fan, 1 person is responsible for the work, stand up." When the voice sounded, the 5 teachers, Lianer and many classmates all focused on Zhao Yi. Then he followed his line of sight and found Chen Fan. It was found that his skin was reddish, his white hair was curly, and he looked calm, standing among the students. Zhao Yi's face was full of complacency, and he felt that if Chen Fan offended Lianer, he would definitely have endless troubles. It also counted a bad breath in my heart. Hearing this, Ji Tianwu gave him a hard look, and argued, "At that time, the 3 of you were trapped in it, and you were too tired to walk. We rushed in to save you. Who knew that the Stitch monster couldn't be killed? As a monster of all races, everyone can kill it, what's wrong?" She didn't want Chen Fan to be treated unfairly. How could he be scolded when he obviously saved people out of good intentions? When the words fell, it actually confirmed the fact that Chen Fan killed all the suture monsters. Zhao Yi had a look of astonishment on his face, and Ji Tianwu was standing by his side again, "Why?" But didn't say much. Anyway, Chen Fan was in trouble, so he was happy. He also didn't notice that Yu Linghai and Qian Kuan quietly moved away from each other. I don't want to stand with the white-eyed wolf. After saving his life, he turned around and sold it. This person cannot be handed over. Facing the eyes of everyone, Chen Fan sighed secretly. Is it wrong to kill a Stitch monster? In other words, is there any unspeakable deal between them and the monsters of all races? Must have a good chat. Walking out slowly, said indifferently, I killed it, so what? With a rather forceful tone, he faced Leonard directly. There are many students around, all eyes are on him, with complicated emotions. Discussions followed, isn't it? They are also freshmen, and he directly wiped out a group? Ru Hashio? Horror, it's too scary. I've seen Stitch monsters, all kinds of strange things, and their attacks are unimaginable. How did you kill them all? I saw him open up the Sea of Bitterness this morning, and the combat power has increased to such a degree? Maid, as expected of a genius, I heard that he killed the elite Holy Tree Demon. They whispered without speaking loudly. The deputy city lord, Fong Xiong, Gu Chen, and 5 others, together with Lianair, walked to Chen Fan's side. Looking up and down, the eyes are full of disbelief. Lianair's delicate voice suddenly came out, You just awakened the Sea of Bitterness? You killed more than 100 suture monsters? Really? Do your best and attack me. She was very dissatisfied, and was going to test him out to see what he was capable of. Bullshit. Deputy City Owner Gu Xingyue scolded directly, then faced Chen Fan, and said, Are you a freshman? Did you really just do it yourself? No one helped you? She also does not believe that someone's talent can surpass that of her daughter. Gu Chen suddenly said, You are very good, growing up very fast, I will protect you in the future. He even had the idea of protecting the Wei, and wanted to take him into the world. No need to ask, it must be true. Fang Xiang's majestic body approached, lowered his head to examine Chen Fan carefully, then raised his head suddenly, and said to Gu Chen, You old fellow, dishonest. You didn't leave because of him, did you? You're clearly a genius. Then he turned his head and said to Chen Fan, Boy, I think your bones are hard, and your skin reflects the metallic luster. You should have practiced kung fu. Follow me, and keep your body comparable to the monsters of all races. He even robbed Gu Chen and wanted to recruit disciples. A teacher with a knife next to him, after careful observation, said, Haven't you heard that he killed a group of Stitch monsters with a knife? He should learn from me. Don't be noisy, I think he has solid steps, a steady foot, and walks silently. He should learn agility from me. The intelligence department needs him, said the last thin man wearing a bamboo hat and wrapped in a black one-piece suit. Hearing what they said, Zhaoyi felt nauseous as if he had eaten 100 flies. Originally, he planned to cause some trouble for Chen Fan. Who would have thought that several teachers would scramble for it? The rest of the students were all kinds of envious and jealous. As a genius, he directly entered the teacher's field of vision, completely ignoring and killing the Stitch monster. Who doesn't want this kind of treatment? Especially Lin Yu, who was in the crowd, was clearly trying to perform, hoping to be favored by the teacher. In the end, it was not as good as Chen Fan, the saboteur. Thinking that he killed a race, he is indeed a ruthless person. Ji Tianwu, who was originally extremely worried, saw the scene with a smile on her face. As long as he gets the guidance of many teachers, Chen Fan will definitely advance by leaps and bounds and become a generation of powerhouses. Don't worry about him anymore, future achievements are limitless. Some families were happy and some were sad. Chen Fan's innocent eyes widened at this moment. I thought it was going to be a war of words and reason with them. Unexpectedly, the teachers robbed people directly. Gu Chen, Fang Xiong, Dou Nan, and Swordsman represent the 4 branches. The deputy city lord slammed his mouth beside him, knowing that no one would pursue the Stitch monster. How could it be possible to pursue the unintentional mistakes of geniuses? As long as it is genius, mere genocide is extinct. Besides, it's just a group. It's a big deal to find another group. He warned his daughter in a low voice, Lianer, don't push him. If it's true, he must be a rare genius in the human race, and countless people will come forward to protect him. I was afraid that my daughter would be implicated and offend the 4 teachers. Although their strength is not very good, their influence is far-reaching. There are peaches and plums all over the world, maybe there are a few powerful disciples. I know, but I want to see how talented he is? Just entered the sea of suffering and killed a whole family? I don't believe it. She was a little dissatisfied, and felt that Chen Fan must be bragging, taking other people's faults on her own. Everyone has their own ideas, and it was difficult for Chen Fan to decide which master to follow. After thinking about it, he said, I don't know what kind of talent I have. I will study with you, one person for a day. Let me declare in advance that hunting Film City is not my end, I am going outside the pass. He made a compromise, and everyone followed suit. Will not favor any one person. And, directly stated, the ultimate goal must be to kill the enemy outside the pass. Okay, the ambition is lofty, and it's not a loss to have one more self-defense skill. Fang Xiong agreed on the spot, as long as there are successors in Kung Fu, the rest will not matter. Guchen nodded and said, I hope you can take a look outside the pass, and let us see the strong people of all races, and drive them all away. I hope to see it again in my lifetime. Speaking of which, I suffered an irreversible injury, and I hope to recover one day. The swordsman frowned slightly, and said, I'm afraid you can't do it alone. To learn my sword technique, you have to go outside and kill all creatures of all races, so that you can improve quickly. The man in the hat said, yes, mine doesn't work phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals IR either / phoneme. Only under extreme circumstances can the power of the law of origin be brought into play. He disagrees that one person cannot study systematically. When Chen Fan heard it, another moth came out, and he frowned slightly. After thinking about it, he said, since this is the case, you should decide for yourself how many days you should study. Set the order, so as not to delay the study time of other students. This sentence takes into account the emotions of classmates and teachers, and cannot ignore other people because of him. Hearing this, Fang Xiong took a deep look at him, waved his hand, and said, go in, have a good rest. You've been tired all morning, and the cafeteria is in the basement. Then he said to Chen Fan, give me your contact information and go to rest too. We have to study how to be fair. 4 teachers are going to hold a small meeting for one student. Such special treatment really makes other people envious. Of course, there was a lot of jealousy. For example, Lin Yu didn't take a second look at Chen Fan at first, but now he regards him as a target that must be suppressed. Has always been the number one among the freshmen, how can he be robbed of his position? For example, Qin Fen thought he was a liar. How could the sea of bitterness be more powerful than the Golden Bridge? In human beings, there is no such thing as leapfrog fighting. For example, Zhao Yi, who would not be able to steal chickens and lose money, was unwilling to do so, and planned for the next opportunity. Thoughts were spinning in everyone's mind, and amidst various discussions, they walked into the building. Oh, I thought there was a big trouble, but I got special care from the 4 teachers. I'm so sore. Who would have thought that instead of choosing the 27 Golden Bridge realms, he would choose one of the Bitter Sea realms? Did he go through the back door? I don't know the place of life, how did he go through the back door? But I heard that 36 relatives in the family died in battle. I guess someone secretly supported him? Don't think about it, you can kill more than 100 suture monsters in the Sea of Bitter realm, and you will get special care? Can you do it in the Golden Bridge realm? All kinds of sour words and envious eyes flickered on Chen Fan. Only Ji Tianwu was happy from the bottom of her heart. Holding his arm cheerfully, excitedly said, congratulations, Brother Fan, you have preferential treatment. 4 teachers are fighting for you. That's amazing, my Brother Fan. Her petite body was almost hanging on Chen Fan's arm, her eyes looked at him with endless admiration. It's pure accident, I'm just comprehending the sword technique. Let's go, find a room to put everything down, and go have a meal. Chen Fan didn't care about these and continued to replenish energy. Because he has a card with 3,600 million federal currency. You can buy many good things, and then they will all be integrated into the body. Improve your own strength as soon as possible. The 2 didn't compete with other people, chose the house next to each other, entered the DNA to unlock the combination lock, and put down their luggage. Wash up, put on fresh clothes, and go out fresh. The cafeteria in the basement is much simpler than the previous school. However, there are processed monster meat from all races in flour porridge containing essence. Humans have inherited one of their instincts, to eat. The non-poisonous ones are eaten raw, the less poisonous ones are roasted, and the poisonous ones are stewed. Coupled with endless hatred, creatures of all races eat people, and humans eat them in turn. Of course, bone race, ghost race, blood race, shadow race, etc., can't eat it. Other plants and animals must be eaten. Brother Fan, we also eat meat, it's revenge in disguise. She has eaten with the masters before, so she is no stranger to it. Chen Fan used to eat it, and his parents and uncles would always bring back a lot when they went home. Therefore, when I saw the radiant meat inside and the glistening bibimbap, I immediately thought of my former relatives. Said in a low voice, "Eat." The two ordered a large portion of swordbone pork leg and drunk bamboo bibimbap, which cost 120 federal currency. Absolutely expensive. However, eating regularly can increase some strength. Pork can add a little strength and vitality, and drunk bamboo bibimbap can strengthen the will. It can be regarded as high-quality food. It's delicious. I hope we can eat dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder together in the future. Chen Fan chewed his food hard, as if he was avenging his relatives, he said casually. Seeing his appearance, Ji Tianwu found it funny. He picked up a piece of meat, put it into his bowl, and said, "Eat more if it tastes good." Are you tired? If not, let's go to the mission hall. For her, it didn't consume much. Just arrived in a new place and wanted to hang out. Chen Fan put the meat into his mouth in one gulp and said vaguely, "Go, anyway, just take a look." His more goal is to be on the trading floor, in case there is something good, he is ready to buy it. It is his dream to strengthen himself as soon as possible and step out of the 10 heavens, it is good. With the goal, the speed of eating is much faster. In less than 10 minutes, all the food was gone. Get up and leave the underground cafeteria and go to the mission hall on the east side across the road. Almost all the people walking on the streets are warriors. Although there are motor vehicles, there are very few users. It is not as convenient as strength at all. Of course, there are also some strong men who subdue powerful monsters and use them as mounts to move around. That's a status symbol. Their new students definitely can't do it. At least one must be strong in the Holy Lotus realm to subdue the creatures of all races. Or spend a huge amount of wealth to buy it, and use it to pretend. On the way, they saw criminals passing by in a hurry. Some have horns, some have long tails, and some have fine scales on their faces. They were all born in human society, learned human culture, and possessed special wisdom. It's not like the demons of all races, who can only devour the instinct at the beginning, and gradually give birth to wisdom. Because the criminals have inhuman blood, they are much stronger than pure humans from birth. It grows faster and has special combat power. Facing these people, Chen Fan was unavoidably curious and would take a closer look. Ji Tianwu didn't want to cause trouble, so she dragged him past in a hurry. As soon as the mission hall entered, a hustle and bustle rushed over. The crowds are crowded inside, and the evil spirit of blood is permeating, ordinary people can't bear it. On the walls on both sides, there are 10 mission display boards, playing various missions back and forth constantly. Easy, hard, legendary, hell, abyss, 5 levels of difficulty. Divided into 3 realms, teams, and large core and so on. There is a QR code next to it, which can be downloaded to the communicator and accept tasks remotely. However, to complete the task, you must come to the task hall to hand in the task. The rewards are all federal coins, ranging from a few hundred to several million. To kill the Ghost Knight in the Ghost Forest, you need the Golden Bridge State, have yin and yang eyes, and reward 3,000 federal coins. Explore the foggy jungle, draw a detailed map, or drive away the fog. You need the Holy Lotus Realm, and you will be rewarded with federal coins. The encirclement and suppression of the sword grass plain has affected the cultivation of human food, requiring a team of 10 people. Recover all spars. Looking at the tasks above, Chen Fan can roughly divide them into 4 types: kill, explore, encircle and capture, He relatively likes to kill and encircle and suppress, which is equivalent to avenging his parents and relatives. Of course, exploring is also good, and you may get unexpected benefits. While the two were looking at the task above, a person appeared beside him, took out a special blueprint, and said, "2, do you need a map?" All the detailed distributions around the 3 cities of Hunting Film City, Shadow City, and Mieying City. The range of activities of all kinds of creatures is marked, etc. The price is favorable, 100 federal currency. The person who took out the map was a short young man covered in black and tightly wrapped. Chen Fan thinks the map is very useful, at least he won't get lost when going out on an adventure. Moreover, the 3 cities surrounding Taiping City all have an intuitive distribution. Just as he was about to make a deal, he heard a big man in front of him wearing one-piece armor and holding a giant round axe say in a low voice, "Nigger, don't trick newcomers here. You can download the network map and check it anytime. Yours is not updated in real time." Obviously familiar with the little black man's routine, he told Chen Fan and the two of them. Hearing his words, Ji Tianwu was going to pull Chen Fan away, not wanting to pay attention to the black ghost. However, Chen Fan had a different idea. After thinking about it, he said, "Give me one." He knows very well that sometimes the signal is not good in the wild. At that time, the communicator will not be used, so it is impossible to find a way by yourself. Have ready-made, it is better to prepare a copy. The little black ghost was about to leave, but his eyes were full of loneliness and helplessness. Hearing what Chen Fan wanted, he immediately blinked and said quickly, "Thank you for your patronage. Don't worry, as long as you return to the city once, the map on it will be automatically updated. This is a paper specially researched by me. It has a chip and can be upgraded. Although it can't be heard that it is a boy or a girl, the means are indeed superhuman." Ji Tianwu next to her couldn't help but believe it, and was ready to take a share. Fuck, newcomers are so arrogant, they always feel that others cheat you. The strong man who spoke just now saw that the two were still being fooled, and couldn't help but swear. A kind heart is regarded as the liver and lungs of a donkey. Chen Fan shook his head slightly, not caring. Ji Tianwu didn't want to cause trouble, especially in an unfamiliar place. Bear with it for now. You can't just fight with the National People's Congress right away, right? The two took the map and walked in the mission hall to see all kinds of wonderful missions. Turned around a lot, downloaded the mission system, went out from another exit, and headed to the opposite trading hall. This is where Chen Fan wanted to come. Different from the trading method in Taiping City, various online sales, but street stalls. Divided into upper, middle, and lower floors, there are a variety of items, everything. Pass by, don't miss it. The bull horns of the barbarian tribe just killed are excellent materials for making scimitars. Walk around and take a look. The third-rank low-grade monkey clan crystal nucleus not only increases true energy, but also increases sensitivity. Hematemesis sail, dragon chant grass, phoenix bloodflower, scorching sunroot, all are excellent spiritual herbs for refining pills. A Yulong pill is exchanged for Millennium Snow Ginseng. Don't want anything else. All kinds of voices filled my mind, creating a noisy scene. There are not many things placed on each booth, and they are scattered everywhere. Generally, they are stored for a long time and exchanged for what they want. Or sell federal currency. Chen Fan saw animal horns, animal bones, flowers, medicinal herbs, weapons, etc., all of which were sold. The price tag depends entirely on the wishes of both parties. As long as expectations are met, the transaction is successful. In this kind of place, there are special expert guards, and no one dares to make mistakes. If you grab something, you will almost be killed on the spot. Chen Fan originally wanted to trade something and fuse it into his body. When I saw the fusion point, I was speechless. Before boarding the plane, all 350 fusion points were consumed, leaving only points. It's not enough to want to blend anything good. Ji Tianwu didn't know what she needed for the time being, she just looked at all kinds of things novelty. Look east and west. After walking for a long time, they saw a feather and asked what it was. Phoenix feather, but neither of them believed it. The Phoenix clan is a powerful race with few members, almost invisible in the hinterland of human beings. Not to mention their feathers, they must be fake. But, I have to say, very beautiful. Although Ji Tianwu was in the Golden Bridge realm, she was also a little girl. She liked it on the spot and asked the stall owner, "How much is this feather? Is it real phoenix feather?" The middle-aged man had neither joy nor sorrow on his face. He glanced at the two of them indifferently, and said, "Little doll, it's useless if you are newcomers. It's used to make fire-attributed weapons such as the five-feathered fan, and it costs, federal coins." Unexpectedly, he saw the identities of the two at a glance, and it was useless to say it. Regarding this, Chen Fan secretly guessed that it might be the real phoenix feather. Or maybe they think they can't afford it, so there is this saying. A glance at the stall reveals a blood-red bead that looks like an upside-down heart-shaped ruby. The size of a longan, the whole body is smooth and round. Squatting down and grabbing it, feeling the texture carefully, he asked, "How do you sell this? Do you like it or not?" Just finished speaking, the voice of the system sounded in my mind. "Found the fusion blood, a trace of Qinglong's essence blood can enhance the blood power. It needs 3,000 fusion points." Hearing the system's voice, Chen Fan's whole body trembled. He almost let go of his right hand, and the Qinglong blood essence fell to the ground. He never expected that something like a red crystal actually contained a trace of Qinglong blood essence. It's just a trace, but 3,000 fusion points are needed. Equivalent to 1/3 of ultra titanium. Absolutely good stuff. He must not be able to merge now, so he put it in Ji Tianwu's hands and took the phoenix feather. Let her see if she likes it or not. Holding the red crystal, Ji Tianwu smiled and said lightly, "Wow, this is so beautiful, it feels like it can be used as a pendant." The stall owner on the opposite side said indifferently, "If you like this blood crystal gem, you can take it for 500. But phoenix feather, you don't have to buy it." When Chen Fan heard what he said, he felt that he had misread it. The voice of the system came again in my mind, "Find fusion energy, immortal fire. To increase the fire attribute, you need 10,000 fusion points." Hearing the sound, his heart beat wildly. This was definitely the real phoenix feather. Otherwise, how could it be possible to increase the energy of the undead fire? This is worth, federal coins, a trace of Qinglong blood, but only, It must have been a mistake. It's just that after buying it back, it must be for Ji Tianwu, he can't integrate. In case of sudden disappearance, she will definitely be anxious. 30,000 federal currency is not a small amount. Even if you kill elite monsters, you have to kill, to get, crystal nuclei. Of course, their own bones, horns, etc. are also good materials and can be sold. On balance, I feel that it is better to go hunting by myself. Not only can you get more, but you can also get fusion points. I made a decision in my heart. When I arrive in other cities in the future, I still have to visit the trading hall more. There are really good things. He said in his mouth, "Listen to people's advice, eat enough. Then take the blood essence stone, maybe it can replenish qi and blood." Put the feather back to its original position and found a tooth next to it. It should be fangs, the tip of the head is sharp, up to a foot long, reflecting light. Come to think of it, its owner must be a powerful creature. Looking angry, he picked it up, ready to hear what the system had to say. Discovered blood that can be fused. Xiangqi's ray of blood can enhance the power of the blood and strengthen the body. It needs 1,000 fusion points. Hearing the system's rhetoric, I feel that Xiangqi is not as good as Qinglong. It is estimated that the price is not much higher. Randomly asked, "What kind of tooth is this tooth? How to sell it? Are you a man?" I still like more powerful accessories. As a result, the stall owner gave him a blank look and said, "Those are the fangs of a unicorn tiger. The daggers and flying knives made out of them have the effect of piercing the body's protective energy." It's not an ornament? 10,000 federal coins, don't waste everything. The stall owner's personality is not bad, at least he explained the source and function to him. However, I didn't want to sell it to Chen Fan. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Seems to bury his stuff. Hearing this, Chen Fan felt more and more that Qinglong blood essence was given away for nothing. After thinking about it, he said, "Then how about this? I want this canine tooth, how about giving that blood essence stone for free?" as for bargaining, he knows how to order. Okay, deal. The stall owner, a middle-aged man, is not an inkblot person, so he agreed on the spot. Just as Chen Fan was about to take out his black card, Ji Tianwu held down his arm and said, "The bill is on me." After finishing speaking, directly open the scan code of the contactor and connect with the stall owner. 10,000 Federation coins were transferred. Chen Fan was taken aback for a moment, and immediately realized that in this kind of place, it is indeed inappropriate to reveal the existence of the black card. Good and evil are mixed, who knows what the people around them are doing? In case of malice in the heart, there is no way to guard against it. It seems that it will be convenient to bind the black card with the contactor when going back. Brother Fan, you are good at bargaining, this gem is so beautiful, why do you give it away for nothing? After the two left, Ji Tianwu couldn't help showing off. Go back. Chen Fan didn't care about it, he took her by the arm and went directly to the outside of the mission hall. Ji Tianwu was full of doubts, she had a great time shopping, why did she leave all of a sudden? Does he have no money on him? Or is something being watched? When Chen Fan said to leave, she didn't refuse and left with her. The actions of the two did not attract the attention of others. In the trading hall, there are too many people coming in and out. After returning to the dormitory building, Chen Fan looked behind him vigilantly, then hid in the corner and said to her, "Although the value of the blood essence stone is not comparable to that of the phoenix feather, it is definitely worth more than this poor tooth. Unless necessary, don't expose it to experts." Along the way, he didn't speak, let alone look back. Only when they reached their territory did they secretly explain. What? Ji Tianwu turned pale with shock, and asked in surprise, "How do you know it's more expensive?" "It's free?" Both of them just came out of Taiping City, and Chen Fan didn't even have as much experience as hers, so why would he know? Chen Fan gestured for silence, and said, "I have the means to distinguish their value. Although it is precious, the phoenix feather is more suitable for you. It's just too expensive, and it's easy to be missed. Let's go, have dinner, then go back to rest, and see what we can learn tomorrow." Seeing that no one cared, he sneaked into the cafeteria in the basement. Only then did Ji Tianwu realize that what was given to herself was a real good thing. That tooth, while expensive, was nothing. Hastily said, "Then, I'll give you the blood essence stone, I want that tooth. After all, your strength is lower than mine, and you need benefits more." While she was speaking, she was about to take out the blood essence stone. Chen Fan immediately shook his head to stop it, and didn't want it at all. After eating another high-quality meal in the cafeteria, under the eyes of several classmates, I returned to the dormitory on the 4th floor. Go back, the night in Hunting Film City must be different from Taiping City. Chen Fan bid farewell to Ji Tianwu, returned to his room without taking back the Qinglong blood essence. Although it was only before 7 o'clock in the evening, the sun had already set outside. Looking outside through the window, I can only see a white sky, and the earth has almost turned into darkness. The hustle and bustle of the city is almost invisible. Although the street lights are on, and many buildings also shine light, but there is no feeling of neon flickering and feasting. It seems that in the extreme darkness, there is not much light. The feeling of candlelight in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme. Pedestrians on the road were in a hurry, as if something strange was about to appear. The office building opposite is brightly lit, but there is still no human feeling to be seen. However, certain sounds belonging to the night came from afar, whoosh whoosh. Choo 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 ho ho ho. Ow. Creatures of all races have come out of their lairs, countless races have come out of their hermitages, and are active in the dark. The world without sunlight is a world where demons dance wildly, and the fighting has officially begun. Without the defensive cover, this world feels extremely dangerous. Looking at the outside world, Chen Fan felt that it was completely different from Taiping City. Quietness, peace, brilliance, and heavy traffic should be the main theme of the city. However, Shadow City did not. There is only dimness, noise, and hurrying, and it seems that it is about to face the attack of the dark world at any time. After watching for a while, there was finally no sound of the imagined monster rushing into the city. Even, the sound of attacking the city wall was not heard. It seems that this human city standing on the ground will not attract the attention of creatures of all races. It should be fine. Let me adjust my breath first to increase my strength. Sit cross-legged on the bed and start performing basic exercises. In an instant, the majestic golden sea of bitterness stirred up waves, embellished with firelights, bringing a little bit of life. Dao Dao Jian Shi is like a fish swimming, rising, and falling in the sea of bitterness, swimming happily. The night passed safely, and when Qin Fan opened his eyes, everything was the same. Standing up, looking out the window, murmured, "It's just a step-by-step practice, and the growth is far less fast than fusion. I urgently need fusion points." After adjusting the breath overnight, he didn't get the improvement he wanted. Too slow. Pillions, exercises, and martial arts are the fundamentals to improve combat power. I have to find them. The little knowledge taught in the school can no longer keep up with his current progress. Make a decision, wash up right away, and see what the teachers decide. The moment she went out, Ji Tianwu also happened to come out. The two looked at each other and smiled. Morning. The same word, greeting each other, seems to have a tacit understanding. Locked the door and went to have breakfast. Under the complicated eyes of a group of freshmen, the two stood on the playground in front of the building. Fang Xiong's majestic body was already standing under the flagpole. When he saw Qin Fan, he said, "Qin Fan, have you come out? Yesterday we made a decision that you will be with the students and listen to my lectures for the next 3 days. I'm going out with swordsmen in the future." There was obviously some resentment on his face, as if he was not very satisfied with the arrangement. Qin Fan didn't care about his expression. As long as there was an arrangement, he would obey. It is a little bit to be able to learn a little more. 7 o'clock sharp. 172 students, all present. On weekdays, it is class time. Fang Xiong finished his conversation with Qin Fan, walked between the teams, and said loudly, "I know that many of you are geniuses and have a long history of family education. However, I stipulate one point: as long as you listen to my class, everything must follow my rules. But if you don't follow, leave immediately. Do you understand?" With a roar, the muscles under the vest trembled violently. Every muscle is like a rock, with sharp edges and corners, containing terrifying power. Understand. In any case, learning knowledge is the instinct of students. Fang Xiong nodded in satisfaction and said, "The body is the foundation for us to fight against monsters of all races. Therefore, there is a saying, train the body's muscles, bones and skin externally, and attract spiritual energy to strengthen the cultivation base. My main training direction is the muscles, bones and skin, which requires extremely strong willpower to strengthen myself. The ultimate goal is to compete with the demons of all races in the same realm and tear them apart. The next step is to select suitable people. Enter the iron pot." With a big wave of his hand, he led everyone into a building next to him. I saw an unimaginably large iron pot, bubbling and bubbling, steaming, and the entire layer was covered with water vapor. Both men and women, jump in for me. Those who can stay for more than an hour, go to the second part. Go down. The cold and heavy voice echoed in the space, moving the hearts of all the students. Facing such a terrifying big iron pot, even the Golden Bridge realm felt like it was about to be cooked. Isn't this a death sentence? Qin Fan didn't hesitate, and was the first to jump into it. Since it is cultivation, it will definitely not endanger life. It looks dangerous and shouldn't hurt. What's more, with the fusion of Lihua, the body's feeling of heat is not as strong as before. After jumping in, I feel that the temperature is just right, similar to hot springs. Drifting comfortably, it seems that you are not in the boiling hot water, but enjoying the hot spring. Seeing this, many students looked at each other in blank dismay. Judging by his appearance, it seems that he can last a whole day at night, and an hour is nothing at all. Ji Tianwu thought for a while, then jumped down. In an instant, Ji Tianwu frowned, and burst out an uncontrollable cry, "Ah! It's so hot!" The bubbling hot water, even if there are some medicinal materials in it, the temperature is not low. It must be unbearable to enter it suddenly. Even with the Jinchi body protection running, the pain is still unbearable. When the rest heard her scream, they immediately realized that Chen Fan's situation was not simple. Fuck, Chen Fan didn't pretend to be on purpose, did he? Even the Golden Bridge realm can't bear it, how can he do it? It's too cloudy, deliberately tempting us to be fooled. What the hell? But pull it down, I guess it's because people's tolerance is different. The teacher also said, if it's less than an hour, just leave. Amidst the discussion, someone tentatively entered the hot water. Everyone has only one feeling, hot. Reluctantly exercise to protect the body, and exercise in boiling water. They didn't know if this would be of any use to their bodies, so they could only endure it. Ji Tianwu resisted the scorching heat, walked to Chen Fan's side, blushed and said, "My God, how can you be so relaxed? I feel like my heart is going to explode, so uncomfortable." Chen Fan seemed to be swimming in a hot spring, his face was as usual, he was free and comfortable, very comfortable. Maybe it's the aftereffect of being grilled by the holy tree demon yesterday. This temperature is nothing. Fusion Lihua yesterday, every cell was suffering from the inside out. That's nothing today. Ji Tianwu suddenly remembered that Chen Fan's skin was burnt until yesterday, and he had a new skin. Perhaps, this is the main reason. Not daring to continue talking, forced to exercise to protect the skin. The others, similar to Ji Tianwu, could hardly do anything freely in the boiling water, so they had to exercise their kung fu to protect their bodies. Even if occasionally there are two people with strong physical strength, it still feels too hot. Fang Xiong was amazed by Chen Fan's ability to bear it, and felt that he had finally found a treasure and could go his own way. Standing next to the iron pot, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, listen to my guidance, sink your qi into the dantian to guard the sea of bitterness, and draw your true qi under the skin." The real skin training is definitely not done by soaking in boiling water, what is needed is practice. In the end, more than 100 people stood in the boiling water and began to loosen the isolation between the skin and the hot water little by little. Absorb the power of medicine, forcibly enhance the toughness and resistance of the skin. From time to time, people who couldn't bear it would voluntarily leave the big iron pot. Not everyone can bear it, and not everyone is suitable for body training. Chen Fan cherishes this opportunity very much. As long as he can strengthen himself and have the power of revenge, mere pain is nothing. Moreover, he didn't feel pain, but felt that it had no effect. There is only one more way of cultivation. Follow the crowd to practice one by one. In an hour, more than half of the students walked out of the iron pot, leaving only 30 students. One by one, they looked like old monks in meditation, floating in boiling water, with only their heads sticking out. With a peaceful demeanor, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoning your eyes and adjust your breath. You don't need to look at it, skin training has nothing to do with you, go outside. Fang Xiong directly drove the wet freshman out of the building. Only 30 students were left with their heads floating in the boiling water. Time flies, and most of the day has passed. When Chen Fan opened his eyes, the water in the iron pot was no longer boiling, and the water vapor had already dissipated. The water is not pitch black at the beginning, it has become much clearer. There are many medicinal residues floating in a thick layer. There's nothing wrong with moving your body around. A little benefit is that the skin seems to be tighter. Hair shrinks and pores are hard to see. The rest of the people woke up one after another, and they were all checking their own conditions. Oh my God, I feel that the skin is comparable to ordinary cowhide, it feels so tight. The water is clear, and you can see all kinds of medicinal residues on the bottom of your feet. Do you think it has been cooked? My skin feels so much better. Children are better than me. A group of people, each with their own words, with joy in their words. Ji Tianwu walked to Chen Fan's side and said excitedly, "Brother Fan, I persevered. Unexpectedly, all the injured skin has healed. At first I thought I would become a muscular girl like Teacher Fong, but it turned out not to be." She pointed to the scar on her arm, her face full of excitement. Chen Fan can't understand women's concerns, is it always so strange? Just when he was about to speak, Fang Xiong's voice sounded rough. "Now that you're awake, let's go eat and do bone training in the afternoon." When everyone heard the words, they quickly agreed, yes. They all climbed out of the iron pot and rushed outside. Wet all over, go back and change clothes first, and eat in a hurry. 2 hours later, they gathered on the playground again, and everyone was in line. Fang Xiong pointed at the building in the morning and shouted, "Go to the second floor immediately. No one is allowed to use the bitter Seizhenqi to protect the body. Forcibly withstand the blow. Enter through the north gate and exit through the south gate. Don't blame me for not telling you, once the true energy is activated, the computer's decision will change, and the blow will increase, and the fracture of bones and tendons will be light. This level, no matter whether you can hold on or not, let me walk through it myself. It's not just your bones that are being exercised, but also your spine. To face danger, face challenges, and never yield the backbone. Anyone who crawls out will lose the opportunity to venture outside the city. The outside world is not suitable for you." A roar made many freshmen couldn't help tightening their hearts. Immediately guessed that all the freshmen who come here may have to go through this test. If you can't bear the bone-piercing pain, there is really no need to go out to fight. Chen Fan didn't care, whether it hurts or not, it couldn't stop him from taking revenge. Follow the crowd to the second floor of the building. There is only one scanner at the entrance, and there are irregularly arranged robotic arms in the room, holding metal rods in their hands. I can see the gate on the other side, and it feels like a distance of 30 meters. Fang Xiong stood at the door, pointed to the scanner beside him and said, "It can measure the bone hardness of each person, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPH equals det data / phoneme will arrange the ultimate blow that can be endured. Who will try first? I hope I can get off to a good start, and I don't want to be the first to scream." His words immediately made all the students fearful. Let the martial artist scream, and you can imagine how much pain it is. Zhao Yi was the first to look at Chen Fan. Since he was favored by many teachers, he should be the first to go in. But this time I didn't say it, and I felt that I would be targeted. Lin Yu wanted to express himself, and this was definitely a good opportunity. In the morning, he was one of the remaining people. He thought he was in the Golden Bridge realm and should be stronger than Chen Fan. Said directly, "I'll be the first." Looking back at Chen Fan, he stood on the scanner. Chen Fan didn't look at him at all, his eyes fell on the scanner's display screen, 1098. Fang Xiong's voice sounded, "It shows 1098, which means that the power of each blow will exceed 1 ton. Enjoy it." With a big hand on Lin Yu's shoulder, he pushed directly into the gate. The sensor inside sensed someone, and the robotic arm immediately launched an attack. Crackling, buzzing. The humming sound of the motor sounded, and the metal rod was lifted up, throwing it at Lin Yu without thinking. Bang! Gotcha! The slight sound of bone cracking rang out in everyone's ears, and their faces changed completely. No one expected that entering it would have to bear such a painful attack. Fracture? Walking 30 meters, can people not be disabled? Do you want someone to go out and face the injury? If you can't bear it, you will lose the qualification to venture out of the city? A series of harsh rules, always feel cheated. Boom bang bang. The metal stick in the robot's hand didn't stop for a moment, and it still smashed down without any politeness. Disorganized and clueless, at least 6 metal sticks fell on him in an instant. Hide? Dream. Oh. MMM. Lin Yu was in pain, and when the arm bone blocked it, he felt that a stick had been broken. The pain was unbearable, and he groaned. The situation was completely beyond imagination. He, who had never suffered a disadvantage since he was a child, felt that he was going to be beaten to death with a stick. The body swayed left and right, trying to avoid it, but was easily hit. The proud agility is useless here. Because I dare not be lucky, the pain will not disappear quickly, and it will affect the speed even more. Stepping forward with difficulty, the arms, thighs, and body heard the sound of being hit. If he hadn't held his breath, he would have been unable to bear it and screamed out. Fang Xiong said at the door, "He has gone through the morning skin training, otherwise, his skin will be torn apart and blood will splatter." Next. The sooner you get in, the less pressure. Just one sentence brings greater psychological pressure to the freshman. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu had already performed well. When Ji Tianwu heard that someone would be bruised, she immediately stepped forward and said, "I'm coming, I don't want to be bloody." Standing in front of the tester while speaking, it shows 1437. As a result, many students did not expect it. Because Lin Yu is number 1 among the freshmen, he can bear a ton of weight. In the end, the little girl who jumped out was actually more than 300 taller than him. Fang Xiong couldn't help but look at her twice, and murmured, "It's also a good seedling, don't let it go to waste." Thinking about giving her sneaky guidance. "No way, Ji Tianwu's physical endurance is stronger than that of number 1 Lin Yu? We were all deceived by her cute appearance, she is number 1, and has been hiding by Chen Fan's side. That's amazing. Stop talking, I want to cry, I feel like I don't even have 300. While they were discussing, Chen Fan quietly stood in front of the tester, and the numbers on the display screen jumped wildly. In an instant, everyone's attention was attracted. Buzz. Finally, it reached dash directly, and the red light flashed to call the police. What? Impossible. Can you withstand a 10-ton blow? Worse than creatures from all races? Fang Xiong's eyeballs almost fell out, and he shouted in shock. Then, as if he remembered something, he pushed Chen Fan in and said, "You can't stand still, the upper limit of this machine is dash. I can't even reach it, so I'm teaching you ass. Hurry up and go in. If you feel that the attack power is not enough, you can try your luck and maybe increase the attack." Oh, I'm frustrated. I just felt that I had a good vision and picked a strong student. Who knew that the other party was a pervert, and his physical strength far surpassed his own? My heart is broken and I can't bear it. There's something wrong with this shit. Who is the teacher? He tested, 60-20 is the upper limit. Isn't it? The upper limit of the tester has been reached. Damn it, doesn't it mean that the physical strength is 10 times that of Lin Yu's? No wonder it is rumored that he killed elite monsters, and he has a lot of capital. As expected of a student who was favored by the teacher, he is very strong. Monster, he is the real monster. In front of him, the creatures of all races can only stare. Many students exclaimed after Fang Xiong screamed. For the first time, I felt that the gap with Chen Fan was unimaginable. He also suddenly understood that killing the Stitch monster was not a rumor. Look, the metal rod fell on him and bent. Someone shouted, and immediately attracted everyone's attention again. Absolutely true. The metal rod hit Ji Tianwu's body, and people felt that her petite figure would be knocked down in the next second. However, after hitting Chen Fan, there was an arc, which shows how hard the body is. 10 tons of force fell on him, and he was unharmed. More like a monster than a monster of all races. Nima, let the monsters of all races try, I guess they can't do it. If he didn't know that 36 relatives of his ancestors died in battle and came to Hunting Film City on the same plane, he would definitely think that he is a spy of Wanzu. How can human beings have such a strong physique? Fang Xiong was also dumbfounded. After a while, the communicator popped up and said to many students, "Hurry up, go in one by one." He walked to the corner and dialed the contact information of other people. Chen Fan's strength must be told to certain people. Chen Fan didn't care what the outsiders were like, and he just felt the intensity changes in his body. He is fused with ultra-titanium, and his physical strength is comparable to that of a leader-level creature. 10 tons of weight fell on the body, unharmed. I feel that, fusion points are too worthwhile. Even if the weapon is broken in the future, the body is still a powerful weapon. Terror! He himself felt terrified. The iron rod of the robot arm fell on his body, it only hurt a little, and there was no other reaction. Arms, back, thighs, calves, attack in all directions without dead ends. It's the same everywhere, Chen Fan has become a defense without dead ends. After running the true energy, I am going to try to increase the attack power. As a result, nothing changes. The guess is that the limit of the tester has been reached, and the attack power is insufficient. Like a stroll in a courtyard, Sure ran after Ji Tianwu. Ji Tianwu's face was pale, her muscles trembled, and her bones creaked. She was not as relaxed as Chen Fan. With a miserable smile, said, "Brother Fan, you are so powerful, I can hardly take it anymore." While talking, a stick hit her neck. Chen Fan saw it, but didn't intervene. The strength has been precisely tested, and the strength is completely different when attacking different parts. If it is the same as attacking the thigh, this will definitely break the neck. Oh! Ji Tianwu's neck was twisted. Because of the severe pain, her face was distorted. The appearance of pain and the expression of grievance merged together. "Be patient, we are about to catch up with Lin Yu." "Whatever you say, you have to go out, but you can't climb out." Boom bang bang. Chen Fan was under attack from all directions without even responding. Only the clothes on his body couldn't bear it and were about to be destroyed. Talking between two people can distract part of their attention, and they go outside hand in hand. The strongest entrants in the back are only 900 kilograms, unable to catch up with Lin Yu. Qinfen weighs 899 kilograms. Zhao Yi, 340 kilograms. Yu Linghai, 410 kilograms. Xian Kuan, 380 kilograms. The students who had endured the stew in the iron pot in the morning had firm skin and strong endurance, and walked ahead with grinning teeth. But the students who couldn't bear the stew, as Fang Xiong said, their skin was torn apart, and their bones were in severe pain, which was unbearable. There were screams, howls, and disregard of face. The pain was truly unbearable. After Chen Fan came out, the clothes on his body almost turned into butterflies, dancing gracefully. Muscles were exposed in many places. Lin Yu stood against the wall with a face full of pain, trembling all over. Looking at Chen Fan, whose expression remained unchanged, he felt bursts of anger surge up. Obviously he is number one, but now he is being compared. 10 times worse in physical strength? You must know that you are in the late stage of the Golden Bridge realm and the strongest freshman in the school. How could it be so different from him? Lin Yu refused to accept it, and so did Qinfen. He rushed over spitting blood, his legs trembled, and he almost fell to his knees. But he saw Chen Fan supporting Ji Tianwu, standing at the corridor window and looking outside. A mouthful of old blood spit out. "I don't believe that he is really that strong, he must have used weird means." Fang Xiong came back after making the phone call, looked at the relatively thin Chen Fan, and gritted his teeth. The strength of the body's bones is nearly twice that of his. I originally wanted to guide him to become stronger, but now it seems that at most it is to impart a little experience. After the realm is improved, it will really become a nightmare for all races of creatures. Walked over, patted Chen Fan on the shoulder, and asked, "Before you awakened, did you practice your body with your family? What's your name? The foundation is too strong." I really want to know who his parents were, and how he struggled so hard since he was a child. Chen Fan was thinking of a reasonable reason yesterday. Hearing his words, my heart instantly brightened. Indeed, it can be pushed to parents and elders. Therefore, without blushing and heartbeat, he said, "Since I was 3 years old, my great-grandfather has been giving me strength, saying that the body is the foundation and must be strong. Because of the strong energy and blood, it is relatively difficult to open up the sea of bitterness. It's just nonsense, but it's hard to verify anyway. Just to find a reason for myself to open up the sea of suffering." Fang Xiong said with a clear look, "No wonder, you have practiced for more than 10 years, and I won't make a fool of myself in front of you with my trivial skills. My master has been notified. If you go to Yashan City in the future, remember to find a person named Tian Shi and learn the bone forging method. I have a notebook he left for me here, take a look at it tonight and return it to me tomorrow. If you gain something tomorrow, don't learn from me, go exercise with the swordsman." In the end, he looked rather depressed. "I originally competed with a few people for a good apprentice, but I couldn't guide him. Where are you going to make sense? Destined to have no master-student fate. The time for him to grow up must not be delayed." The students who came out had complicated expressions when they heard Fang Xiong's words. The teacher himself admits that there is nothing to guide him, which shows that Chen Fan's body is terrifyingly strong. Especially Zhao Yi, who had just walked out, covered in blood and had his teeth blown off, fainted gorgeously after hearing this. "There is only one thought in my mind, why not me? Lin Yu was so angry that his nose was crooked. He performed very well, but Chen Fan suppressed the limelight. Leave him far behind. The only fortunate thing is that he is finally leaving, and the number 1 position is about to return. Xin Fan was completely dazed, feeling that he was living in a different world from him. The difference in physical strength is too big. Chen Fan didn't expect that after testing 2 passes, the other party stopped teaching him. How can there be such a teacher? Taking the handwritten notebook, he said helplessly, "Well, don't you want to teach me some boxing skills? The alloy knife is not hard enough, it will be broken in a day. I must have a self-defense strategy? Anyway, guiding a set of boxing techniques is better than nothing. The body is still relatively reliable, and it is still intact after being smashed so many times just now." Lin Yu. Xin Fan. Yu Linghai. Everyone was speechless. The teacher said that he couldn't teach anymore, but he still wanted boxing? Drain a guy? Or humiliate him? Fang Xiong blinked his eyes, moved his majestic body 2 steps back, and said, "Go back and phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals red read / phoneme the book first. We'll talk about it later. You say you can't guide, and you don't understand what it means? I can't teach. If I have no power, I have to be laughed at. After all, it is a child. There are other people, gather immediately and prepare to temper the body. Otherwise, the pain of the body will accompany for a long time. Leave Chen Fan alone." Ji Tianwu gestured to him as a cheering gesture, telling him to go back first. "I go first." After bidding farewell to Ji Tianwu and Fang Xiong, Chen Fan went back to the dormitory alone. It was only 3 o'clock, so I had plenty of time to phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals red / phoneme my notes. It is said to be a secret book, but it is actually Tianxi's essays, cultivation experience. It includes the process of taking the road of exercise and how to exercise, including the promotion of blood vessels, roots and bones, the exercise of muscles, bones and skin, the stimulation of true energy and so on. It has truly achieved the level of giant beasts of thousands of races, and has the courage to tear apart thousands of races. It is equivalent to walking out a different cultivation path. In the end, it is the exercise method that is summed up. Heavenly thunder body tempering. At the beginning, it was naturally impossible to accept the bombardment of the sky thunder, and it would directly turn into a corpse. Into 3 steps. Copper head and iron arms, attracting thunder into the body of the god of thunder. It is said that Tianxi himself is only in the 2nd stage, and his body is surrounded by the power of thunder, which is infinite. The battle will surely tear apart all races, and it is extremely terrifying. Legend has it that it is a humanoid ultralisk. There are detailed training methods, as well as self-created boxing methods. Benlay fist, concentrate the whole body's strength in one punch, and strike violently. This is fine. When Chen Fan saw the name of the boxing technique, he immediately became interested. Although it is impossible to achieve copper head and iron arm, it is almost the same now. Find a few more ultra-titanium ores and fuse them into the body, and it will definitely be achieved. According to the method of infuriating guidance mentioned above, it took a full 3 hours to barely control it. Call. Chen Fan punched in the void, the air vibrated, and a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals wind wine / phoneme was blown towards the door. Boom! He slammed on the door vigorously, and there was a sound. Isn't it? I'm only in the sea of misfortune realm, and I can't release my true energy. But there's already a wave of air? This boxing technique is powerful, I have to find a chance to experiment. He was very happy, at least much stronger than without martial arts. Any exercise is summed up by the ancestors, and it takes a lot of time to explore. He stood on the shoulders of giants and realized the essence. Just as he was about to learn his second punch, there was a knock on the door. I was taken aback for a while, and saw that the sun outside was westward, and the sky was getting dark. He quickly put away the notebook and took the key to open the door. Standing outside the door was a newly dressed Ji Tianwu, in a fairly good state of mind. With a smile on his face, he said directly, "Let's go, let's eat. I'm starving." He covered his stomach with his left hand and kept rubbing it. Prove that you are really hungry. Okay, let's go. The two went to the basement together, and Ji Tianwu ordered twice the usual amount of food. Chen Fan was dazed watching from the side. What did they do after he left? Will be so hungry? Can't wait to eat right away, without chatting with him. Whoosh. The speed is so fast, it seems to be swept away by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine/phoneme. The rest of the students were similar, with a lot of food on the table, eating like crazy. Chen Fan might be the only one who chewed slowly, looking at everyone suspiciously. It wasn't until everyone had eaten the food in front of them and showed a satisfied expression that they asked Ji Tianwu, "What's going on? After I left, what did you do? One by one healed up, and you ate so much? I can't even think of what happened." It must be another weird method prepared by Fang Xiong. Ji Tianwu didn't explain, but picked up the lunchbox, added half of the meal, and sat in front of Chen Fan. The food intake is already more than Chen Fan's. Doubt her small body, where did all the food go? The more you don't say anything, the more anxious you feel, and you can't wait to take a good look at it. After eating, Ji Tianwu put down the bowl and chopsticks, took a long breath and said, "Don't mention it, put us in a training cabin full of green liquid. I don't know what it is, but it can quickly recover from injuries on our bodies. However, it consumes countless amounts of energy. My stored energy is exhausted before the forging of the bone is considered complete. Didn't you notice that I grew 5 centimeters in one afternoon? Fortunately, I brought exercise clothes, which are slightly looser. Otherwise, it must be ugly." If she didn't say it, Chen Fan didn't feel it. He grew 5 centimeters in just one afternoon? It is guessed that it is also a special medicine researched by human beings to treat the wounds of war. It is just right to improve the strength of a freshman. Nodded and said, "That's how it is. No wonder it becomes edible. You must be exhausted. Go back and rest early. A lot of energy is consumed, and people will definitely feel tired." Well, I'm really exhausted. I'm mentally exhausted. Let's go back? Ji Tianwu echoed, stood up and continued, "If it weren't for the unbearable hunger, I would go to bed directly. It's really scary. More than 30 students were eliminated today, and they are preparing to be incorporated into the city guard. They can't pass the first test. They must go through the education of the Federation before they can walk the world alone." On the way out, she said with emotion, "Hey, there are 2 of them at the Golden Bridge level. Their level is high, but their foundation is poor. They were raised purely with pills. In words, there is so much embarrassment. It is obvious that the elimination rate is astonishing." Chen Fan already understood why they were organized to participate in this kind of training, which was actually to screen talents. Elimination is normal. Even if they are warriors, they are divided into strengths and weaknesses. By the way, I may go out with the swordsman tomorrow. I may not come back. Be careful. Chen Fan really wanted to see what the night in the wilderness was like. Of course, if the swordsmen can't stay in the wild, they will naturally come back. I see. Ji Tianwu bowed her head and said something, and walked out of the basement together. In the stairwell above, he looked up at his face again, and said, "Perhaps, we will be separated from tomorrow. Shadow City is only our first stop. There is still a long way to go in the future. I hope we can go to the end and fight against the creatures of all races." She is very confident that she can walk out of the 10 heavenly levels. Wherever the ancestors had a war emperor, and the blood of the war emperor awakened on her body, she must achieve the achievements of her ancestors. Generations of people have not awakened. Chen Fan nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you that no matter what happens in the future battle, I will remember that there are people waiting for me outside the pass. This is an agreement between the 2 of us." While speaking, he stretched out the little finger of his right hand, and looked at her with twinkling eyes. This is a childhood agreement, although it is rarely used, but the 2 are no strangers. Ji Tianwu also stretched out the little fingers of her right hand, hooked them together, and said, "Hanging on the hook, it is not allowed to change for 100 years. Whoever wants to change is a puppy. Brother Fan, you must remember that if we accidentally separated, I will definitely step out of the 10 heavenly gates and wait for you. With determination in his eyes, he made a promise that would not change for the rest of his life. Must. Chen Fan made an agreement with her. Although it may not be possible to separate, but take precautions. Because they were very tired, they went back to their rooms to rest. Chen Fan felt that the content in the notebook was good, and he only had one night, so he decided to rest later and memorize all the follow-up content. If you can't remember, just take a photo and put it in the communicator. The content is not coherent, and the order is deliberately disrupted. Prevent some hackers from leaking out if they know the secret. Thunder Fist. After learning 3 punches, pure physical strength can achieve terrifying attacks. With a little bottom in my heart, I practiced until dawn. Before getting up early to gather, Chen Fan and Ji Tianwu met Fang Xiong. Passed up Tianxi's notebook and said, "Thank you, teacher, I have gained a lot. If I encounter Stitch monsters again, I will blow their heads off with 1 punch." He has such confidence. Fang Xiong looked at him like a monster, smashed his mouth, and said, "Your talent is great. How many punches have you learned?" He has also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme the notes, but his talent is limited, and it is specious to learn a punch. Chen Fan said, "Time is limited, I only learned 3 punches. The trajectory of true energy is too simple and rough, I am not used to it." 3 punches? 1 afternoon? Fang Xiong screamed out, then realized something was wrong, quickly silenced his voice, and said, "Did you know that Tianxi taught his eldest disciple personally, and it took 3 days to learn 1 punch? They were all identified as successors by Tianxi. You should quickly improve your cultivation and go to Yashan City." He doesn't want to talk to Chen Fan anymore, people will die before others. Ji Tianwu could tell that Chen Fan was exceptionally talented, far beyond what Fang Xiong could match. You can tell by the depressed look on his face. "Wow, Brother Fan, you are so amazing. The more powerful he is, the happier he is. Prove that the future can go further." Chen Fan said innocently, "I don't know what it is." He said that he only has 1 afternoon, and I will try my best to learn. "Teacher, I've given you the notes. Where's Mr. Swordsman? I have learned boxing, and I can't wait to go outside to try how powerful it is." As soon as the words fell, 2 people came from across the street together. He carried 2 large packages on his back and held one in his hand. "Old Fang, I didn't expect you to rob us of apprentices at times when you admit your weakness." The person who spoke was the swordsman from the day before yesterday. Next to him was Gu Chen, carrying a huge luggage roll in his hand. When he arrived, he threw it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan subconsciously caught it with his hands, full of doubts. "Heading out of town with this much stuff? Take it, we're going to take you out of town for 3 to 5 days, and you need accommodation at night." Gu Chen's words mean that he won't come back at night. Chen Fan immediately looked at Ji Tianwu and said, "Take care of yourself, I will go with them first." While speaking, he carried a backpack phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause /phoneme to half a person's height on his back. "I don't know what's inside, it's very heavy." But to him, it was nothing. Ji Tianwu helped tidy up her clothes and said in a low voice, "Take care, I hope you come back safely. We just made an appointment last night, and we really have to separate this morning." Chen Fan hugged her suddenly, then let go and walked to Gu Chen's side, saying, "Let's go and kill monsters." He didn't want to look back, he didn't know how to face Ji Tianwu. "Let's go." Although Gu Chen lost a leg, his speed was not slow at all, and he led him to the south gate. Ji Tianwu looked at Chen Fan's back and was speechless for a long time. The eyes were gradually covered with a layer of mist, and the mist gathered into tears of parting, which slid down the corners of the eyes. In order to improve their strength and survive in troubled times, everyone has to bear a different fate. They have never been separated, this time, I don't know when we will see each other again. Brother Fan, take care. The day after tomorrow, I may have to leave too. My way is not in the Shadow City. The family has made preparations for her in advance, and someone has already arranged her future. Taiping City has many restrictions, but there are too many maneuverability in the outside world. Chen Fan didn't know Ji Tianwu's plan, to bid farewell to the comfortable city life again and step into the dangerous wild world. For those who have experienced life and death, the outside world is in crisis every step of the way, and it is difficult to survive. But for him, only by entering the wild can he get more benefits. Integrate everything in the world, strengthen yourself, improve your strength, and fulfill your dreams. With a determined face, he stepped out of the city gate, and after walking 10 meters away, he looked back. On the meter-high wall, human corpses of various shapes can be clearly seen, and it still looks shocking and frightening at this moment. I don't know how many predecessors and martyrs paid the price for the continuation of mankind. After death, still guarding this beloved land, endless human beings. Really dedicated, heart-wrenching. Some are majestic treasures, some are like giant Buddhas, some exude sword energy, and some dominate the world. You must be a proud figure in life, so you can become immortal after death and turn into a guardian statue. Some also decayed, revealing glowing bones. White bones, black bones, there must be scars. It proves that they have experienced unimaginable wars during their lifetime. Seniors, you are greater than my family. We should stand up, drive out all races, and restore the glory of mankind. Looking at each corpse, Chen Fan swore secretly. Gu Chen's voice came from beside him. My dream once was to turn into a statue to protect future generations. Who knows, the injury is too heavy, and I can't reach the five-god state, and I can't condense the killing bone. Sigh. His sigh made Chen Fan feel shocked. The teacher is the backbone of human beings, the spiritual inheritance of successive generations, and the foundation for countless generations to take as a warning. The swordsman said next to him, I am working hard to improve my strength, but I must leave an heir to pass on to future generations before I can fight to the death. Inheritance cannot be broken. He is in good health, just to continue his life, and has not gone to the more dangerous border for the time being. They are all contributing to the continuation of mankind. It is also subtly instilling the concept of life in Chen Fan. Inheritance, precepts, and deeds, is the inheritance. After standing silently for 3 minutes, Gu Chen threw him a knife and said, Let's go, I heard that your alloy knife will be broken in a day, and I will prepare a bone knife for you. I hope to learn more martial arts and kill all creatures of all races. It is made of the bones of a commander-level swordback tiger, which can withstand the impact of tens of thousands of catties of force. While explaining, Chen Fan had already grabbed the long knife with a rather weird shape. There is a little more handguard on the hilt, and it seems to be able to use a completely different attack method. It is 1.2 meters long and very thick. The blade is extremely sharp, slender, with serrations on the back. Any creature stabbed by such a long knife will definitely bring out its intestines and stomach. Such a long knife is extremely terrifying to anyone. Chen Fan felt at least 100 catties, which was far heavier than an alloy knife. With a smile on his face, he said, Thank you, Teacher Gu, I don't know how much strength I can withstand the attack. I hope I can use it a few more times. He knew in his heart that this knife might have cost him a lot of federal coins. In order to take care of myself, I really went all out. In the future, if there is an opportunity, we must find a way to get rid of the irreversible injuries on his body. The grace of gifting a knife must be repaid. But he didn't say it. Just finished speaking, the voice of the system sounded in my mind, discover the fusionable bone knife, enhance the sharpness of the finger bones, need 200 fusion points. Chen Fan blinked his eyes, feeling that it was about to explode, so he merged immediately. Can't be wasted if the fingers become extremely sharp, there will be no need for long knives in the future. You're welcome. The swordsman on the other side pulled out a half-body armor embroidered with mysterious patterns from his backpack, handed it to him and said, This is the rune armor. The runes on it can prevent threats such as fire and poison. At night, it can also stop the ubiquitous ghosts and shadows, let them go. Come over and help him put on his clothes. All tidied up, just to protect the chest and abdomen and other important parts, but it will not affect the activities. Thank you, Mr. Swordsman. You are so kind to me. He was still thinking about how to deal with the ghost race and other races at night, but the teacher had already figured out a way. Gu Chen on the other side, watching them tidy up neatly, said, "Let's go, let's see how your sword skills are. You have to have a score in your heart, so you can guide me later. Yes, try to find an elite monster. I heard that you killed one." The swordsman agreed, calling the two to go on the road together. Walking on the road, Guchen took advantage of the situation and taught Chen Fan how to distinguish where there are monsters and where are normal trees and stones. Only then did Chen Fan know why Ji Tianwu could quickly tell if there was any danger. It turns out that there are teachers who have guided me and have a lot of experience. It was confirmed one by one that it was indeed in line with his experience. Entering the wilderness, 500 meters away from the city, from time to time you can see humans venturing out of the city. The swordsman suddenly said to him, "To survive in the wilderness, remember one thing, you must not have the heart to harm others, and you must have the heart to guard against others. Sometimes, you can guard against the killing of thousands of people, but you may not be able to block the black knife from human beings. In the wild, the control and morality of the city are lost. Some people tear off the sanctimonious disguise and become more terrifying than the creatures of all races." Chen Fan never expected that the swordsman's first words instructing him were to beware of his own kind. Outside, maybe he has lost his restraint, but do he really dare to kill people at will? He couldn't believe it. Just when his expression changed drastically, Guchen's voice came from next to his ear. "Yes, except for the comrades you are particularly familiar with, you have to beware of the rest. People are so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to each other, you don't know what other people are thinking. Someone may approach you on purpose to serve as a pathfinder. Some plan your prey, and some want your equipment. In short, there is no big mistake in being more prepared." He also said the same thing, guarding against humans. Chen Fan had no choice but to believe it now. Even if we are educated from an early age, human beings should help each other, we can't do nothing but help each other. However, in the wild, it is clearly the naked law of the jungle. "I understand." Chen Fan, who was talking, slashed across the piranha in front of him. The huge flower head, before it could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, turned into fragments all over the sky. A red rhombic spar appeared in the air, he grabbed it and put it in his backpack. "Kill the piranha and get 50 fusion points. Find fusion energy, a little increase in true energy, need fusion point 50. Chen Fan killed all the monsters of 10,000 races found along the way. On the one hand, gain fusion points, on the other hand, familiarize yourself with your own power. Although after 2 days of study, the power of the fusion of ultra titanium still needs to be fully mastered. The swordsman said behind him, "If you try to kill with one blow, you belong to the brave style. But, don't be too brave, too rigid and easy to break. You must keep a hand to change the knife technique, just in case." The voice is not very loud, just guidance. Chen Fan was taken aback for a moment when he heard the words, feeling that what he said was right. At the beginning, I like to solve the enemy with one blow, and I don't want to entangle too much. Even if you don't use Jinshi now, just use your body's muscle strength, it's still a one-hit kill. It seems that we really need to learn more self-defense methods. While confirming what I have learned with the swordsman, I continue to improve the direction and angle of my shots. While saving power, achieve the fastest way of cutting. After traveling 1,000 meters, Chen Fan killed more than 100 low-level beast creatures. It's not that he didn't want to kill the elites, but that they were all killed by the humans who went out to practice. Those who accept the task are working hard to improve their strength. Occasionally, when encountering humans, some would say hello to the swordsman, while others would simply avoid them. It seemed that he was afraid of getting involved in any trouble. Chen Fan, who had accumulated, fusion points again, fused all, crystal nuclei quietly. Each race is completely different, but he doesn't care. Anyway, there is no need to absorb, the system will automatically filter out impurities. At this moment, Guchen said to him, "Don't absorb crystal nuclei indiscriminately, it's best to only absorb one series. The human body is amazing, it can hold all kinds of energy. However, it needs a gradual process, and it also needs to see which energy is more compatible with it. Find the energy that suits you, and your cultivation level will advance by leaps and bounds." If you don't match it, it can be said that you will get twice the result with half the effort, and the gain outweighs the loss. These words came too late. Chen Fan had already fully integrated into his body. Correct. The swordsman echoed again, I am more suitable for phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme energy and earth energy, increasing the speed and thickness of the knife. Other effects are greatly reduced. Tell by example, pass on experience. Chen Fan blinked his eyes, and felt that the true energy in his dantian had increased again, as if the area of the sea of bitterness had widened again. The golden color is not only on the surface, but has begun to spread below the sea surface, towards the late stage of the bitter sea. As for what they said, getting twice the result with half the effort, I didn't feel it. Turning his eyes, he asked, how long is the shortest time for a genius to go from the sea of bitterness to the golden bridge? When will the sea of bitterness expand? He wanted to see if he was normal? The swordsman answered quickly, I have been to few places. I heard on the internet that someone reached the golden bridge realm in a month. He is a super genius. Guchen next to him raised his head and thought for a moment, then said, the most genius I have ever met. It only took 20 days to break through the golden bridge realm. He has already been accepted as a disciple by the king of men and trained himself. There was more sigh and longing in his eyes, and it was obvious that he had some memories of the past years. 20 days? Chen Fan didn't know when he would break through, but he felt that it would be about the same if he lived in the wild for 5 or 6 days. As for the expansion of the sea of suffering you mentioned, as long as you practice non-stop, it will continue to expand. I have seen the most talented people, who initially reached the size of a big river. There is one, 7-colored light rising from the sea of bitterness. It is said to be the body of 7 treasures, and it has already been taken away by the master of the king. Guchen once opened the door of God, so his knowledge is much better than that of a swordsman. Speaking of some past events, they are all memories. Chen Fan's eyes kept clicking, and he realized that his suffering was nothing. 7 treasure body? I don't know what special effect it has. It seems that in the development of more than 1,000 years, human beings have indeed emerged countless arrogance. In the time of speaking, Chen Fan completely fused 100 first-order crystal nuclei. Turning his fingers in the trouser pocket, he touched the poor tooth that he bought the day before yesterday. His eyes lit up, and he really wanted to see the effect of improving the blood. As soon as the system prompted, he had already stated his consent. All of a sudden, I felt heat emanating from the hard xianqi teeth in my hand. Then a hot current flowed along the fingers, along the arm, and quickly rushed to the heart. Wherever it passes, it feels like there are countless warm currents converging into the blood vessels. When the heat flow reaches the heartbeat suddenly intensifies, as if a floodgate has been opened. In the next second, the warm current flowed to all parts of the body due to the beating of the heart. Although he didn't know exactly what happened, Chen Fan knew that the interval between breaths had increased now. It should be that the nutrients carried have increased. This is a good thing. After clenching his fist a little, he felt that his muscle strength had increased again. Although there is no obvious feeling, 1,000 fusion points will never be wasted. In front of Guchen and swordsman, he quietly improved his strength again. It's something they never expected. Ahead, a mountain stands tall on the ground. There are jagged rocks and few trees. Chen Fan stepped up to see what good things he could find. After walking a few steps, the swordsman suddenly rushed to the edge of a boulder in front of him. Chen Fan looked over and found a small bright red tree growing out of a crack in the rock above. The tree is only 1 foot high, but it is crooked and bent 12 times. On each bend, there is a branch, which divides into 5 thin branches, and grows a few small red leaves. Among the red leaves, there is a small fruit like a drop of blood. Qiangguo. Lao Gu, come and see, is this true? Not sure if it was true or not, he called Guchen over. It's the horned dragon fruit, and it's the top grade, 12-fold horned dragon fruit. It has the function of nourishing blood, and it has a special effect on healing trauma. The only pity is that it just bears fruit and needs to wait for 3 years. Immature, the effect is greatly reduced, almost useless. As expected of Guchen, who has seen the world, he said his name in one breath, and pointed out that it will take a long time to mature. Also proves why it's here and no one picks it off. Chen Fan approached and looked at the small fruit tree. Indeed, it bent at will, like a red dragon with 9 claws, stepping on the clouds. It looks extraordinary. Squatting down, the big hand touched it directly to have a look. Immediately, the swordsman grabbed his shoulder and moved back quickly. When Chen Fan was surprised, a red horse suddenly emerged from the crevice of the stone where the horned dragon fruit was. Like a flash of lightning, it rushed towards his wrist. Even though the swordsman had tried his best to pull him, it was still slow, and Pai Lian entangled him. Chen Fan instantly understood that it wasn't that no one touched the fruit, but that there were terrifying creatures guarding it. The swordsman's shout reached his ears, "No, it's dangerous." Guchen on the other side, hearing the voice was wrong, waved his big hand, with a blood-red air wave flying towards the red lightning. But, after all, it was slow, and Chen Fan's danger could not be resolved quickly. Red lightning wrapped around his wrist in an instant, and broke through Guchen's true energy attack. A huge pulling force carried Chen Fan's arm towards the crack of the stone. The stone gap is only 1 foot wide, and the arm may be able to pass through it, but people will definitely not be able to get in. At least one arm must be destroyed, careful. "Break me!" Guchen shouted loudly, with a bloody long sword in his hand, and stabbed straight at it. The swordsman on the other side unsheathed the long knife at his waist with a loud roar, and slashed phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the stone crack. I want to make a clean break and save Chen Fan. It never occurred to me that Chen Fan would be in crisis if he couldn't take care of it at a glance. Just as the two of them were focusing on Chen Fan, 2 red lightning lights appeared from the cracks in the stone again. It happened so suddenly that there was no time to react, and it wrapped around the necks of the two of them. For a moment, neither of them could take Chen Fan into consideration, and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and counterattacking the red lightning in front of them. Chen Fan was wary when the swordsman pulled him. Seeing the red lightning wrapped around his wrist, he immediately grabbed it with his fingers. Accompanied by the greasy touch, the voice of the system sounded in my mind, "Discover a fusion skill, Spirit Snakebound. To learn the terrifying entanglement ability of the snake race, you need 1,000 fusion points." When he heard the sound, Chen Fan already knew that it was an elite snake. Grab as your body is being driven forward. A powerful force that can rival the creatures of all races erupts in an instant. He wanted to see what kind of monster it was. Willing to stay under a spiritual grass and entrap human beings. I don't know how many people have been swallowed. Pressing the left hand on the boulder, the whole body stopped being pulled over immediately. The muscles in the right arm quickly bulged, the blue veins swelled, and all the physical strength exploded. Boom boom. The red lightning wrapped around him tensed instantly, making a sound like steel bars. It seemed to be pulled to the limit in an instant, becoming very thin, and about to break. Chen Fan felt awkward, the weight of his entire body was on his left hand. The posture is very strange. But, fortunately, he was strong, and his wrists were not injured by pulling each other. On the contrary, because of the sudden outbreak, the situation has changed. Red lightning couldn't take it anymore, and was about to let go of Chen Fan and take it back. At this moment, Guchen and the swordsman were fighting together, and the 2 red lightning bolts rushing towards them were cut off in an instant. It is impossible for Chen Fan to let go and directly activate the fusion power of the system. In the next second, all the struggles of the red lightning disappeared. Turned dead gray, as if lost all blood. Rays of red light passed from above to Chen Fan's arm, and then poured into his body. The system sounds: kill the 3-headed snake and reward 1,500 fusion points. It proves that this is an elite monster, and its strength is nothing. Because they hide in the dark and attack people secretly, they are difficult to deal with. The strong are too lazy to move, and the weak cannot. After all, the horned dragon fruit is immature, and it may not be able to support it in another place. Hearing the system's voice, knowing that the 3-headed snake was dead, Chen Fan pulled the body vigorously. I just feel that there is suddenly a snake's swimming track, winding and tearing in my mind. Simple and sharp attack method. If it doesn't move, it's amazing. Even a master can be killed with one blow. Although there is a gap with Tianshi's one-hit kill, it is still a good hole card. one more skill, one more possibility of survival. Who would have thought that the person who used the brave fist in battle would suddenly use the snake-wrapped hand? Accompanied by the burst of power, the body of the three-headed snake was pulled out from the 1-foot-wide crack in the stone. 3 cobra-like heads, plus black scales all over the body. The 10-meter-long body was almost torn apart by Chen. Seeing the terrifying power, Gu Chen's eyelids twitched wildly. As expected of a person that even Feng Xiong can't teach, you have pulled out the tongues of 3-headed snakes of the same level. Horror! They are strong in the Holy Lotus realm, but they feel frightened by him. When facing him, it was like facing a terrifying master. Chen Fan glanced at the 10-meter-long 3-headed snake and said, "Now, can we take this horned dragon fruit tree away? Let's eat it at noon." As soon as the words fell, the big hand had already grabbed Qiangguo again. In case benefits can be obtained, they will definitely not be wasted. The system can distinguish. Gu Chen couldn't react. This guy has no memory? Again. The swordsman also stared at the crack, always ready to attack the creatures that rushed out of the crack. But they miscalculated. Chen Fan grabbed the Qiulong fruit and wanted to grab it. But it was found that its roots were all stuck in the stone, not in the soil. This is hard to do. If you use force, you will definitely break all the roots, and you will not be able to survive at all. If you don't use force, you can't pull it out at all, and you have to stay here. Who might be cheaper? Gu Chen and the two had never seen the horned dragon fruit growing in the wild, so they were in a dilemma for a while. Give up? I'm afraid someone will come and snatch it away, so I might as well take it myself. Don't give up, it's useless before the deadline. Chen Fan grabbed it, and a notification sound came from the system. Discover the energy that can be fused, the horned dragon fruit. Enhance the power of the blood and increase the amount of true energy. It needs 500 fusion points. It sounds like the reward is not as high as that of the 3-headed snake. In other words, the effect is not satisfactory, and it is not as amazing as when it is mature. That being the case, there is nothing to regret, saying, "The 3-headed snake I killed, I just took it away. If it can survive after taking it back, I will keep it. If it can't survive, it can't be cheap for other creatures. It is estimated that some people will be attacked." This kind of psychology is normal. Who doesn't want to keep good things for themselves? Especially nearly getting hurt. Gu Chen thought for a while and said, "That's the only way. When you cut, just take the rocks on both sides. Give it the nutrients it needs. Everyone is cultivating for the spiritual fruit, and it should be so." The 3 of them worked together to cut down 2 rocks and make a stone box, and put the dragon fruit in it. Put them into Chen Fan's backpack. He has great strength and is not afraid to add some pressure. Most importantly, it was obtained by Chen Fan's effort and easily killing the 3-headed snake. Chen Fan already knew that after fusing ultra-titanium ore, his physical strength reached a terrifying level. The elite monsters that were once difficult to deal with were nothing but trifles in front of him. It can be said that it is easy to kill. The 3 of them entered the rocky mountain, which was inaccessible, and the groups of various creatures also increased. Progress slowed down. Flower Demon Clan, all kinds of flowers filled the air, looking very beautiful. In fact, it contains a terrible crisis. If you are not careful, your whole body will be swallowed up, and you will die without a place to die. The swordsman is no longer just watching from the sidelines, and demonstrates the basic moves of swordsmanship among the flower demons. Changing body skills and combining hands and feet can show terrifying attack effects. Chen Fan finally got the sword technique teaching. After all, it is a saber technique that has been accumulated over time. Regardless of its strength or body skills, it is better than Chen Fan's own creation of the split phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme 8 knives. Of course, it's not that it's powerful, but it's the transformation of basic skills. The combat effects displayed are naturally different. If you can kill 250 suture monsters with the 8 knives of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, you can kill, monsters with the knife of the swordsman. This is the difference. Seeing this, Chen Fan simply integrated all the basic skills into his own saber technique. Improved rifting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme 8 swords. Coupled with the power of the spirit snake bound in the body, the whole saber technique is more agile. When passing through the flower demon bushes, Chen Fan had already learned the knife skills of the swordsman and used them to feel the power. Excellent, your learning ability really surpasses most people. The swordsman couldn't help but appreciate it. Just passing through the flower demon grove, a shout suddenly came from the other side of the hillside, "Help, help! There are elite monsters here." The voice is shrill, full of despair. After hearing this, swordsman and Guchen didn't rush over immediately, but flew up to the sky in unison, scanning the surroundings. After confirming the specific position and approximate distance, it landed on the ground, and the swordsman said to Chen Fan, "It's probably in the woods 300 meters above the opposite hillside. You walk over slowly, let's go and have a look first. If there's nothing wrong, I'll come back and find you." The responsibility of being a teacher is also a customary rule for human warriors. It's dangerous, so you have to take a look at it. Guchen hesitated for a moment, obviously caring more about Chen Fan, and said, "If you are in danger, run back along the way you came. Someone will definitely rescue you, and we can find you along the way. Come as you go." His main task is to protect Chen Fan, and try to ignore other things. However, after working as a teacher for many years, when encountering danger, it is still impossible to do nothing. Chen Fan nodded and said, "Go ahead, I'm fine." Now that he has rune armor, he has a way to deal with ghosts, so naturally he has nothing to fear. Watching the two of them leave through the sky, their eyes also fell on a piece of grass in front of them. He had encountered it before, it was the sort of grass that Ji Tianwu said. However, the weeds I saw last time were far less severe than this time. Each sword grass is 2 meters high, like sharp swords soaring into the sky. It contains terrifying power, which seems to be able to split the sky in half. Elite class. Although it is not a particularly powerful elite level, the sword energy contained in it must be more weed than last time. They cannot move, and can only rely on the terrifying sword energy to kill creatures and nourish themselves. In fact, the combat power is greatly reduced and it is easy to deal with. Excitement appeared on Chen Fan's face, and he murmured, "Others don't like this kind of monster. The sword energy is too sharp, and it is easy to wear the armor on the body. If you don't pay attention, you may be angry on the spot. But, I just need them to strengthen my sword energy." He raised the long knife, calmed down, and recalled the improved version of the 8 knives. Check them out. When he was within 5 meters of the sword grass, each sword grass turned into a sword tip, pointing in his direction. What's even more unbelievable is that during the expansion and contraction, sword chi was shot out. Whoosh whoosh. The sword energy pierced through the void, and when there was no time to send it, it reached the front. Chen Fan's muscles tore through the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine slash phoneme resistance, and he dodged with ease. Even if it has evolved to the elite level, the power of the sword energy has increased, and it is difficult for others to approach. No matter which direction you rush towards, you will face a terrifying attack. But he still ignored it. Lifeng 8 knives unfolded and charged within half a meter. Whoosh whoosh. Even though the sword energy has no effect on him, his long knife is like a harvester, harvesting piece by piece. The weeds broke and flew up, no longer the fierceness and madness just now. The voice of the system sounded in my mind, "Kill the sword grass and get 500 fusion points. Kill the sword grass and get 1500 fusion points, discover energy that can be fused, sword energy, and increase attack power. Fusion points of 200 are required." All kinds of system reminders jingled in my mind. Chen Fan obviously felt that the sword energy absorbed this time was much thicker than last time. After entering the Dantian, he became even more dishonest and bumped around. Like the elites who have expanded their territory, they have expanded the scope of the Sea of Suffering. Last time, because of passing quickly, Chen Fan cut a path. This time is different, there is no one around, they can all fuse sword energy. How can you be polite? Just exterminate the clan. Whether it's a beginner or an elite level, a piece of sword grass and weeds has been turned into flat ground by him. As for how many were killed, I can't remember. The only thing I know is that the sword energy overflows from the dantian, hitting the edge of the sea of bitterness. It seems to turn the sea of suffering into infinity. All crystal nuclei are all fused, belonging to the same classification, which is more convenient. The fusion point reaches, again, no matter how much it is consumed, it will show, and it is conceivable how much it exceeds. Whoosh! Chen Fan leaned on the knife with both hands, and stood still panting violently. There were countless holes in the clothes and trousers on his body, but the rune armor was not damaged at all. The wounds on the arms, cheeks, and thighs are slowly healing. Even if it is stewed in an iron pot, it cannot block the sword energy. Grinning, he murmured rather ferociously, "Hey, this harvest is huge. When you meet the holy dryad again, blow it up." During the rest time, I can finally see the appearance of Dantian. With this feeling, the eyeballs slowly widened, full of disbelief. The sea of bitterness is like a stormy sea, with countless sword chi impacting in all directions and growing continuously. The golden color on the top keeps retreating towards the surface, and the realm does not advance but retreats. He no longer knew how far the sea of suffering had expanded for such a situation to occur. You know, he has fused so many crystal nuclei in an instant, so he should be entering the later stage soon. As a result, not only did it not enter, but it was diluted. It's broken. I seem to have lost money this time around. The sea of suffering expands, and the most intuitive reaction is that it is more difficult to improve the realm. It is impossible to predict what the future will look like. The benefit of expansion is not without it. The true energy storage capacity has increased by 3 times. Under the same realm, he can persist in fighting for 3 times as long as others. When the same trick is issued, his power is greater and more abundant than others. With a sigh, I can only let nature take its course. Ready to send again. I don't know where Guchen and the swordsman went, and they didn't come back after cleaning up a large area of sword grass. He simply walked to the opposite mountain. Just heard the real begging, but there was no sound. Swordsman and Guchen flew through the air, although they were chic and fast. However, Chen Fan, who could only walk, was helpless. They said that the bushes on the opposite mountain peak were 300 meters away, and Chen Fan passed through the sword grass territory, which was only more than 100 meters away. The road ahead was not smooth, and a river appeared in the valley between the 2 mountains. The jungle is on the other side of the river. For Chen Fan, who can't swim at all, this river is like a moat, blocking his way. Oh, I didn't learn to swim well when I was a child, and now it's painful. Standing by the river, he shook his head helplessly. Without waiting, I simply walked upstream. There must be a relatively narrow place. Don't dare to wade easily, no one knows if there are weird creatures hidden in the water. Passing through, meters at an extremely fast speed, what I saw was a river bed that was punched out, covered with a thick layer of pebbles. Not even a single creature of all races was seen. Something's wrong. Why are there no monsters from all races? Chen Fan stopped suddenly and looked around, unable to continue walking forward. At least this area of cobblestones should be avoided. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped on the cobblestone with both feet, preparing to use his strength to hide in the original sword grass area. That is an area where it is certain that there are no creatures of all races. However, the moment he exerted force, the entire cobblestone suddenly sank. Grass. I felt that I was too careless to walk so far in the wild before I woke up. With a clang in his right hand, he pulled out the bone knife. At the same time, the muscles used the split phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, ready to escape with all their strength. No matter what creature appeared, he could hardly use his full strength to fight in the mire. With the help of a little strength on the stone with both feet, the waist and abdomen exerted strength, and the true energy suddenly diffused out. In an instant, endless golden light rapidly spread out in all directions. Instantly enveloped the surrounding 5,000 meters radius. Then it disappeared in a flash and attached to the surface of Chen Fan's body. Countless sword chi gathered towards the bone knife, ready to strike with all its strength. Just when he barely volleyed back to dodge, a big mouth drilled out from under the cobblestone just now, covering the foothold directly. The size of the big mouth can be 10 square meters, and the sharp teeth are like long swords standing upside down. As long as it falls into the mouth, it will definitely be bitten full of holes. Roar! A wave of air rushed out of the big mouth, covering Chen Fan and disrupting all his movements. At the same time, countless pebbles slid down from both sides of the giant beast's body to the ground. Crash! With the sound, Chen Fan, who was in mid-air, had already seen clearly what was under his feet. A very vicious-looking strange fish with one mouth occupying most of its body. The scales all over his body were like terrifying sharp blades, constantly rubbing against the stones. The 10-meter-long body, with its fishtail constantly swinging, chased after Chen Fan. Escape? Being in mid-air, unable to escape its attack range. Moreover, the figure is strongly disturbed, and it is impossible to land on the designated place. The powerful waist and abdomen burst out, and the body abruptly changed direction in the air, turning its head and feet up. Endless cold light suddenly burst out from both eyes, true energy surged all over his body, and golden light shone. Since I don't give you a way to survive, I will fight with you. Chen Fan was sure that this was an elite monster. Under the surprise attack, let him fall into a passive position. But, don't be afraid in the face of danger, don't panic. Under the influence of true chi and sword chi, the bone knife buzzed and trembled. It seems to be very excited, and it seems to be playing a sonata. Kill! The body rose to the extreme, and the strength fell. Chen Fan used the 8 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme splitting swords in the air. The first knife, force chop. The strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme that tore all the obstacles through the muscles, rushed to the top of the monster fish's big mouth at a speed much faster than expected. With a height of less than 2 meters, compared with a huge body of 10 meters, there should be no suspense. However, Chen Fan raised the bone knife high and slashed down. Jian Qi seemed to be screaming happily, and couldn't wait. The strange fish below did not reach the highest point, but was still rising crazily. The sudden change immediately surprised it. The instinctive reaction is to swallow, and I don't feel any danger. The distance that was originally less than 5 meters disappeared in a flash under the acceleration of both sides. Put! Accompanied by a terrifying blow, all the sword energy rushed towards the weird head at the moment of contact. Under the superimposed power of the two, the hard upper jaw of the strange fish was turned into 2 halves on the spot under the action of the bone knife and sword energy. Stab! Crack! Crack! What kind of bones, fish skin, and fish meat are all cut in half with this knife? A series of terrifying explosions continued to expand the wound, extending to the middle of the head. The momentum of the impact stopped, and Chen Fan used his strength to get out of Dazue's range. Both feet stepped on between the eyes of the strange fish, leaving a hole, and fell to the area where the sword grass was again. Puff puff! The moment he left, the strange fish fell to the ground, and there were various cracking sounds in his head. The sword energy raged, blowing his head into pieces. Stab! Chen Fan landed, holding a bone knife, and turned around quickly to look at the strange fish. It was found that its body also fell to the river bed. Put! Wow, wow, wow! The huge body smashed into the muddy riverbed, all kinds of pebbles were pressed by it, and sank together. Cover most of it. Clap! Crack! Bang bang! The muscle memory of the strange fish was still there, and its big tail frantically slapped the riverbed, smashing countless pebbles into the air. The earth shook and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme howled. Chen Fan didn't care about the aftermath of this, and approached the strange fish cautiously, preparing to give it a final blow. The system didn't remind me, so it shouldn't be dead yet. Just as he approached 5 meters, he felt the pebbles shaking again, and there were creatures approaching from the ground. Regardless of blaming the fish, he quickly turned around and ran away. Da-day! The big foot stepped on the cobblestone. One after another the stones flew backwards, and the target was the head of the strange fish. Thinking about it, his huge strength should be able to take its life in the end. Just after running 10 meters, from the position where he was just standing, a strange fish covered with blue and black scales and with dragon horns on its head suddenly emerged. It is even bigger than the one just now, and its head is even more terrifying. With infinite anger shining in his eyes, he continued to chase him. Although I don't know what level it is, but seeing the body length of nearly 20 meters and the dragon horns on the top of the head, I also feel that this strange fish is definitely not simple. Maybe it's a commanding level that surpasses the elite level. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in my mind: kill the elite scavenger thunderfish and get 1,500 fusion points. Hearing the number of fusion points, it can be confirmed that the Qingdao Leiyu just killed is at the average level of the elite class. It is equivalent to the middle stage of the Golden Bridge realm of human beings. However, the one chasing after him is definitely not comparable. At least the speed on land has surpassed Chen Fan. They have already used the splitting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme skill, but they still can't distance themselves from each other. Instead, they are about to be caught up. No, I have to kill. He knew very well that there was no way he could escape like this. Sooner or later, there will be a moment of being caught up, and it will be too late if you want to use any means. Immediately turned around in the air, held the bone knife, and landed on the ground. Crack clap. The pebbles under his feet wiped out 2 5-meter-long deep pits before he stopped the impact. On the contrary, the clearing thunderfish behind did not stop at all. Seeing him stop suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, trying to swallow him in one gulp. There are human bone residues and some tattered pieces of cloth in the mouth. There is even an uneaten foot squeezed between one tooth. True predator. An unpleasant smell came to the nose. Chen Fan was almost fainted. Immediately shut your breath, let your true energy flow, and try to calm yourself down. Grabbing the right hand of the bone knife, the veins popped out and turned completely white. The left fist was tightly clenched, ready to use Tianxi's violent blow kill. With a violent roar, endless murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his body rushed straight away like a shell. If ordinary people were to face such a behemoth, they would be scared to death. But what Chen Fan thought of was confrontation. Even if it is only in the middle stage of the Sea of Bitter Realm, there is still no fear. As long as you grab any part of Qingdao Leiyu, I believe the system can counter-kill it. Even if you can't catch it, relying on your own ability, you may not be able to kill it. The distance in the middle disappeared like a flash. One person and one fish collided on the riverbed. This fish has far more fighting experience than the last one. At the moment when they were about to collide with Chen Fan, they closed their big mouths together, and their sharp teeth gathered together to form a gate. Head-to-head human attacks. It doesn't show its weakness at all. Chen Fan was going to chop it with a knife, but he knew it was impossible. The teeth capable of biting human alloy armor cannot be split with a single knife. Most importantly, it will definitely fall into passivity. Therefore, the bone knife slightly changes the location of the attack. The lip of the fish that became the upper half of the tooth. It is the softest part of its head except for the eyes. Puff, caca. Sure enough, as he expected, the bone knife easily pierced the fish's lip, and caused long wounds due to the collision. At the same time, the left fist gathered momentum and hit the head between the eyes in front without hesitation. Oh! A punch fell, and the dull sound was deafening. Almost at the same time, the fish's mouth opened, and because of inertia, Chen Fan's body just swung into the mouth and was embedded between the 2 rows of teeth. The situation is critical. Ho ho ho. A huge wave of air suddenly spewed out from Qingdao Leiyu's mouth, and screams pierced the air. The skull between the eyes, like arachnoid, spread out in all directions. The severe pain made it miss the best chance to kill Chen Fan. Taking advantage of the sound of the impact, Chen Fan turned backwards and landed on the ground. Bang bang! Near the upper gum of the strange fish, countless snowflakes were blown away by the sword energy, almost connecting with the wound caused by the fist. The severe pain made Qingdao Leiyu tremble violently, unable to attack Chen Fan for a while. Chen Fan refused to let others go. After landing, Wei Wei used his strength to charge up again. It must be killed. It has already grown dragon horns, maybe there is still a ray of dragon blood on it. If it can be integrated, more benefits will definitely be obtained. The bone knife carried a phantom, using the improved 8 knives, like lightning, flashed by. On Qingdao Leiyu's right eye, there was a horrible scar, which directly scratched near the gills behind the fish. The hard bones were torn, and the blood was like a fountain, rushing 5 meters away, drawing a beautiful arc. If it wasn't for its huge size, Chen Fan felt that this knife could split it open. Now, it's just a serious injury. Qingdao Leiyu's scales stood up all over his body, like countless sharp hidden weapons, blocking Chen Fan's approach. The huge tail slapped frantically, trying to kill the human being on the spot. The violent power tore through the void, and the whistling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme caused the river to soar into the sky, forming a stormy sea. The chaotic attacks were more threatening to Chen Fan, because he completely gave up his defense and used his huge body to suppress him. NNND, fight your body. Form a fist with his left hand and use Tianxi's violent blow. Seeing the fish tail rushing towards him, he pierced the soft flesh and the crevices of the fish scales with his right hand. The left fist violently attacked the top of the fish scale. Put! Under the mutual force, the bone knife easily disappeared in its body. The left fist landed on it. Oh! The scales of the fish were shattered, and the flesh of the fish exploded on the spot as if hit by a bomb, reaching the fish bones inside. Crash! Accompanied by the attack with a force of tens of thousands of caddies, the fish bones split on the spot. The endless power carried by the fishtail caused Chen Fan to fly into the air, like a trapeze man, flying 30 meters away, and smashed on the nearby stone wall. Gudong! A dull voice sounded, and he was very worried that the horned dragon fruit tree in his backpack would be smashed to pieces. There was no response from the body, and there was no injury. The body fused with ultra-titanium is indeed terrifyingly powerful. However, clearing Thunderfish is not so easy. The tailbone was broken, and the heavy attack of the tail almost broke the whole body. Because of the severe pain, countless pebbles were thrown into the air, like a hidden weapon flying tens of meters away. It's still struggling. Chen Fan couldn't let it run away. He saw the opportunity and rushed over quickly, jumping onto the fish's head. Holding the knife in both hands, he inserted it fiercely into the gap in the back of his head. Only by attacking this part can all the attacks of the fishtail be completely cut off. Crack! Stab! The bone knife pierced through the fish skin in an instant, cut off the transverse bone, and pierced the spine fiercely until it reached the handle. Qingdao Leiyu trembled on the riverbed, and after 2 violent slaps of all muscles, there was no more movement. Chen Fan pulled out the bone knife, and there were many white brains, red blood, and broken bones on the serrated teeth on the back. A stream of blood rushed straight into the sky like a powerful fountain vomit. The severe pain seemed to stimulate Qingdao Leiyu's nerves again, and he raised his head and let out a scream. Standing on the fish head, Chen Fan was caught off guard, not only covered in blood, but also overturned. There was mud below, and he didn't know what danger there would be, so he didn't want to fall into it. Stretching out his left hand, ignoring the sharp fish scales, he used the spirit snake binding to grab it first to avoid being passive. For a moment, the voice of the system sounded in my mind. I found that it confused blood essence, fish and dragon blood. Enhanced the power of the blood and strengthened the body. 500 fusion points are required. Discover fusion skills, fish dragon change. Fish in the water, dragon in the air, body shape like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, come and go without a trace. Need 1000 fusion points. Discover the talent that can be fused, body armor. Strong body epidermis, forming an armor with strong protective capabilities. Needs 500 fusion points. Kill the elite scavenger Thunderfish and get 2500 fusion points. A series of clanging voices sounded, and Chen Fan said impatiently, "Fusion." In an instant, Qingdao Leiyu's whole body burst into orange light, all pouring into his left arm. At that moment, it seemed that the energy was too great, bringing about unexpected changes. It feels like the skin of the whole body is constantly being beaten by a sledgehammer, increasing the defense. There is another force in the body, forcibly piercing the meridian and leading meridians, opening up routes of true energy that he is completely unfamiliar with. Somehow, I feel that it should be the demand of changing from a fish to a dragon. In the end, there was a change in the blood, and the heart pounded again. The energy carried by the blood in the whole body increases crazily every time. It seems that the body is suddenly lighter and can withstand more changes in strength. It is like a car suddenly changing the oil, refreshing and thorough. In the past, the fusion of ultra-titanium ore has improved the strength of the body. However, the energy carried by the blood has not changed, and it feels like a small horse and a big cart. Now, after 2 bloodline upgrades, the energy transported has been enhanced, and it can bear the changes in the body. So there is a feeling of relief. Can play a more powerful force. All his fusion was over. Chen Fan knew that the matter was not over yet, so he suddenly turned over and landed on the fish head. Perhaps it was the effect of the transformation from a fish to a dragon, and I felt as light as a swallow, several times easier than before. The speed increased again, no longer heavy footsteps. He picked up the bone knife, circulated his true qi and sword qi, all gathered in it, and stabbed heavily into the fish's head. Put. No matter what the result is, just draw the knife and leave. Leveraging on the head of the fish, like a big bird, it volleyed 20 meters and landed on top of Qingdao Leiyu, who was killed at the beginning. Boom boom boom. The fish head that had just left exploded continuously in just an instant. The huge fish head turned into a bomb, and the flesh was blown up, the mud filled the sky, and the rocks pierced the air. An orange round crystal nucleus, accompanied by 2 hard dragon horns, flew towards the edge of the river. Seeing this, Chen Fan absolutely couldn't let the duck he got fly away. The bone knife pierced the head of the fish under his feet, and then flew up with his strength, grabbing the second-order high-grade crystal nucleus in the air. He also grabbed the 2 dragon horns. The voice of the system sounded in my mind: discovering fused energy and increasing true energy requires 500 fusion points. Find fused items, increase bone hardness, need 500 fusion points. Chen Fan let out a long breath and immediately merged. No matter how many he has, no one can let go of anyone who can increase his strength. The next second, another fish head also exploded. Only the orange diamond-shaped nuclei flew out. When Chen Fan grabbed it, a voice sounded: discovering fused energy and increasing true energy requires 200 fusion points. Although both are Qingdao Thunder Fish, but whether it is the fusion point of rewards or the needs of fusion, they are all far behind. Oops, I forgot about the talent to fuse it. Chen Fan was anxious about the second-order high-grade crystal nucleus just now, and directly exploded the head of the fish, and now he remembered that he missed it. Hastily rushed up again. But at this moment, a voice came from across the river: "Boy, who are you? Don't touch my prey." The voice came suddenly, and Chen Fan didn't know who it was talking about, so he couldn't help but look up. I saw 4 people floating in the sky, with weapons in their hands, rushing towards Qingdao Leiyu's position. Regarding this, Chen Fan couldn't help frowning. Could it be that they want to snatch their prey? Who is used to temper? For Golden Bridge realms, 1 Bittersea realm for myself? Why didn't they come out to help when we first started? They watched them glide across the river and land on the Qingdao Leiyu corpse in front of Chen Fan. His eyes flickered with cold light, and he held a weapon, aiming at Chen Fan, who was standing by the river covered in blood. "Boy, what's your name? Do you know that we chased these 2 strange fish for 3 days, but you killed them first? What method did you use to blow up the fish head? Where's the dragon horn? Hand over the second-order crystal nucleus." A man of majestic stature, holding a huge wheel axe, wearing full body armor, immediately landed in front of him. Beside him was a handsome man with a spear, wearing a half-body armor, pointing at his nose and scolding him. There were 2 women standing on the head of the fish. One was wearing leather armor and holding a big bow. The bow and arrow had already been aimed at Chen Fan. The other is holding a dagger, and is dressed in black leather, with a face wrapped in a veil. The same eye-catching, ready to attack at any time. Chen Fan faced the siege of humans for the first time, and the swords and soldiers faced each other. Quite uncomfortable, he couldn't help but say, "Who are you? Are you criminals? Why do you want to attack me, who is also a human being? It is obviously my prey, why should I give it to you?" Although a series of questions were asked, in fact, it was already guessed that it was human garbage. The majestic man slowly approached, and said coldly, "Boy, after the big battle, you probably don't have much strength. You are unlucky to face the 4 of us. Tell you, in order to kill the strange fish, we drove it down from the upper reaches. We found this open land. but you got there first, and you have to take out the spoils. Outrageous and unreasonable, he asked for Chen Fan's spoils. And after his battle, he was an extremely shameless Ming Chang. Chen Fan wiped off the blood on his face. Although he couldn't tell what his face looked like, his expression had turned cold. What about the 4 golden bridges? Let him submit obediently without a fight? Impossible. It's hard to say who will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and who will die. The anger in my heart was burning, and it was impossible to let them go. With a sneer, he said coldly, "What you said is sanctimonious, but it's just rubbish. When I was fighting, you stood on the sidelines. How can there be human beings' principle of watching and helping each other? In this case, don't blame me for not reminding you, I can kill 2 strange fish alone, and I have the strength to fight you." Trying to breathe evenly, with a cold light in his eyes, he tightened the bone knife in his hand. "Since you are not benevolent, don't blame the young master for being unrighteous. How can he be slaughtered by others? The strength in the body is surging, ready to fight. Outsiders should be exhausted watching him fight 2 elite monsters. In fact, with the fusion of 2 blood vessels, the recovery ability is extremely powerful, and more than half of it is recovered within a few breaths. Jin Qi is stronger because of the fusion crystal nucleus, so how can he care about them?" The 2 men facing him couldn't help being taken aback. The 4 Golden Bridge realms appeared on the stage, and they were waiting for work at leisure, but the opponent was not afraid, and threatened them instead. The woman in leather clothes standing on the head of the fish appeared next to the full body armor with a flashing figure. Grabbing his right arm, he whispered, "Be careful, what he is holding in his hand is the bone knife that was taken away yesterday, it has the effect of piercing armor." In an instant, the gazes of the other 3 people all fell on the strangely shaped bone knife. The man with the gun couldn't help but frown, and said in a deep voice, "Who cares who he is? You didn't use the Golden Bridge in the battle just now, so you must not be in the Golden Bridge realm. The 4 of us are afraid that he will fail. Boy, immediately hand over the second-order high-grade crystal nucleus. Don't force us to do it ourselves, you can't afford the result." While persuading his companions, he threatened Chen Fan and forced him to submit. If you cannot do it, you naturally don't want to do it, which will only increase the trouble. Hearing what they said, Chen Fan exhaled a foul breath and said coldly, "You guys dare to show your weapons to me, you can't be kind today. Let me see, what's so awesome about the Golden Bridge realm? Come." With a roar, the bone knife was raised in his right hand, ready to strike. "I have been fighting with creatures of all races, and I will also see what human beings can do. In the city, a person looks like a dog, with a sanctimonious appearance, but his true colors are revealed in the wild. That being the case, a few scumbags were cleaned up to prevent others from being bullied." The big man with the axe was shocked, and the axe almost fell to the ground. The dagger-wielding woman and the gun-wielding man next to them vibrated in unison. Unexpectedly, without fear, he was ready to do it. The situation is unusual. If it were another person, even if it was in the Golden Bridge realm, facing the threat of the 4 people, he would have obediently taken out his things and begged for his life to be spared. The man with the axe suddenly stepped forward, swung the big axe and roared loudly, "I will let you see the consequences of disobedience." Like a tank, pushing across. However, although the armor is thick enough, the speed is too slow. To Chen Fan, he was a personal target. Pushing hard under the feet, the body is like a phantom, directly facing up. However, the left hand is tucked around the waist, ready to strike at any time. Whoosh! An arrow, with the sound of piercing the sky, flew from a distance. There was a flash of fire on the arrowhead, accompanied by a whiff of gunpowder smoke. Explosive arrow. When Chen Fan was visiting the trading market, he had seen it before. It touches any object during the flight, which will trigger a small nuclear fusion, forming a terrifying explosion shockwave. It is one of the important weapons against creatures of all races. It is precisely because of this characteristic that firearms cannot be used. On the one hand it cannot be stored, and on the other hand it cannot rub against the barrel. Therefore, powerful archers came into being. Knowing its power deeply, how could Chen Fan easily touch it? The speed of the arrow is slow, whether it resists or hits, it relies on the effect of the subsequent explosion. Therefore, the true energy in Chen Fan's body quickly passed through the unfamiliar passage. Change. In an instant, the rushing body turned into a breeze and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The bursting arrow passed through the phantom and stuck in the mud. In front of the man with the axe, Chen Fan was gone, and he was stunned for a moment. The man with the gun and the woman with the dagger all looked intently, looking for Chen Fan. Oh! A dull voice sounded, and the two saw Chen Fan appearing behind the big man with the axe at some point. The left fist hit him hard on the back. It can be seen that a fist mark appears behind the hard armor. The strong body flew out like a cannonball and landed on the top where the arrow landed. Boom! The bursting arrow exploded, countless silt flew all over the sky, and the shock wave rippled. The body of the big man with the axe seemed to be sitting on a spring, and he flew into the distant sky. The wheel axe in his hand fell out of nowhere, and he yelled and spurted blood wildly. At this scene, Chen Fan and the other four were all dumbfounded. Chen Fan didn't expect him to be so irresistible, and he flew away with one punch. I didn't expect the bursting arrow to be so powerful that it knocked away the big man in heavy armor. At least 600 caddies. As for the three men with guns, they didn't expect Chen Fan to be so fast and powerful. Even at the Golden Bridge realm, it is difficult to catch up with his movement speed. With just one face-to-face encounter, the team's shields were blown away forcefully. Especially the specially purchased plate armor, which can resist the attack of elite monsters, was punched out a hole. How much power is this? Just thinking about it gives a chill down the spine. This is not a humanoid monster, is it? After the surprise, the four of them realized that now is not the time to be surprised. The man with the gun swung the spear in his hand, his body was filled with golden light, and the golden bridge was raised under his feet, ready to go to war with all his strength. The golden bridge supported him, and he could slide over the mud. Unencumbered by mud, faster and more adaptable. The dagger woman wrapped in a black leather coat also glowed with golden light, and the sea of bitterness filled her whole body. But the golden bridge under her feet looked a little different, it turned out to be black. The whole person is about to melt into the darkness, disappearing at an extremely fast speed. The woman standing on the fish's head had 3 more arrows in her hand, also shining with golden light, and flew out instantly. There was more frost on the tip of the arrow, and the surrounding air instantly dropped by more than 30 degrees. Mouth angrily, "Boy, if you dare to hit my teammate, give it to me." It seemed that he wanted to use the frost arrow to stabilize Chen Fan's body and let the two companions kill him. The Golden Bridge realm operating at full capacity, no matter the speed or attack strength, is no longer just comparable. Especially the woman hidden in the shadows, without a sound, without shadow or form, like a ghost. The attack was silent, and secretly stabbed at Chen Fan's ankle. It was Chen Fan's first battle against humans. Their methods, reactions and adaptability were absolutely incomparable to elite creatures. Although the individual may not be strong enough, he is smarter and will think about how to defeat him. It's not the recklessness of the monsters, there are traces to follow. It is also the basis for human beings to be able to fight against elite monsters. Wisdom and tools. But he wasn't afraid, and even happy. His body was like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, his muscles tore through the resistance, and he rushed directly to the woman on the fish head. As for the flying arrows, at his speed, he could easily dodge them. With a strong physique, he doesn't care about the temperature change of only degrees. Accompanied by 3 sounds, all 3 frost arrows shot into the river. Kacha! 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 The sound of water freezing and squeezing each other spread across the river. Terrifyingly frightening low temperature. If it really hits, it is estimated that it will freeze into an ice sculpture in an instant. Seeing this change from the corner of his eyes and brows, Chen Fan was shocked in his heart, secretly lamenting the power of technology to create such a terrible weapon. Of course, it also has something to do with the user. Maybe a woman has ice elements in her body. She rushed up at an extremely fast speed, and the shadow woman who followed behind chopped empty 3 times in a row. The man with the gun saw him rushing towards the long-range archer, so how could he miss the opportunity? immediately rushed up and yelled, "Look at the gun!" The spear in his hand instantly transformed into 16 spear flowers, each blooming with golden light, with the sound of piercing through the air, covering all the weak spots behind Chen Fan. Neck, armpits, thighs, popliteals, and calves, etc. As long as it hits, it must be disabled. It shows that the opponent's marksmanship is exquisite and extraordinary, as expected. The howling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme hit Chen Fan's eardrums. Although the expression of the archer in front changed drastically, he did not dodge. Instead, he drew his bow and set his arrows, and 3 more frosty arrows sealed the space on Chen Fan's left and right sides. Because from her angle, she could see that Chen Fan was following his companion, who could strangle his legs at any time. As long as the legs are injured, they will die tragically in the end. Lose all mobility. Facing the front and rear attack, Chen Fan was on the ground and it was difficult to dodge. But he didn't want to escape. Seeing that the arrows did not pose any threat to him, the forward body suddenly stopped. In the next second, the forward rush turned into a turn in face. The skeleton knife had been prepared long ago, and the 8 swords of Lifeng slashed out quickly. With one blow, like an overlord cutting a mountain, he slashed at the gun-wielding man rushing over. Also at this moment, I saw a woman in black with a dagger coming phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close / phoneme to the ground. In an instant, the skin of both feet surged rapidly, gathered together, and turned into circles of hard skin. The blood of Qingdao Thunderfish wrapped outside was changed in shape. The man with the gun didn't expect him to turn around and slash down, not wanting to confront him head-on. The power is too strong, I may not be able to bear it. However, just now because of the rush, the speed was too fast, and it was too late to change direction. In desperation, all the gunflowers turned into a golden plum blossom in an instant, blooming at a high speed, facing the knife that was slashing down with force. Clang clang. Accompanied by a series of metal collision sounds, the spear and the bone knife collided more than 30 times in a row in the air. Still can't stop the blade from falling. He had no choice but to return the gun to save himself, and put his head above his head, ready to resist a blow. Then use the power of gliding to escape from her. Come back to the carbine again. All the assumptions are very good, the only thing I didn't expect was that the bone knife slashed down. The spear in his hand was unstoppable and was split in 2. Even if it blocked apart, the blade still slashed fiercely on the half-body armor on the shoulder, when the armor blocked most of the blade, but the force point was still unable to withstand it, and it was instantly split open, cutting off Jianjing. Crack! With the sound of fractures, the forward body of the man with the gun instantly fell to the ground. He fell hard into the mud. The blood soon stained the armor on his body red. Whoosh whoosh! 3 frost arrows grazed Chen Fan's body and landed on the cobblestone ground. Crack clap! The frozen voice filled the air again, trying to freeze everything. At the same time, Chen Fan felt that the skin around his ankle had been attacked 6 times in a row. Ding ding ding. It's just that the attack was not strong enough to break through his body armor at all, leaving only a slight wound. Therefore, he also saw a woman in black, who was quickly avoiding the shadow of Qingdao Leiyu next to him. Kicking hard with his right foot on the cobblestone, it instantly turned into a hidden weapon and chased after the woman in black. Regardless of the result, he stood up, turned around in mid-air, and rushed towards the archer on the fish's head. Bang bang! The sound of pebbles hitting the body came from behind, obviously breaking through the body. Oh, poof! Unable to bear it, the woman spat out blood and bumped into Qingdao Leiyu behind. Terrible! On the other side, as soon as the archer grabbed 2 frost arrows, he saw a big change in the scene. The companions who were besieging had become torn apart. Chen Fan, covered in blood, rushed in front of him like a terrifying demon god. The big man with the axe hit the ice at this moment, making a crackling sound, smashing part of it. But it was even more miserable to freeze together with the ice. The man with the gun managed to stand up, but his right arm was crippled, blood stained most of his body, and he barely avoided the ice. The woman in black managed to climb onto Qingdao Leiyu's body to avoid the danger of the ice. But there are transparent holes in the stomach and thighs, and there is not much fighting power left. The situation is completely different from what I just guessed. How could this be? Chen Fan raised the bone knife in his hand, walked towards her slowly, and said coldly, "When you robbed others, did you ever think that you would fail?" Although it took a lot of time to fight the humans in the Golden Bridge realm, their physical strength was indeed much worse than that of the monsters of all races. Combat would be much easier if it weren't for armor and weapons. Can't bear his blow at all. The speed and strength are far worse. Maybe it's because he blackmailed too many other people, and his actual combat effectiveness is not good at all. The tip of the knife pointed at the archer, with a cold face, waiting for her answer. The archer knew very well that when he reached a distance of less than 5 meters, he had no chance of winning. With a cold face, he said indifferently, "It was you who robbed our prey, not we robbed you. I just asked you to hand over the crystal nucleus, what's wrong?" At this time, he is still stubborn and unreasonable. Chen Fan said coldly, "Wow, I tried my best to kill 2 strange fish, and you just watched from the sidelines. You are clearly thinking about the fisherman's profit, but you still find a reason. Since I'm messing around, I'll hurt you directly. Wouldn't it be better to use you to catch creatures of all races?" When the words fell, he was ready to step forward and make a move. For a moment, everyone else panicked. I didn't expect him to know how to kill people and silence them, so he must have rich experience. The man with the gun quickly shouted, "We were wrong, we shouldn't be messing around, please let us phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. The woman in black knew very well that siege would not work when it was intact, let alone now. Weak said, "We were wrong, please forgive me. There will be no next time. It is better to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well than to die miserably. Only then can there be a future." "You?" Chen Fan didn't believe it at all, snorted coldly, and said, "I don't believe what you said, what should I do?" In a word, it is tantamount to pushing 4 people to death. The 4 fell into despair in an instant, their eyes rolled, looking for a solution. Absolutely can't die. At this moment, there was a sound of piercing through the sky, and 2 strong men were rushing past with 3 humans in their hands. The golden lotus under the feet makes people's eyes go numb. The archer hurriedly shouted to the people in the sky, "Seniors, stay here, someone wants to kill them and snatch their prey." In a word, it immediately attracted the attention of the masters of the Holy Lotus realm in the sky. They stopped, grabbed 3 people and landed, hanging at a height of 3 meters from the ground. When Chen Fan saw the 2 of them, he couldn't help but secretly smiled. It was the 2 teachers who had been away for a long time and had not been seen. Holding 3 women in his hands, they were covered in wounds. The 2 were rather embarrassed, their clothes were blood-stained, their hair was disheveled, and their faces looked tired. Chen Fan recognized them, and they naturally also recognized Chen Fan. That bone knife was given by Gu Chen. How could he not know? It's just that he didn't expect him to be covered in blood, holding a bone knife, aiming at the female archer. The situation changed beyond their imagination. Seemingly having found a backer, the wicked female archer first complained, screaming, "Seniors, the 4 of us spent countless efforts to kill 2 strange fish, and we were covered in wounds. As a result, he came out of the dark and insisted on us handing over the spoils. We would rather die than surrender, so he beat our team to pieces and threatened me to hand it over. Please also ask the 2 seniors to make decisions for us." While speaking, tears flowed down his face was full of sadness, as if he had suffered infinite grievances. And Chen Fan became a villain who did all kinds of evil, secretly attacked and used all means. Hearing her words, Chen Fan almost laughed angrily. The woman, who seemed to be quite temperamental, turned black and white, and came as soon as she opened her mouth. Really unbelievable. Hearing his words, Swordsman and Gu Chen frowned. It's not that they believe what they say, but it can be seen by looking at it that Chen Fan must have used all his strength to kill the 2 Qingdao thunderfish. 4 people jumped out to snatch it, but were killed instead. Obviously they did something wrong, but they wanted to pull them down to uphold justice and harm Chen Fan. Such rubbish, how could it appear here? When the eyes of the 2 swept across the battlefield, the wounded gunman behind said loudly, "Senior, don't let him go, kill him on the spot. The armor on my body was cut by him. If it wasn't for a sneak attack, how could I be in such a mess?" He was even more ruthless, and wanted to let the two swordsmen kill him. Although the woman in black didn't speak, she took the opportunity to treat the wound, at least preparing to escape for a while. The strong man who was frozen finally rushed out from the crushed ice. Seeing that there were two more strong men, he blurted out, "Senior, kill him. Take away our prey, and kill us. Don't let him go." In one sentence, he expressed the endless hatred in his heart. The swordsman swept around, pointed at the traces of frost arrows all over the floor, and asked, "These are the arrows you shoot from monster-killing fish? How many are useless?" The archer was taken aback for a moment when he heard this, but she couldn't answer this question. In general coordination, the archer's frost arrows almost seal the entire battlefield, and there must be arrows on the prey. However, the strange fish did not. It feels like they are suspicious, so it's not easy to fool them. The big man with the axe didn't know what was going on, so he said directly, "The strange fish is too fast, and the arrow attack is not easy to hit. I am the one who resisted all the attacks." He looked like he was the real hero. The man with the gun also said, "Yes, the two of us are responsible for hard resistance and the main kill. They are just restraining. I also hope that the two can subdue Chen Fan, or take him away." It was no longer possible to kill him, because doubts arose in my heart. Guchen sneered and said, "Please explain to me how the laceration on the head of the strange fish was caused. Let's talk about the injury on the tail of that fish. How did it appear?" He walked with Chen Fan all the way, and the attack of the explosive wound is a standard configuration. Even if other people wanted to blow the fish's head off, at least they had to wait until the head was chopped off before blowing it up with weapons. It doesn't have the ability of Chen Fan to kill with a single blow. Especially the punch from the fishtail was purely a blunt weapon attack. No matter whether an axe, a spear, or a dagger, it is absolutely impossible to cause that kind of injury. Such a question immediately made the four people chattering with eloquence, and the four people who were extremely irritable stopped asking. Because they can't answer. Even though he saw Chen Fan chopping off his head with a single knife, he absolutely couldn't do it. If it wasn't too fast, they would snatch all the prey and trophies and not give Chen Fan the chance to pick up the crystal core. Who would have thought that the two seniors who descended from the sky would see flaws at a glance without rubbing the sand in their eyes? Chen Fan didn't say a word, he just wanted to laugh. The senior they called to stop was the teacher who taught them. If you are not careful, the result will definitely be slapped in the face. Why is no one talking? For golden bridges, attacking two strange fish, only fatal wounds on the body, no other wounds? Do you think we are blind, or are we full of kindness? The swordsman put the two women in his hands on the ground, and slowly grasped the handle of the knife with his right hand. The woman in Guchen's hands was also sent to the ground, and he said coldly, "You should be scum, right? A well-equipped team, but only knows how to bully the weak. Confused black and white? Although his legs are crippled, his fighting power is not weak at all." Coming soon. The situation took a turn for the worse, and the senior who thought he was fooling, understood the whole story with a few words. The four of them dared not make another mistake. Especially the woman holding a bow and arrow, dare not talk like that just now, turning black and white. There are so many lies, but they can't stand up to the facts. Seeing that the two were about to strike, the four couldn't help but grasp their weapons tightly. The big man with the axe lost his axe, looked around, and looked flustered. The man with the gun took a step back, holding the gun in his left hand, and said, "We knew we were wrong, and we were obsessed with ghosts for a while, trying to take advantage of it." Who knew he? We knew we were wrong. The archer admitted his mistake on the spot and interrupted his companion's speech. Anything more is nonsense. Like water off a duck's back. The most important thing now is to find a way to survive, not nonsense. The two looked serious, as if they were about to make a move. Guchen's voice came out, "Personally, I don't have any good feelings for you. Everyone should be punished, so as not to harm others. But, I'm not the person involved, so I need to ask him. If he can't bear your revenge, we will pursue those who deceived us. Kick the ball to Chen Fan and let him handle it himself." However, the meaning in the words is very clear, and they can only be manipulated by Chen Fan. If you dare to act recklessly, you will be held accountable by them. Facing Chin Fan, the four of them were already at a disadvantage and had nowhere to go. Now that two more people are added, it is even more difficult to fly with wings, and they are allowed to be mermaids. If I had known this, I might as well have begged Chin Fan just now, and I might have escaped. Chin Fan couldn't help laughing out loud. His posture was extremely arrogant. The blood all over his body was shaken to the ground. After a while, his eyes fell on the archer, and he said teasingly, "You change your face like a book, really amazing. A second ago, you were still begging me, saying that you were wrong, and let you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. The next second, when I saw the masters in the sky, I immediately turned black and white and told stories. I even wanted them to kill me. Fortunately, the two seniors are keenly aware of the details, and can see through your clumsy methods at a glance. Now, what else can you say? I think you should commit suicide and apologize. I have never seen such unreasonable bastards like them who repeatedly entrap themselves. The means are too dark. It is estimated that many people have been tricked to practice such methods." Knowing that things could not go well, the archer immediately knelt down on the ground, his face was ashen, and said shamelessly, "If you want to kill or cut, it's up to you. Today we admit our defeat and will never resist. Playing a rogue is not easy, immediately pretend to be a bachelor and let him do it." The other two men almost knelt on the same spot and said, "Since we hit the iron plate, we admit it. If you want to kill or slash, please listen and respect." Only the woman in black did not speak. Her body slowly moved behind the strange fish, trying to escape. Seeing this, Chin Fan laughed wildly again. Then he said, "I'm just in the sea of bitter realm. If you don't care about robbing resources, maybe many newcomers will die in your hands. Since the crime is in my hands, it is naturally impossible to let you go. Take out all the resources in your hands." While speaking, he kicked the fish scale with his right foot. A piece of fish scale instantly turned into a hidden weapon, and with a terrifying sound of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme, it rushed straight into the distance. In the whistling sound, it passed in front of the woman in black. Crack! With a sound, a big hole was torn open in the leather jacket on her body, the skin was cut, and blood spurted out crazily. A small movement was interrupted in an instant. Clatter! Clap! The woman suffered from pain, slipped on her foot, and fell heavily on it. The other three were taken aback for a moment. They didn't expect him to take into account the changes around him even amidst the wild laughter. The plan to escape and spread rumors was aborted. The last bargaining chip was shattered by him. Take out the looted resources? That's impossible. Archer said, "We just went out to find a suitable prey. We were going to attack by ourselves. But you snatched it. How can we have resources?" Her eyes quickly swept over Chin Fan, indicating that there was nothing. The man with the gun dropped his spear and said, "We really don't, and no one will go out with too many things. We don't plan to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the wild, and we will go back that day." He looked at the huge package behind Chin Fan and couldn't help but say, "Obviously, a genius like Chin Fan must have the guts to spend the night in the wild." The big man with the axe didn't dare to move. The frostbite on his body and the injury on his back broke out together, and he was shivering. Chin Fan laughed evilly again. The sound was exciting. Outgoing sound, it's very simple. I think your weapons are good. The armor is also good. It should be worth a lot of money. Leave it all to me, and you can only get lost in your underwear. If not, jump into the river for me now and don't come up for 10 minutes. Even if there are no weird creatures inside, it would be uncomfortable to get water in the wound. What's more, the power of Frost Arrow is still there, which definitely makes them uncomfortable. Hearing his words, the four of them paused in unison. It never occurred to Chin Fan to retaliate against them like this. If you go back in only underwear, you will not only lose face, but also be in danger. The smell of blood on his body will attract many creatures from all races to chase after him. Bao Buki will die on the way back. If you don't give it, if you enter the river now, any creature will not survive. To their surprise, the archer jumped off the fish without hesitation and fell into the river. There is only one voice in the air, I'd rather die than leave things to you. In fact, she couldn't bear the humiliation, and hoped that there would be no danger in the river and that she could save her life. The woman in black on the other side took out a large handful of medicine and sprinkled it on the wound. After a while, he also got into the river water. Chen Fan frowned, and in the next second, his feet kicked the fish continuously. The fish scales were like crazy hidden weapons, chasing after the bodies of the two of them. He said in his mouth, "I haven't finished my request, you have to bear my blow and not die." After the words fell, both feet flew up again, and 2 fish scales flew towards the remaining 2 people. They were already injured, and they were on the ice, so there was no way they could hide. Their right arms were broken at the same time. Clap! Clap! 2 arms fell on the ice with blood. The 2 women who entered the river were also very miserable, and the river was instantly dyed red. Chen Fan had never killed anyone before. Although he was threatened today, it was still difficult for him to kill anyone. However, they will not be allowed to go back alive intact. To ask them for an arm is to settle the grudge. Seeing the cold murderous intent in the eyes of the 2 men, he roared angrily, "Get off!" The 2 were so frightened that they held back all their cruel words and jumped directly into the river. The river water in the wild is absolutely different from that in the city, and it contains endless dangers. Seeing the blood filled the air, more than a dozen black shadows gathered around them from all directions. Chen Fan fell from Qingdao Leiyu to Guchen and the 2, and asked, "I still don't have the heart to kill. Is it okay to deal with it like this?" Chen Fan was able to quickly adapt to killing the monsters of all races, and he had blood in blood. But in the face of human beings, the various education in the school and the contributions of the older generation are deeply engraved in my mind. Even if he was wronged and hurt him again and again, it was still difficult to kill him. Guchen understood that after all, he was only a 16-year-old child who had just walked out of Taiping City. Many dark sides have just been touched, and the results of the treatment are already commendable. Patted his shoulder and said, "Chen Fan, you are already very good. Remember one sentence, keep a line of life, so that we can meet each other in the future. But, separate. Some people, if you don't kill them all, they will kill you if you have the opportunity. How are they different from the creatures of all races? There is no need to keep them." A few words explain the stakes. The swordsman said next to him, "If I meet them, I will kill them all and feed them to the dogs. You gave the opportunity, but you don't cherish it, so why keep it?" The implication is to blame him for being soft-hearted. Those who were about to draw their swords to kill just now were just in charge of Chen Fan and did not participate. Chen Fan pursed his lips when he heard the 2 people's words. Feeling the blood stains on his face, he couldn't help sighing. In the morning, I told him that the heart of defense is indispensable, but in the afternoon, I was attacked. Good spirits, bad spirits. Although soft-hearted, but take your time. Nodding his head, said, "I'm going to clean it, will you send him back?" His whole body was covered in blood, which looked really wrong, and it was very sticky and uncomfortable. Guchen said, they encountered an ambush and were detecting the foggy forest in front of them. Only 3 were rescued, and the rest were all dead. If they are not rescued, they probably will not survive. They need to go back to the city to see. You wash it quickly, let's go back together. There is a commander-level minotaur over there, something is wrong. You must explain the situation to the city owner. They were just looking for Chen Fan in the air, and they knew that things were getting troublesome. Hunting Movie City is the hinterland of human beings, and there are almost no commander-level monsters around. As long as it appears, there must be danger. Hearing this, Chen Fan blinked. You've only been out for a long time, and you're ready to go back? But there is no way, there is a special crisis, and the 2 don't want him to continue taking risks alone. Simply go to the river to clean up the blood. When his hands touched the river, the system's voice suddenly sounded, finding fused items, the fountain of life, can expand the range of the sea of bitterness. Need 15,000 fusion points. Hearing the voice, Chen Fan's eyes widened instantly. It is really a fusion of mountains, rivers, and rivers. Need, fusion points, does he have it? Instead of merging immediately, he quickly cleaned all the blood on his body, even the blood on his backpack. In the middle of the river, some hair, clothes and packages floated up at this moment. The red river flowed down, washing away everything. Several black shadows approached Chen Fan in the black water. He was well prepared and tried to order fusion. With his right hand, he pulled the bone knife that had just been cleaned, ready to do it. Unexpectedly, it succeeded. In an instant, the entire river seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, and all the water gathered into an invisible stream of energy. Impurities disappeared, and streamer flowed into Chen Fan's body. At that moment, he felt that he had turned into water, and he could feel water everywhere in his body. It seems to have become a part of the water. All water molecules are compressed and merged into the bitter sea of Dantian. The sea of bitterness set off endless waves, spreading out endlessly to the surroundings again. In the dark, Chen Fan felt that the sea of bitterness could now cover a radius of meters. Even Hunting Movie City can be wrapped in it. Not only that, but the life energy contained in it made the entire sea of suffering more alive. Countless sword chi swim in it, like fish swimming, extremely cheerful. The power of Liuwa dotted the sky. It is not the sea of bitterness of the past. He couldn't say whether the change was good or bad, because no one talked about it. Anyway, if there is a bargain, take it and never let it go. When I stood up, I felt that my body suddenly became very moist. The eyes brighten, the thirsty throat becomes normal, and the skin is more lubricated on the outside. Very comfortable. The change is very comfortable. Chen Fan thinks that if he does it a few more times, he can become a waterman. The black shadow that just swam over revealed its original shape due to the sudden disappearance of the water in the big river, and fell into the silt of the river channel. Chen Fan could see very clearly that there were rags at the corners of their mouths and lacerations on their bodies. Obviously, after a big battle, there will be such a result. Water monkey. It has long black hair all over its body, and its limbs are thick and long, up to 5 meters high. If it is underwater, it is indeed like a black cloud, and it is shocking to watch. However, without the cover of the river water, they are completely exposed, which is nothing. Chen Fan had just merged the entire river, and was about to see how much improvement there was. Skeleton knife, swing out. When the Jinchi in the body is aroused, it is no longer the original gray, but blue. It seems to be diluted, not dead and withered. Not only the color changes, but also the amount of true energy contained and the true energy itself have changed. With just one cut, there is not only a terrifying sword aura, but also a water vapor that permeates the air. With a knife, the 3 water monkeys didn't even react at all, and they became 2 halves on the spot. Bang bang bang. There were 3 explosions in succession, and their bodies exploded instantly. However, there was no scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere, as if a force had condensed all the blood and muscles. Turned into streams of water vapor, evaporated and disappeared. Standing behind, Gu Chen, who was holding the woman in his arms and waiting for him to leave together, his eyes widened instantly when he saw this, and an unbelievable voice came out of his mouth, "True Chi changes. My God, this is a change that can only occur after obtaining the treasures of heaven and earth and merging with True Chi. It is said that only the top 10 springs of life have this effect, and there is only a 1/10 chance. Is the water of this great river some kind of spring of life?" He was well informed. Seeing the change in Chen Fan's true energy, he remembered the legendary past. The swordsman next to him couldn't help but say, "Can True Chi change? Is it still True Chi? Why did his attack become so strange? The sea of bitterness also changed color? Shouldn't it turn golden?" Although he is in the Holy Lotus realm, he has not walked out of the first level of heaven, so he doesn't know much about this change. Chen Fan, who heard the exclamation, was moved in his heart. He grabbed the orange rhombic core of the 3 water monkeys, carried his backpack and walked back. I always feel that Guchen has seen through his methods. True energy has indeed changed, and its power has increased a lot, which can be described as scary. Guchen said to the 2, Chen Fan, "Try not to expose the abnormality of true energy in the city in the future. There will be experts who will arrest you and find out how. Brother swordsman, please don't mention it to anyone, just pretend you haven't seen it before." You know, many people who are king and strong are exploring the principle of true energy mutation. In the 1,000-year history, anyone who has a true energy mutation must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the coquettish and become an invincible strong. You have to pay extra attention. The voice was extremely dignified, and he kept asking. Hearing this, the expressions of Chen Fan and the swordsman involuntarily changed drastically. Chen Fan did not expect such a drastic change in the sea of bitterness just now. You don't need to think about it, you know. People will definitely know about it in the future, and it will cause endless troubles. At that time, not only the creatures of all races will kill him, but also the strong human beings will also take action. Not suitable for development at all. The swordsman never expected that Chen Fan had already shown a terrifying talent just after he started to teach him how to use the sword. Like Fang Xiong, he no longer dared to guide him casually. I am afraid that I will mislead my children. I feel that he is a genius, but I didn't expect such a genius. He pursed his lips and said helplessly, Chen Fan, with your talent, I dare not continue to guide you. It may not be suitable for you if you adapt to my sword technique. I will tell you some experience, and you will need to comprehend it by yourself in the future. I won't teach you anymore, find a way to find a teacher for you. He made a difficult decision and imitated Fang Xiong to give up. Even if he is in the Holy Lotus realm, he still feels that he cannot guide the Sea of Bitter realm. At the very least, he couldn't do a one-shot headshot. Chen Fan was speechless, only to learn some tricks, another one who doesn't teach? Are they holding themselves too high? Involuntarily said, don't, you are all senior masters. I'm just in the middle stage of the Sea of Bitter realm, why can't I guide you? Don't take responsibility like this. It's rare to meet a teacher who doesn't covet his Jinchi mutation, and I really want to grab him. The swordsman shook his head like a rattle, and said to him, No, I don't want to be a teacher who misleads people's children. If you become a big shot in the future, just don't forget me. In fact, I don't know in my heart what the true Qi mutation has achieved. I just heard what Guchen said. Most importantly, I don't want to get involved and attract the attention of the strong. If you don't tell me, it doesn't mean that this matter can become a secret. As long as there is a fight, Chen Fan will be exposed one day. I don't want to get angry. Chen Fan nodded and said to Guchen, Okay, I will pay attention. Is there any way to hide my true energy? I can't control it at all. As long as I use it, it will definitely attract the attention of interested people. During the questioning, the three of them walked towards the city. After a series of fights, the sun was setting towards the west, and it was about to set. Turn over a mountain, walk the way you came, and go back to the city. Not long after leaving, a few tiger-like monsters appeared on the opposite side of the big river. Each with wings, looking at the dry riverbed. It was as if the river had all disappeared. There is a light of wisdom in their eyes. Glancing at each other, they all saw the anger in their eyes. Ho ho ho! The roar of the crazy tiger echoed in the mountains. Countless monsters run away, boulders roll down, and branches of trees dance wildly, creating a frightening scene. Guchen and swordsman who heard the voice all involuntarily glanced back. The foot speeded up. Chen Fan didn't know what was going on, he was still thinking about what Guchen said just now. The method of concealing true Qi needs to be found in the trading market. He didn't know phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Hearing the roar of the tiger, he immediately realized that it should be the reason why the two hurried back to hunting Film City. It may be a crisis that neither of them can handle. However, it was not good news for Chen Fan. Others are working hard to improve their realm, but he is in the sea of suffering, not rising but falling. This is outrageous. We must find a way to kill more elite monsters as soon as possible, fuse the crystal core, and improve the realm. How to do it? Sneaking outside the city to hunt? Take a night off and talk about it tomorrow? With their footsteps, the distance of more than 1,000 meters is really nothing. In less than a minute, he brought the three women to hunting Film City. Chen Fan found that the corpses on the city wall in the setting sun were completely different from those in the morning. Covered with a layer of halo, it looked solemn and majestic, exuding a mighty aura. For a moment, I couldn't help being crazy, and stopped at a distance outside the gate. It has nothing to do with the weirdness and horror that I have seen before. It seems that they are still alive, still exuding light and heat, illuminating the way forward for all human beings. Seeing him standing down, Guchen frowned slightly and said, "If you want to see it, you can. Remember to go back early. Let's go to the city lord first." Holding the woman in his arms, he went back to the city with the swordsman. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, and stood quietly outside the south gate, quietly waiting for the sunset. As the sun sets, the last ray of light in the sky disappears, and the statues on the city wall become brighter and brighter. The corpses exuded mighty majesty. Some have the sword intent to soar into the sky, some radiate the light of Buddhism, some have a mighty purple aura, some are majestic and domineering, and some are endless. Some are exuding flames, some are filled with drizzle, some are surrounded by lightning, and some are condensed with ice crystals. Each has its own characteristics and is different. This is the ancestor of mankind, exhausted the last bit of strength of life, turned into a monument to protect us. Just as Chen Fan looked up, a crisp voice came from behind him. Looking back, I didn't expect to know each other. I didn't expect that she would speak so quietly. In order to catch up in the footsteps of our predecessors and for the continuation of mankind, we should work hard and work hard. Although we cannot expel all races, at least we have a clear conscience, and we can see our ancestors after death. We have not lost face, we have not lost our human pride, we have not bent our backs. Although he wasn't very impassioned and didn't raise his voice, he seemed very proud. I don't regret taking a life path. Inexplicably, it seemed to be warning Chen Fan not to go astray. Chen Fan's eyes were moist, and he agreed, "Yes, you must hold your head high to meet your ancestors and tell them that you have avenged them." Although the voice is very weak, it is the wish and longing for the future. Parents must be avenged. With 36 members, he is the only descendant of the Chen family. Although, I don't know much about national righteousness, and I don't know how to go forward. But I know that my parents gave birth to me, raised me, and died for me. I must do something for them. Thanks to the seniors for taking care of us, the blood is not cold, but the embers are burning. What he said, there is even more desolation of putting to death and rebirth. I don't feel that I am stronger than my predecessors, I just try my best not to regret it. The girl beside him tilted her head and glanced at him, then smiled slightly and said, "You are so special, I hope we can fight side by side in the future. Go back, the ghost race and other races will appear soon, you are afraid to face it." Speaking of which, Chen Fan was somewhat underestimated, as if he dared not face the danger. When Chen Fan heard this, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the field. The voice is full of longing. At night, will ghosts, bone tribes, and shadow tribes really appear? What are they like? Can you take me to experience it? When I came off this morning, I thought I could see the night scene in the wild. But, never expected, he came back at night. Wearing rune armor on his body, isn't it prepared for nothing? The girl rolled her beautiful eyes, looked at him, and asked in disbelief, "Do you dare to face the ghost clan?" Chen Fan was slightly taken aback when he heard that. Are ghosts scary? I have learned it in textbooks, and I probably have a lot of knowledge. What is there to be afraid of? Moreover, parents and relatives were killed by the bone race. If you are afraid, what will you do in the future? Don't take revenge? I've seen such a weird monster as the Stitch Monster, how can it be more disgusting and terrifying? Miss Leonor, although I'm only in the Sea of Bitter Realm, I've seen many monsters, so I'm prepared. It's just that I don't know how to kill them now. The book says they are invisible and qualityless, but they don't say how to kill them. The bone race is better, at least it has form and quality, because the soul fire is not strong enough to see the sun. But he doesn't know about ghosts, shadows, ghosts, and the like. Those students who have not opened up the sea of suffering will not be involved in these skills. Easily disturbs the mind. Hearing this, Miss Leonor took a deep look at him and said, "I can't see through you at all. You can kill a group of Stitch monsters the first time you go out. You are so genius. It has been confirmed that the day before yesterday, I came to Hunting Film City, and I really just opened up the Sea of Bitterness. Otherwise, the teacher would definitely tell him such a simple knowledge. Chen Fan couldn't react to her sudden praise. Shaking his head and laughing, "What kind of genius am I? I don't know anything, okay?" He didn't think he was very powerful, his realm was too low to glide, let alone fly like the Holy Lotus realm. If the realm does not improve, it will be difficult to enter the next level of heaven. Not to mention revenge. He didn't even know where it was at the 8th heaven pass. Leonore shook her head and said, "You have spent too little time opening up the sea of bitterness, and you don't know many things. The longer you stay in the sea of bitterness, the bigger the sea of bitterness will be opened up, and the future achievements will be limitless." How many people regret it after becoming a master? Although the improvement is a little slower in the early stage, but in the later stage, they will go all the way to the top without any delay. The breakthrough of every realm has strict requirements on the sea of bitterness. However, not many people will settle down to polish it. She never mentioned how to kill ghosts, but popularized the role of the sea of suffering. Chen Fan was quite speechless. Why did he suddenly mention this matter? Could it be that it came out of feeling? Or, heard something? Thoughts were spinning in my heart, and I couldn't be sure for a while. Just about to say something, Leonore's voice continued to speak, as the person involved. In order to break through to a higher level, my mother had to suppress her true energy and try to expand the sea of suffering in the Shenmen mirror. Even if the figure is out of shape and extremely ugly, I don't hesitate. It looks like a Shenmen mirror, but when you actually do it, you can fight monsters of all races at the same level. Some geniuses can even leapfrog in fight, far surpassing their peers. I feel that you are. I heard that you have formed a sea of bitterness, like an ocean. You are indeed very talented. After turning around a lot, Chen Fan realized that she must have inquired about everything about him. Otherwise, how could it be possible to know such details? Moreover, it explained why her mother was so fat. I hope this is not a rumor. I am too slow in improving my realm. Moreover, when I am using my true energy, I can't fully control it at all, and it is easy to be seen by others. It is not a good thing. He was more troubled. Now the sea of bitterness has expanded at least 10 times, and the realm has dropped to the early stage of the sea of bitterness. However, once it is running at full capacity, the power can reach 10,000 plus. Far surpassed many Golden Bridge realm powerhouses. The physical endurance is even more exaggerated than that of the Holy Lotus realm. He ignores these comparisons. Leonore saw white shadows floating up from the ground, and countless white bones coming out of the ground, and then she remembered the question just now. Looking at him, he said, "I've hit it off with you, I've said so much. Let's get back to business. Have you seen both the Ghost Clan and the Bone Clan appear? Point to the front 50 meters away, let him see clearly." Chen Fan has already seen strange creatures appearing one after another more than 100 meters away from the city wall. Completely refreshed his 3 views. As a human being in 2 lives, it was the first time that I felt that the Ghost Clan was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand and witnessed it with my own eyes. I don't know how to describe the mood at the moment. They stood more than 50 meters in front of the city gate to see the body of their predecessors on the city wall. So it is very clear. Ghosts are grotesque, another species with a different style from Stitches. Some of them are like beauties, but their facial features are very hollow and they have long arms. Some are like babies, with horns on their heads and bat wings protruding from behind. Some intestines and stomachs turned into circles of shields, enveloping the body. Some are simply skeleton heads and skeleton bodies, but they are floating around. Just seeing all kinds of strange shapes made Chen Fan dumbfounded. Many images are so disgusting that the timid can be scared to death on the spot. No wonder Leonore said that he might be afraid. As for the Shadow Clan, he didn't see it. The Nether tribe is different from the Ghost tribe. The color is extremely monotonous, and the outside is dark red. Most of them are monsters in appearance, not strange shapes. It is best to distinguish the bone race, whether it is a human or an animal skeleton. There is a pair of green soul fires shining in the skull. While Chen Fan was still distinguishing them, the monsters who sensed the human breath rushed over together. Chen Fan didn't know how to deal with them, so he couldn't help but take a step back. Seeing that the old god Lianer was standing still, he barely stopped his backward steps. He has confidence, but he has no means. Just as he was about to see Lianer's methods and imitate them, all kinds of creatures that rushed into the city wall at a distance of meters were all shrouded in light. Chen Fan hurriedly looked along the light source and found that it was the human ancestors on the wall. The halos they emit, or the murderous aura they release, directly cause all monsters to perish silently. Seeing this, Chen Fan suddenly felt that the senior was not dead, and had always been protecting humans. If it was a dead person, how could he be so sensitive? Respond quickly? The moment I saw it, I found that Buddha's light, sword energy, domineering energy, blood energy, mysterious flames, ice crystals, etc., could easily wipe out the ghost race. There are some monsters hidden in the shadows, and they cannot escape the end of being killed. See it? Lianer seemed to be afraid that he was not paying attention, so she pointed to the many races covered by the light and said, "The most powerful and effective thing to deal with the Ghost Clan and the Bone Clan's soul fire is the holy light of Buddhism." However, most people don't want to learn it. For us warriors, the easiest thing is blood. If it forms a smoke of blood, condenses it into a weapon, and even kills the commander. Of course, if you can learn sword chi, saber chi, etc. to condense true chi, killing them is like cutting melons and vegetables. The condensed power can easily dismember them. Do you understand? Combined with the reality, Lianer explained it very clearly to him. It's not that difficult. Hearing this, Chen Fan blinked vigorously, as if opening a door. After all, so simple? You know, he absorbed countless sword chi from the sword grass, didn't he already have a way to deal with the Ghost Clan? Suddenly thought of the key point and asked, what if you encounter a more powerful ghost race? Still deal with it like this? Lianer smiled slightly and said, "You think too much. You know what our first step is? Condensing chi in blood." But what is the result of concentrating chi in blood? It is to open up the sea of suffering and become a real strong. Actually, the essence of cultivation has changed. It is based on true energy, supplemented by the body, and strengthens oneself. Similarly, most of the ghost races absorbed yang qi in the early stage, in order to condense their entities, break the shackles, and exist in the world. In this way, they have qi in blood, and they also have entities. Human beings are entities too, so who is afraid of whom? Having said that, Chen Fan suddenly understood. Understood. No wonder it is said that the outer body is strong and the blood is cultivated, and the internal energy is improved. The two are used together. It really makes sense. Since he could deal with it, he let go of his heart. Stride towards the edge area of meters. Now that you understand it, you must test whether it works well or not. How far can one's own means reach? Just when he took 3 steps, Lianer's voice came from next to his ear. What are you going to do? We should go back to the city, don't burden the seniors on the city wall. This is the simplest reason, not capricious. It is equivalent to consuming the killing intent attached to the ancestors. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, I'll try to kill a few to verify. Thank you, Miss Lianer, for your guidance. You can go back soon. Today's conversation changed his impression of Lianer. Not at all the arrogance and savagery when we first met, he is clearly a person who is understanding and willing to support his younger brother. Lianer froze on the spot, told him how to do it, dare to try it? I don't know if he is a fool or a genius. It is impossible for chi and blood wolf smoke to take shape without tempering. Just relying on the condensed energy in blood before the bitter sea is not enough to kill the ghosts. After all, it is stronger than the human bitter sea realm. It is fine to kill ordinary people and destroy the country. Seeing that he has rune armor on his body and the guards on the city wall, there should be no danger. There was a complex look in his eyes, hesitating whether to follow him or not. In the end, he stepped forward and hung behind Chen Fan. They are all human and should be taken care of. Chen Fan is not a fool, he hasn't eaten at night, how could he kill him with great fanfare? The closer to the edge of meters, the more ghosts, shadows, and bone creatures will be attracted, as if seeing the most delicious cake, rushing towards them frantically. However, when they reached a range of meters, they were immediately wiped out by various airwave halos, and there was no place to bury them. After approaching, the runes on the rune armor emitted a mysterious halo, allowing him to clearly see some mysterious races rushing over. The Shadow Clan is petite and dark in appearance. They are good at hiding in the shadows, but they can't hide. The armor is so powerful that it prevents the sneak attacks of the Shadow Clan. Why doesn't it have such a wonderful effect during the day? Chen Fan secretly admired the designer for his unique thinking. Some cultivators who are not mainstream have various mysterious powers. It seems that you should also learn it. The closer the distance, the crazier the creatures of various races outside. Especially at night, the creatures of all races who had been hiding during the day came out of the cave one after another to look for food. Human beings are the most delicious food. Squeak. Ho ho. Ouch. Ow. All kinds of roars and screams spread wantonly in the dark night. The earth trembled, the trees shook, the dust was flying, and murderous intent filled the air. I don't know how many creatures are constantly killing each other in exchange for their own improvement in strength. In the distance, there are flames soaring into the sky, lightning cracking the sky, heavy rain, and mountains whistling. In the city yesterday, although I heard the sound, I didn't see this scene. Chen Fan suddenly felt that night is a good time for humans to go out and practice. During the day, it is the trial time for the weak. It's hard to find an elite monster. However, the night is different. There are many elite-level creatures in sight, staring at it eagerly, wishing to pounce on it immediately. Far better than searching everywhere during the day. With a big smile on his face, he put down his backpack, picked up the bone knife alone, and stood in front of the meter dividing line. Move hands and feet, body joints. I stood for too long just now, my muscles are a little heavy, and my joints are tight. Leonor walked up to him, saw his heavy backpack, shook her head and said, "You are currently in the Sea of Bitter Realm, and you can only carry a huge backpack. If you reach the Holy Lotus Realm, open up space in the Dantian, and you can store many treasures. At that time, you won't have to worry about it. Unless others control you, no one will know what you have." Hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes sparkled. My heart is full of longing for the Holy Lotus Realm. Looking at the creatures of the 10,000 races outside again, even though many of them were hideous and terrifying with strange appearances, they suddenly felt very cute. These are all crystal nuclei, which can improve the realm. Hope to use them to quickly improve their strength. After the event was over, as he stepped forward, his heart beat wildly twice. The blood was tumbling, rushing through the blood vessels. The energy brought stimulates the whole body's functions, and all the muscles and bones enter a fighting state. The true energy is running, and the sword energy is cheerful like a child who has found a cute toy. I am coming. Accompanied by a roar, the split phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme 8 knives unfolded, and with a flash of his body, he rushed to the edge of the 100 meters. The light of the knife flickered, and the sword energy filled the air, sweeping across the 6 ghost creatures outside. They are oddly shaped, with tongues as long as 3 meters, which wrap around their necks. The hair is wet and protects the body. The whole body is covered with tentacles, like meatballs, floating in the air. No matter how you look at it, it feels beyond human imagination. He couldn't guess what it would look like if it condensed into an entity. With a sweep of the knife, it was covered with a layer of blood. The 6 ghosts seemed to deliberately rush over to seek death. Like spring and white snow, it dissipates in an instant. Only 6 red rhombic crystals remained, falling from the sky. They were swept away by Chen Fan's left hand and grabbed them all. The voice of the system resounded in my mind, "Kill the ghosts and get 100 fusion points. Kill the ghosts and get 100 fusion points." Discovering fused energy and increasing a small amount of true energy requires 50 fusion points. The 6 ghosts are just the worst juniors, and the rewards they get are very limited. Chen Fan was overjoyed, with a smile on his face. It proved that Leonor didn't deceive herself, she and blood can indeed kill ghosts. Next, try to kill the bone race. The junior bone race has 2 soul fires in his head, which can be broken easily. However, if the body has some flesh and blood, it looks like a person who has been skinned and deboned. It is an elite class. The strength is strong, the soul fire is protected, and it is not easy to kill. If you continue to evolve, your bones are like jade, skinny, and your eyes are soulfire, you can fly into the sky and escape from the ground, and you are at the commanding level. It was introduced in the book, but he had never seen it. Gentian finally saw it, seeing two bone races with some flesh and blood rushing towards them. He immediately went up to meet them. The sword energy flickered on the bone knife, slashing through it with force. Crack! Kick! The attacks of the two bone race had no effect, their heads had already fallen off. Boom! Boom! As the sword chi exploded to pieces, the green soulfire inside went out instantly. Two more orange diamond-shaped crystal nuclei appeared, which were immediately absorbed by Chen Fan. Impossible! Leonor, who was watching the battle from behind, couldn't help but exclaim. Leonor never expected that the powerful elite bone race would be vulnerable in front of Chen Fan. She could see clearly that Chen Fan was indeed only in the Sea of Bitter Realm, even just reached the middle stage. But he easily killed the bone race elite, and the picture made her unbelievable. Even if it is myself, it is impossible to be so easy. No wonder several teachers competed on the spot and were willing to be guardians. It's not easy. Hearing her voice, Chen Fan struck again, killing two shadow race monsters on the spot. As long as you can see them, your combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Easy to kill. Chen Fan was very satisfied and did not continue. Withdrawing the knife and retreating, walked to Leonor's side, hit the ground with a slap, and said, "Thank you, Ms. Leonor, for your pointers. It's really useful. It's time to go back. I haven't had dinner yet, so I need to pad my stomach." In fact, he was worried about the two dragon horns and the horned dragon fruit tree in his backpack. Get the good stuff out of the way first, then come back and continue fighting. Leonor came back to her senses, quickly waved her hands and said, "You're welcome, you're welcome." Seeing his luggage on his back, he couldn't help asking the doubts in his heart, "What realm are you? Why can you easily kill the elite bone race?" There is more curiosity about him in my heart. Creatures of various races behind him suddenly had a commotion, and some humans broke in from the outside. In the late stage of the two Golden Bridge realms, the golden bridge under their feet is covered with mysterious stripes, shining golden light. It seems that it can turn into a holy lotus at any time and go a step further. Seeing them, Lien Er exclaimed, "Big brother, second brother. Why are you back? Aren't you going to attack the Holy Lotus realm?" Chen Fan didn't expect that they were Leonor's two older brothers. Judging by the appearance, there is indeed a bit of similarity. Seeing that it was the little girl, the two looked at Chen Fan almost at the same time, and then said, "Mom sent us a message. There is a major change, let us come back as soon as possible." Who is he? It's late at night, don't wander around outside, go back quickly. Is he an old man? Or a newcomer? Why are you with this kind of person? Go! The two were very displeased with Chen Fan and their words, they stepped forward and grabbed Lien Er's arm to leave. The words were quite ugly, thinking that Chen Fan was nothing. Hey! Leonor was not as strong as her two older brothers. She was grabbed by both arms and forced to take her home. Only voices in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme. You are the proud daughter of the hunting film city. How can you be so casual if you want to enter the 7th and 8th levels in the future? Yes, your husband will only become stronger. There is no need to waste your youth on useless people. He looked down on Chen Fan and felt that the two of them did nothing good at night. Chen Fan licked his lips, laughed at himself, and said, "What and what? These two people are pretty easy to think about. It's not like I don't have someone I like. It's just a few more words with Leonor." Carrying a huge backpack, I went back to the freshman dormitory building. After washing up thoroughly, he knocked on Ji Tianwu's door, but there was no movement. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, an urgent siren suddenly sounded from above the city. It seems that there is a crisis that is about to come. Chen Fan was startled, stopped in his tracks, and tilted his head to look at the window in the corridor. How could this happen on such a late night? SHHHHH. The doors in the entire corridor were almost all open, and many students looked outside blankly. It's definitely not a good thing to hear the sirens. Ji Tianwu also opened the door at this moment, and saw Chen Fan standing at the door. His eyes widened instantly, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Brother Fan? When did you come back? What does this voice mean?" The rest of the people also saw Chen Fan standing in the corridor. Their expressions were full of doubts. Someone asked, "Chen Fan, didn't you go out of town with the teacher? When did you come back? Think you're not coming back? Is there a crisis outside? What's going on, Chen Fan? Something big happened?" A sentence of questions, all floated to Chen Fan, as if he knew it. Chen Fan also looked puzzled and said, "I don't know. I just came back and am going to see you." In a word, Ji Tianwu beamed with joy and excitement. No longer caring about the situation, he raised his head and said, "You came here on purpose?" "I just washed up in the bathroom, but I didn't hear any sound. Let's go and have a look outside. What's going on?" She felt that Chen Fan had herself in his heart, otherwise she wouldn't have come to find him as soon as he came back. Very excited. "But I was disturbed by the loud siren, so I thought I should go and have a look." Just as she was about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door, a voice came from a loudspeaker in the building. "Everyone in Hunting Movie City, unless there are special circumstances these days, don't go out at will. If any companions are in the wild, please notify immediately and come back as soon as possible. All the staff of Hunting Film City." The voice from the loudspeaker rang 5 times in a row. Many students don't think there is anything in the learning stage. The only difference is that Chen Fan is just about to go out to exercise at night and improve his cultivation as soon as possible. As a result, I was quite upset to receive such a notice. I probably guessed that it should be related to the situation reported by Gu Chen and the two, and there was a danger outside. Of course, the news said try not to go out, but it is not mandatory not to go out. Therefore, he still decided to go out to accumulate fusion points after eating. Everyone else is working hard to become the Golden Bridge realm, but his realm is getting worse and worse. Absolutely not. Hearing the voice, many freshmen waved their hands indifferently. "Cut, we are not qualified to go out of the city, just study hard. I feel that something must have happened outside. Otherwise, people in the whole city would not be ordered not to go out. Whatever happens, there are city lords and masters who will stand up to it. We are a group of freshmen, it is impossible to go to the battlefield. No, I would rather go to the battlefield to see and exercise my abilities so that I can contribute to the continuation of mankind in the future." Everyone among the freshmen has different plans, and what they say is naturally different. What happened to them? Chen Fan didn't care. His eyes had shifted to Ji Tianwu, and asked, "Have you eaten yet? Let's go to the cafeteria for something to eat?" He roasted some 3-headed snake meat at noon, and he didn't eat in the afternoon, so he couldn't stand it anymore. After eating, quickly complete your upgrade plan. Ji Tianwu rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "I've eaten, but I want to accompany you to eat." "Let's go." Cheerful like an elf, doesn't care what the city is like, and enjoys the 2-person world with Chen Fan first. Along the way, chattering about today's training program. Today is so boring. Let us sit on the electric chair and keep stimulating our muscles. I don't want to be a muscular girl, but Teacher Fong gave me extra meals, and I almost missed it. Barbara narrated the whole day. Walking to the cafeteria and looking at the little food left, the chef simply gave him all of it. After sitting down, Ji Tianwu asked, "How was your outing today? Was it fun?" Chen Fan just took a bite of his meal, and before he could answer, a voice came from the loudspeaker in the cafeteria, "All personnel from the Holy Lotus Realm, go to the conference hall for a meeting. Including veterans and aliens." The sound sounded, and Chen Fan stopped eating. Seeing a chef take off his white chef's uniform, put on a gray robe, pick up 2 uniquely shaped kitchen knives, step on the Golden Lotus and leave. In the room inside, there were 3 masters who also left in a hurry. It was only then that the 2 of them realized that there was an expert at the Holy Lotus Realm hidden in the cafeteria in the basement. It is really not easy for a city to stand in the wilderness. If it weren't for the existence of these masters, it would have been breached long ago. Ji Tianwu couldn't help but said, "Oh my god, I've summoned all the masters of the Holy Lotus Realm, and I feel that this time the matter is a big deal. Every word has spread. It's too dangerous outside, Taiping City is still safe." There was some curiosity and inquiry in her eyes, comparing the two cities. Chen Fan heard the words, took a bite of food, and said, "I don't feel right. We are just students in Taiping City, and we don't have any strength. Even if something happens, we won't know about it. When we arrive in Hunting Film City, we are already fighters, and we have to adapt to the tense atmosphere. Maybe it's an exercise for us newcomers. However, this time even the aliens of the criminals have been called over, and it feels that things are not easy." At this time, I secretly regretted not asking more about the situation. Don't be like a fool now, making all kinds of guesses. After the broadcast, there was no more news, and Chen Fan told her about the things outside. Practicing sword techniques, horned dragon fruit trees, dragon horns, etc., all said once. Finally, when it comes to the robbery of the four people, she told Ji Tianwu, "When you are in the wild, even if you are friends you haven't seen for many years, you should be careful. I just kill fish normally, but they actually kill me several times. If it weren't for the two teachers, I would be in danger. Emphasize how insidious the four people are, and let her pay special attention to them." Ji Tianwu nodded vigorously and said, "Teacher Kai Ji told us that we must be careful of humans in the wild. I didn't expect you to encounter it for the first time on your own adventure. No injuries, right? For Golden Bridge realms never hit you?" In the end, I remembered the most critical point. Little stars of admiration shone in his eyes, and he looked at him without blinking. "I'm in a special situation. I have a strong forged body, even stronger than elite-level monsters. The main reason is that the teacher taught me well. He. All of a sudden, he slipped the tongue and almost revealed his secret. Fighting the strong with the weak, 1 against 4, the combat power is too strong. He doesn't care about it himself, but others do. Be a little more careful in the future." However, making her younger sister, who has always been more talented than her, envy her, she feels somewhat proud. "Let's go, I'm done eating. Go back and practice hard, and try to improve your realm as soon as possible. I envy you who can glide, and when you encounter a river, you can easily pass it." Chen Fan put down his chopsticks and beckoned her to go back together. Although the time is short, it is enough to talk to each other. Ji Tianwu wanted to stay with him for a while, and said, "Let's go, let's take a look at your spoils today. I haven't seen a dragon horn yet." In a word, the two returned to Chen Fan's room to look at the dragon horn in the horned dragon fruit tree. Chen Fan also took this opportunity to check if they were broken, and found that they were still in good condition. So he said, "This horned dragon fruit tree hasn't matured yet, so I gave it to you. I'm a big man, and I'm not that careful, so I'll raise it to death." The very precious horned dragon fruit tree was given to Ji Tianwu on the spot. "You can see if you can make a pair of weapons with this dragon horn, and I will give it to you. The weapon I use is a knife, which is too short." The dragon horn was also given to her. Because the crystal nuclei are all fused, there is nothing in it. Ji Tianwu originally wanted to decline, but later thought that they were about to separate, so it would be good to keep it in mind. After thinking about it, he took out a sachet from his small bag and put it in Chen's palm, and said, "If you give me something, I will also give you a sachet. There is ambergris in it, which is good for meditation and breath adjustment, and refreshes the mind. If we are separated, next time we meet, remember to show it to me." She had forgotten it in the morning, and it was not too late. "Okay, the one you gave me will definitely be kept. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to your body. While speaking, grab it and hang it around your neck, just hanging on your chest. The chest is protected by rune armor, which will not be destroyed." After talking for a while, Ji Tianwu hugged the dragon horn, and Chen Fan went back to the room with the huge horned dragon fruit tree in his arms. "Good night." The two said to each other and went back to their rooms. Chen Fan touched the sachet on his chest and murmured, "The most unforgettable thing is beauty. Let go, put on a strong suit, put on the rune armor, grab the bone knife, and listen at the door for a while." He walked out quietly when he felt the sound of no one outside. he rushed towards the south gate with a clean body. Starting tonight, strengthen yourself. When we got outside the gate, we could clearly see that many people were rushing back from the wild. The news in the city has been passed on. Chen Fan deliberately avoided the direction of the city gate and walked 100 meters away. Various ghost races, bone races, shadow races, and ghost races rushed towards him like a tide. There are also bats, night owls, and other nocturnal creatures of all races, and they didn't let him go, roaring over. Surround him tightly. Regarding this, Chen Fan only had excitement on his face. Blood boiled all over his body, his true energy was drawn, his sword energy was beating, he swung the 8 knives of Lifeng and used various skills to kill him resolutely. During the day, you can't see so many monsters from all races, and the best time is at night. The voice of the system in my head jingled, kill the Icewing method and get 100 fusion points. Kill elite level ghosts and get 1,500 fusion points. Kill the bone race and get 100 fusion points. Find fusion energy, increase a small amount of true energy, need 50 fusion points. Discover fusion energy, increase a little true energy, need fusion point 200. After a long time, Chen Fan blocked the sound and listened to disturb his mind. He had forgotten the passage of time and the danger outside. Alone, the more he killed, the further he went, and he had already left the observation range of the city wall. Blood boiled all over his body, murderous aura filled the air, just as the junior ghost race rushed over, his body was washed away by the blood and disappeared invisible. Although the junior bone race had some strength, their soul fire was extinguished by the impact of energy and blood, and they died on the spot. The Shadow Clan had nowhere to hide, and they couldn't withstand Chen Fan's punches and kicks. There are a huge number of low-level rubbish 10,000 race creatures, with a large number of crystal nuclei, and all Chen Fan can pick up are fused. They don't even bother to fuse their skills, unless there is a prompt that requires tens of thousands of fusion points. When encountering elite-level monsters, he also kills them one by one. Lifeng 8 Swords has been practiced to the point of following the trend, any posture, any direction, can quickly strike out. The power of the spirit snake binding and the powerful strength of the muscles are more and more integrated, showing terrifying lethality. Covered in tentacles, a huge ghost clan powerhouse? Kill. A giant bone race with a glowing skeleton and a bit of flesh and blood? Kill. Dark red nether tribe, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all races that stand in the way. True chi is supplemented by crystal nuclei, which is as vast as an ocean and has an inexhaustible source. Strong physical strength, like a humanoid machine, tireless. No matter how far he went, Chen Fan had no sense of time at all. Until the white belly appeared in the east, the ghost clan that was rushing around disappeared, and the bone clan even got into the ground. The Shadow Clan, Nether Clan, and Night Clan are almost all hiding. For a time, the land was empty, and it was rare to be quiet. It's daybreak? Chen Fan, who couldn't see the monsters of all races, could already see the general scene around him, so he couldn't help murmuring. Although after a night of fighting, his throat was not hoarse, it was still moist. The body works tirelessly and smoothly. Even, many movements and joints have been exercised best. In front is the stone wall of a mountain peak, and I just saw many ghosts rushing out of it. As a result, it is now gone. Presumably it was hidden inside, out of sunlight. Killed all night? Am I so tough? Chen Fan didn't even think of it, so he just killed him. Glancing at the bone knife in his hand, fine cracks appeared on it. Not as sharp as yesterday morning. It's too irresistible, my left fist is not worn out. Chen Fan looked at his left hand. There were no scratches on the skin and it was still smooth. Just a little out of breath, I walked to the front of the stone wall, ready to lean on it and take a good rest. He grabbed a stone with his left hand and was about to sit down when a systematic voice came from his mind, finding fusible titanium ore requires 15,000 fusion points. Discover the fusion bone knife, enhance the sharpness of the finger bones, need 800 fusion points. Hearing the sound, Chen Fan was immediately taken aback. Last time, the huge boulder with a radius of 10,000 meters only needed 15,000 points to fuse, but this time it was points, which was obviously half the size. Chen Fan, who has already taken advantage of it, how could he miss the opportunity to strengthen himself and merge immediately? Rumble. Accompanied by bursts of roars, the hill in front of which countless ghosts had just hidden disappeared directly. The dust covered above, trees, countless stones, and various small creatures all fell down. The mountain bag turned into a huge pit, and patches of dust were flying. Earth changes. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly dodged backwards so as not to get covered in dust. A few steps to 100 meters away, the sound of the earth shaking still continued. He was a little puzzled how many fusion points he had, and said that fusion was successful. After a glance, I found that the fusion point showed dash, not the previous dash. Moreover, it is still dash full. It seems that the dash just consumed is just a bonus. Hey, why is it 20,000? Chen Fan didn't understand, he was surprised. The system's explanation came quickly. You have entered the middle stage of the Sea of Bitter Realm, so you have improved. There are more fusion points overflowing, use them as soon as possible, mid-term? Chen Fan couldn't understand, hadn't he already reached the middle stage of the Sea of Bitter Realm? Why did you remind me? Sensing the dantian, I quickly discovered the difference. On the surface of the Sea of Bitterness, boundless gold appeared, and even the lower half became golden. It's just that his golden color is different from others. It is mixed with earth tones, light blue, light teal, and light red. Although it is not as colorful as a super genius, it is not far behind. Of course, if you don't look carefully, you can't tell the difference. Midterm? Killing overnight, there is not much improvement? Originally, he thought that he should be able to reach the later stage and break through the Golden Bridge realm in 2 more days. As a result, it only improved a little on the first day. The further you go, the more difficult it is. When he was thinking, the fusion of ultra titanium was over. Once again, I feel that the muscles, bones, and fascia of the whole body have been strongly improved. It seems to be as hard as metal. Not to mention the power, doubled directly. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt that his skin had a metallic luster, as if he had become a golden man. No way? I have already become like this? There are too many ultra-titanite fusions, and more energy should be integrated. Otherwise, there will be more than enough hardness and not enough flexibility. However, now I seem to be able to tear apart elite monsters, right? He is very confident, and the power he is displaying now definitely surpasses the ordinary Holy Lotus realm. If it's not that the realm is not enough, the true energy cannot be released, and you cannot fly. Otherwise, dare to challenge the masters of the Holy Lotus realm. Looking at the bone knife in his hand, his eyes lit up. He picked it up and scratched it lightly on his arm. Bah! Not a single scar was left on the skin. Sure enough, this fusion is a bit ruthless. He lifted it up again, with a little force, and wrote across. Bah! It seemed that the sound of metal rubbing against each other sounded, and his own eyeballs were constantly clicking. Isn't it? I'll try again. Chen Fan was surprised. Although he didn't feel much force just now, it was almost the same as ordinary people in the Sea of Suffering. At least 10,000 caddies of strength were used. However, the skin was not damaged at all. Using strength again, the bone knife slashed across the skin. A flash of sparks flashed, and there were 2 more cracks on the bone knife, but the skin was still intact. Hiss. Chen Fan gasped, feeling that he was too perverted. With this powerful body, wouldn't it be able to withstand the attacks of elite monsters? Just horrible. Humanoid monster. He felt that this was the most appropriate description for him. Shaking his head, he put away the bone knife and prepared to return to the city. Hungry. The Sea of Bitterness nearly doubled in size last night, and reached the middle stage of the Sea of Bitterness. Chen Fan couldn't figure out how much energy was fused. Anyway, the realm has not improved, but the combat power has definitely improved a lot. In his eyes, the Golden Bridge realm is nothing but scum. Just waiting for a battle with the commander-level monster. The way back is very easy to find, as long as you look at the place full of corpses. The more he walked, the more Chen Fan became frightened. The place where he was massacred last night was covered with bones, countless corpses, and rivers of blood. The Bone Clan, Shadow Clan, Nether Clan, Night Bat Clan, Wolf Clan, Fox Clan, etc., all the monsters that rushed over at night were all killed by him. Regardless of primary or elite level, no one can withstand a blow. As the sky brightened, many daytime monsters came out, gnawed on the corpses, and were killed by him. Am I so perverted? How far is this killing? After walking 1,000 meters, he saw countless corpses, but he didn't see the city wall, so he couldn't help murmuring. If this is seen by others, it may cause much disturbance. With a dignified face forward, he secretly calculated how much energy was consumed to upgrade to the middle stage of the Sea of Bitter realm. No wonder the area of the Sea of Bitterness has doubled, I can't believe it. Continue to move forward for a kilometer, turn over a hillside, and finally see the city wall just 500 meters away. More than 500 meters, countless corpses lie lying around, not including ghosts. Chen Fan finally understood why the bone knife was full of cracks. Emotions have killed at least tens of thousands of creatures. Within the range of 500 meters, there are all kinds of masters all over at this moment, coming towards him. Far away, I heard the voice of discussion. Which master made the move? It's terrifying. How many monsters did you kill with one move? It's not that one move kills all of them, but all of them have only one move. It feels like someone is using the night to practice moves in the wilderness. All of them were killed with a single blow, their heads were shattered, and their true energy has at least reached the Holy Lotus Realm. Could it be that some Saint Lotus Realm masters leave the city at night? Impossible. Last night, all the masters of the Holy Lotus Realm went to a meeting. No one came out. What's more, they don't need to pay attention to these rubbish at all, they just need to fly over to find the commander. The group of people couldn't tell the reason, and soon saw the white-haired man who had returned with blood. There was a holy lotus flying in the sky, and asked directly, "Boy with white hair in front, do you know who killed so many monsters?" Chen Fan trembled when he heard his rude voice. The rest of the people also saw Chen Fan appearing, and their gazes converged. Cut, he's just a kid from the Sea of Bitter realm. I guess he got up early to take advantage of the fact that there are few people, so he went outside to practice? What can you tell from the Sea of Bitterness? Senior, you are asking the wrong person. Hey, he's holding a bone knife. But it's not the one that was auctioned last night, it's too old. White-haired boy, I guess he has a kidney deficiency. How can he have any fighting power? A group of people thought that Chen Fan was just in a sea of suffering, and commented wantonly. Only the Holy Lotus Realm flying in the sky always felt that Chen Fan was not simple. The spirit is restrained, wearing rune armor, and the blood is strong, which is different from the ordinary Sea of Bitterness. Yu Qi was covered in blood, and many of them had dried up, so he must have been fighting outside for a long time. Even if he wasn't responsible for the corpses all over the ground, he definitely has something wrong. Hearing the speeches of the crowd and the impolite inquiries, Chen Fan rolled his eyes. I think the less people know about this kind of thing, the better. He casually replied, I just came back from the outside, and I didn't see the shooter. You may be able to see it if you chase it down. I hit all night, and I want to go back and rest. Since you guys think I can't do it, just admit it generously. According to Teacher Guchen, try not to attract the attention of interested people. If you come out again tonight, you must not start killing at the gate of the city, and change to a place farther away. It's all due to inexperience. Also, you should wear a hat or hood to cover your face. Chen Fan kept summing up his experience. As long as he was promoted to the Golden Bridge realm, he decided to leave Hunting Movie City immediately, so as not to leave too much impression on others. Even the Shadow City next to it is fine. Let no one find his trace. Hearing his words, many people immediately rushed to the distance following the traces of the corpse. When passing by, it is inevitable to look at him more. It is actually not easy to survive a night in the wild. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen Fan entered the city gate. Returning to the dormitory at an extremely fast speed, washing off the blood and all traces, he walked out of the bathroom refreshed. Ready to rest for a while, go to Ji Tianwu for breakfast. Leaning on the bed, flicking on the communicator, ready to check the situation. It was found that there were 3 unread messages displayed on the transparent light screen. The first one was the message Guchen sent him at around 9 o'clock last night, warning him not to run around until the meeting was over. The second one was a message from my great-grandfather after 11 o'clock last night. Tell him that he has arrived in Shifeng City, get ready for a good rest, and step into the 4th level. Send him a message right away. Grandpa, why did you leave without saying a word? I have opened up the sea of suffering, become a real strong man, and entered the 1st level of heaven. The Chen family will never end. I will definitely work hard and follow in your footsteps. Tell great-grandpa a lot of news so he won't worry. After receiving no reply, Chen Fan's eyes fell on the last message. It was discovered that it was Ji Tianwu's. Euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme next door. What news are you sending? Whisper, click to view directly. Brother Fan, forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. The people from the family arrived in the middle of the night. Because of my special blood, they have already picked me up and left hunting Movie City. When euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme this news, it is estimated that I have already reached the 8th heaven pass and accepted the guidance of the ancestor of the G family. I hope you can abide by the agreement between us, and know that I am waiting for you outside the pass, so come early. I can't bear to part with you, but we all have to contribute our lives and blood to the future of mankind. No minute or second will be wasted. Looking forward to our reunion, together we will stand proudly at the 10 heavenly gates and drive out the evil spirits of all races. When the time comes, I will give birth to 10 children for you. Waiting for you, Tianwu who loves you. Seeing this, Chen Fan stood up with a thud. Eyes sparkle. Opened the door and rushed to the next door. No lock, just pushed it open. It seems that no one has lived in it, just like the beginning. Ji Tianwu, let's go. Quietly go. He never expected that he left in such a hurry without any news before. Clenched fists, eyes full of confusion and longing. When you are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme around, you may not care too much. Once separated suddenly, the good memories of the past will involuntarily come to my heart. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme your eyes, take a deep breath, and slowly suppress your emotions. Turn around and go back to your room. Special bloodline? The ancestor of the Ji family? It seems that Ji Tianwu was a genius enough to attract the attention of the ancestor of the Ji family. In order to avoid danger, pick him up in advance. 8 layers of heaven, where is it? I must improve my strength as soon as possible, and find her as soon as possible. Chen Fan muttered to himself, and there was another target. The skeletons of parents and relatives are outside the 8th heaven pass. Ji Tianwu is at the 8th heaven pass. He must at least reach the realm of reaching the heavens, in order to break through the 8-fold heaven pass and avenge his parents. Must be achieved. When he really practiced, he realized how difficult it was, but he still vowed secretly that he must rush forward. What's in your mind, others don't know. Ignoring the rest, I went downstairs to have breakfast, and prepared to go out of the city to practice again. Seize every opportunity to achieve the goal as soon as possible. The patriarch of the Ji family would definitely choose a genius husband for the family genius. He needs to be qualified to face the family. After hastily eating breakfast, returning to the room, taking the bone knife and preparing to leave, Guchen waited outside the building. A group of freshmen in Fangxiong were also standing sparsely on the playground, preparing for a day of training. The sun shines on the earth, illuminating everyone. When he saw Chen Fan walking out wearing rune armor and holding a bone knife, his gaze fell on him. Zhaoi said in the crowd, Chen Fan, I have some good news for you. Ji Tianwu left with a group of strong people last night. It is said that she has settled for her husband's house and came to welcome her. It's such a grand occasion, you didn't see it. He was just talking nonsense, just to hit Chen Fan. Anyway, he had no chance to pursue it, which made Chen Fan feel uncomfortable. There is a smell of broken cans. Chen Fan glanced at him coldly. He was so annoyed that he wanted to slash him. Because of Ji Tianwu's sudden departure, she was in a bad mood. Adding fuel to the fire now makes me even more unhappy. Sensing the murderous intent in his eyes, Joey couldn't bear it, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Hit someone else and almost fell to the ground. Hulala, when the people around heard the voice, they all stayed away from him, for fear of offending Chen Fan. Seeing him in such a mess, Chen Fan couldn't help but snorted coldly, and turned his head sideways. Not far away, Chen Fan heard a sour voice. Chen Fan, what do you mean? Everyone is a classmate, how can you scare him? You should help each other and make progress together. You are strong, you must protect the weak classmates. One set of principles followed another, in order to suppress his arrogance. This is the theory of the school, and no one is allowed to have any selfishness. Chen Fan's eyes fell on him, and he was also scared to take 2 steps back. His expression changed dramatically. Although they didn't say a word, the eyes that killed countless monsters were not something they could bear. Even Fang Xiong felt that Chen Fan's temperament hadn't changed drastically in just one day. In particular, the murderous aura on his body is as real as it is, giving people a great sense of oppression. Didn't you come back early? Gu Chen beside him also felt it, and became more and more sure of the conjecture in his heart. He grabbed Chen Fan and walked to a corner where no one was around. With a very serious expression, he stared into his eyes and asked in a low voice, "The countless corpses outside the South City, are you the masterpiece of one night?" Although it was a question, his eyes were on Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't expect that when Gu Chen found him, the first question would be so straightforward. Seeing through at a glance is what I did. It suddenly occurred to him that the shattered head of the corpse and the bone knife in his hand could not be denied. He didn't admit it positively, but said in a low voice, "Someone taught me how to kill ghosts and bone tribes. I tried it. Later, I simply started to understand the sword technique, and gradually forgot the time." You came to me just to confirm this? Originally thinking of going out of the city to fight, it is estimated that he will not be allowed to go out. Hearing what he said, Gu Chen's heart couldn't help beating. There will be no such change if 10 or hundreds of people are killed. However, after killing for one night and reaching 500 meters away, it is very abnormal. Not to mention physical strength, even true energy is hard to support. But Chen Fan did it just by relying on the sea of bitterness. There was a condensed killing atmosphere exuding from his body, which even new students couldn't bear. Said in a low voice, "Hey, you are really worrying. Holding a knife, are you going to fight again?" Although fighting is a way to improve combat effectiveness, it also requires a balance between work and rest. I suggest you go to the trading floor now and find a weapon that is convenient for you. Adjust your breath for a day and go tomorrow. You know, haste makes waste, and it is easy to go crazy. Precipitation is also a part of martial arts. As someone who has experienced it, he is very clear about the truth that haste makes waste. I am afraid that Chen Fan will do anything to improve his strength. Hearing this, the sense of urgency in Chen Fan's heart was slowly suppressed. How could one not understand the truth in 2 lifetimes? Just immersing yourself in the ever-increasing pleasure and forgetting all the hidden dangers is indeed prone to accidents. Taking a deep breath, said, "Thank you, teacher, for reminding me, I understand. Let's go to the trading floor together, I have a lot of things to ask you." It is indeed a great blessing in life to have a good teacher and helpful friend. Chen Fan was very fortunate to have such a teacher as Gu Chen. Along the way, he asked about the subtle changes in the Sea of Bitter Realm, and walked all the way to the trading hall. This time, he won the phoenix feather that no one bought without hesitation. At other people's stalls, I bought a tree root for federal coins. The system reminds that 10,000 fusion points are required, which is definitely a good thing. From an old friend of Gu Chen, he spent federal coins to buy a super titanium alloy knife. The system reminds that 3,000 fusion points are required, at least stronger than the bone knife. When he was about to come back, he bought another animal heart in the hands of a sinner, spending 100,000 federal coins. Although it looks ugly and dry. However, the system reminded him that he needs 10,000 fusion points. So I didn't let it go. Walking out of the trading hall, looking at the few extra items in his hand, Gu Chen couldn't help frowning and asked, "What are you buying?" "Roots, animal hearts, and phoenix feathers. They don't do anything to improve your strength. What a waste." He felt that Chen Fan was too capricious, spending money recklessly. Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. Thinking that he killed countless monsters in one night, and the crystal cores are worth countless money, it is understandable that he doesn't care. Chen Fan didn't want to waste time, so he walked towards the dormitory building with his things and said, "Hey, I just think it's useful in my heart, maybe I can use it?" "I'm going back to eat, teacher?" When I looked up, I saw many newborns coming out of the door on the other side with their hair standing upside down and their bodies smelling of burnt. Thinking about it, he accepted Fong Xiong's pain again. Kuchun waved his hand and said, "I'm going to the conference hall." "You don't want to go out today. Accumulate the accumulated income." Did not go with him, walked to the front of the meeting building. Because of yesterday's discovery, the entire hunting film city is tense, and they always want to find out the exact news. Chen Fan watched him leave, and fused the bone knife casually. In an instant, I felt the fingers of my hands swell, and a force was constantly brewing. He didn't care phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, and felt the changes in his fingers while walking towards the cafeteria. It seems that the very sharp side of the finger bone is fused, and once the real energy is used, it will become extra sharp. Probably has the sharp effect of a bone knife. There was no public experiment, and in the eyes of many freshmen, they walked into the restaurant loudly. Without Ji Tianwu's company, he suddenly became alone while eating, feeling a little bleak. Yu Linghai really wanted to go over and talk to him, but seeing his expression of not allowing strangers to enter, he gave up the idea. After eating alone, and returning to the dormitory alone, it was completely different from the previous 2 days of spreading dog food. Many freshmen couldn't help but whisper, "Hey, the past 2 days have been gluey like paint, and today it has become an eggplant beaten by frost, completely wilted. Ha, I look so comfortable. I have eaten dog food for the past 2 days, and I am tired. Oh, it looks so pitiful, walking alone. What's the pity? Teacher Fong said that he can't teach, and Teacher Swordsman won't take him. What a genius!" In the words, there is gloating, envy and jealousy, and contempt. Even if Chen Fan heard it, he wouldn't care. Before I knew it, I was no longer on the same level as them. They haven't finished their teacher's training yet, and he has slain countless monsters. Totally two worlds. Walking to the door of the dormitory alone, he glanced at the door next door unexpectedly. It seemed that Ji Tianwu was standing at the door, saying goodnight to him with twinkling eyes. In a blink of an eye, it was nothing but an empty corridor. It's gone after all. With a sigh, he pushed open the door and walked in. Sitting on the bed, took the things he bought, and put Phoenix Yu aside. He didn't plan to merge, but left it to Ji Tianwu. If you meet next time, treat it as a gift. Holding the animal heart and a broken tree root with both hands, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Discover the fusion item Thunder Beast Heart, increase the energy of the Thunder system, you need 10,000 fusion points. Finding fused items, the roots of the Tree of Life, increasing the energy of the wood system, requires 10,000 fusion points. Hearing the sound, seeing the fusion points in my mind, there is no hesitation, and I merge directly. Finally saw the remaining points, 3897. All night's struggle was exhausted. With the sound of the fusion command, Chen Fan felt endless thunder suddenly emanating from the Thunder Beast Heart in his left hand, and his whole body felt numb and uncomfortable like an electric shock. All the muscles trembled endlessly, and the thunder traveled through the whole body. Finally gather in Dantian. In an instant, the entire sea of bitterness was activated, and the stormy waves hit the surroundings. The sword chi became more intelligent, no longer swimming separately, but gradually converging. With the help of thunder, Liuwa burned the sea of bitterness and evaporated to purify his true energy. The area of the golden sea of bitterness spread wildly around again. The roots of the Tree of Life in the right hand emit soft emerald green energy, dissipating all the damage and tremors in the body. In the end, it also gathers in the Dantian. The next moment, Chen Fan felt severe pain in his body, and his Dantian almost exploded. He didn't dare to let it go any longer, and quickly started to operate the basic exercises, trying to control the change of true energy. However, it seems to be out of control, and it has no effect at all. At this moment, he didn't feel like crying anymore. Could it be that I really didn't settle down enough, that I was going to be exploded by various energies and die? Death is very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to him. The outside world does not know what happened to Chen Fan. The many freshmen outside seized the rare time to adjust their breath and prepare for the training in the afternoon. Tomorrow, I should receive training in bamboo hats to enhance my body movement. Among them, there are more than 100 people who cannot go out of the city to practice. They need to study in the Guard Army for 2 years before they are allowed to go out of the city alone. The gap between mentality and combat effectiveness is too great. In the front meeting building, many masters of the Holy Lotus realm are sitting in the meeting room. Many people were smoking cigarettes, the smoke was lingering, and there were sparks, watching the video recordings returned by the experts. It's confirmed, 7 white-winged tigers, 4 bulls, and 9 poisonous flying dragons. It's difficult. There are already 20 commander-level monsters, and there may be many elite-level monsters below. Or, there are king-level monsters above. Don't be alarmist, even if there are king-level monsters, the City Lord and Deputy City Lord are enough to deal with it. Now the worry is whether they will launch monsters to attack the city. Although there are many remains of human sages outside our city walls, they may not be able to block the powerhouses at the commanding level and above. City Lord Bai, how is the connection with Nangwon City? Have they agreed to send experts? Someone asked the delicate woman sitting at the highest point, wearing a white suit and holding a long sword. Bai Jingfeng, the Lord of Hunting Film City, a strong man in the Shinmen realm. He has ruled the city for 8 years and has never had any problems. Hearing the voice, seeing someone facing him, he looked away. Sweeping towards the south gate of the city, he said, I have already greeted the master of Philadelphia in Nangwon City, and promised to send a master who ignites the fire to take a look. As for when he will come, I am not sure. What I'm worried about now is not a king-level monster, nor is it a monster attacking the city, but why they came. A slightly hoarse voice came from under the hat, and he didn't care about the danger outside. In fact, even if it is a king-level creature, she can handle it. But what about this time? If the root cause is not resolved, Hunting Film City will always be missed. Unable to develop. When her voice fell, everyone was stunned. Indeed, a small hunting movie city has no powerful characters at all, so it is not worth a trip for a king-level creature. There must be some kind of treasure that can improve their strength, so they can come here all the way. However, these masters have been here all year round, and they don't think there are any treasures worth caring about. Uncomfortable. Check. Wait until the monster recedes, and find out immediately. Gu Xinyue's obese body showed a different flexibility, and said domineeringly. She is also not afraid of a big battle. If there is a life crisis, she can break through on the spot and become a master of igniting the fire. Overwhelmingly destroys king-level monsters. The only thing to worry about is the monster attacking the city, which will cause unimaginable losses and casualties. However, the Holy Lotus realm is very afraid of the king level, and is also afraid of the commander level. If it wasn't for the later stage of Xinglian, if you encounter 2 commanders, you will definitely die. They are waiting for further news, and the probes are all people with special concealment. There were more than a dozen other people, sitting in the corner, not participating in their discussion. The development of the matter, only the masters present know. As for the people below, they don't know. It's just that many adventurers came back from the outside and gathered in the trading hall and mission hall. Bustling with people everywhere. Exchange useful resources, complete quests, and more, and there's plenty of prosperity to be had. Although some people felt that something was wrong, gathered some friends, and asked all kinds of what happened, but there was no news. Everything passed in an eerie calm. Chen Fan was unaware of all the changes outside and was always adjusting his breath. Because of the fusion of the Thunder Beast's heart and the roots of the Tree of Life, all the power gathers in the bitter sea of Dantian. The entire sea of suffering has doubled again, reaching an unimaginable level. The golden color in the upper part has not decreased as before because of the energy supplement. Instead, it extended downwards, almost turning the entire blue sea of bitterness into gold. Over the sea of bitterness, lightning flashes and thunder rumbles, and sword energy surges, making it extremely terrifying. But it didn't damage Chen Fan's body at all, instead, it was constantly merging. If Guchen saw his Kohai appearance now, he would definitely turn pale with shock. Because it has also become 7 colors: fiery red of Lihua, emerald green of Tree of Life, cyan of Thunder Beast Heart, blue of Fountain of Life, khaki of Ultra Titanium Ore, and bright white of Alloy Knife. Coupled with the golden color of the Bitter Sea evolution. Although there are not many of each color, just like embellishment, they blend with each other and exist together in the sea of suffering. All energies level off over time. Because of the existence of the roots of the Tree of Life, the energy is rarely fused together. Chen Fan finally recovered from the state of closing his eyes and adjusting his breath. Feel the great changes in your body. The current range of the Sea of Bitterness can be estimated to cover a radius of meters. The distance is so terrifying that no one will believe it. It's lucky that I didn't lower my realm. But I'm afraid it will be even more difficult to break through the Golden Bridge realm. After struggling all night yesterday, I only improved by half. My stomach growled and I glanced out the window. 8 hours passed before I knew it, and it was completely dark. The whole city has become much more prosperous and the flow of people has increased. It's time to eat. The bustling and tense outside has nothing to do with me. Get up, simply go downstairs to eat. Go back to the room again, put on the rune armor, pick up the super titanium alloy knife, and prepare to leave the city. There are obviously more pedestrians on the road, and many people are nostalgic for the brightly lit bars, enjoying the rare leisure time. Put down the swords and guns, the soldiers in the city are just ordinary people. Also enjoy the rare leisure, enjoy two people's love. Of course, there are many injured old people, standing in the dark corner, looking at the bustling world. This is the life of human beings. If the predecessors hadn't paid the price with their lives, how could there be such a world? Chen Fan knew very well that the beauty of modern people was brought about by the bloody battles of the predecessors. If it weren't for special circumstances, this scene would never have been seen. When I came out last night, the street was deserted, showing how many people were adventuring in the wild. After Chen Fan went out this time, he didn't go through the south gate, feeling that someone must be guarding outside. Last night's masterpiece provoked Guchen to inquire in person. He found a piece of cloth, covered his face, and hurried past. There must be many people watching. After leaving the city, I still saw someone standing in the shadow of the city gate, as if searching for something. Chen Fan ignored it and used the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme splitting skill to quickly disappear into the darkness. The berserk power, every foot that falls, will drive him to fall 20 meters away. The distance of meters is less than 5 steps, rushing out of the protective circle of the city wall. Some people who searched for the news disappeared before they could see his face clearly. The message sent is only one: there is a white-haired man going out of the city, and his face cannot be seen. You can check the video along the way. Chen Fan didn't know what happened behind him, and rushed 1,000 meters outside the city in one breath. And turned a corner to the southwest. In his impression, the south is the direction away from Hunting Film City, and the north is the direction of Taiping City. In the direction of Taiping City, there must be no powerful monsters. Now, he is a little dissatisfied with primary and elite monsters, and needs more powerful creatures to improve his realm. The low-level creatures such as ghosts and bone races rushing to him along the way, when they got closer to 5 meters, were already wiped out and turned into corpses. Because of the fusion of Thunder Beast's heart and Tree of Life, the chi and blood in his body became extremely powerful. A blood gas cloud forms outside the body. For the time being, he won't condense blood and smoke, let alone condense weapons, so his lethality is limited. But it still keeps the juniors from approaching. Chen Fan himself was surprised that the strangely shaped ghost clan rushed up and disappeared at 5 meters away. The bone race rushed up, and the soul fire was extinguished 5 meters away, and the skeletons were scattered. The Nether tribe also turned into a pool of blood 5 meters away. Only some creatures with entities can approach within 5 meters. However, Chen Fan didn't need to shoot, just relying on the impact of his body speed, he directly smashed them into pieces all over the sky. Really vulnerable. The elite-level monster that appeared couldn't bear his impact as well, and flew backward the moment it hit it. Even the ghost race and bone race are the same. It seems that there is a particularly terrifying breath in the body, targeting these races. Seeing this, Chen Fan felt that he had completely become a humanoid monster, as long as he went on a rampage. The only trouble is picking up crystal nuclei, and the left hand alone is a bit overwhelming. Although the system's voice in his head was rattling, it didn't affect him at all. Since he didn't need a knife, he simply tied the super titanium alloy knife to his body, and only used his hands to kill monsters. It is convenient to catch the crystal nuclei that burst out. He doesn't even use true energy, it's pure physical strength, which is beyond imagination. No one could tell it was his attack anymore, because the corpses were almost all shattered. Running wildly, smashing into pieces, picking up crystal nuclei, and merging are the easiest ways for Chen Fan. Occasionally encountering a slightly stronger elite-level monster, you can't escape being blown up with a punch. So the killing speed was much faster than yesterday, and the distance rushed to thousands of meters without knowing it. When encountering a mountain peak or a river, he would stop and touch it. Although the system will prompt fusion, but the value is too small, there is no need for fusion. It seems to be just the most ordinary mountains and rivers. After running wildly all night, Chen Fan didn't know where he went. Wherever there are roars and ghosts, he will rush there. Running here and there, the direction has long been forgotten. Fortunately, no powerful commander-level creatures were encountered, and nothing happened. He didn't stop until the next day when all kinds of ghost races seemed to sneak into the ground and the mountain again, and the bone race disappeared. As far as the eye can see, there is an endless jungle ahead. A mist gathered from all directions. At the foot is a strange rock mountain, and on the east side of the mountain, there is a river flowing through it. Oh, it's light again. And it's foggy. Chen Fan stopped, glanced around, and sat on a rock quite tiredly. After running wildly all night, even if the strength exceeds 10,000 plus caddies, it is inevitable that you will be tired. After all, it is flesh and blood. Panting, sweeping towards the corpse on the road, shaking his head and smiling. Consciousness fell into the dantian, looking at the overnight harvest. It was found that the entire sea of bitterness was no longer the light blue it was before, but had turned golden. Calm and powerful, calm. All the energies are subdued and hidden under the calm sea of suffering. The sword aura that used to be like a swimming fish has turned into 9 huge sword auras that are like long swords. Gathered at the bottom of the sea of bitterness. Countless thunders linger around them, setting off a very magical effect. At the bottom, a mass of flames was burning, as if forging 9 sword chi. In the center of the flame, a green sapling has just sprouted a little bud. Everything changed, completely different from before he went out. It seems that at the bottom of the bitter sea, something is being born. All energy is stuck there. The sea of bitterness has turned into gold, and it has entered the late stage? When will such a big sea of bitterness condense into a golden bridge extending from the bottom of the sea? Although Chen Fan has entered the late stage, his joy is mixed with worry. In the golden bridge realm, a golden bridge needs to be condensed in the sea of suffering. In the early days, Jinqiao sprouted. With the improvement of cultivation base, gather the energy of the bitter sea on the golden bridge to help it grow. It is equivalent to the stage of condensing the sea of bitterness, strengthening the control of true energy, like an armed command. When the golden bridge spans the seabed and the sea surface, it is in the middle stage of the golden bridge, and it can glide in the air, with a height of tens of meters. When the golden bridge grows and extends above the dantian, connecting the internal organs, it is the late stage of the golden bridge. At this time, compress the true energy of the entire sea of bitterness, fuse all the energies, and evolve the Holy Lotus. The Holy Lotus is a condensed sea of bitterness, with a capacity of more than 10 times its true energy. The body was tempered, flying in the air, and completely separated from the ground. Just thinking about it, Chen Fan is one head in too big. In such a vast sea of suffering, it is extremely difficult to condense a golden bridge, let alone the Holy Lotus at the top. Even if it is difficult, he will not give up. At most, he will run a few more nights. Believe that you will succeed. After checking the changes in Dantian, his eyes fell on the fusion point in his mind. Sure enough, it has changed, and the upper limit has become dash. It shows that it now has dash points, but the actual number cannot be seen behind. But there must be a lot of guesswork. After checking everything, he looked around again. It was found that the fog in the woods ahead did not dissipate because the sun came out. It seems that it will not dissipate, and it has been shrouded in it. On the other hand, the road and the sides of the mountain have become clear and can be seen far away. Chen Fan immediately realized that something was wrong. However, the strength is much stronger, and the body can crush elite monsters without any fear. Supporting the stone with his right hand, he was about to stand up and go to the front to check the situation, muttering, "Strange, what kind of fog is this? Just woke up," the voice of the system sounded in my mind. "I found a mountain treasure that can be fused, the original liquid of mountains and rivers, which can increase a huge amount of true energy, and requires 30,000 fusion points." Hearing the sound, Chen Fan was startled. Fusing a fountain of life and a vein of ultra-titanium only needs dash fusion points. However, the so-called mountain treasure, the original liquid of mountains and rivers, actually costs dash points. Double it right away. Damn it, you must not miss it. It must be integrated. Already standing up, he immediately touched the ground with his right hand. Fusion. In an instant, the entire mountain, the forest in front, and the river on the east side seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand. In the end, they gathered together and turned into a colorful liquid the size of a basin, which melted into his right hand. Boom, boom, boom. The ground under his feet seemed to have lost its support and sank downward. Not only the earth, but also the woods in front of it, and the big river on the east side sank deep underground together as if an earthquake had occurred. Fuck, I'm going to be buried alive by myself. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan was taken aback, and quickly used his skills to prepare to leave. Suddenly, a black figure flew out from the bushes, wearing a bamboo hat, and came towards him. Chen Fan, whose body was falling, never expected that there were humans hidden in the misty jungle. Judging by her attire, she may have been hiding for how long? It didn't attract the attack of the Ghost Clan and the Bone Clan, and there was no sound. If it weren't for the sudden earthquake-like subsidence, everything would sink deep into the earth, and it would definitely continue to hide. What was even more unexpected was that the opponent was still in the Holy Lotus realm, and his strength was extremely powerful. Seeing his right hand grabbing towards him, Chen Fan turned pale with shock. Can't use force in mid-air, is he going to be captured? Just about to speak, the man in the bamboo hat in front spoke, "Don't talk, we have to leave as soon as possible." The moment he heard the voice, Chen Fan was instantly relieved. It turned out to be the teacher who once competed for him, the bamboo hat man. "It's just that I changed into a strange rune clothes today, and the whole body is wrapped in it. The bamboo hat is much smaller, and it is also covered with various runes. Otherwise, how could Chen Fan not know him, so why worry?" With the sound, Chen Fan simply gave up his resistance. Let him catch himself, and fly back together. The fusion in the body also begins at this moment. The colorful liquid seems to have a magical effect, constantly changing bones, muscles, fascia, and blood vessels. It seems that a layer of colored light is attached to it, and the limit is enhanced. In the end, they gathered in the bitter sea of Dantian. In an instant, the sea of bitterness that had calmed down boiled again. Countless qi and energy are constantly transpiring, as if they are purifying Jinqi. The whole process was relatively slow, and he could clearly feel the changes inside. However, his eyes saw an unbelievable picture. The mountain peak that had just collapsed was accompanied by a mushroom cloud of dust and sank downward. Countless trees, scattered all over the place, sank down. The so-called dense fog dissipated at this moment and ceased to exist. Visible to the naked eye, all the trees turned dry in mid-air. The green trees, which turned yellow in the short time they fell, mixed with all the dust. The big river on the other side has evaporated to dryness, leaving nothing behind. The terrifying change seemed to have sucked away the spirit of mountains, rivers, trees, and rivers. The bamboo hat man was very fast, leading him out of the dusty area. However, he didn't stop at all, instead, he accelerated forward. quickly said, "Grass, how could there be an earthquake?" He didn't know that Chen Fan was the instigator of everything, but complained about the sudden situation. Chen Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help asking, "Teacher, what are you doing in that jungle? You scared me." He didn't understand what was going on outside and wished he could understand something. Even if the man in the bamboo hat reached a safe zone, he still didn't intend to stop, and said hastily, "Don't ask, you almost got into a big disaster just now. Run quickly, I don't know if you can escape." Holding Chen Fan with one hand, stepping on the holy lotus, cutting through the void, and running wildly. It seemed that there was something weird behind him, chasing him. Chen Fan glanced in the direction of the dust just now, and saw that the mountain had completely disappeared, replaced by a huge deep pit. At least, meters deep. Countless dust flew up, and groundwater gushed out from below, covering everything up. Ho ho ho. There was a roar, as if a terrifying creature of all races was trapped. In just a few seconds, he saw 9 huge monsters covered in green scales, with 5-meter-long necks and dragonfly wings flying out from behind. Each is nearly 30 meters long and has a terrifying size. Even though it just came out of the sewage, it still looked huge, roaring upwards. Oh oh oh. The huge sound shook the world and made people tremble with fear. Moreover, there are more than a dozen huge monsters in the underground water, which are constantly thumping and trying to rush up. He can't fly, and only relies on his strong body to step on various things and try to climb outside. However, in the process of falling, there is nowhere to focus and no power is needed. Seeing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but turn pale, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Never expected that there are so many terrifying monsters hidden in the jungle. Difficult to ask, are you going to hunt them just now? It looks like they are all huge. No wonder he ran away like crazy. If he was surrounded, he would die without knowing how. The man in the bamboo hat said quickly, "I killed him? Are you crazy? I might not even be able to kill one of them. I came to monitor them. I thought there was no problem. Who knew that there was an earthquake suddenly? I must have been exposed." The man in the bamboo hat didn't even look back, and flew directly to the north. Chen Fan suddenly realized that he had just merged and exposed all these monsters directly. It almost put the bamboo hat man in a desperate situation. He can't kill even one, isn't he a commander? His heart suddenly became hot, and his eyes radiated infinite light. Elite-level monsters no longer pose any threat to him, and he really wants to try commander-level monsters. What if more benefits can be obtained? Probing the Sea of Bitterness in the Dantian, I found that it has changed a lot. In the past, only half of the Dantian was a Sea of Bitterness, and the upper half was empty. However, now the entire Dantian has been filled with the Sea of Bitterness, and it has all turned into colorful lights. Sea of Bitterness Realm Great Consummation? When Guchen told him about it yesterday, he mentioned this and was very envious. As if only certain special geniuses could achieve it. Now, with the help of Shanbao, Chen Fan has achieved it. The mood is extremely complicated. Guchen also said at the time, full of damage, half breakthrough. After the Dzogchen, there will be a disadvantage. The Golden Bridge cannot reach the later stage, and it is difficult to connect the internal organs. Therefore, some people prefer to start the breakthrough later. Since it has come, it will be safe, and it has been reached, so what can I do? Chen Fan had no choice but to bear the result. What if it breaks through in the future? Anyway, there is a fusion system. The big deal is crazy fusion. I sank into the depths of the Sea of Bitterness, and found that there was a little bud of the Golden Bridge in it. However, his Golden Bridge is completely different from others. Other people's golden light is bright and beautiful. But his is based on the green tree of life, covered with gold. On the bridge body, there are thunderous sword auras as handrails, just like the dark golden bridge deck dotted with heart-shaped patterns. All in all, weird, very weird. Although it was only in its infancy, it also indicated that Chen Fan was already in the Golden Bridge realm. Unknowingly, it has become a Golden Bridge realm? Shanbao is really awesome. He didn't know what a mountain treasure was. Anyway, he was very excited, and finally reached the Golden Bridge realm. Well worth the hard work of 2 nights. After checking the fusion point, there are still, It can be seen that there are many overflowing points. At this moment, there is only one word in my heart: cool. The physical strength has reached an unimaginable level, and the body is powerful and boundless. Even better. Before he could be happy for a few seconds, the sound of hissing wings vibrating came from his ears. Looking up, 9 green-skinned monsters were quickly chasing after them. The speed was so fast that it surpassed the bamboo hat man in the Golden Bridge realm. Crisis is coming. Seeing this, Chen Fan felt a little nervous. This was his first time facing a flying monster. Although he has entered the Golden Bridge realm, he cannot reach the level of gliding in the air. Can't help reminding the bamboo hat, teacher, 9 green-skinned monsters are catching up. What should we do? I know. The man in the bamboo hat had a very bad tone, so he could only try his best to escape. If it wasn't for bringing a person, if it wasn't for Chen Fan being too heavy, he would have already run back to Hunting Film City. Now, the sudden drop in speed is less than 1/3 of the usual speed. How can he outrun the poisonous dragon? However, if he doesn't run now, Chen Fan will die here. He is a genius. Chen Fan knew that it must be because of his own reasons that the speed was not enough. Immediately said, "You run first, take me with you, neither of us can escape. At least you bring the news and tell the people in the city to prepare early. I am physically strong, and I can deal with them for a while. It should be no problem. Wait until you bring a master to rescue me." Although he was nervous, his heart was also a little hot. I really want to try to fight a leader-level monster. After all, there is still a way to save life, the system. As long as you catch it, you can merge and die. The man in the bamboo hat was obviously taken aback, tilted his head to look at him, and said, "Are you sure you can survive?" "I do have important information on me, which is related to the survival of Hunting Film City." Chen Fan nodded heavily and said, "You have to believe that even teacher Fang Xiong can't guide me anymore. It must be fine. It's just to increase some persuasiveness. If it is really a fight, Chen Fan may not be able to beat Fang Xiong." Fizz. The sound of the vibration of the wings at the back was getting closer and closer, and the pressure on the man in the bamboo hat was enormous. He knew that if he did not prepare early, Chen Fan would have no chance of survival. Even the two of them can't run away. Gritting his teeth, he said in a deep voice, "Chen Fan, you must survive. I will rush back as soon as possible and bring Guchen and the others to rescue you. My fighting power is limited, and with intelligence, I can only choose this way. For more human beings, I'm sorry. It is a difficult choice. On the one hand, it is the apprentices it is fought for, and on the other hand, it is a city of tens of thousands of human beings. How to choose, he is very clear." Chen Fan nodded vigorously and said, "Don't worry, I won't die. Just let me go, don't waste time." He has already seen that the fastest greenskin monster is already within 100 meters. If there is no reaction, it will be too late for both of them. After falling on the ground, Chen Fan felt that there was still a chance. If he's in the sky and doesn't move around, he doesn't stand a chance. Bao Buki will be eaten by Ling Kong. Okay, wait for me. The man in the bamboo hat let go of Chen Fan, and suddenly felt like a mountain had been unloaded, and his speed soared, and he rushed out directly. Chen Fan's weight was at least 3 times that of a normal person, which was terrifying. Although it is said that the higher the cultivation level, the more terrifying the weight. But he is only in the sea of misfortune, so why is he already far beyond ordinary people? There was no time to think too much, and his eyes fell on the falling Chen Fan. Found him making quick adjustments to avoid landing problems. When he was watching, he found that the poisonous flying dragons rushed over from behind, and they all surrounded Chen Fan. It seems that Chen Fan is the dragon meat in the sky, and he himself is a mouse on the ground, without any focus. "Grass, what's the situation? Why are you chasing him? Is it because he is full of vitality?" The man in the bamboo hat didn't know the specific reason at all. Since there was no danger for the time being, he quickly used the communicator to take a video. Record the scene where the foggy forest in the distance disappeared due to the earthquake, and the poisonous dragon rushed out. Taking one last look at Chen Fan, who fell into the jungle and disappeared, he turned around and left. I know that if I delay for a second, I may never see him again. He left, and Chen Fan landed in the jungle. Boom! Boom! Like a human-shaped bomb, it directly broke a century-old tree and smashed it hard on the ground. The dull voice echoed, a cloud of smoke and dust flew up, and was blocked by trees, making it hard to see clearly. Good guy, I seem to be a real monster. I fell from a height of meters, and I didn't get hurt? Grab the ultra-titanium knife in one hand and get ready for battle. The sound of the green-skinned monster's wings vibrating in the air could already be heard in his ears, and he rushed into other directions immediately. It is absolutely impossible to head-to-head with 9 commander-level monsters at the same time. You must kill them separately to have a chance of winning. The strong body, just using force to move, almost hit the tree blocking the way. The speed is twice as fast as when I left the city last night. Step out, 40 meters away. 2 steps in a row, already 100 meters away. Looking up, 2 green-skinned monsters over 30 in length swooped down from the sky. In the area just now, trees were knocked into the air, and the ground made dull sounds. Boom! Hearing the vibration, Chen Fan knew that the 2 guys should not be underestimated, so he dodged again. Boom! 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 A series of voices sounded, and one after another, terrifying green-skinned monsters landed on the track he moved. If the first and second can only be so accurate, Chen Fan feels that he has seen where he landed. However, all the green-skinned monsters in the follow-up landed precisely where he had stayed before, which felt very abnormal. How can you track me so accurately? He was full of doubts, but his eyes were rapidly observing the situation. I found 9 green-skinned monsters, and because they were tracking me, they had unknowingly opened up a short distance. At almost every moment, 3 were hovering in the air, and 6 were in the process of pounced. There should be a chance to be one-on-one. The interval is only a short 2 seconds. I don't know if I can kill one? His eyes flicked, looking for possible opportunities. Landing again, he didn't dodge far away, but hid behind the big tree next to him. Quickly adjust your breathing and run your true chi. In an instant, a beam of colorful light diffused out, directly covering the entire meter radius. In the next second, it shrank rapidly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Like an aurora, it flashes rapidly. However, all the masters in Hunting Movie City stood up in unison, their eyes widened and they looked in all directions. Many freshmen are discussing, Master? No, a genius in the sea of bitterness. Oh my God, whose sea of suffering is this that covers the entire city? It's too exaggerated. It's not a sea of bitterness, is it? Why do you look at the colorful light? It seems that some master used a cool big move. Many masters in the meeting hall were short of breath, and there were also discussions, who was the quick check? This is a genius. Enveloping the huge hunting film city, the scope of the sea of bitterness is too terrifying. Quick, find a way to find this person. In Hunting Film City, a genius finally appeared, and he will soon become famous all over the world. Gu Chen's heart trembled, his brows were furrowed, and he was silent as he looked at the excited crowd. This can't be Chen Fan, right? But there aren't so many colors. The swordsman on the other side had the same doubts. It shouldn't be Chen Fan. The man in the bamboo hat, who was flying rapidly in the sky, saw the colorful sea of bitterness filling the entire lower part, and almost fell from it. Who is this? It actually covers the entire land? Is it meters? Need to go to Hunting Film City quickly. On a mountain peak, meters away to the south, a man just stood up and saw the light of the boundless sea of bitterness, his eyes sparkled. Genius. At least at the level of a child of God. Where is it? I am excited all over. In Shadow City, which is meters away from Hunting Film City, some masters also turned pale with shock when they saw the colorful sea of bitterness. My God, we have such a genius in Shadow City? We must find it. What's the situation? Are there any geniuses among the newcomers from Taiping City? Check. Many people know that once the colorful sea of suffering appears, it represents an immortal genius who will have terrifying achievements in the future. Whether it is to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, to get into the door in advance, or to catch and control it, it needs to be arranged in advance. Because once it grows up, it will be invincible and can no longer be controlled. There are also alien races in Hunting Film City. Seeing this scene, they also commented, "Genius. This kind of person has unlimited achievements in the future, you can follow him. Tell the child, find a way to find this human genius immediately. From then on, he will follow him to the death. Whether we can get rid of our status as criminals depends entirely on him. We phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme too hard and bear the infamy. He is an opportunity to get rid of the shackles. Find a way to be a cow and a horse, and strive for the reputation of being free from criminals. Whether it is a hybrid offspring or a traitor offspring, they all want to change the current living conditions. The only way I can think of is to follow the strong and become a subordinate, so that there is a chance in the future." What human beings think has nothing to do with Chen Fan, who exudes a murderous aura. After the sea of bitterness flooded, it retracted to the surface of the body again and merged with the rune armor. Enhance the defensive ability of the armor, and also stimulate the possible power. Most importantly, it can enhance attack power and increase movement speed. Facing a commander-level monster, he must explode with all his strength. Since it was the first time we faced each other, we couldn't be too careful. Just getting ready, a 30-meter-high green-skinned monster fell from the sky. The trees were smashed and the earth was dusty. A huge shockwave washed the 4 old trees into the distance. Chen Fan turned around from behind the tree trunk as if he hadn't seen it. With a knife in his right hand and a false grip in his left, he rushed to the green-skinned monster as fast as he could. Only when you really face the commander level, can you feel your own insignificance? Compared to Chen Fan, the green-skinned monster was like a 10-story building. You can imagine how big the gap is. The green-skinned monster's big mouth is even comparable to a room of square meters. A mere human being is nothing at all. It is not a problem to swallow 10 in one gulp. Now, for Chen Fan alone, 9 of them rushed out. Chen Fan felt that he must be the reason for Fusion Shanbao, which made them chase after him. For living things, certain talents are far beyond human beings. More hidden treasures can be found, and groups come to snatch them. Otherwise, there is no reason to pursue it. At this moment, I finally saw the poisonous flying dragon head-on, and felt that the aura was too bad. Like a flea, he jumped up and rushed to the green-skinned monster's armpit. Relatively speaking, the underarms of any creature are very fragile. Just as he slashed out with the super titanium alloy knife, the front paws of the green-skinned monster suddenly flickered. After opening it, grab it towards Chen Fan. The response was quicker than expected. Chen Fan's eyes flickered with a cold light, and there was no turning back when he opened his bow. He had to see the gap between him and it. "Open it for me." True Chi erupted, and the super titanium alloy knife in his hand gathered violent sword Chi, % True Chi. Together with the strength of his body, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to 30, he roared away. Oh! The green-skinned monster approached its claws in a 5-meter radius, and was rushed by Chen Fan. The cuticle on it couldn't stop his impact. Moreover, the sword energy attached to the blade exploded, and the entire claw exploded. Flesh and flesh flew everywhere, and bone balls shot out indiscriminately, like a bright firework exploding. But Chen Fan couldn't see this kind of scene. He rushed under the forearm of the green-skinned monster with an indomitable momentum. Put! It was just a knife of inertia that directly tore the skin. And, behind the ultra-titanium alloy knife, they pierced into the body of the green-skinned monster together. Puff! 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 The muscles inside couldn't stop Chen Fan's impact, and even rushed all the way in for more than 3 meters. The sword Chi was vertical and horizontal, like small bombs, blasting away all the flesh and blood in the wound. Chen Fan didn't expect that his strength was too violent. With the help of the sharpness of the super titanium alloy knife, it rushed into the body of the green-skinned monster. Blood wrapped him up as if he didn't want money. Because the muscle is too thick, the blow did not touch the bone. He didn't care, anyway, he was inside the enemy and rushed all the way inside. Don't stop charging until you meet a bone. Even so, he was secretly startled. I am afraid that I am really going to become a monster, and directly penetrated the muscle layer of the leader-level creature. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions appeared behind him, blood and flesh flying everywhere, covering his head and face. Chen Fan was helpless, and punched the bone in front with his left hand, trying to avoid the place where the flesh and blood were flying. Crack! It is said that the commander-level monsters are extremely powerful, and it is easy to push a mountain and destroy a human city. However, to Chen Fan, it was quite weak. Just a punch, not a full punch, broke the bone. It rushed directly into the internal organs of the bone guard. Simply, he was not in a hurry to go out. Grab the bone next to it, and prepare to crush all the internal organs, believing that it can kill a leader-level creature. At the moment of grasping, the voice of the system came, finding a talent that can be fused, life is highly poisonous. It can destroy life and reduce lifespan. It needs 10,000 fusion points. I found that the blood can be fused, the blood of the poisonous dragon. Enhance the strength of the blood and strengthen the body. Need 5,000 fusion points. Chen Fan frowned slightly when he heard the voice. It didn't fuse immediately, but with the knife in his right hand, he stabbed fiercely into the bone. Kill the green skin monster first and get the fusion point. If the system kills them, the fusion points will be reduced by about half. This one has penetrated into the body, killing it is not easy and pleasant. Along the middle of the ribs under the armpit, the fist with the left hand and the knife with the right, split all the flesh and blood blocking the way, and directly hit the heart. The ultra-titanium alloy knife cut continuously, causing terrifying injuries. Bang bang bang! All the bones blocking the way were exploded, blood vessels burst, and blood filled the air, turning him into a bloody man. In just 3 seconds, he came outside a huge heart. I heard a violent roar from outside, ho ho ho. It was clear that he had suffered terrible pain and was howling in pain. Boom! It seemed that the green skin monster had bumped into something, and there was a tremor, and Chen Fan couldn't stand still. The body moved forward and grabbed the huge blood vessel next to the heart. The system's prompt sounded crazily: discover the fusion blood, the blood of the poisonous dragon, increase the strength of the body. Chen Fan, who heard the voice, ignored it and slashed through the blood vessel. Boom boom boom. The heart was beating violently, and the blood sprayed out crazily as if he didn't want money. Chen Fan felt that he was overwhelmed in an instant. Fuck, no, I'm going to be drowned. He never expected that the crazy shot would actually trap himself. Although the blood flow was very strong, it had no effect on Chen Fan's body. The only thing that needs to change is to find a place to breathe. Spreading his left hand, following the blood flow, he rushed out from the entrance he had just rushed in. Perhaps it was the severe pain in the heart that made the poisonous dragon beat wildly, and its front claws dug towards the heart. Causes various muscles to constantly pull and blood flow faster. Chen Fan's body was floating here and there, unable to stabilize, and rushed out of the body along the blood flow. When he got outside the body of the poisonous flying dragon, he realized that it had already galloped thousands of meters away, followed by 8 companions, chasing after it like crazy. It seems certain that he is on the companion in front. Chen Fan's eyelids shrank crazily, and he must not place an order at this moment, or he would be swallowed. The moment it landed, it grabbed the tail of the poisonous flying dragon. The thick tail is about the same as the waist of an adult, but it is the thinnest part of its body. Put away the ultra-titanium alloy knife, grasp it tightly with both hands, and force your feet on the ground suddenly, ejecting towards the poisonous dragon's body. Ben wanted to grab the tail and control its body. However, as it was running, there was no root under its feet, and it could not find a supporting foot. It can only be turned upside down with the help of the poisonous dragon's own strength. Crack it! The tail of the poisonous flying dragon that had no time to clone Gugu was snapped off on the spot, and there was a piercing sound. Put! The severe pain made him unable to control his body any longer, and he hit the ground heavily. In an instant, trees flew across, dust flew up, and blood rained down, covering the ground below. Chen Fan was overjoyed when he saw this. As long as the green-skinned monster didn't move, he couldn't bear his strength. Landing on the ground, holding the tail in both hands, the true chi of the bitter sea and the dantian erupted instantly, converging the strength of the body, abruptly swung the 30-meter-long poisonous flying dragon up. Ha ha, this weapon is good and full of power. It should be able to fight other green-skinned monsters. The muscles all over his body swelled, and for the first time, he felt able to use his full strength. The whole person was bathed in blood, swung the 30-meter-long poisonous flying dragon, and faced the 8 companions rushing over. In ancient times, there was an overlord who was powerful enough to pull mountains and rivers. Today I will show you that I, Chen Fan, can pull poisonous flying dragons. It looks like a madman, although it can't fly. It rushes towards all the poisonous flying dragons with a vicious aura all over it. The first poisonous flying dragon rushed up. Before it could react, it collided with the body of its companion in the air. Click! 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 The terrifying impact directly smashed the first poisonous flying dragon that came after it into the air. The sound of various bones and joints breaking came to the ears one after another. Chen Fan's attack had to stop. The poisonous flying dragon at the back would not stop. As if it didn't know the danger, it rushed towards him frantically. The big mouth opened, and rows of teeth like sharp swords wanted to tear him into pieces. Seeing this, Chen Fan suddenly withdrew 50 meters, driving the poisonous dragon in his hand to swing out again. The huge body smashed hard on the slender necks of the 3 poisonous flying dragons closest to it. It is said to be slender, but it is actually twice as thick as his waist. Crack! Click! The bones on the neck made continuous snapping sounds. Although they didn't die on the spot, their impacts were all blocked. Because it hit the neck, the body shifted from its original position, blocking the 4 poisonous flying dragons that continued to rush over from behind. The main reason is that Chen Fan's body is too small. Compared to the 30-meter-high poisonous dragon, he is almost like a bug. So, stand on the ground, bow your head and grab him. If they were the same size, or taller, he wouldn't catch the shortcoming. Ho ho ho. Of the 8 poisonous flying dragons, Chen Fan knocked 4 of them into the air in an instant, and the rest were blocked and roared angrily. In this short period of time, Chen Fan swung the body of the poisonous dragon in his hand again, and smashed it out frantically. The huge body of 30 meters brought out a terrifying strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme and rushed forward fiercely. Countless fresh blood flew, staining the ground and the bodies of the 4 poisonous flying dragons red. The impact continues. Hoo hoo hoo. Accompanied by the howling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme, the poisonous dragon collided with the last 4 of them again. Crack! 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 Crash! The violent collision smashed countless bones. He couldn't grasp the poisonous flying dragon in his hand. Relieve the arm a little, move the body again, and swing it out hard. I feel that using such a behemoth as a weapon, the attack effect is particularly good. With the blow just now, the 2 poisonous flying dragons were knocked over again, and the remaining 2 roads were all blocked, and there was no gap. Seeing the human attack again, he simply flew up, unwilling to continue to be attacked. Seeing this, Chen Fan was quite helpless. He can't fly, so he can only look at the sky and sigh. However, the attacks don't stop. Continue to use the poisonous dragon in his hand as a sledgehammer, smashing the 6 injured poisonous dragons wildly. Rolling in a ball, struggling hard, trying to climb out of the bloody mud pit. However, anyone who wants to get up will definitely be violently smashed by Chen Fan. Boom! 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 A huge force hit them, the earth shook, the vegetation flew, the dust flew up, and the rock shot out. It was like a giant holding a sky-splitting hammer and smashing it heavily on the ground. The vibrations sounded for thousands of meters. Crack it! Crack it! Crack! Various fracture sounds, such as heavy rain falling, rang out intensively. I don't know how many bones were smashed every time it was smashed down. Ho ho ho! Ow! Woo woo! The 8 poisonous flying dragons let out completely different screams, unable to bear the severe pain, and fell into the ground. Covered by the blood that flowed from them, he could no longer get up. All kinds of trees, pierced through their bodies, almost penetrated from the other side, were firmly fixed to the earth. Puff puff with each fall, blood crazily flowed out, splashing a rain of blood all over the sky, turning hundreds of meters around into a bloody world. Chen Fan, holding the poisonous flying dragon, was like a peerless overlord, attacking continuously. His whole body was covered in blood, and his body muscles were like granite, exuding endless murderous aura. The voice of the system sounded in my mind: kill the poisonous flying dragon and get 25,000 fusion points. Kill the poisonous flying dragon and get 25,000 fusion points. Finding a fusion bloodline, the bloodline of the poisonous dragon. He didn't expect that killing a poisonous flying dragon would yield fusion points. I feel the tail in my hand is getting harder and harder. It should be dead. No need to confirm, it will be integrated on the spot. In an instant, a green light pervaded Poison Phalon's body, and it instantly converged on Chen Fan's hands. In the next second, the blood vessels all over the body were filled with heat, gradually converging in the heart like boiling. Dong dong. Accompanied by the violent beating sound, his tired body instantly replenished with endless energy, recovering more than half of it. The heavy arms are twice as relaxed, and the muscles become more elastic and powerful. The nutrients replenished with each breath can fully replenish the body's needs. At the same time, a force directly reached the Dantian. Merged with endless power. Crack it! Crack it! Crack it! Just when he felt his strength improve by leaps and bounds, the dead body of the poisonous flying dragon in his hand began to be dismembered. At the same time, the two poisonous flying dragons that had been hovering in the sky also swooped down and pointed their mouths at him. Seeing this, Chen Fan suddenly roared, "Drink!" Accompanied by the roar, he picked up the corpse that was about to explode with both hands, and threw it into the sky. The speed is as fast as a shooting star. With nothing in his hand, he felt that the poisonous flying dragon flying in the sky was about to shatter into pieces. The bones, skin and flesh and blood essence of the body all disappeared. Couldn't keep it the way it was. However, this was not the end. Chen Fan threw a poisonous dragon flying, and caught the dead body of a second poisonous dragon in the red mud. He pulled his tail and smashed into the air again. The two poisonous flying dragons in the sky ignored the corpse of their companion and directly crashed into the corpse of their companion, who was about to be broken. Boom! Boom! The huge body was smashed into fragments in an instant. Not even a drop of blood spilled out, it turned into fly ash. It seemed that all the flesh and blood essence had been absorbed, leaving only garbage. Such a change, although shocking, is more in line with Chen Fan's impression. All creatures fused by him are left with fly ash. All essences are gone. Facing the two ferocious poisonous flying dragons that were about to rush over, Chen Fan was not afraid, and suddenly roared, "Get me down!" The one in his hand, he didn't fuse it for the time being, and used it as a weapon first, smashing the two in the sky. The timing was just right. The moment they swooped down, the corpse in Chen Fan's hand was also in place. Crack! Crack! The first poisonous flying dragon was hit in the neck, bent to the side on the spot, and its body fell to the ground uncontrollably. The second one hits the middle of the body. Boom! I'm afraid, click, click. The impact of the two poisonous flying dragons was like two buildings colliding together, with constant explosions. Chen Fan let go of his hand immediately, exerted force on his feet, and avoided the original position. In just 1 second, he was already 30 meters away. From the other side, he grabbed the tail of another poisonous dragon again and swung it up. Boom! The poisonous flying dragon, whose neck was tilted to one side, hit the ground hard. The surrounding trees were all smashed into the air, and he staggered and couldn't stand up at all. While he was dizzy, Chen Fan swung the body of the poisonous flying dragon, dropped from the sky, and smashed it down heavily. Clap! This time it hit harder, nailing the intact poisonous dragon directly to the ground, almost turning its body into a photo. In the mouth, the chrysanthemum, and various wounds, there are countless flesh and blood flying out. Even if you don't die, you definitely can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Boom! Boom! Crack! One of them was severely injured just now, and the other two hit the ground heavily again. This time, it was too late for Chen Fan to pick up the poisonous flying dragon's body again. Reaching out, he pulled out the super peptide alloy knife. The body flickered, appearing beside the poisonous flying dragon struggling to stand up. Whoosh! Accompanied by a flash of white electric light, the ultra-titanium alloy knife flashed in an instant. Puff! Crack! On the neck of the poisonous flying dragon, there was a 1-meter deep wound, and all the protective bones were cut off. Puff blood sprayed out like a fountain 10 meters away. The wound, which was originally 1 meter deep, became 1.5 meters under the impact of the jet, almost breaking off. Hoo hoo hoo! The poisonous dragon flapped its wings vigorously, trying to stabilize its body, but couldn't control it no matter what. In the end, he lay powerlessly on the ground, leaving only his limbs twitching continuously. Seeing this, Chen Fan knew that it would not survive, and rushed to the poisonous flying dragon that had just been pinned to the ground again, and cut off its neck with the same knife. Puff! With the blood flowing horizontally, the entire land turned bloody. At this point, the 9 poisonous flying dragons were all lying on the ground. None could escape except in dying struggles. Chen Fan held the knife in his right hand, and touched the poisonous dragon corpses one by one with his left hand. Fusion! 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 Kill the poisonous flying dragon and reward 25,000 fusion points. Kill the poisonous flying dragon, reward fusion points. After the last 2 poisonous flying dragons died, Chen Fan happened to pass by them and merged by the way. The blood of the poisonous dragon has been fused 9 times, and he feels that his body is floating like a fairy, and he no longer feels the heaviness he had before. Just 1 breath can support the body's consumption for half a minute. Infused with highly toxic energy, it can reduce the lifespan of the enemy and poison the enemy. Absolutely horrible means. Now that they are all dead, Chen Fan must not waste the crystal nuclei and blow their heads off immediately. Yellow round crystal nuclei were collected inside. According to speculation, it should be a 3rd-order high-grade crystal nucleus. The system beeps immediately, finding fusion energy. The 3rd-order high-grade crystal nucleus can increase a lot of true energy. It needs 5,000 fusion points. Without any hesitation, he directly fused all 9 high-grade crystal nuclei. In an instant, countless energies poured into the body and gathered in the dantian. The bitter sea of Dzogchen gradually gained a layer of emerald green, merging with the tree of life at the bottom. The Golden Bridge, which was originally only in its infancy, has 9 sections of railings and road sections. According to the changes in ordinary people's cultivation, when the Golden Bridge has 18 railings, it can break out of the surface of the bitter sea, which is the initial stage. There are 36 railings that have reached the top, which is the middle stage. When 72 railings appear, they must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme to the internal organs and connect all places, which is the later stage. Only a genius can reach 90 railings. Tianjiu level can reach 99 railings. Chen Fan has only appeared in 9 festivals, which is only the initial stage. But he didn't care. After killing 9 commander-level creatures, 9 festivals had already appeared. Is it still a problem? Just continue to kill the commander-level creatures. Looking around, it was bloody and muddy, covering most of the trees and the ground. The corpse has completely lost its essence. Although it has not turned into fly ash, the various materials of the body are useless. Without the slightest nostalgia, he rushed into the jungle and disappeared quickly. He didn't want to be discovered and killed the 9-headed commander-level creature alone. It will definitely be treated as a monster and caught and sliced. After walking thousands of meters, he found a stream and washed away the blood all over his body. All tidied up, turned a big bend, and headed towards the direction where Shanbao was absorbed. I remember that there were a few huge commander-level creatures that sank into the lake. Even if they die, their crystal nuclei cannot be wasted. With a smile on his face, he was thinking about how much the remaining giant beasts could increase their cultivation. If possible, I hope to add more than a dozen railings to reach the middle stage of the Golden Bridge realm and glide in the air. This was the result he was most looking forward to. However, at his speed, he walked out for 10 minutes, crashed and killed many elite creatures, and still did not find the original big hole. No, am I lost? Surprisingly, there was no familiar scene in the surroundings. In order to avoid the sight of people in the city, I deliberately turned around a lot. Lost myself. Once more than a day, the crystal nucleus will dissipate in the corpse and turn into pure aura. Therefore, even if human beings want to pick up the leak, they must dig out the crystal nucleus within a day. If it exceeds 1 day, the corpses of the creatures of all races lose their maximum value. Of course, their corpses are more valuable because of the nourishment of their essence. Some merchants will deliberately wait for the best products. Whoosh! Just when he lost his way and couldn't find his way, he felt a sound of rushing through the air above his head. He quickly looked up to see if it was a human being. The moment he jumped on the treetop, Chen Fan almost fell off the scene he saw. A big eagle covered with golden feathers, like covering the sky and blocking out the sun, hurried to the northwest. Wherever it passed, almost all the trees fell to the ground, and waves of air appeared around its body, tearing the air. My God, what level of creature is this? King level? Scary. Chen Fan didn't dare to show his head, and landed directly on the ground from the treetops. He patted his chest with lingering fear, and suddenly sighed, if facing a king-level creature, what chances do he have of winning? After thinking about it, the odds are 0. Facing the commander level, it is extremely laborious to kill. Facing the terrifying king level, it's hard to say that a talent skill can make him die without any scum left. Collect all the energy as much as possible, and move forward quietly. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the ground. He wanted to see where the goal of this terrifying giant creature was. Anyway, I can't find the city now, and I can't find the big pit where the commander level creatures died. Maybe it will fight humans and gain some benefits. With the help of jungles and boulders on the ground, try to avoid observation in the sky and follow them stealthily. In fact, the speed can't catch up with the golden eagle at all, and it has long since disappeared. But he still didn't dare to be careless. What if Ling Kong found out? Rush to the northwest. The creatures of all races seen on the road, no matter how big or small, were all prostrate on the ground, as if worshipping their king. Even though it had disappeared, Chen Fan rushed over, but still didn't get up. How can we not pick up this kind of cheapness, kill them all, and collect crystal nuclei and fusion points? I am so happy. Following the kneeling creatures of all races, Chen Fan passed through 2 mountain peaks in a row, and when he stood on the 3rd mountain peak, bursts of roar came. The ground shakes, the hurricane blows, the white hair flies, and the clothes are scattered. Caught off guard, almost fell from the mountain. The big pit that he couldn't find was just 1,000 meters ahead. Standing on a high mountain, it looks like a scar, sitting on the ground. In the sky, the golden eagle, like a big sun, is shining brightly. The claws, wings, beak, and head all turned into terrifying weapons, attacking the humans in front. In the sky, a woman holding a long sword and wrapped in a black phoenix robe is constantly attacking. Beside her was a fat woman over jeans, holding a long gun, supporting her back and forth. The figures of the 2 people are like streamers. There is an illusory gate in the background, which is 100 meters high, and it is shining with a mighty light, which makes people have to watch. The endless spiritual energy between heaven and earth, as if they had found a vent, gathered in the illusory gate. In the end, it gathered in the bodies of the 2 women, and under the gathering of massive aura, the weapons in their hands erupted with unimaginable power. The woman holding the sword is wearing a bamboo hat and has a slender figure, like a flower swaying in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. However, every time he attacked, the long sword would emit a dazzling sword light, which would turn into plum blossoms and cover the golden eagle. Gu Xinyue on the other side also guided the aura of the illusory gate to gather on the spear. Every time a shot is fired, it bursts out with bright light and turns into a series of blue dragons. Colliding violently with the big claws of the golden eagle, there is no stage fright. Is this the Shunmen mirror? The speed at which it absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is indeed much stronger than mine. Chen Fan saw their battle, muttered to himself, and compared silently. Whether it is speed, power, or fighting methods, it has far surpassed normal humans. Just the aftermath of the battle has already plowed the earth into countless ravines, and the lake has soared into the sky. It's like a doomsday scene. Although the golden eagle can cover the sky and block out the sun, it is extremely powerful and can easily destroy a city. But facing the city lord in Gu Xinyue, it was difficult to make a breakthrough. Wow! Unable to fight for a long time, he became mad with anger and screamed. Shockwaves rushed in all directions, the earth exploded and shook one after another, and trees fell and flew in circles. The whole world can't bear its power. Seeing this, Chen Fan simply lay down on the ground and let the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blow over him. It took a long time for the shock wave to pass over his body and return to normal. With his eyes, all the humans in the Golden Bridge realm wandering around were blown away in the sudden shock wave. Staggering, unable to stabilize his body, he rolled in the air like a kite with a broken thread. There is no resistance at all. Seeing this, Chen Fan couldn't help sticking out his tongue, swallowing, and murmured, "It's too powerful. It's too powerful. If I encounter a king-level creature, I will die. There is no possibility of escape. Just now, I followed up with brazen words to pick up a leak, but now I completely give up my thoughts." He couldn't even get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to this kind of creature. Talent skills are extremely powerful, far exceeding the commanding level. Speaking of retreating, he was not reconciled. Thinking about the corpses of the commander-level creatures in the big pit are the best nourishment for improving combat effectiveness. But in the air battle, he didn't dare to get two phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme. Any creature's attack may not be able to withstand it. Lying on the ground, eyes rolling. Many Golden Bridge realm masters around kept flying around, as if they were looking for something. Chen Fan hid firmly under the boulder on the top of the mountain, turning a blind eye to everything around him. He only hoped that the two of them could attract the golden eagle away so that he would have a chance to find the corpse. When he was looking around, he found that on the north side, there was a battle between humans and a huge Tauron. The Tauron was obviously one of the heads that sank into the big pit, covered in countless mud. Hey, that's strange. Could it be that there are no creatures in the pit? How did they escape? Chen Fan couldn't figure it out, the situation was beyond his imagination. Maybe the angle is wrong, I can't see the situation of the big pit, and I am still waiting stupidly. He pursed his lips and rolled his eyes around, feeling that there was nothing to do. These Golden Bridge level powerhouses will not give him a chance. Hey, I still don't have enough strength. Otherwise, if I kill him directly, everything will be in my pocket. Chen Fan knew that if he continued to wait, he would not get anything. Instead of wasting time in vain, it is better to go back and rest. Decided to go back to Hunting Film City. After taking a look at the battle between the two city lords, it was difficult to tell the winner for a while, and some Golden Bridge realm went to the north side one after another. The Great War has already tilted towards the human side. Let's go! If they knew that I didn't die at the mouth of the poisonous flying dragon, and even dared to come to the battlefield, they can't explain it clearly. Secretly hide in the jungle, bypass the scene of the battle, and go around to the north side. He had just circled more than half a circle, and when he reached the north side, he saw 4 bulls and 7 white-winged tigers, who were intercepted by humans. It proves that none of the creatures that sank into the big pit died. People can't be greedy, I have improved a lot today, go back. It's time to rest. He really didn't want to see all the benefits taken away by the Golden Bridge realm, so he smashed his mouth, got up and left. The battle in the Golden Bridge realm was far less earth-shattering than the Shinmen Mirror, so they rushed to the north with a distance of 300 meters. However, it was such a distance that caused great changes on the battlefield. A savage bull seemed to smell something, moved its nose vigorously, and then roared to the sky, moo-moo. The roaring sound filled the entire battlefield and spread thousands of meters away. All the bulls and white-winged tigers that were fighting heard the sound. Even the golden eagle in the sky couldn't help but pause. In the next second, both the commander-level and the king-level creatures in the sky left their human opponents behind and frantically headed north. This scene immediately surprised the humans who were fighting. I don't know what happened, but it caused all the creatures to suddenly go crazy. Not good. They want to attack the city. City Lord Bai thought of the terrible possibility and reprimanded him. Accompanied by the angry reprimand, he swung the long sword in his hand, and the illusory door behind his back swallowed a huge amount of spiritual energy, chasing after the golden eagle. Everyone has it. Stop all the commander-level behemoths outside the city. Once they enter the city, there will be countless casualties. Crazy roars, eager to shake in the air. All humans within a radius of several kilometers can hear it. Gu Xinhue, the deputy city lord beside her, also brandished her spear, transformed into a green dragon, and chased after the golden eagle. Now the city is empty, and no one can stop them. If it really enters the city, it can really destroy everything. Years of hard work collapsed in an instant. To Bai Jingfeng, this was unacceptable. Yes. The humans within a few kilometers roared in unison, chasing after the fleeing commander-level creatures, hoping to destroy them. Especially the humans who were chasing the bull and the white-winged tiger tried their best to strike behind their backs. They must not be allowed to rush into the city, and the family members are all inside. Chen Fan naturally also heard the voice, so he couldn't help but look back. It didn't matter, I saw white-winged tigers flying in the sky, all of them looked like bombers. It has a body length of 30 meters, long hair like steel needles, and huge wings growing from its ribs, flying in the air. Although they were all soaked in the mud, they were all dirty, but that didn't stop them from chasing after them madly. On the ground, four raging bulls rushed towards the trees and boulders blocking the way, rumbling. In the sky in the distance, there is a golden eagle like a big sun. Behind every giant beast, there are humans following them, chasing them frantically. It's just that even if humans are in the Holy Lotus realm, they can't catch up with the crazy commander-level creatures in a short time. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan didn't dare to delay, and ran wildly. Wherever there are trees, drill there. Wherever there is a river, rush there. Even if you are not afraid of commanding-level creatures, the golden eagle in the sky can only catch up with death. As soon as the footsteps moved, it was more than 30 meters. With the help of both hands, it can increase by 3 meters. It can be said that 3 seconds 4 meters, 3 steps to pass. I thought that after running a distance of 1,000 meters, these commander-level creatures would no longer follow. However, the sound of rumbling footsteps and terrifying roars behind them did not distance them. Ling Kong glanced back, and the distance of the white-winged tiger was widened. It may be that it is not easy to judge where he is hiding in the sky. But the 4 wild bulls on the ground did not delay at all and chased after them relentlessly. Grass, why are you chasing me? Why are you like a poisonous flying dragon? Could you feel the smell of mountain treasures on me? Chen Fan couldn't help but swear, and continued to run wildly. There is no fixed direction at all, wherever it is suitable to escape, just run there. Who would glance at the general direction when running for their lives? If you encounter an open area that is not suitable for escaping, you must go around. Gradually, his speed reached 40 meters in 1 step and nearly 2 seconds in meters. After rushing more than 5,000 meters, the roar behind him was a little farther away, but he looked back, still chasing after him. The only thing that made him happy was that the golden eagle in the sky seemed unable to withstand the attacks of the 2 city lords and was pulled away 2,000 meters away. But the rest of the commanding ranks seemed to be insane, ignoring the human attacks and just chasing him. As if not killing him, never give up. Humans in the Holy Lotus realm can't even catch up, and many of them can't bear to travel long distances. Chen Fan went all out and ran all the way again. He couldn't believe that he couldn't get rid of them. Adjust breathing, run chi and blood, pour true chi into your feet, and study how to save effort and speed up. Only when people are forced can their full potential be stimulated. The same is true for Chen Fan. The sense of oppression of the king-level creatures in the sky is too strong. In order to get rid of the tracking as soon as possible, in the crazy escape, research how to make the speed faster. It is not that the stronger the force used, the larger the steps taken, the faster the speed. Because in the air, it is difficult to change the body shape and turn around. The distance of each step has been shortened, the frequency has been increased, and the skill of splitting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme has been used. Gradually, he developed his unique quick-moving footwork. Named by him, Sudden Step. It means to advance quickly, to be able to move forward rapidly. The speed of the feet is getting faster and faster, and the speed of the movement is also getting faster and faster, rushing to the distance. He didn't know how fast he had reached now. Anyway, the elite creatures he met on the road were crushed by him on the spot before they even had time to react. As for other creatures, there is not even scum left, only the crystal nucleus is collected and fused by him. In my mind, tinkling reminders sounded one after another: kill the Stitch monster and get 100 fusion points. Kill the elite sword grass and get 1,500 fusion points. Discovering fused energy and increasing a small amount of true energy requires 100 fusion points. Find fusion energy, increase a small amount of true energy, need 500 fusion points. Chen Fan had no idea how much energy was fused. How far he ran, he didn't know. I only know that the rumbling sound behind me is getting farther and farther away, and it should be a distance. Standing on the side of a mountain, when I looked back, I found that the bull and the white-winged tiger were both kilometers away. Although they are still chasing wildly, they have obviously shifted their direction, and it may take a while before they can catch up. Sit between the branches and quickly adjust your breath. His body became more and more abnormal, and he ran tens of thousands of meters, but he didn't feel too tired. It's like running 100 meters before. Glancing at the golden bridge in his body, the 10th quarter has just come out a third of the way. He took a deep breath, pursed his lips, and murmured, "No, elite level and ordinary creatures of all races, the speed of improving their cultivation is really too slow. You have to kill the commander level to quickly increase your strength. It seems that I can't stay in Hunting Movie City anymore. I should go to the next city, Nangwon City." He glanced at the south, hoping to quickly improve his strength and rush to the Yakanshin Pass as soon as possible. Withdrawing his gaze, he glanced at the fusion point again. There was another change. It showed dash, and the available points were dash. Guess it should be the breakthrough to the Golden Bridge realm, resulting in changes. With the fusion of high-level items, more and more fusion points are needed, and the upper limit should indeed be increased. Not bad. When he was rejoicing, he found that the bull had adjusted its direction and chased in his direction again. Grandmas, they really linger. Could it be that they are all dog noses? They are chasing after me? The white-winged tiger in the sky also followed suit. Only the golden eagle was completely restrained by the two city lords, unable to rush over for a while, reducing a lot of danger. Chen Fan floated down and put his big hands on the ground. A forward roll, unloading all strength, trying not to make a loud noise. But at this moment, the voice of the system came from the ear. It was discovered that the super chromium ore can be fused, which can increase the body's toughness, and the fusion point is required, 15,000. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he felt that his chance to improve had come again. 15,000, definitely a good thing. Fusion. He immediately gave the order. Accompanied by bursts of rumbling sounds, a light blue light suddenly appeared on the entire mountain peak. All the essence in the earth was absorbed. The trees above withered on the spot, and the flowers and plants were withered and yellow, blowing with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme. Chen Fan had the experience of the previous 2 times, so how could he stay in the same place and rush to other directions quickly? Boom bang bang. The trees in his path were all turned into fragments under his stampede. In the body, strands of light blue energy flowed from the right hand through the bones and flesh of the whole body, and finally gathered in the dantian. At that moment, Chen Fan felt that the bones all over his body were not as hard as before, but had a lot of toughness. Like a strong spring, it has stronger toughness. The already perverted body was even more perverted now. Chen Fan didn't know how much power was contained in his arms. I only know that even if you don't use your true energy, you can still reach 50 meters away if you jump as hard as you can. Although it is not as good as the air gliding in Jinki aging, some streams of 50 meters are really jumped over. Run wildly and continue to smash all kinds of elite creatures. It's just that the speed has increased slightly, and there is a rest time, so I won't be as tired as before. During the interval, continue to think about improving the advance, which is more suitable for combat. Stop and go. except for the empty stomach, the rest can be tolerated. Be lost. He lost his way again. He was running north, but turned south somehow. Very poor sense of direction. He was on the run and even had time to rest. But the human beings who followed the commanders, such as the bulls, were completely confused. I don't know what these crazy commander-level behemoths are chasing after all. Instead of rushing towards Hunting Movie City, it rushed all the way to Taiping City 20,000 meters away on the west side. In such a situation, they had no choice but to muster up all their strength and chase after him frantically. Although Taiping City is a gathering place for human beings, its guardian force is not very strong. Just when they were extremely worried, they found that the bull had changed direction again and turned to the Shadow City in the south. Many masters at the Holy Lotus Realm couldn't hold on after chasing for 2 hours. Continuously flying for a long time consumes a lot of true energy. If you continue to chase, not only will you not be able to kill the commander-level creature, but you will even be able to be counter-killed. The human beings who continue to chase are all in the late stage of the Holy Lotus Realm, and they gather together. Among them are Fang Xiong and the Hat Man. Fang Xiong keeps complaining about the Hat Man. What a good thing you did, such a talented disciple, was thrown on the road. Do you think he can outrun the poisonous flying dragon in the Sea of Bitter Realm? Fortunately, the poisonous flying dragon is dead. I didn't see Chen Fan's belongings at the scene, so I think he is alive. Otherwise, you will never sleep well for the rest of your life. Hey, the genius disciple who was finally found, is it just gone? Although he was tracking the leader-level creature, he felt that it was getting farther and farther away, and he couldn't catch up. The gap between them cannot be narrowed. If it is not to determine their ultimate goal, they will also give up. After chasing until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, seeing the sun was westward, he did not chase to the Shadow City, but to Shiguan City in the south. In terms of distance, it is getting closer and closer. However, the change that made them extremely depressed came again. The wild bulls running wildly in front turned to the east again. It doesn't look like they are going to attack the city, but they are running wildly without knowing the direction. Fang Xiong felt that his true energy was almost exhausted, and he had no hope of catching up. He simply told the man in bamboo hat and the others, "I think other people have gone back to the city to rest, let's go back and wait for the rabbit." Humans consume true energy, which is far less than the energy consumed by these beasts. I have to admit that even among humans and creatures of all races of the same level, humans are still a bit behind in terms of endurance. This is also the reason why, although human beings have the fighting power to kill creatures, it is difficult to truly exterminate all the creatures of all races in the territory. When manpower is exhausted. Unless a certain boss comes, the carpet-style crazy killing day and night may be able to clear all creatures from all worlds. However, it is not a good thing for humans, and the opportunity to improve combat effectiveness is lost. The remaining 16 St. Lotus Realm Masters gave up their pursuit and headed back to Hunting Film City. As soon as they changed direction, Chen Fan, who was resting in the distance, saw them. A smile finally appeared on his face, and he felt like weeping with joy. Just now I was regretting why I didn't bring Xiao Hei's map with me, at least I could avoid getting lost. There was no signal from the communicator, and he couldn't see the map, so he could only run in one direction. Human beings tracked all the way, and he ran like a headless chicken. Well, now, you can follow in the footsteps of these humans. At least not lost. It's just that, instead of chasing after them, they were separated by thousands of meters and followed stealthily. In fact, chasing humans flying in the air on the ground is not easy. Because the sky is a straight line, but the ground is undulating, the terrain is complex, and it goes a lot farther. Ling Feng barely chased for several thousand meters, only to find that he was heading northwest and stopped in a valley. In the middle of the valley is a small stream, which flows into a small river not far away. The other side is full of sword grass, which can just fuse sword energy. Many of them are elite level, as high as 2 meters, full of sword aura. Chen Fan rushed in without hesitation, wanting to fuse more sword energy. Prepare this place as the burial place of the commander-level creatures who have been anti-killing and tracking themselves for a long time. The aftermath of the battle should not be discovered by anyone. After a while of research, the speed has been increased to 70 meters for a jump, and more than a second for 100 meters. It is even scarier than mini gliding in the Golden Bridge. While cleaning the sword grass, infusing the sword energy and crystal nucleus, 4 bulls rush down the valley. It's like 10,000 horses galloping, the rocks are rolling, the vegetation is taking off, it's unstoppable. The 30-meter-long body is covered with dark green scales, which protect the whole body like armor. The 2 horns, like 2 scimitars, reflect metallic luster. Stepping on the ground under his feet, there was a rumbling sound. If it was someone else, facing the charge of the commander-level creature, they would definitely be on guard and ready for battle. But Chen Fan is completely different, still shuttles in the sword grass. Turn a blind eye to the huge bull that is charging towards it. The moment they rushed to the side, Chen Fan's figure was erratic, dodging the impact in a moment. Grab the tail of the wild bull beside you, and leap onto its back like a nimble bird. The body is extremely flexible, and it will appear to be more than capable in battle. No matter when facing Du Filong, he can only move 30 meters and was still within the attack range. Now it is 70 meters, even if the bull rushes at a fast speed, it is impossible to cover the entire 70-meter radius. So, more confidence to kill all. Dong dong dong. 4 wild bulls rushed to the front, trampling on all the swords, and grass broke off one after another, turning into a mess. Standing on his back, Chen Fan calmly pulled out the super titanium alloy knife and pierced it directly into the gap between the scales. But at this moment, the bull under his feet suddenly turned his head, and a black shadow of death appeared above his head, which was extremely terrifying. Chen Fan's body, which was standing firmly, fell backwards involuntarily to the ground. Death stare. Grass almost stared at me to death. After a while, fear rose from my heart. Death stare is a talent skill of the barbaric bull family. Anyone who becomes a leader-level creature must have a terrifying talent. Poison flying dragon is a venom that can shorten lifespan, but it has no chance to use it on Chen Fan. This time, when Man Nyo turned his head, he was really worried. When Chen Fan dodged the blow, the 3 bulls had turned around and rushed towards him again. But the brute who had just used Death Gaze did not escape Chen Fan's right hand, still holding on to its tail. The right hind leg, as thick as a stone pillar, kicked over quickly with a piercing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Chen Fan was almost stared to death, and he was suffocating with anger. Immediately raised his left fist, and used Tianshi's berserk blow to meet him. Whizzing! The strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme was torn apart, and hundreds of thousands of nearly a million forces collided fiercely with the iron hoof. Oh! The air was directly blasted, and endless airwaves spread out in all directions. Chen Fan only felt numbness in his left arm, his muscles trembled wildly, and his body moved backwards involuntarily. Holding the bull's tail in his right hand, he didn't let go, pulling the bull to move backwards. Boom! At this moment, he saw the bull's right hoof exploded in the air, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Moreover, the femur was punched into the stomach by his terrifying force. The dark green scales on the skin quickly scattered, like pieces of round darts, rushing in all directions. The right leg was obviously half shorter than the left leg, and almost protruded from the back. Coupled with the pull of Chen Fan's right hand, his body retreated uncontrollably. The whole body was almost lifted off the ground, and the pain was so painful that it let out a miserable howl, "Ow!" The crazy voice echoed eagerly in the valley, deafening. Chen Fan didn't expect that with just one punch, a bull would be crippled. The voice of the system resounded in my mind: discover the talent that can be fused, Death Gaze. When used, it will form a terrifying image of death with powerful spiritual power, scaring the enemy to death. It requires 10,000 fusion points. I found a fusion bloodline, the bloodline of the bull demon in the beginning. Enhance the power of the bloodline and improve the purity of the bloodline. Need 3,000 fusion points. Find a fusion skill, Bull Rush. Gather the hardest point with all your strength, and explode with 3 times the impact. You need 2,000 fusion points. The voices rang out one after another, but they didn't affect him. Grabbing the bull's tail with both hands, he used the method of dealing with the poisonous flying dragon on the bull. They are more muscular than the poisonous dragon, their muscles are harder, and their bodies are covered with scales, like a dark green sledgehammer. Draw a half arc and meet the bull rushing to the left. Fly for me. Accompanied by a roar, the bull in Chen Fan's hand collided with the big guy rushing towards him fiercely. It's like two locomotives colliding at the fastest speed. The hard horns pierced into each other's bodies with violent force. Pooh! 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 Even if there are hard scales on the outside, it can't stop such a terrifying impact. The 2-meter-long horns of the two cows have pierced through the bones and are embedded in each other. Only harsh howling remained. Let them toss, but they can't move the horns away from each other's bodies. Chen Fan didn't expect that they would have such an operation. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't swing the bodies of the two cows. Immediately let go, and then jumped, avoiding the collision of the other two bulls. Dong dong dong. Like heavy armor, it doesn't stop, it comes on the impact. Even if Chen Fan wasn't in his original position, he didn't have time to escape. The 2-meter-long horn pierced fiercely into the body of the bull that Chen Fan had just grabbed. Puff! Puff! When he heard the sound, Chen Fan felt that the cow was too miserable. 2 horns were pierced near the neck, and now the stomach and lower back are pierced again. Not only that, the 30-meter-long body can no longer maintain its normal appearance due to 3-way forces. It was hit into 3 bends, its belly was scratched, and most of its dark green scales were dyed red. No matter how you look at it, how miserable it is. Amidst the miserable wailing, he struggled to beat his body and struggled violently. As a result, the more he struggled, the more he couldn't escape, and instead his body was torn apart. Stomach, lower back, and neck wounds, spurting profuse blood. The bull in front of it also sprayed blood from its neck frantically because of the violent struggle. Chen Fan saw this opportunity, how could he let it go? Pulling out the ultra-titanium alloy knife, the strength of the whole body exploded, and he stepped forward and slashed horizontally. True energy mixed with sword energy, poured into the blade together. I can even feel the excitement of the sword energy, ready to jump out at any time. Puff! Crack! The neck of the bull closest to him was severed on the spot and sprayed with blood. The terrifying power of chi and blood caused his huge body to retreat 3 meters backward. Blood spurted out, hitting the whole body of the bull in the middle. The other 2 ends were also affected. In an instant, all the dark green bulls turned into bright red, and the smell of blood rose into the sky. Boom! The huge bull's head exploded in the air. With the terrifying impact, all the flesh and bones shattered and turned into a bloody mist. The 2-meter hard horns pierced through the belly and sank deeply into the body of the bull in the middle. A yellow round crystal nucleus flew out and was grabbed by Chen Fan. Puff! 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 Boom! 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 Next, Chen Fan rushed past the 3 entangled cows, and chopped off their heads with the super titanium alloy knife with sword energy. A voice rang in my head, kill the commander-level bull and get 25,000 fusion points. Kill the commander-level bull and get 25,000 fusion points. Kill. Discover fusion energy, 3rd order high-grade crystal nucleus, greatly increase infuriating energy, need 10,000 fusion points. Find before the system's voice prompts, Chen Fan has directly fused 4 3rd-order high-grade crystal cores. Just after the fusion was over, the 7 white-winged tigers flying in the sky smashed towards him like bombers. It looks terrifying. Big claws, like an excavator. With its mouth wide open, it can swallow more than 100 people. Chen Fan looked like a flea in front of it. 1 is already terrifying, let alone 7. Covering a radius of meters in an instant. Chen Fan knew very well that the ultra-titanium alloy knife in his hand could not withstand the huge impact when faced with their impact. Therefore, he made a decisive decision and immediately put away the super titanium alloy knife in his hand. Grabbed the bull by the tail. Although the bull's head was still spurting blood, it did not prevent it from being swung up. With the help of speed, like a berserk overlord, the muscles of his whole body stretched out to meet all attacks. Come down for me. The blood-stained corpse of the bull turned into a 30-meter-long giant hammer, exuding an endless smell of blood, and smashed towards the white-winged tiger who rushed first. A system voice sounded in my mind. I found that the blood can be fused. The blood of the bull demon in the beginning can enhance the power of the blood. Although he heard the reminder, Chen Fan did not merge, but smashed it hard. Hoo. The dark green sledgehammer, exuding a terrifying aura, smashed hard on the white-winged tiger. Boom! Crack! Crack! In the huge impact sound, there were countless bones breaking and the sound of disemboweling. From the huge wound on the bull's neck, a lot of blood was sprayed out, and even the internal organs flew out. The entire body has been deformed, with countless scales flying in all directions. The white-winged tiger was also extremely miserable. Its 15-meter-long wings were instantly broken. The broken bone pierced the skin, and the bone balls pierced into the bull's body. A huge hole was directly smashed into the white-winged tiger's bulging stomach. Covered in white hair, half stained with blood. The huge tiger's head suddenly deflected towards the body, and there was a loud and overwhelmed sound from the neck. Even if it is a leader-level creature, when faced with the impact of a monster of the same size with violent force, the result is also very miserable. What's more, it is even more unbearable for them to rush all the way and underestimate human beings. In just a moment, I suffered a big loss. The body was smashed and flew out, and the two companions who were chasing after him had no time to dodge and flew out together. Although the injury was not as serious as it also hindered the flying speed, and fell to the ground in unison. The wings were injured to varying degrees, and rolled into a ball, unable to get up for a while. Chen Fan also felt his arms vibrate during the impact, and he almost couldn't catch the bull in his hand. Immediately start the fusion to avoid greater involvement and fight easily. In an instant, a light blue halo rose from the man's body, covering his body. In the next second, Chen Fan felt that the man-Yo corpse had completely lost all its essence. The vibration force on the tail disappears at the same time. Streams of heat poured into the blood vessels, rushing all the way to all parts of the body. The heart is beating wildly, and the energy of breathing and movement is greatly increased again, allowing the muscles to release greater strength. Not only that, but there was also a force rushing towards the eyes. Inexplicably, it seemed that he saw countless gods of death wandering in the wilderness, holding death sides, and his eyes were shining with red light. One of the gods of death, having discovered his existence, rushed over suddenly, wanting to become one with him. Chen Fan on the battlefield was taken aback by the sudden change. Quickly dodge, but can't dodge at all. The god of death merged directly with him, and Chen Fan's eyes flashed red instantly. All the illusory scenes disappeared, and a huge white-winged tiger appeared in front of him. The huge claws like a forklift are less than 10 meters away. Huge eyes, emitting a light of excitement, stared at him intently. It seemed as if he was going to grab him and become a meal in his belly. Chen Fan knew very well that even if he tried his best to dodge at this moment, it would be difficult to dodge all the attacks. Suddenly my mind shook, and a force I had never touched poured into my eyes. As soon as his eyes became hot, red eyes swept over. Death gaze. He yelled loudly, used a sudden step under his feet, and jumped 70 meters away with his best efforts. The white-winged tiger rushed over, its huge eyes seemed to reflect the terrifying god of death, and suddenly swung the death sickle, sweeping at its head. The huge body immediately lost its energy. The excitement and joy in his eyes turned into endless horror, and then he lost his mind and fell heavily on the ground. Boom! The violent force that swooped down made phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close / phoneme contact with the ground, smashing out a big crater 5 meters deep. The vibration echoed continuously in the valley, the mountains on both sides were shaking, the dust was flying, boulders were rolling down, and the vegetation was flying together. Chen Fan stood 10 meters away, with lingering fear in his heart, and happiness in his eyes. Kill a leader-level creature and get 25,000 fusion points. Unexpectedly, I was almost thrown down by it. As long as one loses, it will be difficult to stand up. The white-winged tiger's terrifyingly large claws were not something his small body could resist. Unexpectedly, the death stare stared to death a terrifying commander-level creature. Talent skills, really awesome. His eyes could not help but fall on the remaining 3 bull corpses, and he must strengthen the power of the death gaze. The moment he was distracted, the white-winged tiger in the other direction adjusted its direction. While gliding with its wings, it rushed towards him again. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, a cruel smile appeared on his face, and the corners of his mouth were raised, showing no fear at all. As long as you dare to look at yourself, let it taste the power of death's gaze, and let it die silently. The body moved quickly, appearing directly behind the white-winged tiger who had just died. Grab its big tail with both hands, ready to swing it up for self-defense. The most critical point of death gaze is to aim at the enemy's eyes. The white-winged tiger was 50 meters away, and with its claws in front, Chen Fan didn't dare to take the risk. It is still the huge corpse of the white-winged tiger, which is more effective. The moment I grabbed it with both hands, the voice of the system sounded in my mind: discover the talent that can be fused, Beastmaster Domineering, can deter all low-level creatures, can't get phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals claws close slash phoneme, prostrate on the ground. Need 10,000 fusion points. Find a fusion skill, hungry tiger pounces on food. At the moment of attack, the domineering side leaks, and the attack power is increased by 3000%, making the enemy's spirits sluggish and weak. Need fusion points, dash. Find a fused bloodline, white tiger bloodline, increase the strength of the bloodline. Need 3000 fusion points. Hearing the sound, Chen Fan only felt that the white-winged tiger was slightly stronger than the bull, and that it had a lot of benefits. Moreover, it is roughly guessed that these so-called bloodline absorptions are the same as the thunder beast's heart, which only contains a trace of the bloodline power of the strong. Although there is only a trace, the effect is enough for him. As long as they continue to merge, they will become extremely powerful. Similarly, without merging immediately, with the help of huge strength, they collided fiercely with the white-winged tiger that swooped over. Accompanied by the sound of broken bones, the white-winged tiger rushed over and slammed into the nearby stone wall. Boom! The entire mountain shook violently, and the earth was dusty. On the trees above, huge boulders kept rolling down and hitting them. And the white-winged tiger in Chen Fan's hand had already been ordered to fuse during the collision. When the boulder fell, it turned into dust all over the sky. He felt that once the bloodline is strengthened, it can explode with stronger power. When the blood is boiling, it will exude the domineering spirit of the Beast King. The benefits of integration are numerous. With a movement of his body, he grabbed the yellow round crystal nucleus in the dust. Without waiting for the system to remind, directly merge into the body. In just a few seconds, one white-winged tiger died, 3 were injured, and rolled to the ground on the other side. There is also a boulder underneath. In the sky, there were still 2 ends left, and they broke through the air and did not land immediately. Ho ho ho! A roar echoed in the valley. He seemed to know that he couldn't beat Chen Fan, so he called for reinforcements. For this, Chen Fan had nothing to do. His eyes shifted to the injured 3-headed white-winged tiger on the other side, and he stood up unsteadily, as if he wanted to run away. Want to run? They are all my prey. With a movement of the body, the bull rush that I just learned was used. Try her might. A charging move that is faster than the sudden step created by himself. In an instant, he seemed to be resurrected like an ancient savage bull, stepping on the ground with both feet, ignoring everything blocking the way, and rushing madly. Earth and rocks flew across, and vegetation rose up, turning into a burst of energy, and obediently followed behind Chen Fan. Boom! A distance of meters flew by in an instant, and Chen Fan's body slammed into the most seriously injured white-winged tiger outside. The right elbow rushed inside like a terrifying blade. Boom! The white-winged tiger seemed to be hit by a speeding locomotive, its whole body bent over, forming a bow. The 30-meter-long body lifted off the ground and slammed into 2 of its kind on the other side. Dong dong! Chen Fan's heavy footsteps didn't stop at all. He stepped on the ground like a sledgehammer, making a deafening sound. The height is obviously only 1.8 meters, but it is like a terrifying demon god, standing up to the sky and pushing out horizontally. Boom! He just stood up, and before he could fully wake up, he was slammed into the stone wall by Chen Fan's impact. The violent power directly smashed the 2 white-winged tigers into the stone wall, leaving only the outermost one. The sound of bones being broken, the sound of fur being pierced, and the sound of wings being snapped all joined together. The long white fur was stained red by the oozing blood, and the 3 huge tiger heads all spurted blood wildly. Although he is not dead, his limbs are struggling, but he is not far from death. It was difficult to struggle out of the stone wall for a while. Chen Fan didn't have time to pay attention, because the 2 white-winged tigers in the sky swooped down at this moment. A deafening voice came out of his mouth, "Ho ho ho." Already furious to the extreme, he must kill Chen Fan to avenge his kind. Chen Fan turned around, and the claws of the white-winged tiger were almost 10 meters in front of him. On the huge tiger's head, the 2 big eyes gleamed with endless anger, as if a flame was burning. It can be seen that it must have intelligence. Death gaze. Knowing that he couldn't avoid it, Chen Fan directly used the innate skill of the bull. A heat flashed in his mind, and the red light in his eyes fell into the angry tiger's eyes. In an instant, the body of the white-winged tiger became stiff, all the anger disappeared, and the body rushed towards him. Chen Fan felt a sudden tingle in his head, and the voice of the system came, "Death gaze consumes too much energy, use it with caution." He immediately understood that the death gaze could not be used frequently and needed sufficient mental support. He has only merged with a bull, so he must not have enough mental strength, so he needs to continue to work hard. Turning around rapidly in my mind, my body didn't stop at all, and rushed forward. It crossed the white-winged tiger in the sky and appeared behind it. Put! The heavy body hit the ground heavily, creating a deep hole. Dust flew all over Chen Fan's body, mixed with the creature's blood, and stuck to his body. The last white-winged tiger in the sky did not know that its companion died in a short moment. Still jumping down from another direction, the target is the frightening Chen Fan, who was alive and kicking. He actually seriously injured all his companions in a short period of time. Facing the last white-winged tiger rushing over, Chen Fan no longer had any fear in his heart, and he greeted him with a cruel smile on his face. He wants to try the bull rush to see if he can deal with the white-winged tiger in the air. The battle of hiding and hiding all the time is very uncomfortable. Come face to face with a leader-level creature. With a small body, with every breath, the aura is rolling, like the impact of a stone pillar. The blood chi rolled, forming a blood-colored creature on top of its head, baring its teeth and claws. It looks like nothing. The sea of bitterness vibrated, and countless true chi rushed into the limbs at an extremely direct and violent speed. Tianxi's body training method made him surrounded by thunder light, like a terrifying and peerless thunder god. Fully activate all the power of the body, and meet the rushing white-winged tiger. A small fist is not as good as a thorn in front of a tiger claw as huge as a forklift. Seeing that Chen Fan stopped avoiding and came forward like an ant, white-winged tiger's eyes were full of excitement and pleasure. Suddenly he raised his head and roared, "Roar!" The huge body was covered with a layer of golden light, and a breath burst out. On the claws, shadows of sharp blades suddenly appeared, as if they wanted to tear Chen Fan's body into pieces. Chen Fan suddenly felt a little weaker, and had the urge to turn around and run away. He was so proud just now, how could he run away? Instantly realized that it should be Beastmaster domineering. Immediately, the energy and blood surged, and the Beast King's arrogance also burst out, and the depressive feeling in the soul disappeared immediately. I also saw the sharp blade energy around the paws of the white-winged tiger, guessing that it should be an innate skill, and the hungry tiger rushed to eat. Don't dodge or evade, try your physical strength to see if you can withstand it. In a blink of an eye, Chen Fan collided with the 2 big paws of the white-winged tiger. Small body, but stronger than steel. All the energy of the sharp blade did not cause any harm to the body. However, scratching on the body is indeed painful, but within a tolerable range. The 3 times the force of the bull clash erupted, and Chen Fan's raised fist, like an unshakable steel needle, pierced the white-winged tiger's claw on the spot. And the castration continued, directly penetrating the tiger's claws and rushing towards the body. The bull rush does not achieve its goal and will never stop. Everything that stands in the way is smashed into the air. Just like the white-winged tiger standing in front of him at this moment, he will never give him the slightest chance to continue to attack. Ho ho ho! The white-winged tiger's claws were pierced, and it screamed in pain. I also saw small human beings rushing towards the head and body like fleas, with furious eyes. He opened his mouth wide, revealing a cave-like mouth. The stench inside was suffocating, and the sharp teeth, like sharp swords soaring into the sky, reflected the cold light. Even, a terrifying vortex appeared in the throat, trying to suck Chen Fan directly into the stomach. I have to admit that the commander-level creature is indeed stronger than the elite-level creature, and it pinched Chen Fan with two huge teeth with extreme precision. Chiang Chiang. Two teeth collided with Chen Fan's body, making a deafening metal crash. It seems to be made of steel. Chen Fan was bitten severely, but the elasticity and tenacity of his skin and muscles were not injured. However, the bite force is extremely astonishing. It seems that even the bones can't bear it. Grass, a commander-level creature, it's really terrifying. The first time I was in a dangerous place, I felt that death was really phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Seeing the barbed tongue rushing towards him, Chen Fan didn't dare to delay, and concentrated his left hand on the teeth below him. With his right hand, he pulled out the super titanium alloy knife from his waist, and slashed at the rushing tongue with sword energy. Seeing the situation in his mouth, the white-winged tiger stood on the ground and restrained its wings, determined to swallow Chen Fan into its stomach. As long as he eats him, he can fuse the power of the mountain treasure, evolve into an emperor-level creature, and transform into a human form. At that time, it will be very easy to eat humans. Commander level also has a high level of wisdom and thinks. Just when it dreamed of becoming an emperor-level creature, it felt a sharp pain on its tongue. It seemed to explode instantly. The severe pain made it involuntarily open its mouth wide, wanting to stick out its tongue. However, he felt severe pain from one of the teeth, and it broke from the socket on the spot. Puff! Unable to bear the severe pain, the white-winged tiger vomited furiously, hoping to spit out the human beings that had eaten into its mouth. It never occurred to me that human beings who usually swallowed it with ease would have broken teeth and hurt their tongues. How could Chen Fan let go of this great opportunity? He grabbed the edge of a tooth with his left hand, and the ultra-titanium alloy knife with his right hand, bursting out sword energy instantly. Violently across the mandible. Put! Bang bang! The wound was opened, and countless sword chi exploded, tearing a huge gap 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. Fur exploded, muscles torn, bones shattered, and blood dripping. The entire lower jaw of the white-winged tiger was almost shattered. The pain completely drives it crazy. With a thick body, it circled back and forth on the ground, shaking its head violently, trying to throw Chen Fan, a hateful human being, away. It all started with biting a human being, excruciatingly painful. Chen Fan was dangling around, feeling extremely uncomfortable, so he immediately let go. The moment he let go of his hand, it landed near his neck. Holding the knife in both hands, with force from the waist and abdomen, it slashed across the white-winged tiger's neck. Puff! Puff! Boom! The 2-meter-long ultra-titanium alloy knife cut through the throat, and the sword energy overflowed, impacting the entire wound. Countless blood spurted wildly, directly drenching Chen Fan's head and face, and the warm feeling spread all over his body. Chen Fan was in the air, it was difficult to dodge, and he withstood the impact of all the blood. The white-winged tiger was fatally attacked, and its frantically spinning body didn't stop immediately, and continued to spin half a circle. Hitting Chen Fan, who was falling, he flew out like a shell and hit the ground. Chen Fan couldn't control his body at all, he rolled and fell into the creek. Holding the ultra-titanium alloy knife in his hand, he suddenly turned over and stood up. He knew very well that the battle was not over and the remaining white-winged tigers had to be killed. One jumped up and rushed over. All the creatures that were still struggling had their heads chopped off by him and turned into corpses. In an instant, blood flowed in the valley, corpses were strewn across the pits. There were a few more holes in the stone wall, and countless trees on the mountain peak fell down. Everything turned into a bright red world. After killing all their lives, Chen Fan stopped killing. But it's still not finished, and with the voice constantly ringing in his mind, he began to integrate all the things he found. Kill a leader-level creature and get 25,000 fusion points. Kill the leader level. Finding a fusion bloodline, the bloodline of the bull demon in the beginning. Finding a fusion bloodline, white tiger bloodline. Discover fusion energy, third-order high-grade crystal nucleus. After Chen Fan fused them all, he suddenly discovered that all the fusion points obtained by killing seemed to have been consumed, and there was nothing left. Income and expenses 1-to-1. If it continues, killing 10,000 creatures in the future may not have enough fusion points to fuse all the harvest. Forget it, the big deal is to kill more low-level creatures. Thinking of a way, Chen Fan ignored the corpse that had lost all its essence, and walked slowly towards the creek, distractedly checking the situation inside his body. The bloodline has been strengthened 9 times in a row, and it feels as light as a swallow. The interval between one breath and one breath can reach 3 minutes. The energy absorbed in one breath is dozens of times higher than that of normal people. The blood beats faster, allowing the body to be nourished with more energy. The bull rush has been greatly improved, it has reached 5 times the explosive power, and the direction can be adjusted at will. It's just that it was still a wave, and when it hit it, it was directly killed. If you can't hit it, you will waste an attack in vain, and you may be taken advantage of by the enemy. The mental power required for the death gaze has tripled, as if the whole mind has become extremely transparent. In the bitter sea of Dantian, another light blue light was found, which should be obtained from the fusion of ultrachrome ore. Jinxiao has increased by 10 knots, and has reached 19 knots. There are some gaps with the expected 21 knots. And still not like ordinary people, can gliding in the sky. When checking the fusion point, I found that the upper limit is still, guessing that I have not been promoted to the midterm of Golden Bridge. Okay, my sea of suffering is Dzogchen, I guess I can't break through it? Chen Fan laughed at himself, thinking that he could glide, and appreciate the feeling of flying for a short time. White was happy. Walking into the creek, washing off the blood stains all over his body, washing the rune armor on his body, and putting on the washed but somewhat tattered clothes and pants. No way, unavoidable damage in the war. Unless you can get a specially made battlesuit that can withstand the pull of the action and the aftermath of the attack. Otherwise, as long as it is a battle, the clothes must be damaged. All tidied up, picked up the super titanium alloy knife, rushed up the mountain, and rested on a big tree. Stay away from the battle just now to avoid being discovered. Chen Fan came out from hunting Movie City last night and hasn't returned yet. Even after several battles, the physical strength was exhausted. But I have to admit that the harvest is also huge, and the realm has been upgraded to the Golden Bridge realm. And learned powerful skills such as Bull Rush, Death Stare, Hungry Tiger Prey and so on. Not to mention merging with Shan Bao, making himself even more perverted than a leader-level creature. They can't really hurt themselves. One day and one night, the world is turned upside down. I should also leave from hunting Movie City, to follow in the footsteps of my grandfather, to find the bones of my relatives, and to find Ji Tianwu. Chen Fan stood up against the phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals win-win/phoneme and decided to leave. Continuing to stay in hunting Film City has been unable to meet his needs to quickly improve his strength. For some rubbish elites, it takes a year of the monkey to reach the Holy Lotus realm. You're not around, but I miss you a little bit. Man, it's strange. Leaving a sentence in the air, he followed the direction where Fang Xiong and others left, and hurried away. The speed is as fast as meters per second. Take one step, and the meters will pass. Terrifying physical strength, but he didn't continue to use it. The figure is like a streamer, shuttling between the mountains and forests. I saw some traces of fighting along the way, and I must be approaching hunting Film City. When he returned to the big pit where he got the mountain treasure, he was completely quiet. Except for some creatures of all races wandering around, there is no trace of the strong man at all. Shaking his head slightly, he bid farewell to this suddenly growing place, and quickly changed to the true north direction. In just 1 minute, I saw hunting Movie City, which was located on the ground and was 1 meter high. The setting sun casts a dark shadow. Finally back. Next time I must bring a map, so I won't get lost. When Chen Fan saw hunting Movie City, he suddenly felt tears welling up in his eyes, and strode away. In just a few minutes, he felt very comfortable when he entered the city. Finally came back, so you don't have to be on guard all the time. When I took out the communicator, there was a signal, and I could clearly see the area where he had been active. No way, I almost ran back to Taiping City? Passed by Shadow City? It was 60 meters away to Shiguan City? Grandma, I ran more than meters in one day and one night? Seeing the display on the map, I was stunned. To be chased and killed by a commander-level monster is beyond the normal range without knowing it. Walk quickly to the dormitory, prepare to have a delicious meal, and fill your stomach first. Already so hungry that my heart sticks to my back. After sighing about the escape phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme, he opened two more private messages. One is Ji Tianwu's, brother Fan, I have reached the 8th heaven. The city here is beyond imagination, like a fairy palace, floating in the sky. The buildings here contain terrifying power and release unimaginable lethality. There are also creatures of all races outside. The real body is extremely powerful and can stand up to the sky. It's scary. Brother Fan, I will miss you and hope to see you soon. When I meet the requirements of my ancestors, I will definitely find you. Chen Fan looked at the news and felt that she had painted an unimaginable world for himself. Cities floating in mid-air? Don't you have to bear blows from all directions? I don't know what the idea is, and I can't imagine what the scene is. Creatures of all races are indomitable? How powerful is that? All are the most powerful seeds. Anyway, this private letter is urging him to grow up. If it is slower, it is estimated that they will not be able to keep up with their strength. Simply send a message, wait for me, I'm trying to become stronger, I hope to catch up with you. I will go to the 2nd level tomorrow. As for whether Ji Tianwu could receive it, he was not sure. If you are trained by the ancestor to avoid distraction, it is very likely that the communicator will be taken away. Then I took another look at the news of my grandfather, Xiao Fan, born in this era, you need to work hard and constantly strengthen yourself. Destroy the creatures of all races, show the demeanor of the human race, and show the invincible posture. Grandfather continues to leave the customs. If he comes to the city again, he will report that you are safe. The Chen family has not broken down, and they will be very happy. There are not many happy words in the news, but it can be seen that he is very satisfied with Chen Fan. Knowing that my great-grandfather had to go forward for the remains of his relatives, he pursed his lips and sent a message, Great-grandfather, I have reached the great consummation of the Sea of Suffering and entered the Golden Bridge realm. I hope to follow in your footsteps as soon as possible to find the bones of my parents and relatives. If you're tired, rest more, don't let yourself get hurt. Wait for me in the middle of the city, it's very dangerous outside. Although the grandfather reported that he was safe, Chen Fan felt that it was very dangerous. He has a deep understanding of how dangerous the outside world is these 2 days. Although the strength is strong, the more you go outside, the more powerful the creatures of the 10,000 races become. The great-grandfather who is old and frail may not be able to get out of the 8 heavenly barriers alive. Knowing well that his great-grandfather would not receive the news, Chen Fan sighed and walked into the cafeteria. It was just in time to come back, and many freshmen were eating below. All of them were in high spirits, imagining the future. The sword technique I learned from Mr. Swordsman today is very impressive. I also feel that it is far better than ordinary sword skills. After learning, we can go out of the city to kill the enemy. The novice period is finally over, and I can't wait to rush out and kill the demons. Yes, I heard that someone killed countless creatures outside, and accumulated materials to create powerful weapons and equipment. Some people are miserable. They need to serve in the city defense army for 2 years to exercise their physique and will. After 2 years, it's time for us to rush to the distant Nangguan city. Many people got carried away with complacency and ridiculed those who were eliminated. It seems that after they go out, they can kill the creatures of all races immediately and make great achievements. Chen Fan shook his head, and walked into the crowd with an uncontrollable evil spirit. He stayed out at night for 2 consecutive days, and his interaction with them was almost zero. So I don't know what he has achieved. Guessing that the Hat Man needs to go out to explore the secrets, so it was changed to swordsman training. The teaching of sword skills is relatively fast, and it is estimated that it will be over in a day. Bamboo hat and another day of training in body skills, footwork, complete the improvement, can indeed release the city. However, for him, it is still unknown whether the freshmen who have completed the training can survive outside the city. The difference in strength is too great. Ignoring any new students, exuding the aura that no strangers should enter, ordered a large portion of saber-toothed pig bibimbap, and sat alone in the corner to eat. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many new students. Staring at his back, all kinds of whispers, "Did you see that Chen Fan is back? I feel a lot of evil spirit on my body, probably killed a lot of beasts? How is it possible? It feels like it should be done on purpose, to show your strength and be different. Cut, what creatures can be killed in the mere Bitter Sea realm? You have to be in the Golden Bridge realm to be the main fighter in Hunting Movie City." The corner of Qin Fan's mouth was full of ridicule, and he said loudly to everyone with disdain. In his opinion, Chen Fan is at best resistant to beatings, and he has no way to kill the evil creatures of all races. There won't be much success in the end. Everyone knows that the tortoise will never have strong combat power and can only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme helplessly. Lin Yu was more sensitive than him, and felt that Chen Fan exuded a murderous aura, which should have been produced by killing many evil things. It can't be pretended like this. Zhaoyi didn't know that after he recovered, he found Chen Fan sitting in the corner extremely annoying. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be eliminated, let alone isolated. Ji Tianwu probably won't run away with others, and won't give him a chance. Therefore, he said angrily, "Chen Fan, you think you're awesome when you go out of the city a few times? Who can you show that condescending expression?" TCH, someone said today that a super genius with 7 colors of bitterness appeared in Hunting Film City. It must be better than you are nothing. After speaking, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he stared at Chen Fan's profile without any fear. Because in Hunting Movie City, even if there are countless grievances between human beings, they are not allowed to fight each other. I can't bear it, but I can only endure it. He has nothing to fear. When he was outside the city, whether he was killed by a human or an evil thing, as long as the body disappeared, he didn't know at all. Chen Fan was really bored with him to the extreme, targeting himself everywhere. He obviously saved him, but he stood up and accused him of making mistakes. This kind of ungrateful white-eyed wolf should be killed. Otherwise, he would be the first to escape when the creatures of all races attack the city. In case someone becomes a teammate with him and sees that the situation is not good, he must be the first to run. The garbage in the garbage, 16 years of study, have all been learned from dogs. He stared at him fiercely, ignoring him. If it weren't for the crowd and being watched, there must be a death stare and let him die on the spot. Rubbish! However, a piece of news came out: the genius who bloomed 7 kinds of light in the sea of bitterness. Could it be that the scope of the sea of bitterness exceeds the scope of the city? How big is your sea of suffering? There is no specific concept in mind. I don't believe there are other geniuses who can shine with colorful light. While eating delicious food quickly to fill his stomach, he was thinking about how to tell Feng Xiong and the others that he was leaving Hunting Movie City. The elite creatures here can no longer quickly improve their combat effectiveness. Yu Linghai, who was having dinner with Qian Koan, saw that he was so lonely, so they discussed it and sat down in front of Chen Fan, restraining their anger. "Hey, let's come over to have dinner with you and listen to you talk about the situation outside?" Yu Linghai always wanted to talk to him, but he didn't have the courage to sit in front of Chen Fan alone. "With Qian Koan accompanying me today, I finally sat down." In an instant, all the 260 freshmen gathered their eyes. Wanted to see if he would accept it. After Chen Fan looked up for a second, he didn't stop eating, and said vaguely, "There's nothing special outside. It's similar to the area around our plane crash. It's full of demons and dangers everywhere. You might lose your life. This is the most real situation he has seen outside, give him some advice." Hearing his words, Yu Linghai let go of his heart, nodded and said, "So that's the case. I thought there would be extremely scary things around the Hunting Film City. It turns out it's similar to outside Taiping City. It seems that Chen Fan is not as difficult to get along with as he imagined. It's just a deliberate disguise to avoid being disturbed by others. But you can't be careless. Commander-level creatures and king-level creatures appeared outside today. Even the Holy Lotus Realm can't handle it. The two city lords joined forces and fought for a long time. Chen Fan's words shocked the freshmen who were listening attentively. In their impression, the most powerful around Hunting Film City is the elite class. There should be no more powerful creatures. However, according to Chen Fan, not only the commander level appeared, but even the king level appeared. Totally beyond imagination. What is even more unimaginable is that none of the Holy Lotus realms are opponents, which is enough to show their strength. They are nothing more. Isn't it? We are only at the first level of heaven. How can there be creatures of the fourth level of heaven? Who knows? Maybe he is deliberately scaremongering to attract our attention? The first person to go out will always receive more attention. TCH, it must be to attract our attention, it's intentional. Just as they were talking, 3 people appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria, striding forward hand in hand. He went straight to Chen Fan's dining table and stood still. When seeing these 3 people, all the voices at the scene stopped, and no one spoke nonsense. These 2 days of training made the new students realize how scary they are. It's not a cat or a dog, with terrifying combat power. His eyes were all fixed on them, and he didn't even care about eating. Chen Fan also saw the 3 people standing beside him, immediately put down his chopsticks, stood up quickly, and said, 3 teachers, come to me? What's the matter? They regard themselves as genius disciples and are specially trained. Fang Xiong hit his shoulder with his right fist, felt the hard feeling coming from him, and asked with surprise on his face, Chen Fan, how did you cultivate? Your body is even more terrifying than a commander-level evil. He knew very well that Chen Fan definitely didn't have such terrifying power when he measured it last time. When Chen Fan heard this, he couldn't help but pick up his face, and said with a smile, I don't have any special practice, but I have absorbed a lot of energy from crystal nuclei. I didn't say my own cultivation method, because I couldn't copy it. It is the strong integration of the system that makes him so powerful now. The bamboo hat next to him grabbed his arm and said in a choked voice, thank God, you finally came back alive. How did you escape the pursuit of the 9 poisonous flying dragons when you were left behind? In the future, I will never do this again. He deeply regrets his actions. However, there are also unimaginable fears and worries, so I asked directly regardless of the public. Many students who questioned Chen Fan just now almost got under the table when they heard the words. All kinds of suspicions that he is attractive, lying, etc. In the end, Chen Fan really met the commander. Even the master of the Holy Lotus realm escaped, leaving him to face it alone. To have come back alive under the watchful eye of a leader-level creature is enough to show how powerful he is. As long as they meet, they will definitely not be able to escape. Especially Qin Fun and Zhao Yi felt cold all over and their faces were flushed. It felt like he was slapping his own mouth when he just spoke. People just don't hesitate to care about them. Chen Fan had thought about it a long time ago. When we meet again, he will definitely ask about this matter. Smash it, and say, I fled into the bushes, got into the river, and escaped their noses. Then I went around in a big circle, lost my way, and saw you fighting with creatures of all races, and came back after chasing your ass. Absolutely cannot admit that he killed himself, it is easy to cause people's misunderstanding. It should be okay to say escape. It was fine if he didn't say anything, but after he finished speaking, everyone gasped. Needless to say, the new students are deeply aware of the speed of command-level creatures, which is beyond imagination. Don't talk about running away, you can't run away at all. Can't even run out of the side. However, Chen Fan escaped from the pursuit of 9 commander-level creatures, which shows that his speed is extraordinary. The man in the bamboo hat knew very well that without Chen Fan, his speed could completely avoid the tracking of the commander. However, Chen Fan is only at the Sea of Misfortune level, even if he broke his leg, he shouldn't have passed the commander level. Could it be that his speed surpassed the Holy Lotus realm? Fang Xiong's eyes widened, feeling unbelievable, unable to imagine how fast Chen Fan was. The last Guchen patted his shoulder and said, okay. Okay. As expected of the genius I'm looking for, it's really amazing. Don't go out of the city tonight, there are more than a dozen commander-level monsters, and one injured king-level monster, you should know. He knew that Chen Fan must have some secrets, and he didn't reveal all of them. However, as long as he can come back safely, he will be content. As for any secrets, it will not be used by humans anyway, so I don't care. Chen Fan nodded and said, well, I won't go out at night. Tomorrow I'm going to Nangguan City to continue my studies. It's also to follow in the footsteps of my family. Let me tell you in advance, it's better than leaving without saying goodbye. One sentence stirred up 1,000 waves. Chen Fan had only been in Hunting Film City for 4 days, and he felt that there was no point in cultivating here. Is it so exaggerated? Not to mention the many freshmen, even the 3 of Fang Xiong, it feels unbelievable that they are all together. You know, he is only 16 years old, how can he go to the second level of heaven? Fang Xiong couldn't help but said, Chen Fan, you have to think twice. The second level of heaven is different from the first level of heaven. There are commander-level creatures outside the city coveting human beings, which will seriously affect your cultivation. Also, the human beings in the city are powerful and the resources are tighter. Everyone must contribute to the city. Unless you have enough resources yourself, you don't need to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the city. Speaking of a more brutal competition is to inspire more people to go out of the city to kill the enemy. Only the truly strong can enjoy special benefits. Chen Fan didn't hear the latter, but heard that there are more commanding creatures. Immediately a big smile appeared on his face, and he said, it's okay. Only in the most difficult environment can one hone one's will. If a person doesn't work hard, how will he know where the limit is? I think it's because our place is too barren, so even the creatures of all races are unwilling to come. More danger represents more opportunities. I can't wait to go to Nangguan City. Anyway, I have killed more than 20 commanders today. As long as you kill more than 70 heads, you should be able to reach the late stage of the Golden Bridge realm. Or incorporate more useful talent skills. Hearing this, Guchen didn't know how to persuade him. What Chen Fan said is reasonable, the hunting movie city and other areas are indeed very barren. Not only are minerals scarce, but all kinds of resources are also relatively scarce. Without deep mountains and old forests, without wide river irrigation, how could so many things be bred? He pursed his lips and said, well, I'll go with you tomorrow morning. He promised to be his guardian, how could he let him leave alone? It's just that I didn't expect to grow up so fast, dragging a crippled body, and rushing with him. The bamboo hat man next to him never expected that Chen Fan would rush towards Nangguan City in the sea of bitterness. Too exaggerated. Fang Xiong raised his thumb and praised, good job. People like us are indeed stronger than those who only cultivate. They can kill elites. If you don't go to Nangguan City, it's a loss. The teachers were acceptable, but the other students were not. You know, the day before Chen Fan set off in Taiping City, the Bitter Sea Realm was successfully opened. Killed elite monsters on the way. It took just over 4 days to arrive at Hunting Movie City, and he was ready to go to Nangguan City. Even Lin Yu, who has the highest cultivation level, hasn't left the novice training camp yet, and hasn't even glanced outside Hunting Movie City. Chen Fan had already finished exploring Novice Village, and went to a wider world. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, feeling that they were not from the same world. I don't know what to eat. The communicators on the wrists of Guchen and the other 3 vibrated in unison, and they all took a look. His expression sank immediately, and he immediately said to him, okay, let's eat. After eating, have a good night's rest. There must be many dangers on the road, and it will not be easy to pass. He has to go back and prepare, it's not that easy to protect a person. The former strongman in the Shenmen realm was equally nervous about the dangers he might encounter. A message was sent from the conference hall just now that the city lord was injured and returned, and the meeting will be held immediately. I am optimistic about you. When you are in danger, it is important to save your life. Only by living can there be hope. The man in the bamboo hat patted him on the shoulder and could only tell him the most basic operations. Then hurriedly prepared to leave. Chen Fan nodded, expressing his understanding. There are quite a few escapes this day. Fang Xiong on the other side gave him a firm hug and said, "You are the most talented student I have ever seen. You must go to Wushan City in the 6th Heaven Pass to meet my teacher Tianxi. You are at the peak of physical training, comparable to demigods, and can compete with the souls of all races." He even hopes that the genius disciple can grow up, and for the continuation of mankind, there will be one more master. I will definitely cultivate into the thunder god body. Chen Fan patted his majestic back and nodded in agreement. The three teachers left the cafeteria as if they were saying goodbye. The rest, Yu Linghai, couldn't help asking, "Chen Fan, are you really leaving Hunting Movie City? Aren't you afraid of the commander-level creatures outside?" He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he encountered a commander level. It is very difficult for them to deal with an elite level now. Won't be eaten? What else can I do? Chen Fan sat down, took a bite of his meal, and said vaguely, "Kill it." He has killed more than 20 of them, all under siege. Still care about some more? I don't care anymore. Looking forward to more, so that I can improve my strength. Eat big mouthfuls, fill your stomach, and prepare. It is not a good thing to increase strength too fast. I just forgot to ask, is the extremely powerful king-level demon dead? If you encounter it on the road, it is really a dead end. The three left in a hurry, forgetting to ask. When Yu Linghai heard the words, he almost pulled the lunchbox to the ground, his face full of disbelief. Xian Koan next to him, with the same expression, almost spit out the food in his mouth. The students around, who hadn't recovered from his performance just now, heard this sentence, their eyes straightened, and they looked over together. Commander level, just kill it? Said it lightly, as if raising a hand could destroy it. However, everyone knows that he is only at the Sea of Bitter Realm, how could he be killed? The bragging is too big. After hearing this, Lin Yu was shocked, and with disdain on his face, he said coldly, "Grass, there is a master of the Holy Lotus Realm accompanying you, so pretending to be so aggressive? If you encounter 2 commander-level demons, you will all die." 120 of them didn't believe that Chen Fan could kill the commander level, and they relied only on Gu Chen. Qin Fun on the other side swallowed the snake meat in his mouth, and said contemptuously, "Just 4 days after opening up the Sea of Bitterness, you want to rush out of the border? You don't know how to die. If you don't listen to advice, you will definitely die." Vent all the resentment for Ji Tianwu's departure on Chen Fan. Zhao Yi was right next to him, even though he was the weakest and even saved his life by Chen Fan, he still didn't have the slightest blessing. Sneered, "Don't overestimate your own strength. If the teacher dares not walk alone, you are the only one who can do it? Do you really think that if you kill a few elite creatures, you will be invincible? I'll wait to collect your body." After finishing speaking, he took a big mouthful of rice and chewed hard, his eyes fixed on Chen Fan's back. As if to kill him. Chen Fan turned a deaf ear to the trash talk. "The main reason is that I don't want to expose my strength and attract too many people's attention. There are also 3 Holy Lotus realms hidden among the chefs, and they will find out what they do. When there is a chance, I don't mind letting Zhao Yi die. How many people will die if there is one more scum?" With thoughts in my heart, I quickly ate a delicious meal. Leaving Hunting Movie City, there will be no chance to eat the meals in the cafeteria again, everything depends on one's own strength. After eating, go to the trading market and buy some pills for preparation. In case of injury along the way, at least there is a whole card for self-defense. It took Yu Linghai a while to react, and asked in a low voice, "Is your current body already far beyond the elite level? I can feel a faint radiance under your skin. Muscles are more flexible, not like the rock-like teacher Fang's." Chen Fan suddenly paused while eating, and looked at Yu Linghai. As expected of the most talented student in the class, his observations are meticulous. It is estimated that even the teacher did not notice the change in him. With a slight smile, he said, "Almost, anyway, the elite class poses no threat to me, and they can't even kill me. I'm done eating, you guys eat slowly. I can't continue to eat with him anymore, maybe I will see more secrets. Pick up the dish, go to the recycling place and put it inside." In the eyes of everyone, he walked out of the cafeteria. After returning to the dormitory, I put the rune armor and the super titanium alloy knife inside, washed up, changed into clean and tidy clothes and went out. Leaving the dormitory building and walking to the opposite side of the road, a person wrapped in a black robe suddenly appeared beside him. With just one glance, he could tell it was the little blackie who sold him the map. Frowning slightly, he didn't understand why he blocked the way. It's just a transaction with each other, and there should be no other intersection. The little black man quickly glanced left and right, and said in a low voice, "Brother, can you talk further? We have a few people who want to make a deal with you." While speaking, he pointed to the dark shadow of the Yijing building. You can see a few people vaguely, all of them are looking at this side. Chen Fan frowned, rolled his eyes twice, and said, "Who are you? Why do you want to make a deal with me? You should know that I'm a newcomer to Hunting Film City, and I'm worthless." It's not that they are afraid of them. In Hunting Movie City, there are special strong guards, and humans are not allowed to kill each other. Therefore, no one will cause chaos in the city. The little black man took a step back and hid in the shadow of the street lamp. In the next second, he seemed to disappear completely. Can't feel his presence at all. Chen Fan couldn't help being surprised. This method is somewhat similar to that of the Shadow Clan. How can humans use it? Sinner. Only the descendants of sinners may possess the natural abilities of creatures of all races. There were 3 pedestrians passing by Chen Fan, talking about the crisis outside the city. After they left, Xiao Haizi stood under the streetlight again, showing a dark face, and said in a low voice, "You may have guessed it, we are descendants of criminals, and I really want to make a deal with you. It will never do you any harm." The voice was a little urgent, and he glanced left and right again. It seems that there are many scruples in contacting Chen Fan. Chen Fan frowned, and his eyelids twitched a few times. He glanced at the shadow of the building, licked his lips, and said, "Okay, I'll go and have a look with you. But I can't guarantee that I will agree to your deal." On the first day of entering the city, Gu Xinyue, the deputy city owner, made a special statement not to have any contact with criminals. Will be implicated. They didn't expect to leave, but they took the initiative to find themselves. Simply follow the past to see. Xiao Haizi's eyes became extremely bright in an instant, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Okay, don't force it. Come with me." While speaking, he avoided the streetlights and led him quickly to the shadow of the parliamentary building. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme is also very strange. It doesn't go in a straight line, but bypasses something in particular. Chen Fan became curious, wanting to see what kind of deal it was. Make it mysterious. Could it be that they wanted to take them out to kill demons? After twisting and turning, he finally came to the shadows, and there were a dozen men and women of different heights. Although they are all wearing long robes and hats, it can be seen that the men are handsome and the women are pretty. It didn't look like a ghost as imagined, and I didn't see anything too special. It's not the same as the sinner I saw when I visited the trading market for the first time. Although in the shadows, it is not dark, but their faces can be seen clearly. This strange change made Chen Fan feel quite strange. After looking around, I realized that the light was actually coming from a girl. She was surrounded by other people and isolated from outside visits. Little Haizi said, "People brought it, there is absolutely no mistake, who will talk about it? I am stupid." The little Haizi who led the way disappeared into the darkness without a trace. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with him. Chen Fan even suspected that there were many sinners hidden in the darkness, but only 10 were exposed. Not wearing rune armor, there are indeed many inconveniences. Although I am not afraid of ghosts and shadows, I feel uncomfortable after all. In a cold voice, "I'm here, what's your business? If you don't say anything, I still have something to do, so I'll go first." Came here, but no one came forward to negotiate a deal. Hearing the voice, the glowing woman suddenly took a step forward, and a strange golden light shrouded Chen Fan's body. At that moment, Chen Fan felt that his body became transparent and exposed to everyone. Let others pry into your own secrets. Very upset. In the eyes of everyone, Chen Fan is no longer a human being, but a naked man whose whole body is filled with qi and blood, and his dantian is filled with 7 colors. colorful Dzogchen Dantian. There is endless light in everyone's eyes. It sure is him. The girl took a step back and became so weak that she almost fell to the ground. The light was dim, barely able to illuminate everyone. A tall man in a black robe, with blonde hair and green eyes, said, "Hello, my lord, we are the descendants of sinners. Please come here, the only thought is to become your most loyal subordinate. From now on, no matter where you go, whether it's a mountain of swords, a sea of fire, or a pan of hell, we will follow you to the death." While speaking, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully. Accompanied by his movements, all the people around him knelt down and cast their bodies on the ground. Sure enough, there were people hiding in the darkness, and there were 12 people kneeling on the ground. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan was completely in a state of bewilderment. He never expected that a group of sinners would address him as an adult and recognize the Lord on the spot. What is this operation? Did they know they had the system and could become extremely powerful? It has nothing to do with my guess. I thought they were going to rob themselves, and even prepared to fight. In the end, this kneeling was impossible for him. I don't know how to deal with it at all. Subconsciously took 2 steps back, pursed his lips, and said, "What are you doing? What do I have that deserves your respect? The city lord and the deputy city lord are all strong in the Shinmen realm, and they are the objects of your allegiance. Are you kidding me? The mere Golden Bridge realm cannot afford to be their master. I don't know what thoughts are turning in their hearts. Subconscious rejection." The still blond man raised his head and said in a low voice, "Master, you don't know something. Although the city lord Bai Jingfeng and the deputy city lord Gu Xinyue are powerful, we will not take them seriously. If we really do something, we may not be able to kill them. It's just that the identity of a sinner is hindered everywhere, so we can hide in the dark." He explained why he didn't worship the two as the master, but it made Chen Fan more puzzled and found it even more inconceivable. "Ask directly, that's weird, they can't beat you, I'm a mere rookie, and I don't deserve your kindness. I always feel that there are evil intentions, and I can't trust them. Maybe the deputy city lord's words are preconceived, or maybe he thinks that the descendants of sinners also have different blood?" The handsome blonde guy said, "It's not the same, you are a peerless genius with colorful sea of suffering. Your future achievements are unlimited, and you may even become the king of a generation. We worship you as Lord in order to make meritorious deeds and get rid of the status of sinners. We know that we are not talented enough to reach that height, so we come to beg you to worship us." As soon as these words came out, Chen Fan was so frightened that he trembled all over and almost sat down on the ground. They never expected that they could see at a glance that they were a colorful sea of suffering. Even Guchen and Fang Xion didn't guess this matter. How did they know? Will it be revealed? You know, many people seize genius and use it for themselves. But they want to attach themselves to their own names, isn't it to control themselves? Countless thoughts swirled in my mind, and I couldn't figure it out for a while. After a while he said, "You are so strong, why do you need to shelter under me? You know, I am only at the Golden Bridge level, and I can't control you at all. To be honest, who wouldn't be happy if there was a group of subordinates who could be controlled? Anyone else would have been so excited to fly." The handsome blonde guy continued to explain, "It's not the same. Our goal is to get rid of the status of sinners, and it's about future generations. We don't want them to grow up in ridicule and white eyes, and we don't want to grow up in a dark corner. Although we have the ability, we are destined not to become kings and not to be recognized. Once we do something wrong, we are very likely to be obliterated. Humans don't, even if they do something wrong, they will be given a chance to correct themselves." He spoke in great detail, and the people around him listened quietly. Obviously it's been discussed. Chen Fan still couldn't dispel his worries, so he took another step back and asked, "I still don't know. How can you be sure that I have the colorful sea of bitterness? How can you be sure that I will become the king of men? I don't even have confidence in myself. This is a thorn in my heart, and I must ask it clearly. Otherwise, anyone would be able to see through his details, and it would be very dangerous to walk outside. Not everyone wants to follow themselves, more people still want to control themselves, become pawns, and be used by them. The handsome blonde guy didn't hide anything, and said directly, Yao Guang has the talent of the Holy Light Clan, and can detect the sea of suffering. However, it costs a lot to use it once, so she is very weak now. Master, don't worry, this secret will definitely rot in our stomachs and will never be shared. He said he would not spread the word, but Chen Fan felt that he was threatening him. Once you don't agree, the result will inevitably be death. The countermeasures were turning in his mind, and he felt that once they followed him, they would definitely gain insight into the secret. At that time, the trouble will only increase. No matter how nice the words are, it will inevitably bring uncertainties. He asked in his mouth, Yao Guang, you have a good name, but you have such a talent? Can the rest of you detect it? She is definitely a huge threat, she can't even hide it in her body, isn't she very dangerous? Chen Fan's question immediately made Yao Guang's body tremble. She deeply knew that not to mention a genius like Chen Fan, even ordinary people would not allow others to probe their secrets. She is a criminal. If she is reported, the whole family might be implicated. Hastily said in a low voice, My lord, we are here to confirm your identity, there is absolutely no malice. People with this kind of ability, even among the Holy Light Clan, not everyone can do it. You need to awaken your talent. Her already trembling body trembled even more now, as if she had a premonition of the terrible result. The others quickly said together, My lord, please don't blame us. We really have no malicious intentions. If there is any malicious intention, it is in the wild, not in the city. My lord, calm down, we really came to worship the master. The elders of the family have issued an order, as long as we follow the talented human beings, it is possible to wash away the charges. Yes, please accept us. I don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the eyes of others discrimination anymore. The rest kowtowed and begged him to accept it. Chen Fan had already weighed the pros and cons in his heart, waved his hand and said, I'll tell you a way, and you guys should think about it. My current strength is too low, and I definitely can't let you stay by my side and be on guard against each other. I'm going to improve my strength alone, and the speed may be faster. If you want to become a king, you must pass the 8th level. Even if you want to follow me, you still need to have enough strength. Otherwise, you can't bear the battle outside. So, you go to improve your strength, and by the way unite some sinners who are going to worship under my sect. Let's give each other a retreat. You are not strong enough, so I don't want it. I am not strong enough, and you won't follow, how? Don't say yes or no, just describe a future for them. As long as the danger is reduced and eliminated in the bud, it is possible for him to survive. Hearing this, the handsome blonde guy and the others glanced at each other. Immediately realized that Chen Fan's method was really good. It is indeed too early to worship the master now. Without their own strength, how could they be reused, and how could they help them get rid of their status as sinners? Okay, my lord, we will definitely improve our strength as soon as possible, and strive to reach the strength of entering the 8th heaven as soon as possible. I will also look for like-minded people of the same kind to strengthen my strength. I look forward to our reunion at the 8th heaven pass. They understand that this is good for each other. Avoid future regrets. Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, he could be regarded as getting rid of them. If you really become a strong person, at least you have the means to save your life, and it is impossible to be controlled at will. At this moment, Yao Guang suddenly said, I am an awakened member of the Holy Light Clan, and my strength improvement is quite special. I can follow the adults and serve you, can you? It's better to add everyone's communicator as a friend. If there is something to do in the future, it will be convenient to contact. Avoid getting lost. With her delicate body and frail appearance, Chen Fan wondered how to serve him. You won't serve her in turn, will you? Just kidding. Therefore rejected, don't follow me, wait until I am strong enough to ignore other people's eyes. Contact information can be added. If you refuse a request, you must agree to one, otherwise it is easy to arouse rebellious psychology. There is contact information, but it does not mean that contact must be made. With his approval, 10 people stepped forward to share their contact information. The handsome guy with blonde hair and blue eyes, named Tongjiu, is a descendant of the Lion Clan. Little Heisey is called Night Spirit, and he is a descendant of the Shadow Clan. Yaoguang is called Yaoguang and is a descendant of the Xingguang tribe. There is also Hua Piaoyu, the descendant of the Peach Blossom Demon. Lu Changkon, a descendant of the former king of Manzhou Feixian, a former descendant of the human race, and so on. 12 people, all offspring of sinners. Chen Fan heaved a sigh of relief and added the contact information of 12 sinners. After everyone added their contact information, Yao Guang said again, "Master, I really won't disturb your cultivation, I can accompany you around. I will turn into a light and protect you." She was still not reconciled and wanted to stay by Chen Fan's side. But Chen Fan still refused. "No need, if you grow up under the protection of a master, your future achievements will be limited. There is really no hope for the human race. Follow what I said, go prepare. Let's meet outside the 8th Heaven Pass." After finishing speaking, he turned around and headed towards the trading hall. Afraid to stay any longer, I can't help but agree to the conditions. Yao Guan looks very delicate, but she is undeniably beautiful. The delicate body gives people a feeling of wanting to be cared for. Must leave as soon as possible. 12 people, looking at his back, bowed and said, "Send it, my lord." They didn't raise their heads until they couldn't see the figure. At first glance, apart from strength, the lord has passed the test. He can refuse Yaoguang, and women and banshees should have no effect on him. The blonde-haired and blue-eyed Tong Jiu expressed his appreciation. Ordinary human beings, especially at the age of 16 or 17, have just begun to fall in love, and it is difficult to resist the temptation of Yaoguang. Chen Fan did a very good job. Yao Guang said next to him, "There is no pity in his eyes, caring, only guarded and alienated. It seems that I am still not beautiful enough. Go back and tell the family, it is time to take action." Although she is fragile, she walks very fast and disappears without a trace. It seems to merge with the surrounding light. Little Heisey Shadow Spirit said, "He's not simple. I didn't see through him at all just now. Perhaps, if we fight together, we may not be able to keep him. Let's go, I hope he doesn't resent me." He was the one who attracted Chen Fan, and he probably judged that he was the one who owned the colorful dantian. Once he was investigated, he would have to bear Chen Fan's anger. Hualuo Yujio Didi said, "It's okay, didn't your lord say that we meet at the 8th Tianguan? Let's work hard and meet him at that time." Afterwards, she waved her hand around, and countless dark green lights and shadows gathered on her body. The surrounding darkness instantly became much brighter, and the street lights were able to illuminate it. The 12 most talented criminals and talents, after discussing, disappeared in 2s and 3s. The figure of Chen Fan, who left, suddenly appeared on the spot, sighed and said, "Suddenly becoming a genius and being coveted by others is quite unaccustomed. It seems that strength is the most important thing." Taking another step, the person has appeared 100 meters away, as if he had never appeared before. Enter the trading hall and look for pills to buy. But the result made him very disappointed, and he quickly walked through the entire trading hall, only to find 4 burning blood pills in the end. A pill that is more effective than Jade Blood Pill can increase a little chi in blood. Only 20,000 fusion points are required. For Chen Fan, the effect is not great. It is better to go outside and fuse the blood power of a commander-level creature. Or maybe his blood power is too strong, so the effect of the pill has become worse. I am deeply touched by what Guchen said, that the surrounding area of Hunting Film City is too barren, and the spiritual herbs for refining elixirs are relatively scarce. In the end, it cost yuan to get 4 burning blood pills. The rest didn't buy anything and walked out of the trading floor. Buying too many things can easily attract attention. Already owning weapons and armor, the most important thing in battle is the body. There is no need to cause trouble at all. When you walk out of the gate, the first thing you see is the task hall opposite. Muttered, "Oh, what a pity. There must be countless rewards for killing 20 commander-level creatures. But I didn't accept the task, let alone submit it." I hurried back to the dormitory and started to adjust my breath. His day's work was over, but the meeting building was still brightly lit. Especially in the big conference room, the 2 city lords were filled with blood and were injured. Adjustments are being made as soon as possible. His eyes flickered, and he looked at the many masters of the Holy Lotus realm around him. Bai Jingfeng looked at the flickering fireworks, his eyelids twitched, and said, "Has the news not come back yet? Are there no shadows of the remaining dozen or so commander-level creatures?" Her voice was cold and sullen. The two besieged the Golden Eagle and were about to kill it, but they were wounded by the innate skills they used in times of crisis, and watched it flee quickly. When I came back, I heard that all the commanders had run away, and my anger was steaming, which was hard to suppress. One of the experts below said, "The investigation team has already gone out to check the situation. I believe there will be news after dawn. Now our biggest threat is the king-level Golden Eagle." He didn't have much fear because of the city lord's anger. In the words, it seems that they are still implying that the two city lords are not capable of fighting, and let the Golden Eagle run away. A middle-aged man sitting opposite the two city lords opened his eyes and said, "After I find them, I can take action. Now, I want to know, is there a genius among the newcomers who has appeared in the colorful sea of bitterness?" I saw the colorful sea of bitterness spreading past with my own eyes during the day. The masters of the Xinhua realm who came from Nangguan City didn't care about the threat to their lives, they only cared about geniuses. If it is cultivated, it will definitely become an invincible strong man in the future, protecting the growth of the human race. You can also get endless benefits and become the overlord of one party. The incomparably majestic Fang Xiong replied, "Senior, I'm in charge of training new recruits for 3 consecutive days. Although I have seen geniuses, I don't have any super evildoers in the colorful sea of bitterness." He has the most right to speak and can clearly know the details of each new student. Things to do as a first teacher. The masters at the Divine Fire Realm shook their heads, not paying attention to their so-called geniuses. Only the super genius of colorful sea of bitterness deserves his attention. Even if Gu Chen was his comrade in arms and recommended Chen Fan, he didn't meet him, let alone pay attention to him. Not in the same position, with different eyesight. The rest of the people were like wood carvings, waiting silently. There are masters here, and safety can be guaranteed. However, no one wants to be stuck waiting in the city. Only by taking risks can you get resources and upgrades. Time passed, the moon was in the sky, and a figure appeared at the door of the conference room. Wearing a bamboo hat and black nightclothes, he looks like a ghost. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, everyone at the scene burst into joy. 4 bulls and 7 white-winged tiger corpses were found. The heads were all broken, and the corpses were in a valley. The essence was lost. The voice was neither humble nor overbearing, not too loud, but it exploded like a hurricane in the meeting room. Many St. Lotus Realm masters and strangers all stood up, their eyes sparkling. Unexpectedly, he died. Moreover, it was obviously killed by a person, and the death was the same. Bai Jingfeng couldn't help standing up, shaking the bamboo hat on his head a few times, and asked, "Are you sure the essence is lost? It's done by one person?" Even if she took action herself and killed 11 commander-level creatures, there was no way to lose all the essence. Her doubts are also everyone else's doubts. The man in the bamboo hat quickly replied, "You can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme it wrong, all the essence is lost, and the palm falls on it, and it doesn't have the texture of a commander-level creature. The organs on the body are about to be broken, but they become corpse fragments. Moreover, it is the same way of death as the 9-headed poisonous flying dragon that died in the morning. It should be done by the same person. He trusts his own judgment and is not a newcomer." Bai Jingfeng came back to his senses, sat down on the chair, and asked, "Senior Lang, are you sure you're the only one who comes to Hunting Movie City?" She knew very well that there was absolutely no third god-level master in this city who couldn't kill 11 commander-level creatures so easily. The middle-aged man sitting opposite Ling Yi stood up and said, "I'm used to being alone, so how can I have a companion? Could it be someone from your city who made the move? Isn't there any special master in the Holy Lotus realm?" His eyes fell on the faces of everyone present, hoping to see something. As a result, these people all had excitement and doubts on their faces, and no one looked away. Bai Jingfeng frowned and said, "The masters of the Holy Lotus realm are all here, and no one has that kind of combat power. The aliens should not make random shots. Who is it?" Her voice was full of doubts, she didn't understand why a strong man suddenly appeared. At this moment, the swordsman in the crowd suddenly said, "Perhaps it's the evil genius of the colorful sea of bitterness? Although he can't control his true energy, he can kill command-level creatures. There are only two situations for the sea of bitterness to dissipate. One is that it has just been developed and cannot be retracted freely. The other is to fight with all your strength, and you will be unable to control it. There is a difference between the two. The newly opened one, the escape range can reach the maximum limit of the sea of bitterness. When the battle broke out, the guards were basically meters around the body. Therefore, most people think that the colorful sea of bitterness is a monstrous genius who has just opened up the sea of bitterness. Impossible. Even if you are a genius, it is impossible to cross 2 levels and kill a leader-level creature. Forget it, I'd better go to the Shadow City. The crisis here is resolved. The king-level evil that was injured and absconded should not reappear. Ordinary people can't find it, and there are few masters, so they can only be shelved. He didn't want to waste precious time in the meaningless hunting film city. No one knew who the genius was, nor who killed 20 commander-level creatures, so they had no choice but to disperse. Become a cold case. Even Guchen didn't expect Chen Fan to make the move. At this moment, Chen Fan is doing his best to adjust his breath in his dormitory, and he doesn't know that many people are looking for him. The next day, the sun rose as usual, and it was another beautiful day. Chen Fan opened his eyes on the bed, with deep eyes shining. It actually improved again at night. It seems that some energy is stored in the body, waiting to be transformed slowly. It's time to go. At 7 o'clock, after washing and having breakfast, Chen Fan, who was carrying a simple luggage bag, appeared in the small square in front of the dormitory. More than 200 students, all dressed in strong clothes, were scattered everywhere, chatting in 2s and 3s. Noticing the appearance of Chen Fan's figure, they all looked over. Didn't expect him to leave. Lin Yu frowned tightly. He should be the right person for this moment of great attention. He is the strength number 1. In the end, even the novice training hadn't ended yet, and Chen Fan strode outside. Chen Fan didn't speak, only the unwillingness and jealousy in his eyes fell on Chen Fan. Yu Linghai walked over, and said in a voice full of envy, "Unexpectedly, you are 1 step faster than us, and you will leave in 5 days. I wish you a safe journey, kill more demons, and your strength will rise steadily. Nature's blessing, see him off." Xian Koan next to him also came over and quickly echoed, "Yes, I wish you a safe journey. Hope to see you again. The grace of saving life, remember it in your heart, don't dare or forget it." His words were very solemn, without any nonsense. "Take care, the mountains are high and the water is far away, see you in the rivers and lakes." Chen Fan patted the shoulders of the two, walked towards the edge of the street without saying anything to the others. Zhao Yi in the crowd snorted coldly when he saw this, and said, "To make a splash, you dare to run around in the middle of the Sea of Bitter Realm. If you die outside, you can't even find the body. See you back in the rivers and lakes? Who will say goodbye to you in the underworld? It's already time to separate, but there is still no good word to say." It seemed that he wished that Chen Fan would die immediately. Chen Fan finally couldn't bear it anymore, and looked at Zhao Yi, who was staring at him 10 meters away. A hot stream rushed to the eyes, turned into a bloody light, and passed by in a flash. He said coldly, "I shouldn't have saved you in the first place, white-eyed wolf. Everyone is responsible for what they said, and so are you. When you're done, turn around and leave." Death Gaze gave him a parting gift to remove a thorn in his heart. When he walked to the street, he found that Guchen was also carrying a backpack, standing under the streetlight across the street. "Teacher, have you been waiting long? Let's go." Although there are buses, there are no buses out of the city, and 2 people need to walk out. "Let's go, I'll take you." While speaking, he grabbed Chen Fan's right hand, and a holy lotus appeared under his feet, leading him soaring into the sky. The flying speed is fast, and in the blink of an eye, it disappears outside the city. Many freshmen came back to their senses, somewhat envious in their hearts. Although there are elders in the family, they are not cared for so carefully. The road to martial arts and the road to growth require children to go on their own. Unless they are particularly talented, they will be trained by their side. Chen Fan was carried by a teacher, which was enough to make them envious. Gudong. There was a sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, and everyone looked at it. He found Zhao lying on the ground upright. His eyes were full of horror, as if he had seen an unbelievable horror scene. The skin on his face turned pale green. From the looks of it, he should be scared to death. Many students at the scene couldn't help but stay away from his body, talking a lot. What's the situation? I feel like he was scared to death? It's strange, why did he die suddenly? There is no scar on his body. Chen Fan didn't kill him, did he? But the two of them were 10 meters away, and there was no sign of him making a move. It doesn't look like it. How is it possible? If he had the ability to kill people at a distance of 10 meters, he would have already ruled the world. Hurry up and report to the teacher. A group of freshmen couldn't understand Zhao Yi's death at all, and in a panic, they notified the teacher to come and check. Even if the teacher came, he couldn't find out why. Zhao Yi's death instantly sounded the alarm for many freshmen. It is not impossible to die in the city, improper words and deeds, making enemies indiscriminately, and really do not know how to die. Especially Lin Yu and Qin Fen were always targeting Chen Fan, feeling that they would be the next to die. He seemed preoccupied, and did not dare to act recklessly. No matter what they thought, Chen Fan didn't feel any ups and downs after killing Zhao Yi. It seems to be the same as killing demons, just eliminating harm for the people. Led by Gu Chen, they rushed all the way to Nanwan City in the south. Originally, according to Chen Fan's idea, going to Nanwan City should run wildly on the ground. Now it's flying in the air. It's not the first time to fly, and I feel the mountains and rivers passing by quickly under my feet, and the flowers, plants and trees are overwhelmed. I'm leaving before I get to know you well. There is really nothing worth nostalgic for. Going to a city, the most important thing is to improve your strength. They rushed all the way to Nanguan City, but they didn't know that there were many masters in Hunting Film City, and they also left Hunting Film City together. For example, Gu Xinyue's two sons and daughter bid farewell to their mother and set foot on the road to Nanguan City. The strength has been reached, and to break through, we need to find powerful creatures of all races and more resources. Although Nanguan City is difficult, it is safer than Hunting Movie City. At least it can block the attack of king-level creatures. There are also 16 families of sinners, each with 2 young masters, who left Hunting Movie City together. According to what Chen Fan said, improve your strength as soon as possible, and then meet at the 8th Heaven Pass. If you don't work hard now, how many years will it take to stand outside the Yakangshan Pass? As for the others, they also took this opportunity to leave Hunting Film City. The specific reason is difficult for outsiders to judge. Chen Fan didn't even know, he barely controlled his body and watched the changes around him. Just as they crossed more than 1 meter and were about to continue flying, a golden eagle without many feathers suddenly emerged from a valley. Although it looks embarrassed, its huge size still shows its strength. The moment Guchen saw it, his expression changed drastically, and he said, "It's broken, this golden eagle is actually blocking us on the road?" He could tell at a glance that this big, hair-shedding fellow was the golden eagle that fought the 2 city lords yesterday. Never expected to meet such a powerful creature. Chen Fan heard that, based on the outline, he also recognized the golden eagle from yesterday. Thinking of the relentless pursuit of the other commander-level creatures, I feel that it will also be relentless in pursuit, and eating itself is the end. Involuntarily said, "Teacher, hurry down, let's take advantage of the mountains and forests to hide. It can't fly by flying." Yesterday, the bamboo hat man took him, but he couldn't fly a group of commander-level creatures, let alone king-level creatures. Today I still carry a lot of luggage on my body, and the weight is even more frightening. Gu Chenjing reminded him, and immediately realized that flying was really impossible. Whether he continued to fly or flew back at that time, he would definitely be caught up. As long as they are caught up by the golden eagle, neither of them can survive. Helpless, he could only quickly fall to the ground. The speed was as fast as a bomber dive, and Chen Fan felt strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme around his ears. Even so, I still feel that the golden eagle is getting closer. Just after landing, Guchen said directly, "The matter is urgent. You are a genius of the human race and a pillar of the future. Run immediately. I am an old bone, and I can't last 3 years, so I will die with it today." While speaking, streamers of light bloomed from his body. It seems that some kind of seal has been opened, and the momentum is getting stronger and stronger. Chen Fan was extremely moved when he heard his words. Unexpectedly, Guchen chose to block the golden eagle alone. It's like giving himself all the hope of life, but he has to sacrifice his life. Seeing his whole body glowing, his brows furrowed, his hands clenched into fists, and the veins on his forehead bulging, he was clearly enduring unimaginable pain. Involuntarily said, "Teacher, I won't run away. I'll kill it with you. It's just a flat-haired beast, why be afraid? I believe that the cooperation of the two will definitely kill him." But Guchen shouted urgently, "Run! I'm going to open the door of God, sublimate it to the fullest, hold it for a while. You have to bring the city lord and the others back. Otherwise, we both die here. I don't regret my death. I wouldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme long. But you have a strange sea of suffering, so you must not die in vain. I promise to protect you, but I'm afraid it will stop here. Death deserves it. Run!" At the time of the last word, behind his body, a mighty phantom of Shinmen had already appeared. After the endless essence of heaven and earth merged into Shinmen, it turned into countless phantoms, and finally poured into the body. Visible to the naked eye, his disabled right foot grew out, and a long gun was pulled out from the package, and assembled into a 1.2-meter long gun. This is his real weapon. Grabbing Chen Fan with his right hand, he threw it fiercely in the opposite direction from where the golden eagle was rushing. Only the roar remains, filling the air. "Chen Fan, my life and my soul will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme with you. Don't give up easily and lie about life and death." Chen Fan felt himself being pushed backward by the violent force. He watched Guchen's whole body burst into light, rushing towards the golden eagle in the sky like a god of war. The decisive figure in Xuanxuan's admonition condense into a poignant picture. In order to have no blood relationship, he is willing to spend the last 3 years of his life to a student who has only been taught for 3 days. Willing to sublimate as much as possible, die generously. To be Chen Fan's protector is to directly contribute one's life. At a critical moment, there is no hesitation, no psychological entanglement, and you are already ready to die. Only to die. He knew very well that if there was any delay, neither of them could escape. Thinking of all this, tears filled Chen Fan's eyes, and he felt great grief. For the first time, I was moved by the spirit of human inheritance. Moved by his fearless spirit. Perhaps it is precisely because of generation after generation of strong men like them, who protect children, that human beings can find a path of resistance. Just because I dare to fight and kill, I stand out among the rookies. He gave his life. Looking at the spear in Guchen's hand, it turned into a blood-colored dragon and rushed towards the golden eagle. It was as if the second sun in the sky illuminated Chen Fan's entire heart. The bright and blood-colored figure swung Quangba's long spear, turned into a dragon, and slammed into the golden eagle hard. Wow! The golden eagle was annoyed by Guchen's blocking, and it screamed angrily, and Jiying came up to meet it. The huge claws shone with a dazzling golden color, and the shadows of the claws shone all over the sky. The entire void seemed to be torn open, grabbing humans no bigger than its fingernails. Woo-hoo-hoo! Between one person and one eagle, a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme blows, howling to and fro. Guchen's clothes fluttered, and the golden eagle's few feathers quivered endlessly, spreading for a radius of a kilometer. Chen Fan was flying in the air, his hair was flying white, and his eyes could hardly be opened. After flying back 300 meters, it barely landed on the ground. Clang clang. A series of ear-piercing crashes resounded in the sky. The blood-red dragon's shadow collided with the claw shadows all over the sky rapidly, blasting out shock waves, tearing apart the entire void. The momentum of the golden eagle's impact stopped immediately. Chen Fan secretly regretted that if Guchen fell on the ground, he would definitely be able to help. There is nothing he can do now. Against the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme, head towards Guchen as soon as possible. Guchen in the sky has turned into a bloody god of war at this moment. The sacred lotus under his feet took root in the mighty divine gate behind him, and his blood dyed the divine gate red. The spear in his hand is like a dragon, and every attack must be accompanied by a violent blood-colored dragon. Break me! With a roar, Guchen's whole body radiated red light, merged with the spear, and rushed towards the wings behind the golden eagle. The golden eagle was already injured, and most of its spear-like feathers fell off, almost becoming a bald golden eagle. The movement speed was % worse than yesterday. What he was facing was Guchen, who was fighting desperately for its life. Regardless of himself, his body was like a terrifying red dragon shadow, rushing to the right. Wow! With a wild cry, the golden eagle quickly evaded to the side. At the same time, the terrifying mouth opened to form a black hole, pecking at Guchen's body. Compared with the huge body of the golden eagle, Guchen is just a caterpillar. Chen Fan could see clearly from a distance. Seeing that the teacher was desperate, he quickened his pace and rushed to the battle location. In any case, I will never be a deserter. His speed is much slower than the one man and one eagle in the war. Put! Crack! Accompanied by a piercing sound, Guchen pierced the golden eagle's wing with a single shot. And, under the unstoppable force, directly broke the bone. The body is like a swimming dragon, rubbing the edge of the wings and flying to the sky. Let the spear stick on the wing and not take it down. Ow! The golden eagle suffered from pain and let out a shrill scream. Instantly spread across a kilometer radius. The body couldn't keep floating in the sky and hit the ground. The huge beak bites empty at once, and only has time to grab the spear inserted in the wing. Ignoring the severe pain, I forcibly pulled it out. Bah! With the sound, countless blood spilled down. Even though he was flying with pain, because his bones were broken, he still couldn't stabilize his body and glide down to the ground. Guchen, who dodged the blow, his morale soared. Although he had no weapons, he had no fear at all. With a mighty divine gate on his back, like a bloody god of war, he chased down from the sky with his fists waving. At this moment, he noticed Chen Fan on the ground. Instead of running away, he chased after the place where the golden eagle fell. Can't help feeling anxious, shouted Chen Fan, run away. King-level creatures don't die so easily, and they have terrifying trump cards. He was relieved that Chen Fan didn't run away alone, but he didn't want him to die in the attack of a king-level creature. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Let the great seedlings of human beings die here. Chen Fan didn't listen at all, he could stare at it to death just by staring at it. Even if you can't stare to death, you will definitely be disturbed, and you won't kill people easily. As long as he can help Guchen, he won't come back in vain. So, don't take the roaring seriously. Seeing that he turned a deaf ear to him, Guchen knew that he would never escape alone, so he immediately decided to fight to the death. Otherwise, neither of them can survive. Clenching his fists tightly, countless bloody rays of light converged on his fists, using his own boxing technique. Break me! As long as the fist landed on the golden eagle, it would definitely cause a huge wound. But at this moment, the golden eagle suddenly roared, wow! With the roar, all the few feathers on the golden eagle fell off. The next moment, many feathers shone with golden light, like spears, rushing towards Guchen in the sky with piercing screams. With intensive attacks, blocked the most threatening humans. Opening his mouth, he rushed towards Chen Fan, who was on the ground. As long as he swallowed him, Shan Bao's power was still there, and he would definitely be able to keep himself alive. In the simple heart of Jindiao, get the benefits first and strengthen yourself. Guchen's expression was shocked when he saw spears flying all over the sky. The movement around him reached the limit, and he tried his best to avoid the incoming spear. Even if there is something that cannot be avoided, let it pierce through the arms and thighs, the right fist still carries all the blood and true energy, ready to come out. The whole person turned into a monument, falling from the sky. Chen Fan, restrain and avoid. He would never allow Chen Fan to die in front of him. Otherwise, you will die with peace. The closer Chen Fan got to the golden eagle, the greater the impact he could feel. With a huge body of 50 meters, it is already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to a 15-story building, so one can imagine how huge it is. If it falls, the hill may collapse. Hearing Gu Chen's order, Chang's footsteps paused, and he weighed his bull rush, whether he could kill it or not. After such a pause, the golden eagle in the air could only flap its injured and hairless wings as hard as it could, hoping to change direction and land on top of Chen Fan's head. This move also gave Gu Chen a chance. Bathed in blood, he fell from the sky, the wounds on his body healed quickly, and the bloody fist protruding from his right fist landed fiercely on the back of the golden eagle. Boom! The huge energy of true Qi exploded a large piece of flesh and blood in an instant. And this was just the beginning. Regardless of his own body, Gu Chen punched the golden eagle hard on the back. Accompanied by explosions again and again, the bodies of the two fell rapidly from the sky. Flesh and blood flew across the golden eagle's entire back, like a rain of blood, covering a large area of land. In pain, struggling to turn over, his wings turned into heavenly knives and swept across Gu Chen's back. He yelled again and again, hoping to change the fate of being beaten. However, it had no effect, at least it had no effect on Gu Chen, and it still couldn't change the fate of being beaten. With its huge size and damaged wings, Gu Chen, who was already severely injured, couldn't bear the violent beating of Gu Chen, who was attacking desperately. The root of the left wing was subsequently broken, completely losing the ability to fly. Accompanied by a howl, like a meteor, it fell from the sky to the earth. A mountain peak was thrown around by it. Constantly shaking, boulders and trees rolled down, and the whole earth shook violently. Wave after wave, rushing into the distance. Gu Chen swayed and stopped 20 meters above the golden eagle. The whole body is like porcelain, with cracks and cracks. The blood flowed uncontrollably, and the mighty Shinmen behind him shook in waves, as if it was about to collapse at any moment. Countless dust flew up and splashed all over the sky. Chen Fan, who saw this scene from a distance, immediately knew that Gu Chen's situation was very bad. In the desperate battle, the method of pressing the bottom of the box must have been used. No longer caring about safety, his body swayed, and he used the footwork he had developed to advance. 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. The elbows are propped up, forming a terrifying sharp angle. All the sharpness gathered here. Both feet landed on the ground, rushing towards them like a galloping bull. Endless power brought forth a terrifying hurricane, and it hit the golden eagle's struggling neck. With its incomparably huge body, the neck is considered the most vulnerable position. Seeing this, Gu Chen in the sky knew it was useless to stop him. The right fist was raised again, and the whole body's true energy gathered on it, as if the entire god door was concentrated on it, and it hit the golden eagle hard. Oh! The golden eagle, which had just struggled halfway up, sank down the mountain again. Chen Fan's attack from the other side arrived at the same time, hitting the featherless neck hard. Gathering all the strength of the whole body, the barbaric bull that detonated its true energy rushed into the neck without flinching. Puff! Bang bang bang! His body turned into a sharp blade, smashing through muscles and shattering his skin. Moreover, the berserk shinchi hit the neck and exploded continuously. The body of a king-level creature is so hard that he can't imagine it. The explosion of 5 times the strength only rushed 2 meters into the neck, and it could no longer advance an inch. Chen Fan knew that with his own strength, he would definitely not be able to kill the golden eagle in a short time. Hastily stretched out his hand and grabbed the golden eagle's cervical vertebrae. The voice of the system sounded in my mind: find the fusion blood, the blood of the phoenix, and you can get the repair ability. You need fusion points. Find a fusionable skill, void 100 claws. Instantly evolve 100 claw shadows, forming a terrifying attack, which requires 30,000 fusion points. Not to mention other things, just these 2 items, Chen Fan almost cried. The upper limit of the fusion points he has now is only I don't know if he can fuse them all. Don't care about other things, first fuse the blood, and drain its blood. Then try to integrate natural skills. Unexpectedly, it was a success. In an instant, a layer of blood mist filled the golden eagle's body, fused into a blood mass, and poured into Chen Fan's right hand. At the same time, a black ray of light emerged from his body and poured into Chen Fan's body. Even so, he was not reminded that he had killed the golden eagle to gain more fusion points. Chen Fan didn't care about what was fused. He raised the super titanium alloy knife on his back and used all his strength to slash at the wound just created. All sword energy, true energy, all gushed out, and the super titanium alloy knife was trembling, almost unbearable. Put. Maybe he was seriously injured and dying, or maybe he lost his ability to regenerate, but this knife directly cut off half of his neck. The blood sprayed out, but there was no longer the light that contained the essence before. Like the blood of ordinary people. The two broken wings kept flapping, and the two claws shook violently in the air, hoping to stop the wound on the throat. However, it cannot be stopped at all. The violent struggle made it difficult for Guchen to stay in the sky, and a flash appeared beside Chen Fan. Pulling him, who was covered in red, he hit 100 meters away. The Shin men behind him faltered and collapsed, and all the light disappeared. Moreover, there were more and more cracks on his body, and the blood couldn't stop flowing, forming a pool of blood on the ground. There are 4 more cracks on the face, like porcelain, which will crumble at any time. Seeing this, Chen Fan's heart was filled with remorse and emotion, as well as unwillingness and sadness. He couldn't help but say, "Teacher, what's wrong with you? I'll take you back to the city immediately." While speaking, she stepped forward and knelt down, ready to carry him back. Time can't be delayed. What if I die because of myself? Yesterday, he persuaded himself not to go to Nangguan City so early, but he refused to listen. As long as they listened to one sentence, they would never meet a golden eagle, nor would they make Guchen so miserable. Thinking of all kinds of willfulness, after all, hurting others, tears filled the eyes. Guchen held his body down, with a sad smile on his face, and said, "It's too late. I burned 3 years of my life and sublimated to the fullest, and my body is already overwhelmed. Don't be sad, human beings go on, just to be able to continue. I didn't expect that you are the genius of the colorful dantian, which proves that I have a good vision. I am very pleased." Speaking of this, the cracks on his face were even bigger, and the flesh and blood almost fell off. "I'm dead, I'll be buried here. I hope I can always guard this land and watch the rise of human beings. No one in life has died since ancient times, and keep a loyal heart to reflect history." When he said this sentence, the cracks on his face became bigger and bigger, and blood flowed from his mouth. Chen Fan saw tears streaming down his face, knelt down in front of him, and raised his finger to swear, "Teacher has witnessed that I, Chen Fan, will definitely exterminate all races in my lifetime and return mankind to a peaceful and prosperous world." Guchen's spiritual impact on him was far greater than that of his parents. After walking out of Taiping City, the first guardian who was about to die in front of him. Especially in order to protect him, he did not hesitate to die generously. He clearly knew that Shenghua would die, but he made a decision immediately. The shock and regret in my heart are beyond words. The spirit of firewood inheritance will always be remembered in my heart. With tears in his eyes, he looked up at Guchen. However, he saw that his body had lost his strength and he was slowly sitting on the ground. Although his eyes were dim, there was a smile on his face. Regardless of the blood at the corner of his mouth, he said with difficulty, "The teacher didn't do anything, or he suffered too much pain. This time he is relieved. Don't be sad, and take my share of life and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme forever. When things happen, don't be impulsive. You are not alone. Only when you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, hope." His eyes kept falling on Chen Fan, with a smile on his face, but he couldn't speak anymore. "Teacher Gu." Chen Fan saw his eyes freeze, and his trembling right hand grabbed his wrist. With just a touch, a layer of flesh and blood fell off his right hand. In the next second, his right hand almost fell off. This Chen Fan never expected that Teacher Guchen's body had become like this. "It will shatter if you touch it." I don't know what kind of injury he suffered, which made him unable to heal. It is said that people in the Shenmen realm can heal quickly from injuries, and even be reborn from severed limbs. In the end, he couldn't. He couldn't move his position, and didn't dare to touch his body easily. Kneeling and moving back 2 meters, with tears all over his face, he respectfully kowtowed 9 times to Guchen's body. Teacher, in the future, I will definitely do my best to exterminate the creatures of all races in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to your treatment. If there is a successful day, I will toast you again. With sobs, swear an oath. Standing up, he cut out a rock coffin with a super titanium alloy knife to cover Guchen's body. Then many hard rocks were added around to make a hard big tomb. Erection of steels, Master, the tomb of Guchen. Unfilial disciple, Chen fondly. Kneeling in front of the grave, kowtow again. Teacher, let me take the road ahead. I will definitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to your teachings and the grace of saving my life. There is only one life, but Guchen gave it to himself. In the future, we must do our best for mankind and work hard. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, he slowly walked towards the golden eagle next to him. A system voice sounded in my mind: kill the 9-life golden eagle, a king-level creature, and get 150,000 fusion points. Although he had benefited, he was no longer as excited as before. Although Guchen didn't stay with him for a long time, it was just over a day. But he did what he said, and died in defense. This love will always be in my heart. At this moment, he wanted to tear up the golden eagle and sprinkle blood on the grave. A heart with endless hatred and anger. Stepping forward to grab the 9 lives golden eagle's thick claws, the system's voice came again: discover a talent skill that can be fused, rebirth with 9 lives. After 9 fatal injuries, you can recover quickly. You need 120,000 fusion points. Discover the fused steel claws, the sharpness of powerful fingers requires 5,000 fusion points. Finding a fusion beak, the hardness of the powerful fingers requires 5,000 fusion points. A series of reminders rattled in my mind. He took a deep breath and simply merged them all. In an instant, 13 fusion points that had just grown disappeared. A few rays of light suddenly appeared on the body of the 9 lives golden eagle, and then poured into Chen Fan's body. In just a split second, he felt his body change rapidly, and a warm force filled every position. The body becomes much lighter. Moreover, the fingers of both hands seem to have turned into swords, and it feels like they can cut through the rocks next to them. Although many things were fused, Chen Fan found that the golden eagle's body did not lose all its essence. It's not the same as before. He didn't care too much, chopped off his head with a knife, and shattered it on the spot, turning into pieces all over the sky. An emerald green circular crystal nucleus exuding a faint light was held in his hand. It was discovered that the 4th order high-grade crystal nucleus can be fused, which can increase a huge amount of energy, and requires fusion points. Looking at the fusion point, there are more than 5 points left. Without any hesitation, they merged immediately. Regardless of the changes in the Qi and the Dantian, he grabbed the body of the 9-life golden eagle and sprinkled blood on the front of Guchen's tombstone. Teacher, the golden eagle is dead, you can go on your way with peace of mind. I will come back to see you. He knelt in front of the tombstone blankly, without moving for a long time. It wasn't until there was a piercing sound in the sky that he subconsciously looked up. It was discovered that it was a middle-aged man whom he had never seen before, and a flame was burning in the shinmen behind him. It feels like a god, standing proudly above the sky. Chen Fan stood up involuntarily and looked at the other party. Find that the other person is also staring at you, or the space around you. You actually killed the golden eagle? Impossible? The middle-aged man slowly fell from the sky, his eyes fell on Chen Fan, and he asked in surprise. Unexpectedly, the golden eagle that ravaged the entire hunting movie city was actually killed by a little boy. I came here just for this king-level creature. He became curious about Chen Fan and wanted to find out. Chen Fan has already realized that the other party is definitely a terrifying master, perhaps the legendary Godfire realm. It is said that it can transfer and absorb one of the auras of heaven and earth, and possesses inexplicable supernatural power. It can be compared with the natural skills of various races. It is a very terrifying realm. Ants like myself raised their hands to destroy them. Unexpectedly, it suddenly appeared in the sky above him. Hearing the question, he pursed his dry lips and said in a low voice, "I don't have this ability." It was my teacher, Chen, who sublimated to the utmost and stepped into the realm of the gods. He spent the last 3 years of his life and killed the golden eagle. He was cracked all over and died on the spot. I just built a grave and erected a monument. While speaking, he pointed to the big grave next to him. Never take the credit of the teacher. Only then did the middle-aged man look at the big grave, on which was written the tomb of Chen fondly. Unexpectedly, we had a meeting together yesterday, and today it turned into a handful of lus. Walking in front of the tombstone, I somehow got an extra bottle of wine in my hand and poured it on it. Then I walked around the tomb, and finally put the empty wine bottle next to the tombstone. He bowed 3 times directly, stood up and said, "You are a real warrior, I admire you. I can't forget the injuries you suffered when you were injured by Gale Mantis when we fought together in Gale City. Before I had a good drink, I left suddenly. Let's go all the way, and we will meet in the underground some other day, and you invite me to drink." 3 sticks of incense were transformed at random, and they were swayed in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, and inserted into the ground in front of the tombstone. A sigh, indicating that the two are old acquaintances. Chen Fan's eyes went up. This person knew Chen. I didn't expect that so many things could be changed casually. Fantastic storage feature. When he was wondering, the middle-aged man turned his head, faced Chen Fan and said, "Your name is Chen Fan? The most talented of this year's freshmen? Chen mentioned you, come with me." In a word, he decided Chen Fan's behavior. Take him to Nangguan City. Chen Fan hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, senior." I don't know what to call the senior. I want to guard the teacher for 3 days before going to Nangguan City. He wanted to follow the ancient etiquette and keep the spirit for 3 days. But I heard the middle-aged man say, "My name is Lang Yi. Dead people on the battlefield don't need to guard their spirits for 3 days. It's far more meaningful for you to kill more creatures of all races than illusory guardianship. Let's go, I'll protect you from now on." Chen once said, "If you can't do it, please ask me for help." His vision should be good. Without any explanation, he stepped forward and grabbed Chen Fan's right shoulder with his right hand, and went straight through the air. With a wave of his left hand, the corpse of the golden eagle on the ground disappeared. At the beginning, I really felt the extraordinariness of Chen Fan. The arm muscles are like a terrifying commander-level creature, very hard. Not only that, but the weight is far more than the average person. At least 3 times. The eyes are full of light, constantly flickering. The divine gate appeared behind him, and the blue divine fire was burning, leading him all the way to Nangguan City. Chen Fan felt that the speed of a strong person at the divine fire realm was at least 10 times faster than at the holy lotus realm. The scenery on the earth flickered like a streamer. The strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blows on the face, which feels like a knife cutting. If it is an ordinary person, it is estimated that it will not be able to bear it. The sudden appearance of Lang Yi didn't catch a cold in his heart, and he even had a heart of defense. In order to express his filial piety, Mingming said that he would keep the spirit for 3 days, but he directly refused. There is a sense of impatience. Perhaps, knowing that he is a genius, he wants to use it for himself? Resisting is definitely not enough, so find an opportunity to ask about the situation. In short, all secrets will not be revealed in front of him. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and lightning rushed to Nangguan City. Outside the city wall, there are also many human bones, like a statue, protecting the descendants inside. It seems that the momentum seems to be much stronger than that of Hunting Film City, and it is also much newer. The entire city is also 4 times larger than Hunting Movie City. Just like a big city in the previous life, it can accommodate millions of people. Moreover, many food crops are planted on the land around the city, and they are managed by specialized people. Before Chen Fan could make more comparisons, Lang Yi had already led him into the city. Seeing the buildings here, although they are as gray as Hunting Film City, they are tall, full of people, bustling, and much more lively. There are also some buildings with special shapes. It is more prosperous than Hunting Film City. The two rivers inside flow in a north-to-north direction, and a specific filtration system begins to filter outside the city. So drinking, irrigation enough to use. Led by Lang Yi, the two landed in a manor in the city center. Immediately there were 4 young people inside, who came out respectfully. "Master, you are back." 2 men and 2 women, with a respectful attitude, almost kneeled on the ground. Lang Yi let go of Chen Fan's right hand, and said to the people who greeted him, "His name is Chen Fan. He is a genius among the freshmen this year. Let him arrange an apartment. From now on, his growth will be left to you. I hope he will not be taught as rubbish. I'm going to see the city lord and tell him what happened on this trip." After speaking, he turned around and prepared to fly up and leave. But, as if thinking of something, he turned back to Chen Fan and said, "This is my manor. From now on, I will treat this place as my own home and work hard. I will strive to make great contributions to the reproduction of human beings. They are my 4 disciples, all of whom are in the Holy Lotus realm, and they are enough to guide your future cultivation and experience. Go!" As if afraid that he would run away, he pushed him towards the 4 disciples. Chen Fan opened his mouth and argued, "Senior, I understand." Facing the strong man who easily killed the king-level creature, he wanted to refuse, but seeing the cold light in his eyes, he changed his mind and agreed. After watching him leap forward and rush towards a pointed building in the distance, he slowly retracted his gaze. His eyes fell on the 4 disciples, and his eyelids twitched slightly. The 4 Holy Lotus realms are just disciples. In Hunting Film City, he is an all-powerful master. Here, he is inferior to others, and the gap is huge. The most important thing is that this is obviously the 2nd level of heaven, and it is said that only people in the Golden Bridge realm can guard it. But a big master who ignited the fire is here to dominate. As you can imagine, it shouldn't be considered the strongest. Otherwise, you must be fighting hard at the 4th level to establish your own foundation. Of course, this is all his conjecture, they should have their own ideas. I've seen all the senior brothers. Based on the principle that people have to bow their heads under the eaves, Chen Fan greeted the 4 people first. But he didn't want to. The 2 men and 2 women looked at him contemptuously. The oldest young man among them said immediately, we don't dare to be your senior brother. According to Master, you should just pass by and won't stay here for long. A woman with a better face but narrow eyes stepped forward. Wearing a white suit, holding a hook and sickle gun, with a smile on his face, he said, "Chen Fan, right? Little guy, with blood on his body, he should wash it off. Come with me, and take you to your room." Hooking the index finger of his left hand, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chen Fan glanced over her, nodded and said, "Thank you, sister." That's what he said, but he has already seen that the 4 of them are hostile to him and harbor evil intentions. Not sure what will happen. You should be careful yourself. I feel that this city is not as relaxed and harmonious as Hunter City. Or maybe he has just entered the society and doesn't know what it looks like. All knowledge comes from the guidance and teaching of the teacher. Did not see clearly, feel. Although they are physically strong, they don't care about their tricks, but they have to guard against them. Follow the woman's footsteps to a house behind the manor villa. There is a group of warriors in the yard, who are in a meeting, talking loudly about how many prey a certain team should kill. Seeing the woman coming, they all stopped talking, turned around and bowed to greet. "Second miss, come to test again? Second miss, are you bringing a newcomer here today? Which team are you planning to assign to? Why don't you give us the frozen squad? Second lady, hello. Mr. just came back? Another newcomer is here? Hey, give it to our team." One by one greeted each other warmly, and the voices of compliments kept coming and going. Obviously, she has absolute prestige here, which is why they want to curry favor with her. Seeing this, Chen Fan felt that something was wrong. Hearing what Ling Yi said, he learned from the 4 disciples by himself. But now it seems to be given to others for guidance. At most it is the late stage of the Golden Bridge realm. Let them guide themselves? Are you kidding me? I am a master who has killed more than a dozen command-level creatures. Isn't it a step back to learn from them? It's just that people are under the eaves and don't talk nonsense. Seeing that they all seem to like newcomers, I don't know what's the use. Could it be that he really guided with his heart and became a real strong man? But I heard the second lady say, don't think about it anymore. My master said that we should focus on training. Let us guide him and prepare for independent housing. The conditions are very good, far better than others, but in fact the accent is indifferent and ridiculed. Chen Fan could see it clearly. He was smiling just now, ready to accept the martial artist who became a team member, and his expression became stiff instantly. Then his eyes were rounded, and his face was full of disdain, cold, mocking, cold and very complicated. It's all about life. The voice also changed. Oh, so it's a genius. Mr. is quite valued, I don't know what he can do. Cut, freshman? Is it worth cultivating vigorously? Hey, Mr. is really well-intentioned. Is he worth it? Second miss, would you mind testing his roots? With a private room, he should be a ruthless person, right? Some people despise, some disdain, some simply challenge. In words, he didn't have the slightest affection for Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't know the situation here, and he was a latecomer. Although he was a little humiliated, he didn't attack. Turning around and thinking about it, he said, second senior sister, it seems that they don't welcome me very much. I'd better leave. After speaking, regardless of whether she agreed or not, she turned around and walked towards the door. When I flew in, I saw the direction of the gate, so I couldn't remember it wrong. After killing so many commander-level creatures, do you still care about this little person? Ridiculous. Fear is only Lang Yi. The strength is too strong, the divine fire is ignited, and the speed is too fast to open your eyes. Maybe there is another terrifying method. The second senior sister didn't expect that he didn't want to be humiliated, so he turned around and left. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Living in the manor meant that he had to endure all kinds of humiliation. How could it be possible to be above oneself? The martial artists next to each other had sarcasm on their faces, and said with a smile, yo, don't want to be humiliated? A newcomer, without any credit, why phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in a single room? TCH, do you really think of yourself as a genius? Who here is not a genius? Here, genius is the least valuable. We are all the subordinates of Mr., and we have killed dozens of elite creatures before we can stay in the manor. We phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in a multi-person dormitory. Why do you have it? I can't bear this humiliation? When I go outside, I will endure more humiliation. They felt that Chen Fan was too arrogant, his own strength was far superior to him, and they slandered him in various ways. When Chen Fan heard it, he felt that Nanwan City was far inferior to Hunting Movie City. Humans attack each other, how can they fight intimately in the wild? Why don't you take the opportunity to kill someone? He didn't believe that these people would fight side by side. So just pretend that you can't hear, keep walking, and speed up to go outside. Although it doesn't take a step of meters, the speed is definitely not slow. The second senior sister saw that he was really going outside with all his heart, her face darkened, and she said behind her back, what, you can't stand even a little humiliation? When you go outside, you really encounter a powerful demon. What do you use to survive? When they torture people, they don't just use words. Like cats and mice, they eat you when they have played enough. She moved like a small boat, trying to land in front of Chen Fan and block her way. However, as soon as they took off, they realized that they hadn't shortened the distance between them. Instead, the distance is constantly expanding. Frowning tightly, he speeded up, and Jinlian floated under his feet and rushed over again. However, he found that he still couldn't get closer, and saw that he had just arrived at the position where Master landed just now. The seniors and juniors are all there, watching them come over. Brother, help stop him. He wants to leave. The second senior sister couldn't catch up, her face was full of embarrassment and anger, she definitely wouldn't let him leave just like that. The elder brother's face was cold, he didn't expect that the little trash who had just arrived would dare to disobey the master's order and turn around to go out. Where is this place? Shout out, "Stop for me. Where do you think Lung Fu is? Come and leave whenever you want?" After the words fell, the big hand grabbed Chen Fan. In his opinion, as a master of the Holy Lotus realm, catching a freshman is not easy. However, the moment he made a move, he felt a figure flash in front of him, and he didn't even grab his clothes. Chen Fan passed by, flashing again, already 50 meters away. Seeing this, the expressions of the 4 senior brothers and sisters all changed. Feeling extremely helpless and terrified. A mere rookie, under the obstruction of 4 St. Lotus Realm Masters, unexpectedly left in a flash. Sure enough, he is a genius, his movement skills are too fast. Could it be that Master is telling the truth this time? It's over, we're going to get into trouble. The 4 wanted to show him off, and let him know who was the boss in Lingfu. However, before the steps started, he was severely slapped in the face. The opponent may not be as strong as them, but their agility is amazing enough. Even if there is indeed some contempt, it shouldn't be impossible to catch him and let him go out easily. Chen Fan, stop. We are here to tell you the rules of Lang Mansion. The second senior sister panicked and followed Chen Fan closely without stopping. The other 3 also rushed out, thinking that with the joint efforts of the 4 of them, Chen Fan should be easily controlled. Tell him the rules here. However, just as they flew up, Chen Fan had already crossed a layer of courtyard and appeared in front of the martial arts arena. When the 4 of them flew over, they couldn't even see the shadow of the ghost. The second senior sister who was flying only saw Chen Fan behind the front courtyard wall, but did not see his whereabouts. Why suddenly disappeared? The other 3 people also chased them out, but they couldn't see anyone. Lost it. In the courtyard of the Lang Mansion, a newcomer to the Bitter Sea realm was lost. The 4 felt that they could get into the water tank and drown themselves. How is it possible? He disappeared? It's strange, why is there no one there all of a sudden? The Lang Mansion is only this big, how fast can he disappear in the blink of an eye? The 4 of them looked at the empty courtyard, but they couldn't see the blood-stained figure. Quickly check to see if there is one in the room, find it out, and teach him a lesson. The elder brother was angry, and he ignored his master's order to teach Chen Fan a lesson. The 4 fell to the ground and started looking for Chen Fan. But he didn't know that when Chen Fan crossed the wall, he instantly started the fastest speed, and walked 2 steps to the outside of the manor by sticking to the wall. After seeing them land, they turned around and were submerged in the vast crowd. Although Lang Yi didn't know what he was thinking, but the 4 apprentices definitely harbored evil intentions and couldn't continue to stay in Long Mansion. The only way, of course, is to get away as soon as possible. A sentence from the previous life suddenly came to mind: where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and there are class divisions. Some people are powerful, and they inevitably want more benefits. The city suddenly felt sick. Walking in the bustling crowd, his image did not attract much attention. Because many people had an unpleasant smell and were stained with various bloodstains. Those who fight in the wild must experience phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and rain, and how few can keep their clothes clean. Just as Chen Fan was looking left and right, ready to find a place to stay, a voice came from behind. "Huh, Chen Fan? Why are you alone on the street?" Hearing the sound, Chen Fan frowned and turned to look. Standing in front of them were 2 men and a woman, wearing gorgeous armor, holding swords in their hands, and carrying a big package behind them. The woman in the middle, with flickering eyes, stared at Chen Fan, who was covered in blood, in surprise. Seeing this, Chen Fan asked directly, "Miss Lianer, I didn't expect you to come to Nangguan City too. My teacher met a golden eagle on the road, he sublimated as much as possible, and died desperately. So there is only one person left. There is nothing that cannot be said, and I am not afraid that the 3 of them have any means to show themselves. Look a lot lonely." If the teacher hadn't been killed, Lang Yi would definitely not have found out, and he wouldn't be homeless in Nangguan City, looking around in a daze. No experience at all. The 2 older brothers beside Lianer couldn't help but widen their eyes when they heard the words. Lianer rushed in front of her all at once, with sad and happy eyes, and asked urgently, "Teacher Good died in battle? Did he really kill the golden eagle? God, how did you escape from the golden eagle's mouth?" He reached out and grabbed Chen Fan's shoulder, as if he was afraid that he would run away, and asked eagerly. The two elder brothers behind him came to their senses, stepped forward hurriedly, pulled away the younger sister's arm, and said, "This is not a place to talk, let's go to the gathering place first. There are mother's arrangements over there. Since the teacher died in battle, come with me to wash up first, and help you settle down properly. We will take care of each other when we are away from home." When the two were talking, they had already turned on the communicator, looking for a map. Quickly determined the direction and led my sister to go together. Chen Fan has no place to go for the time being, guessing that the city is so big that Ling Yi should not be able to find him, so he simply went with them to have a look. Have a place to stay and at least change your clothes. In order to kill the 9-life golden eagle, his whole body was stained with blood, and his hair turned dark red. Not to mention his body was covered with a thick layer of bloodstains. Looks far worse than the others. Chen Fan followed in their footsteps and headed towards a small courtyard on the south side of the city. After arriving at the place, enter the combination lock and enter the gate. There is a small courtyard inside, and further inside is a 2-story villa. There is only one home robot and no one else. After entering the password and entering the villa, I found that the inside is large enough. The first floor is the place to practice martial arts, and also the living room, except for the sofa. Very empty. The second floor is where they sleep and rest. On the way, Lianer had already figured it out. The golden eagle was indeed dead, and Guchen died a miserable death. By the way, I sent all the news to Hunting Film City where my mother was, to reassure them. After getting the news, Gu Xinyue comforted Chen Fan a few words. In particular, he asked Yu Qingchun, Yu Qinglian, and Yu Qingshan to take good care of him. A newcomer who has just stepped into the society is a blank slate to the outside world and needs to be guided to continue living. Hearing the arrangement of the deputy city lord, Chen Fan was very envious. They had at least one place to stay. Looking back at myself, all my relatives died in battle, and my great-grandfather was not by my side. His eyes were darkened, and he had to rely on himself. Putting down the backpack, carrying the ultra-titanium alloy knife, he walked into the bathroom. Wash off the blood on the armor and the super titanium alloy knife, and take a quick bath. Yu Qingqing outside took the opportunity to touch Chen Fan's backpack. Seeing this, Lianer couldn't help glaring at her brother, and said, "Second brother, what are you doing?" He didn't understand that the second brother acted as if he wanted to determine what Chen Fan was carrying. Yu Qingqing pressed his finger to his lips, expressing not to speak. After taking a look at the bathroom, he took his sister to the door of the villa, and said in a low voice, "I just want to make sure if I have obtained the materials from the Golden Eagle. We are weak, so we must not carry this kind of thing. It will cause death." Fortunately not. However, I'm curious, the materials on the Golden Eagle are of immeasurable value. Why didn't he bring them back? Yu Qingqing didn't understand at all what happened. He always felt that Chen Fan was different from ordinary people. Yu Qinglian glared at him angrily, and said coldly, "Brother, you have disappointed me so much. How can I have the time to get the materials from the king-level creature when I saw my teacher die in battle? It's too late for him to be sad." After finishing speaking, he walked to the backpack resentfully, helped him get to the bathroom, and washed off the blood on it. As for the contents inside, it was just a change of clothes, nothing particularly attractive. "You stay at home. Be careful. My brother and I will go to Sun Sun Leng. Seek asylum and seek benefits. You can't keep him in the villa because you are not sure about his character. Tell your sister, and walk out of the villa with Yu Qingshan." They didn't know that Chen Fan always carried important things with him, such as phoenix feather, black card, and 4 pills. As for other things, they are nothing at all, and there is no need to keep them. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to your body. Discarded at most. Sad, nothing. After washing, when he was about to continue cleaning the backpack, he found that Lianer was helping. Hastily said, "Thank you, Miss Lianer. I'm so sorry, I can clean it myself." Unexpectedly, the daughter of the city lord, apart from being unruly at the beginning, now looks like a big sister. Yu Qinglian shook her head and said, "Don't worry about it, we have to help each other when we are away from home. The first level is different outside, and there is a completely different complex society." With a sigh, he hung up the cleaned backpack, pointed to the sofa, and said, "Here, the city lord is the biggest, and there are 8 patrols below. 16 strong men will guard all directions. These 16 people are basically at the divine fire realm, and their purpose is to destroy the king-level creatures who dare to rush over. Many resources will be tilted towards them, so many geniuses will attach to them and obtain improved resources." The two walked to the sofa and sat down while instilling the rules of the city in him. In the city, there are people who manage agricultural production, mechanical production, etc. If you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well, you must hunt and kill countless high-level creatures in exchange for a lot of resources. Because my mother is Shenminjing, she is under the inspector here. She has an independent courtyard. Although our starting point is higher than others, we need to work hard if we want to continue living. After improving our strength, we will go back to accumulate cultivation. In this city, there are many kinds of demon hunting squads, which may be nothing in the city. But in the wild, if you cannot provoke them, don't provoke them. Probably these are the things to pay attention to. Although for the continuation of mankind, everyone is working hard. However, after thousands of years of development, many people's minds have changed, and they are even content with the status quo. There are not a few who rob more resources. Be careful when walking outside. The bigger the city, the more powerful it is. Most of the people who don't want to go out are content with the status quo. Like a big sister, she taught Chen Fan the rules of the city. I have no idea that Chen Fan arrived at Nangguan City later than her. Sitting on the sofa, hearing her remarks, I had preconceived bad thoughts about the behavior of strong men like Lang Yi. Turning his eyes around, still thinking about Lang Yi's purpose, he simply asked, "Tell me, do the strong people who come to our hunting film city to help have the same idea? Cultivate your own power, strengthen yourself, and accumulate countless resources? Isn't he also a super expert?" Being forcibly brought back, I feel somewhat conflicted in my heart. He doesn't even care about his dead comrades, that's too hard-hearted. Facing Chen Fan's question, Yu Qinglian sat up from the sofa, grabbed a demon pear and threw it to him, saying, "You're overthinking, that Senior Lang is one of the strong people who have made friends with my mother. Find a backer, and it will be easier to survive in the city. My 2 elder brothers have already passed away. What are you going to do? Are you buying a house to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in, or are you planning to go to a hotel? If it's me, just rent a house. In 3 or 4 years, you can definitely improve 1 or 2 realms, and then you can go to the next city. If you plan to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here permanently, it is relatively easier to buy a house." Crack! I took a bite of the demon pear, which is the fruit produced by the demon pear tree demon, which can increase some energy and be absorbed by people. It is a rare fruit that increases energy and is of great value. Chen Fan held the demon pear with his right hand, and frowned slightly. He immediately realized that he couldn't stay in Gu's house any longer. Unexpectedly, since Lang Yi is an old friend, maybe they will talk about him. It happened to be about the issue of housing again, and after thinking for a while, I said, "Looking for a house is not something that can be found in a short time. I will find a hotel to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in, and then slowly look for a suitable house." Thank you, Ms. Lianer, for clarifying my confusion and letting me understand what to do. While speaking, he was about to stand up and put away his backpack and other things. Yu Qinglian waved her hand and said, "Why are you in a hurry? Eat something first, and then leave after the backpack is dry. I will accompany you to find the hotel, so you can't be fooled." Oh, poor baby. She is 4 years older than Chen Fan. She just stepped into the Holy Lotus realm, and she couldn't wait to come here. In fact, it was Gu Xinyue who was afraid that king-level creatures would break through hunting movie city and cause them harm. Unexpectedly, the golden eagle was killed by Chen Fan, and the crisis was resolved. Chen Fan thought for a while and said, "Okay, I'll listen to Miss Lianer, wait until the things are dry before leaving. By the way, I also want to ask, if we go out of the city to hunt and kill creatures of all races, can we take them back as a contribution? Entering Nangwon City, unlike hunting movie city, it seems that everyone has to make a contribution. Yu Qinglian bit off a mouthful of the demon pear, and said vaguely, "My mother told me that there seems to be a requirement? At least the elite level and above, and the commander level is the best. Whether it is roots, leaves, flowers, fruit seeds, or horn crystal nuclei, etc. Anyway, the higher the grade, the more valuable it is. Of course, if you have enough federal currency and someone is supporting you, you can spend it." It was very detailed, probably telling him how to make money. It is good to have a mother who can clearly tell them all the precautions needed for survival. Chen Fan didn't miss the opportunity to be guided by someone, and asked all about how to survive in Nangwon City. It should be fine. This is more like a mature city, with grocery stores, weapon stores, restaurants, hotels, and other places. The trading hall, mission hall, and martial arts arena are standard configurations. Be sure to pay attention, there is one of the most abnormal places in Nangwon City, the life and death competition. This is a place to solve the conflicts between human beings. When it comes to life and death, it doesn't matter if you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. Only conflicts can be resolved. The weak can reject the strong, but the strong can't reject the weak. They will be ridiculed. It seems that there are so many. If there is anything you don't know, remember to send me a message. Remember my communication number. Yu Qinglian really deserves to be a model of a good sister, she explained most of the situation to Chen Fan. Chen Fan ate up all the demon pears in his hand, nodded heavily, and exchanged communication numbers with each other. Seeing that the backpack outside was dry, he said, "Thank you, Sister Lianer, for your help. I have a way to survive. I'll find a hotel first, so I can have a place to stay at night. Get up and pack your things, you are not familiar with others, and you don't want to depend on others. Especially now that you have mastered the common sense necessary for life, you can gain a foothold in society. Why don't you leave after dinner?" "No, I'm leaving first. The two elder brothers don't seem to welcome me." "Miss Lianer, you don't have to follow me to the hotel. I will exercise by myself." Chen Fan rejected Lian Er's invitation and strode outside. "What's the danger? Remember to come back to me." Yu Qinglian has a good impression of him, but it is only limited. Now after guiding him so many things, it is enough to survive in the city. The most important thing is that just now the two elder brothers stated that they must never keep a person who doesn't know the details by their side. In case of doing something while exercising and regulating breath, it is hard to guard against. The heart of defense is indispensable, this point really needs to be on guard. She couldn't judge what Chen Fan was thinking, so she let him leave. Chen Fan walked out of the gate and waved goodbye to her. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Yu Qingshan and Lang Yi's big apprentice appearing at the intersection when they came. Hastily dodged, appeared at another intersection, and quickly hid. It is guessed that he came here to familiarize himself with the place, and did not tell anything about Chen Fan. "Fortunately, I came out early. If I was blocked by the senior brother, even if I couldn't recognize him, the introduction would reveal my truth. It was too embarrassing then. Be cautious, walk to the edge of the South City Gate, and find a relatively unobtrusive hotel. It is small, but compared to the previous life, each direction is very large, more than 70 square meters. The biggest reason why it is set up so large is that everyone needs to practice and understand their own moves. If there are only a dozen levels, it is impossible to use them at all. Therefore, Chen Fan was very satisfied. The house price only costs 360 federal currency, which is relatively cheap. As long as one elite-level creature is hunted down, it will be more than enough for a day's rent. But he didn't know how many people had to work hard for this day's rent. How many newcomers can't even kill an elite creature, so they need to unite and fight together. Not everyone is like Chen Fan, who easily kills elite creatures and fights against leader creatures. After settling down in the hotel, Chen Fan hid in the room and had time to check his body. It fused the undead blood of the 9 lives golden eagle, its beak and claws, and its huge crystal nucleus. Gu Chen's benefits in exchange for his life have all fulfilled him. It seems that a part of Gu Chen's blood is flowing in his body, making him always remember everything the teacher has paid. During the breath, the aura he swallowed doubled. The blood of a king-level creature has already exceeded the sum of the blood absorbed before. He clenched his fists and slammed them into the air. A piece of muscle swelled, as if it had instantly turned into terrifying granite. The air was torn apart, and the airwaves rolled and hit the wall. Boom! The whole hotel shook, and the sound echoed in the room. Fortunately, it did not turn into ruins. It feels like the power is hundreds of thousands. If you add the increase of true qi, it will easily exceed 1,000,000. 1,000,000 is equivalent to the power of a dragon. Barely considered a strong man with the power of a dragon. Basically, only the masters of the Shinmen realm can unleash the power of a dragon. He is absolutely powerful. Finally, I looked at Kohai Dantian, and suddenly found that the number of Jinqiao handrails had increased to 49. Barely reached half of the bitter sea, but still did not break through to the top. When he saw the upper limit of the fusion point, he realized that a 9-life golden eagle allowed him to break through to the middle stage of the Golden Bridge realm. Finally, you can glide. When you encounter a cliff in the future, you don't have to jump off it, but glide down. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's face, at least he was flying in the sky. Chen Fan was very happy. The crystal nucleus of a king-level creature was stronger than 20 commander-level creatures. The higher the level is, the more energy is needed. However, the 9-life golden eagle forcibly increased the handrail by 30 sections, indicating that the energy contained in it is at least 40 times that of the commander level. Probably, the Shinmen mirror is also 40 times stronger than the Holy Lotus realm. Just a regeneration of flesh and blood completely overwhelmed the power of the Shinmen realm. When he was happy, Chen Fan took a closer look at the sea of bitterness in his dantian. It was found that the overall skeleton of the Golden Bridge was transformed from the roots of the Tree of Life, and the two sides beside it were guardrails formed by 9 sword qi. The cornerstones of 2 different colors on the bridge extend to the center of the Sea of Bitterness. It is dotted with a light blue halo, like a layer of water mist, moistening the Golden Bridge. Lihua is at the position of the handrail, spreading upwards, making people afraid to touch it easily. This Golden Bridge gathers the essence of all the energies in the Sea of Suffering, and continues to expand and grow. He knew very well in his heart that once this unique Golden Bridge appeared in the eyes of everyone, it would definitely be regarded as a monster. However, if you want to glide in the air, you must release your true energy. The external form is the Golden Bridge. It is like stepping on the air, extending tens of meters away. Chen Fan pondered in his heart that he must not show such a golden bridge in front of others to avoid being coveted by others. Anyway, crossing 100 meters in one step is not much worse than gliding. After confirming this soaring strength, the fear of the 4 disciples of Lang Yi weakened to almost nothing. As for Lang Yi, he probably wouldn't do anything to him. Check the time, it's almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. While it's still early, go to the cafeteria of the hotel to have a look. What he didn't expect was that there were not many people in the cafeteria on the first floor. There was a bloody smell all over his body, a strong man covered with dried blood. Wearing armor and holding weapons, they sat at the table in groups of 3 or 4. Eat meat with big mouthfuls, drink with big bowls, and talk loudly. In order not to attract attention, Chen Fan took out a peaked cap to cover his white hair. Unobtrusively, I ordered a sea buckthorn snake dumpling, and ordered a plate of hunting swan and foie gras, and sat in the corner. Quietly observed the gestures of everyone in the restaurant on the first floor to determine what they are doing. Listening to their conversations, we worked very hard today and killed a litter of bullfighting bulls. Hey, with the rent, we can still have a good meal. Come, have a drink. Brother has contributed the most, and we will have to form the same combination as today. There must be a meat shield. The survival rate will be greatly improved. If you give me the explosive arrow, we might kill the second wave today. It's a little pity. But it's okay, big harvest. Xiaoying's positioning and backstab are the most powerful, making the golden-skinned broad-billed alligator hard to defend against. Trust our team, tomorrow will be better. Hey, we are going to sum up our experience today. Cucumber has equipped you with frozen arrows. Why don't you use them? Daily chats are almost all about how to kill creatures of all races and how to improve their combat effectiveness. Moreover, Chen Fan probably heard that a team should have at least 3 people, and as many as 8 people. Depends on the charisma of the captain. There is no such thing as a lone ranger like him. Or rather, it won't appear. After the dumplings were served, a strange group entered the restaurant. 4 women. The reason why it is strange is that their dress is completely different from the iron and blood surrounding them. Wearing cool clothes and putting on delicate makeup. In a group of bloody crowd, it is particularly eye-catching. In fact, what is even more striking is that all 4 women were wounded. The woman in the red skirt has a long scar on her right arm, and the bone can be seen in the deepest part. The woman in the green wrap dress had 2 holes on her right thigh, which looked particularly hideous. The woman in white suspenders, with sunglasses on her eyes and a guide stick in her hand, must be blind. The last one is wearing purple underwear and black leather pants. There is a transparent film on the small belly, and the intestines and stomach inside can be seen. With such an appearance, although she is dressed up in a beautiful way, in fact, she doesn't feel much beautiful, and she looks a bit hideous. Even so, compared with Kaiji and other teachers, it is much easier. There is also combat ability, and it can also display % of its combat effectiveness. Because there was no room left, under the eyes of everyone, he walked to the edge of Chen Fan's table and sat down. The loud chatter in the restaurant was all reduced because of their appearance. Although Chen Fan didn't know the specific reason, he could not rule out that it was due to his respect for the 4 women. Even he himself has a good impression of the 4 of them. I feel that even if I get hurt, I still want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a brilliant and unrestrained life. Doesn't cover the scars, dare not see people, and licks the wounds alone. Little brother, is there no one here? Are our sisters sitting down? The queen-like woman in purple with a cold expression, although she was asking Chen Fan, had already sat down. Please sit down. Chen Fan showed respect and asked them to sit down. The movement of eating was a little slower because of this, and the eyes wandered around their wounds. The ears are raised, hoping to hear what others are talking about them. Brother, they look so pitiful. They were seriously injured at such a young age. The road to martial arts in the future must be full of difficulties. Shoo! Don't underestimate them, they are all members of the Remnant Club. The purpose is to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme happily every day. What? Remnant Limb Society? No way. I heard Remnant Limb Society doesn't do serious business, it's just for sale? Isn't it? Fart, it's all rumors. They have devoted all their strength to human beings, and they are physically disabled. In order to survive, they are only attached to men for a short time. After their bodies recover, they will continue to fight. They should be pampered. Don't talk about it, men are really pitiful after they are disabled. Many of them can only do labor, or even farm. Chen Fan heard the discussion of a group of people, and finally got a general understanding of the 4 women. Feeling that in order to survive, they still pretended nothing had happened and continued to struggle. However, it is not easy to survive. What to do, why criticize? In the era of the invasion of thousands of races, they dare to fight and give, which is far better than many people. The 4 women didn't seem to care about other people's comments, and they still ordered food calmly. It's just that they only ordered ordinary ingredients, and there was no extravagant order of biological meals. Using the parts of creatures of all races as ingredients is called biological meals. Chen Fan suddenly understood that this world is not full of geniuses and strong men. Human beings living at the bottom are very difficult. Fighting with thousands of races, getting physically injured, and being in groups is the normal state of most people. Be it Gu Xinyue or Ling Yi whom I met before, their lives are nourishing, and everyone fawns over them because of their high talent in martial arts, which occupies resources. The real people are these people. Do your part. He said to the waiter who was about to leave, "Give me a big saber-toothed pig in one pot." Hurry up. The waiter and the 4 women all looked at him in surprise, feeling that it was too exaggerated. A large portion represents 100 Federation coins. He ate it all in one meal? Don't forget, he was eating dumplings and swan hunting foie gras just now. Although the waiter was full of doubts, he still smiled and said that he would serve right away. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he quickly swept away the food. Although other people have different praises and criticisms for the 4 women, he respects them more than belittling them. When their food and a pot of saber-toothed pig came out, Chen Fan also finished his food and said to them, "It's fate to meet, please eat. Supplement more nutrition, so that the wound can heal as soon as possible. I'm going first." While talking, the payment has been scanned. This sentence was not only heard by the 4 women at the same table, but also by other people in the adjacent seats. A pair of puzzled eyes converged on Chen Fan. "Little brother, no. We can't accept it. How can someone with hands and feet take advantage of you?" The woman in purple refused directly with a haughty voice. Even if the sisters have not eaten biological meals for a long time, they will definitely not eat the food that comes from it. Chen Fan thought for a while and said, "How about this, add a communication number, and when you have money, treat me to a meal. How about it?" I was once again moved by their steadfast attitude. Some people think about oppressing others, but some people keep themselves clean and survive the downturn. Perhaps, it is precisely because of all kinds of people that it brings hope to mankind. Just as the woman in purple was about to refuse, the girl in white beside her nodded. She couldn't see it, but it seemed to weigh a lot, restraining the words of the sisters. The girl in yellow directly shared the communication number with him. "Eat slowly, I'll go first. Goodbye." Chen Fan added the communication numbers of the 4 women, let him know, and went outside. After going around in a circle, I returned to the room from the entrance of the hotel. Immediately phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals close phoneme your eyes and adjust your breath, no matter what is going on outside. Although the strength has been greatly improved, the progress cannot be stopped, and the killing must continue. I have already arrived at a city with command-level creatures, so I have to go out at night for a walk. After he left, the 4 girls had a strange light in their eyes. The girl in white said in a low voice, "He is not simple, his blood is like a volcano, he should be absolutely strong. Maybe he doesn't care about us, he just wants to help a bunch. When he recovers in the future, if there is a chance, he will naturally repay him." Although the eyes cannot see, the mind is not blind. He has a good grasp of Chen Fan's mentality. The other 3 girls moved their chopsticks with confidence and began to feast. This incident is a shock to other people around. They are all asking about this man who was sitting in the corner but has a lot of spare money. Absolutely not simple. Chen Fan, who closed his eyes and adjusted his breath, ignored the outside world. The mind sinks into the breath adjustment and quickly improves the strength. At 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, Chen Fan's body reached its peak, and Chen Fan opened his eyes. It's time to go out and fight. There are ghosts at night, and we will definitely meet more elite creatures. With a mutter, he got up quietly. Put on the rune armor and tie a super titanium alloy knife on your waist. Put all the things that need to be worn phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals close phoneme to the body in a small bag, leaning between the body and the rune armor. This is the safest position. Walking out lightly, looking at the moon hanging in the sky outside, let out a soft breath. On the street, the lights are brighter than Hunting Film City. The tall buildings also have more neon colors, and they are no longer monotonous as before. However, there are very few pedestrians, almost all of whom are depressed and drunk. The torment of life and the huge pressure are huge damage to people's nerves. No matter who it is, as long as they can survive, they will actually bear unimaginable pressure. Just like Chen Fan at this moment, the greatest pressure in his heart is the hatred of his parents and the safety of his great-grandfather. I just hope that I can grow up quickly and rush to the 8th level of heaven as soon as possible to find out what happened. He was very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals close phoneme to the south gate, and his speed was so fast that he disappeared in a flash. Even if there are night guards on the city wall, it will not prevent humans from going out to explore at night. Although the night is too dangerous, there are too many strong people who need personal freedom, so how can we listen to their slander? Chen Fan was, meters outside the city, but he didn't see any ghosts or bone tribes. He knew that the human bones on the city wall were stronger than hunting movie city. Looking back, I realized that I was wrong. On the city wall, 3 or 5 humans were seated in special positions. The cooperation of Sword Buddha and so on will produce greater power. Much stronger than everyone scattered. Moreover, judging from the fact that the existence of the corpse is more complete than hunting film city, it should not be that old. Chen Fan suddenly realized that the Taiping city was first established by human beings, and then it developed outward step by step. The humans on the city wall must be closer to modern times than Taiping city. Also know the different arrangements and stronger defense. Humans are the race that is best at summarizing, so they can occupy more places little by little. Shaking his head, he wanted to continue on the road. It wasn't until 300 meters away that I encountered the first ghost clan. However, to his disappointment, it was only the most elementary ghost race. But, talking is better than nothing, just kill the past. Taking a big step, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme was blowing under his feet, and he plunged into the endless darkness. Even though the moon was high, it was still dark all around. Countless ghosts, shadows, and bones rushed towards them from all directions like a tide. The density is at least twice that of hunting film city. Even so, Chen Fan still rushed past, not paying attention at all. The roars, screams, and battles of various monsters in the distance, one after another, added a lot of terror and shock to the darkness. If it is an ordinary person, just hearing the sound, his hands and feet are already weak and he cannot stand steadily. But to Chen Fan, there was no fear at all. The battle in the dark night is the battle he longs for. The figure is like electricity, and it is specially designed to attack places where there are many creatures of all races. Whether it is the ghost race with invisible matter, the bone race that crawled out from the ground, or the shadow race with treacherous hiding methods, as long as they are below the commanding level, they will all be killed. By the way, absorb their crystal nuclei. The voice of the system sounded in my mind: kill the elite level bone race blood bone skeleton and get 20,000 fusion points. Kill the elite ghost clan hanged ghost, get 1,800 fusion points. Kill the elite fighters of the shadow clan and get 19,000 fusion points. Finding fusion energy, the second order middle grade crystal nucleus requires fusion points of 500. Discover fused energy, second order high grade crystal nucleus, need 1,000 fusion points. What made Chen Fan more satisfied was that there were relatively more elite creatures outside Nanyuan City. So killing all the way, the fusion point gradually accumulated to 20. This is still fused crystal nuclei, the remaining quantity. Even so, he was still somewhat dissatisfied with the elite creatures that appeared around the city. Without stopping, he climbed over mountains and ridges, and rushed straight into the vast mountains thousands of meters away. There are violent roars here, earth-shattering, and there should be command-level creatures with terrifying strength. Or there are nice, blendable mountains and rivers. If you can meet Shanbao again, you must be rich. Unknowingly, he rushed to a strange area 10,000 meters away. A large ice lake, reflecting the sunlight, suddenly appeared in front of him. You know, it is hot July now, the surrounding trees are overgrown, and the mountains and rivers are dyed green. How can there be a large ice lake? With the help of the moon in the sky, it is possible to see creatures that are completely different from the outside world living on the frozen lake. When I was in school, I had learned that this kind of environment is only suitable for one race to survive. Ice Tribe. One of the races that gave many strong humans a headache. The biggest reason why the ice race is said to be a headache is that they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme in a world of ice and snow. The cold environment here will slow down the blood flow of people, affect their movements, and greatly reduce their combat effectiveness. Obviously, the Golden Bridge realm can kill elite ice tribes, but here, it is not bad to be able to kill ordinary ice tribes. Based on the surrounding environment, it abruptly suppresses human combat power. It can also be regarded as a talented race. Of course, because of this unique environment, most of the crystal nuclei of the ice race are top grade, or even top grade. Extremely rare, it contains not only energy, but also special effects. Chen Fan reached the edge of the frozen lake, looked at the boundless lake, and licked his lips. Although the bone race, ghost race, and other creatures around were rushing towards him continuously, they were all smashed into pieces within 5 meters by his chi and blood. Even elite creatures cannot get within 2 meters. So, he's safe enough to take a closer look at the frozen lake. Thinking of the system, he couldn't help showing an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. He took 2 steps forward, stood on the edge of the lake, and landed his big hand directly on the lake. I thought to myself, if the entire ice lake can be merged, so that the ice tribe has nowhere to hide, wouldn't it break their natural defense? When the time comes, kill them again, and you will be able to catch them. Sure enough, when the big hand landed on it, the system's notification sound came: discover energy that can be fused, Binjiangquan. Absorb and increase infinite energy, can create an ice field, and increase the movement speed by 30,000% in the field. Need, fusion points. Chen Fan swallowed when he heard the voice, and looked around. A lake that can't be seen at a glance is actually a cold spring? Are you kidding me? Did the system misunderstand the spring water? Regardless of the complaint system, it is better to start merging Binjiangquan as soon as possible. The system said, well, it can absorb huge energy, is there anything more attractive than this? Absorb. As the order was issued, a misty mist instantly rose from the entire frozen lake. In the next second, the mist turned into streams of light, all of which converged on Chen Fan's arm. Fuck! With a standard national curse, Chen Fan felt his whole body freeze instantly. The arms, body, clothes, and armor are all covered with a layer of frost. This is not over, the endless icy breath continued to spread, directly freezing the surrounding water vapor, gradually turning into an ice sculpture. The creatures of the surrounding ghost race, bone race, shadow race, and other races were all sealed by continuous ice sculptures. All kinds of strange postures were frozen inside before they could escape. Chen Fan's consciousness was not in a coma, and he watched the countless ice race creatures on the ice lake, like thousands of horses galloping, coming towards him. Ice crystal monster, ice monkey, ice bear, frozen bat, ice flame, snow maiden, frost giant, etc., regarded him as an ice field and competed for a foothold. No way, if you absorb energy once, you will freeze yourself? Is it so miserable? I kept crying in my heart, but I couldn't even move a finger. Even, unable to blink his eyes, he just stared at the front. Seeing the huge body of the ice crystal monster, it stood on its arms. Seeing the agile snow girl like an ice sculpture, it shouldn't be an ice creature. I saw the whole body of the ice bear lying on the ice. Seeing the ice flame falling on the body, absorbing the cold air. The ice race creature is right in front of you, vicious and terrifying. The voice of the system sounded in my mind: kill the bone race elite blood skeleton and get 20,000 fusion points. Kill the shadow cow, a creature of the shadow clan, and get 20,000 fusion points. All creatures that were frozen by the cold air emitted by him were counted as his kills, and the fusion points that had just been consumed by fusion were accumulated in a short time. And it is still increasing, because the area covered by ice is getting bigger and bigger. Although it was frozen, Chen Fan's body didn't have the slightest problem. The endless icy air passed through all parts of the body, and finally poured into the sea of bitterness. The entire golden sea of bitterness, as if frozen, turned pale white. The waves that had just been raised were all frozen in ice. The terrifying cold air spread into the body. Chen Fan even saw the golden bridge climbing rapidly under the energy of the ice system. The handrails and bridge decks of each section have undergone essential changes. At the bottom of the golden bridge, a spring suddenly appeared, nourishing the growth of the tree of life and extending out. The overflowing bridge deck, handrails, various railings, etc., are covered with a smooth glaze. As if there was an invisible big hand, quickly carving out ice flowers. It looks several times more beautiful than before. Once again, completely different from what I was before, and a huge change from everyone else. If it is really used, it may shock the jaws of countless people. The golden bridge without people can be so colorful, at most it is a little different in shape. It is only related to the difference in the exercises practiced by each person, and it is actually consistent with the energy in the sea of suffering. While paying attention to the changes in his body, he looked at the outside world. It was discovered that the frozen world outside the body was spreading outward at a terrifying speed. Ice tribe creatures are densely packed, all gathered around the body. There were even strong people who kept attacking the weak, not allowing their companions to occupy the top of Chen Fan. Farther away, countless other creatures couldn't bear the attack of the icy breath at all. They phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme died in the cold air, or Lika fled far away. The scariest thing was that Chen Fan seemed to be frightened when he saw a human passing by in the sky. Probably did not expect the ice lake to disappear overnight and become another small iceberg, right? There are also many terrifying creatures frozen inside. The sun rises and the sun sets, the time for this fusion is too long. Chen Fan felt very hungry, and finally merged successfully when it was dark the next day. There are 81 golden bridge handrails in Dantian. And it just reached the edge of the Sea of Bitterness, as if it was about to break through the Dantian and spread to the internal organs. Form a holy lotus in the internal organs, protect every fragile organ, and stimulate their powerful abilities. The sacred lotus climbed up and connected to the Shenmen point behind. As long as you have enough true energy, you can open the gate of God and officially step into the realm of the gate of God. At that time, not only can absorb the aura of heaven and earth while breathing, the gods can also breathe in a large amount of true energy. Really powerful. It's just a pity that other people's 81 knots have basically rushed to the internal organs and started to evolve into a holy lotus. And he just broke through the edge of the bitter sea. Calculated, it can be regarded as the midterm peak of the Golden Bridge realm. A hurdle, I don't know when I can cross it. However, he is proud enough. The strength of the body does not depend on the addition of true qi, it has reached 1,000,000, and if you release the true qi, it can be doubled in an instant. A power that is truly terrifying to the extreme. After he finished absorbing the power of Bingyan Spring, his body temperature returned to normal, and the ice gathered outside began to disintegrate rapidly, and all of them shrank towards Chen Fan's body. Ho ho ho! The 250-meter-long frost tigers occupying the frozen sky above Chen Fan let out ear-piercing roars. They felt that the air of the ice had dissipated, and the source of the real ice had disappeared. The roar was full of uneasiness, and he looked at the ice under his feet in surprise. It's mid-July, and it's the hottest season. In addition, Chen Fan continued to absorb the escaping energy, water droplets appeared on the ice layer, and it was no longer the ice cold before. Such a change made the creatures of the entire ice race feel restless. One by one, they circled on top of the rapidly melting ice, their eyes all staring down. Last night, the entire frozen lake disappeared, but it was changed to a different place. Now, the entire ice surface is slowly disappearing, and they will face a catastrophe. Especially creatures such as ice crystal monsters and ice monkeys, once the ice melts, they will also melt together. There is no frozen land nearby, and the crisis is imminent. Chen Fan also felt extremely dangerous because there were 250-meter-long frost tigers above his head. This Nima. Absolutely king class. One end is enough to kill him, let alone two ends together. Isn't this the rhythm of being torn apart on the spot? Seeing the cold air absorbed by the ground and a space appear, Chen Fan didn't hesitate, he broke through the ice and started to escape to the edge. If you don't run now, when will you wait? Wherever he walked, the ice was melting rapidly, and the cold air gathered in his body. Countless stagnant waters flowed, turning into muddy ground. It doesn't matter if he moves, the ice creatures above seem to be able to sense it, and they all move accordingly. Like 10,000 horses galloping, mighty and mighty, stepping on the ice layer, making a crackling sound. Chen Fan was so angry that he couldn't speak, it was simply too terrifying. If you are not killed by king-level creatures, you will also be crushed to death by other ice creatures. Boom! Kacha kacha! The ice layer exploded, and cracks were not broken, and it might burst at any time. Seeing this, Chen Fan felt even more worried and fearful. The speed under his feet is faster, and he doesn't care about other things at all. His only thought is to escape for his life. Because there are countless ice race creatures on it, the two frost tigers couldn't quickly track him down. Instead, they took this opportunity to keep distance. Now, he feels that he can take a step forward without any special effort, and he can be, meters away. Move faster. This is still on muddy land. If it is between mountains and forests, I believe it can be faster. At least twice as much as the previous few days. Even so, facing a powerful king-level creature, it still feels like there is no chance of winning, and it may be easily killed. So, run away. Run away. Because the ice layer melted, the movement speed of all ice creatures was also affected. This is the only thing that Chen Fan can be happy about. He didn't expect that just the escaping cold air could create such a terrifying glacier. The corpses of countless creatures from all races were frozen, and he took the opportunity to take away the crystal nuclei. Some particularly powerful elite creatures even broke off their horns, teeth, feathers, and so on. When you come out for a trip, you always have to bring something back to prove that you are also an ordinary person. There are not many things to take away, which can barely be regarded as high-quality goods. The fused crystal nuclei are the most. As they walked by, the heads of countless elite monsters were smashed into pieces. The crystal nucleus inside was directly fused by him to enhance the real strength. Regardless of the short 30 seconds, Chen Fan had already rushed 3,000 meters away. The ice layer behind has been trampled down by countless ice creatures and merged with the earth. The ice layer has turned into ice slag, which has a greater impact on the ice creatures. Many ice creatures lost the environment they depended on for survival, and their bodies began to have problems. Even the body began to melt, and the speed slowed down, making it impossible to track Chen Fan. Chen Fan also rushed to the edge, and the ice layer in front was also crushed. He rushed out of the ice layer and rushed all the way to the mountain peak in front of him. The sun in the sky had already set, leaving only a piece of orange, shining on the earth. After a little identification of the direction, he shifted to the north and went quickly. Look for the traces of running all the way last night, and rush back along the traces. However, the idea is very good, but the display is very skinny. As soon as he rushed out, he heard a soaring roar from behind him. The endless ice creatures, like 10,000 horses galloping, rushed towards them crazily. On the one hand, they cannot accept the presence of humans. On the other hand, because of the disappearance of the ice layer, I was out of anger and chased after him frantically. Wherever it passed, the earth shook, the mountains shook, the trees flew across, and the vegetation was trampled flat. The earth is covered with hoarfrost by the large amount of cold air carried by the body. A 30-meter-tall ice bear suddenly jumped like a hill and ran towards Chen Fan. The whole body is white like ice and snow, and the flesh and internal organs can be seen inside, not all of which are melted by frost. Wisps of water vapor bloomed all over his body, as if the high temperature around him wanted to melt it completely. Chen Fan heard the voice and felt the chill from the impact. However, he didn't pay attention to it, his body speed reached the limit, and he rushed to the distance. Boom! Where Chen Fan was standing just now, an ice bear appeared, smashing the ground into a big hole. The earth was flying, the trees were flying, and the earth was shaking. If it were someone else, just this one blow would definitely break their bones and tendons, making them unbearable. However, Chen Fan was not affected, and was still looking for traces, looking for a way back to the city. The reason is very simple: I haven't eaten for a day, and I am so hungry that my heart sticks to my back. If you don't go back, you may starve to death. Especially when there are terrifying king-level creatures behind, you must not stop and fight. With every breath, there was a faint chill, as if the whole body had been transformed. Chen Fan didn't care about the situation, and still ran away. Where he passed, a long dragon of ice and snow followed behind him, the earth shook and rocks rolled down. In the end, hoarfrost was left on the ground. In the middle of the team, there were more than 30 terrifying ice creatures, exuding cold air all over their bodies, rushing towards the direction where Chen Fan disappeared. It seemed that the chill emanating from his body could make them more comfortable. Ho ho ho! Squeak! All kinds of chirps and roars came one after another, deafening, and the dark clouds were about to disperse. 10 of them are flying creatures, and the speed is pulled away, gradually closing the distance with Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked back and found 10 ice race creatures flying in the sky, reflecting the afterglow of the setting sun and turning them into dazzling lights. Such a scenery, accompanied by a beautiful woman, must be a beautiful scenery. However, each of them had ferocious horns and exuded a terrifying aura. There is even more murderous intent in the eyes, wishing to swallow him immediately. Originally, the 10 Ice Tribe commander-level creatures were not in Chen Fan's eyes at all, so they should be able to kill them. However, when I saw 2 50-meter-long ice tigers, they were approaching quickly like 2 hills. Jump out in one step, at least 200 meters across. All the creatures of the ice race that blocked the road were all knocked into the air. The momentum is violent, the muscles under the frost are strong and powerful, the lethality is huge, and the power is infinite. Horror to the extreme. Chen Fan knew that he couldn't take it easy. All the true energy poured into the feat, all the strength exploded, and he used a sudden step to flee crazily. It is no longer the appearance when it was out of the city, and it is specially going to a place where there are many creatures of all races. Run away in a hurry. Ho ho ho. Even so, the roar is getting closer and closer, and the crisis is coming. With 2 king-level creatures, Chen Fan couldn't handle 1, let alone 2. Every time a foot falls, it must be accompanied by countless earth and stones flying across, rushing behind him. The terrifying explosive power turned the flying stone into a terrifying hidden weapon. However, for the 2 frost tigers, it had no effect at all. Ignore it completely and continue to follow Chen Fan. Grass, this is the end. Hearing the voice behind him, Chen Fan's heart was beating wildly, and his mind was thinking about how to escape. Run? He would definitely not be able to run, and it would be a matter of time before he was caught up. War? Just kidding, there is a difference of 3 levels, the gap in speed and strength is huge, and you must die in battle. No one wants to die inexplicably. Just at this moment, I saw a mountain towering in front of me. The sun was blocked, as if the whole world suddenly went dark. On the other side of the mountain is a big river with a width of meters. Chen Fan knew that when he came here, he just jumped across the big river. That's all for now. However, just as he soared into the sky, 2 frost tigers roared from beside him. A turbulent air wave rushed across the space towards him. The body in midair could no longer control its forward movement, rolled and smashed directly into the big river. For specific areas such as rivers, humans are generally unwilling to enter rashly. No one knows what creatures are entrenched inside. In case there is a terrifying commander level, or even a king level, the result is self-evident. So, when they came over, Chen Fan didn't go in. Unexpectedly, when I went back, I plunged in. Taking a quick breath in the air, it smashed into the river like a cannonball. Gudong. Water splashed everywhere, and the surroundings were in a mess. He didn't know how deep the river was, he just felt his body smash into a stone wall after crossing the river. With a strong physique, he was not injured, but he felt that he entered the stone wall more than 10 meters before stopping. The clothes were all worn out. Fortunately, the rune armor on his body was hard enough to block part of the impact. The thing's hidden phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the body are still well preserved. Behind him, silt mixed with river water squeezed in, blocking the way. For the first time, I felt that I was sealed by the river and couldn't breathe. Struggling, ready to rush out. If you are in the stone wall, you really don't even have the ability to resist at all. Will die miserably. Just when he was about to get out, he found that the frost tiger had already got into the river. The cold air on his body quickly froze the big river around his body. Seeing the ice crystals spread along the river to his body, he felt as if he was about to be controlled. No! If it is frozen, I will die here completely. With all the strength in his body, he struggled out of the stone wall with difficulty. Finally rushed out of the river before it was frozen. As soon as he came out, he saw the big buttocks of the 2 frost tigers sticking out. The head and the front half of the body should have gone to the river to search for themselves. At this moment, a light flashed in Chen Fan's mind, and he felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to fight back. Immediately, he used the bull to charge, bent his elbow, and slammed hard at the frost tiger's waist on the left. For large animals like them, the waist must be the most vulnerable place. As long as it is injured, it will definitely affect the battle. Whoosh! The feet are heavily exerting force on the ice, like a streamer, gathering the strength of the whole body on the elbows. The true chi in the sea of bitterness is fully functioning. In an instant, 9 colored dantian rays of light appeared within a radius of meters. Fleeting, quickly gathered at the elbow. A 9-colored light spear formed there, and in the blink of an eye, it hit the frost tiger on the left. Chen Fan could clearly feel that the speed and power of this blow far surpassed that before he left the house the day before yesterday. Almost triple. Boom! With the terrifying attack, the elbow hit the waist. A layer of solid ice on the outside of the frost tiger seemed to last forever, but it was shattered into fragments by Chen Fan's attack, rushing towards all directions. In the next second, Chen Fan's body crashed directly into the frost tiger's body. Put! Put! The whole person turned into a handful of long hairs, which continuously pierced through the muscles and flesh, reaching the bones of the waist. The bones are hard, not something his current body can break. However, it also left a wound on it. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Fan hit it with a violent blow with his left hand. At that moment, the whole body's power of a dragon, plus the power of a dragon strengthened by true energy gathered at one point, and smashed hard on the bone. In the desperate moment, we can only go forward bravely and fight to the death. It is absolutely impossible to let go of this good opportunity. Just as he swung his fist, he felt the body of the frost tiger shaking violently under his feet. Obviously, it has discovered that there is no figure of Chen Fan under the water, and it also felt the severe pain in the body, and got out of the big river. Crash! Countless ice cubes shattered, and the sound of falling on the ice cubes sounded. Crack! Chen Fan's fist also hit the bone heavily in this short period of time. The blood was flowing, and it didn't have the warmth of other creatures, but a biting cold feeling. The bones are finally broken. The power of the 2 dragons is indeed terrifying. Similarly, his body is also terrifying. Otherwise, the fist would not be able to withstand the impact of the power of the 2 dragons and would be destroyed on the spot. The frost tiger's lumbar vertebrae were broken, and its hind legs were completely finished. There was no longer any threat to its life. Ow! The frost tiger's struggle instantly became useless, and it let out a piercing scream. Accompanied by countless icicles, the front half of his body was already lifted out of the river, and he turned his head back, intending to bite Chen Fan to death. However, because of the heavy injury of the hind leg, it was impossible to do it at all, and it fell into the river weakly. The splashed water turned into ice crystals in the air and fell on the ice. The icy breath carried by his whole body instantly froze the river surface. Chen Fan ignored it, which was seriously injured, and changed its target to the frost tiger on the other side. Hearing the cry of the same kind, he also raised his head from the river and looked at him quickly. Originally, Chen Fan would be so scared that he would run away. But at this moment, he will never run away. He has the power of 2 dragons, which is comparable to the mirror of Shinmen. It's just that there are no other people's magical powers and moves. With only a strong physical body, you can face it head-on. Both feet stepped hard on the frost tiger under his feet, and his body flew out like a shell. The force was so great that it directly broke 2 lumbar vertebrae again. Ow! The scream of the frost tiger vibrated between the heaven and the earth, forming a terrifying shock wave. Not only did not have any impact on Chen Fan, but accelerated the attack speed. Roar! The muscles of the whole body of the intact frost tiger were tense, and its huge body turned around quickly, biting Chen Fan with its big mouth. For a moment, countless ice cubes flew across, the air was turbulent, and the huge body moved like a hill, overturning rivers and seas, like moving mountains and mountains. The entire big river was driven by it into waves, majestic and murderous. Facing the terrifying evil thing, Chen Fan's face was icy cold. The body ignored the monstrous waves, the radiating ice, and everything else. The target was the frost tiger's waist. Compared with the huge body of 50 meters, he is like a small flea. Even if the frost tiger has terrifying fighting power, it would be useless if he couldn't beat him. Hoo. Ignoring the ice cubes, carrying a terrifying phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, brushed past the edge of his body. Clap clap clap. Some unavoidable ice cubes hit him, but they had no effect at all, and were easily lifted off. Even so, the frost tiger's response was still quick. When Chen Fan rushed to his side, he had already turned into a direct confrontation. The tiger's eyes were like two blood moons, flashing a dazzling red light, trying to fight him desperately. Staring at his small body. Suddenly he opened his mouth wide, wanting to look up to the sky and shout. Chen Fan has a deep understanding of their roar, and he must not bear it abruptly. Immediately, his eyes became hot, fused with the death stares of the four bulls, and suddenly stared at the tiger's eyes. No matter what the effect is, as long as it can block its tiger's roar, it will be considered powerful in the battle situation. Sure enough, the blood-red eyes of the frost tiger, which was extremely angry, turned into endless fear in the next second. There seemed to be a god of death holding a huge death scythe in his eyes, and he swung it suddenly. A terrifying black light flashed, and all the attacks of the frost tiger stopped, standing still. In the middle of the big mouth, the black hole has just formed, and there is no whistling sound yet. During this short period of delay, Chen Fan's bull rush also arrived. It hit the left eyeball hard. Put! Accompanied by the slight sound of a blister being punctured, the body directly pierced the huge eyeball and entered the mind. What Chen Fan didn't expect was that the frost tiger threw itself on the ice without even struggling. Boom! Ka-cha-cha! Accompanied by a huge crash, a huge hole was smashed into the frozen river. All the ice cubes spread out in all directions. Even Chen Fan, who had gotten into his eyes, was shaken, unable to stand upright, and turned his head downwards. Streams of blood, mixed with ice water, were about to freeze the entire wound. The voice of the system suddenly sounded in my mind: kill the king-level creature, the frost tiger, and get 120,000 fusion points. Hearing the sound, Chen Fan immediately confirmed that the frost tiger was dead. Staring at a king-level creature? It's so arrogant. Although a little dizzy, I still feel awesome. You must know that Bai Jingfeng and Gu Xinyue, two strong men in the divine sect realm, fought against the 9-life golden eagle for a day, and they were both injured in the end. And he just stared at it, the frost tiger died. It is enough to illustrate the horror of the death stare. It also shows how strong his fighting power is now. Although the 9-life golden eagle, who was seriously injured and dying, gave him 15 fusion points, the frost tiger in its heyday had only 12. It shows that there is a huge gap between the two. However, even if the gap is large, it is still a king-level creature. The mood is very good, and it is another huge harvest. Grabbing the frost tiger's flesh and blood with his big hands, the voice of the system sounded in his head: discover passive skills that can be fused, ice and snow. Build a field suitable for your own battle. In the ice and snow, your movement speed will increase by 30%. You need 10,000 fusion points. Discover a fusion skill, Roaring Tiger. With the help of powerful aura, spit out violent shock waves, invincible at the same level. Need 3,000 fusion points. Find a fusion bloodline, Bingli bloodline. Strong body, strong heart. Need 80,000 fusion points. Fusible items found: tiger claws, tiger bones, tiger teeth. Strong bones, tough skin. Need 6,000 fusion points. Hearing a series of voices, Chen Fan immediately realized that the frost tiger was full of treasures. Almost all of the 12 fusion points obtained by killing it were used up. You know, there is still the crystal nucleus in the head, I haven't got it yet. Fusion. With an order, the frost tiger's body was suddenly covered with a white halo, and it all gathered on Chen Fan's body. In an instant, he felt his heart beating wildly, and then he felt that the weight he had gained suddenly had become much lighter. Moreover, the finger bones, the bones all over the body, have been strengthened once. The effect is even more powerful than Ultra Titanium. It is really nothing for a king-level creature to easily overturn a mine. Feeling that the blood and river water were about to freeze his eyes, Chen Fan didn't dare to stay, and rushed out of his eye sockets. With his backhand, he drew up the super titanium alloy knife, gathered the sword energy from his whole body, and slashed fiercely on the head of the frost tiger in front. Puff! Crash! With the blade entering the body, the sword energy burst out, and the entire head of the frost tiger, like a huge ice cube, instantly fell apart. When it fell on the ice, there was only one green diamond-shaped crystal nucleus, which he grabbed. The crystal nuclei are different from those of the 9 lives golden eagle, and the hands are cold, as if they have grasped a piece of ice that has lasted forever. The system sounds: discover fusion energy, 4th order low-grade crystal nucleus, increase a lot of energy. Need 30,000 fusion points. Hearing the voice, Chen Fan merged without hesitation. As long as you can strengthen yourself now, you will never let it go. The days of being chased by all kinds of creatures are really uncomfortable. In an instant, the crystal nucleus disappeared, and a cold current poured into the bitter sea of Dantian. He didn't have time to check what was going on. The frost tiger next to him rushed towards him madly with his back dragging, as if he was going to kill him. As long as you eat it in your stomach, you can still recover and become the overlord of the ice lake again. Chen Fan knew that he could no longer use the Eye of Death, but he was not afraid. When it was in its heyday just now, it was still unable to resist its own bull rush, let alone now. Just as he was exercising, snowflakes fell around his body, and all the ice that had been shattered condensed. And it quickly spread to a radius of meters. The entire river froze in an instant, as if it had reached tens of degrees below zero. Passive skill, Ice and Snow. As long as he uses his true energy, he will definitely appear, increasing his fighting speed. Seeing this, Chen Fan's eyes moved, and he used the ability to absorb ice spring eyes again, the ice field. This also increases movement speed by %. See if the two can stack up. If they can be superimposed, they can definitely become their trump cards. In the next second, he saw an even more terrifying picture. Ice and snow flew all over the sky, rushing in all directions. The ice on the river's surface formed a series of ice edges, which can be used to advance forward. Chen Fan strode forward at an extremely fast speed, indeed an increase of %. Because the speed was too fast, it almost rushed out of the ice. The scope of the world of ice and snow is no longer enough for him to take a single step. In the blink of an eye, it was replaced by a more flexible step, and the bull rush changed his body. The frost tiger was not affected by the ice and snow, but he was seriously injured and couldn't catch up with Chen Fan, whose speed had increased by %. Put. The super titanium alloy knife in Chen Fan's hand shone with dazzling light, directly cutting off its waist. Put. Countless blood rushed into the two pieces of body, and sprinkled the beautiful scene in the sky. The white snow is dyed red, and the ice edge is spilled with blood. The desolate frosty snow adds poignancy. Ow. The frost tiger raised its head to the sky and screamed in the snow and ice, piercing the night sky. The mountains trembled, the night birds flew in a fright, and the bone race, ghost race, and shadow race creatures that had just rushed out of the ground disappeared in the roar. The snowflakes flew tens of meters, the glaciers cracked, the river water rose, and the trees flew together. It was a terrifying sight. Even humans who hurried home from the sky didn't dare to stop for a while, rushing towards the city. Because they saw a strange scene, they didn't dare to investigate at all. On the ground, countless cold air rushed straight into the sky. Within a radius of meters, heavy snow was flying, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme was howling, and the world was icy and snowy. The roar came from it. Even in the Divine Gate realm, they dare not approach easily. Because there is a steady stream of ice creatures behind, dyeing the whole earth in the color of frost, rushing towards them. The mighty, violent momentum, how dare to go down to block the edge? Those who are more courageous only dare to watch from a distance, wanting to see what is causing the trouble. But it's useless at all. A steady stream of ice creatures rushed over from afar and plunged headlong into the snow and ice. Chen Fan was going crazy about this. Seeing countless ice creatures, it was like flies seeing blood, and they surrounded them densely. The newly created ice and snow world has become the place they most yearn for. This happened just in the time it took to kill 2 frost tigers. Before the 10 flying creatures approached, a voice sounded in my mind: kill the ice tiger, a king-level creature, and get 130,000 fusion points. It is discovered that the blood of the white tiger can be fused, and the body is powerful. It needs 100,000 fusion points. Discover passive skills that can be integrated, ice and snow. Finding fusion tiger bones, tiger teeth. A series of voices sounded in his mind. He merged immediately without hesitation. Then, regardless of the fusion result, the super titanium alloy knife landed on the huge falling tiger's head with endless sword energy. Boom! With a bang, the huge tiger head, which looked like a 3-story building, turned into fragments and rushed in all directions. One of the emerald green rhombic crystal nuclei was grabbed by him and fused on the spot. In this short period of time, 10 commander-level ice creatures have already surrounded him. The frozen bat was the first to attack, and a terrifying aura erupted instantly, with invisible ripples vibrating from all directions. It seemed that the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and snow all over the sky couldn't bear it, and it was all stirred into the distance. It also shattered countless ice cubes all over the ground, impacting everywhere. Facing this kind of attack, Chen Fan seemed not to notice it and was not affected in the slightest. Instead, he used a sudden step, a super titanium alloy knife in his hand, with sword energy and violent power, and split the frozen bat into 2 on the spot. More than 10 meters long, with dark red barbs all over its body and huge white bat wings, it couldn't bear Chen Fan's blow at all. Unleashing the 8 swords of Lifeong, all the power was used, and the true energy broke out from the sea of bitterness and gathered around the body. At this moment, he turned into a killing machine. Cleave the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme with 8 knives, / all creatures, and there is no one who can stop the striker. With a violent blow with his left hand, he can almost blow up a commander-level creature with one punch. With the terrifying power contained in the feat, using a sudden step, it is like lightning flashing rapidly, rushing left and right on the frozen river. A few days ago, the commander-level creatures that had to be killed with great effort had now turned into garbage. Whether it was the Snow Maiden, the Frost Blood Skeleton, or the Ice Bear, in front of him, they would not be able to withstand 2 blows at most, and would definitely become fragments all over the sky. Even if they are all from the ice race, they are not affected much in the icy world, but their speed is still incomparable to him. In addition, it is small in size and shuttles like electricity, which is even more advantageous. Boom boom boom. The huge body of the ice bear fell on the open ground, causing the glacier to shake endlessly, opening countless cracks. However, Chen Fan, who was as flexible as a ghost, was not attacked. Instead, after the attack, Chen Fan seized the opportunity and cut off his neck on the spot. Ah! The huge Snow Maiden, which is more than 10 meters high, looks like a mountain, and there is no more beauty. The piercing chirping was also unbearable. With a wave of his hands, countless snowballs surrounded him. But it doesn't work. Chen Fan also took the opportunity to fight back. In my mind, the voice of the system kept ringing: kill the leader of the Ice Tribe, the Snow Maiden, and get 20,000 fusion points. Kill the Ice Tribe leader-level creature Frozen Snow Skull, and get 18,000 fusion points. Kill the Ice Bear, the leader of the Ice Tribe, and get 21,000 fusion points. The 10 ice creatures that rushed over in the first wave were all turned into corpses by Chen Fan in less than 3 seconds. Living in a world of ice and snow, almost frozen with the river. Without stopping, Chen Fan punched their huge heads, and the yellow circular crystal nuclei that burst out were absorbed directly without waiting for a reminder. Then they grabbed their bodies one by one, and the system's voice sounded again and again: discover the talent skill that can be fused, Frost Shield, forming a layer of fine storm around the body, blocking the fatal blow. Need 5,000 fusion points. I found that the blood can be fused, the blood of the bear of the earth, to strengthen the body, thick and thick. It needs 10,000 fusion points. Discover the fusion skill ejection hammer, break through the limit speed, and attack the whole body as a cannonball. It needs 3,000 fusion points. Discover fusion talents, sonic detection. Detect some invisible creatures, and discover things that are invisible to the naked eye. Need fusion points 3,500. 10 completely different creatures with completely different reminders. He didn't hesitate at all, and all merged on the spot. Now that their skills have been fused, if there are more in a while, they can continue to be fused, and they are so powerful that they are unimaginable. A death stare directly stared at a king-level creature. This one skill alone tells him that there is no simple natural skill in the world, and it can be seen that it cannot be used properly. Anyway, the biggest advantage of command-level creatures is that they have a balance of income and expenditure. How many fusion points you get is just enough when you fuse your talents. Therefore, I don't care how much it consumes, and the fusion is over. After everything was dealt with, the second wave of 20 commander-level creatures came across the distance. Flexible ice monkeys, invisible ice flames, lightning and ice thunder, and other strange ice tribes came to kill them in 2s and 3s. Chen Fan killed 2 king-level creatures. How could he be afraid of commander-level creatures? In the world of ice and snow, using the ice field, his speed was increased to the extreme, and he turned into a ghost. With the help of the moonlight in the sky, hiding in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and snow, killing wildly. At this moment, there is only one thing on his mind: kill. Only by killing all the ice creatures can he completely rush out of here. The humans watching the battle from afar were at least at the Divine Gate realm. It was unbelievable to see the ice race creatures rushing into the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and snow like moths to a flame. They all know that ice creatures only like ice and snow. However, there is clearly a crisis of strangling them in the ice and snow. Why rush in? Standing in the distance, under the dim moonlight, it is impossible to see what is in the snow. Just killed 2 king-level creatures, and killed 10 commander-level creatures, and now 20 commander-level creatures rushed in without hesitation, almost like committing suicide. Could it be that the things inside can make them upgrade their level? It's terrible. I feel that it must be a mysterious existence, so I set up a suspicious formation and forcibly destroyed the icy lake entrenched in the heart of mankind. The 2 king-level creatures, even our inspectors, dare not enter them easily. In the end, they were the first to be killed. The surrounding blizzard is too big, and I can't see what's inside. If it's daytime, maybe I can see it clearly. Immediately report to the inspector. Perhaps an invincible expert has come to our Nangguan city. Many of them were already preparing to report, but they couldn't bear to miss this horrific attack. His eyes flickered, staring at the miracle under the moonlight. Chen Fan had no time to look at him. His eyes were wide open, his body was full of evil spirits, and there was only one thought left in his heart: kill. Lifeng Badeo was once again diligent in the berserk power and endless true energy. The sword energy attached to it has formed a sword glow. It is more powerful and more lethal, and can cut off the body of a leader-level creature with one knife. The sudden step has also developed by leaps and bounds. In the middle stage of the Golden Bridge realm, it means that the true energy can be released, and there are too many magical methods to use. Gradually, combined with the 8 swords of Lifeng, a strange 8-way step was formed. Every step forward means that a knife is drawn out, and the life is killed. The sword technique is becoming more and more domineering, and the footwork is becoming more and more stable. The momentum exploded, and the heavens and the earth were destroyed. The Buddha blocks and kills the Buddha, the devil blocks and kills the devil. Chen Fan firmly believed that if he slashed out with a knife, all gods and ghosts would be wiped out. The bull rush has been greatly changed, and he has integrated it into the fist of the violent blow. The sharp fist is like the most terrifying sky knife. By surprise, kill everything. The surrounding snowflakes became more and more dense, and the solid ice on the ground became thicker and thicker, gradually forming an iceberg. After the second wave of commander-level creatures that came over were all killed by him, the endless elite-level ice creatures spread over in a mighty way. It's all over the place. Some humans who were hiding nearby saw that they were in a bad state and quickly evaded. Even the Divine Gate realm in the sky had to stay far away. They are very clear that once facing the mighty creatures of all races, the only way to survive is to avoid them. Otherwise, they will be exhausted. The constant attacks are hard to dodge. So, only Chen Fan was left alone, bathed in the moonlight, hiding in the snowstorm, turned into a spectacle. Kill the leader of the ice tribe and get 20,000 fusion points. Kill the leader of the ice tribe and get 19,000 fusion points. Discover a talent skill that can be fused, Frozen Eye. To gradually freeze the enemy, you need 5,000 fusion points. Discovered Fusion Blood. Discover fusion skills. Discover fusible energy. Chen Fan has already blocked the system's reminder, feeling that it disturbs his comprehension. When everything does not exist, they are still merging all the things that can be fused according to the previous fighting method. Especially the crystal nucleus, which can improve the cultivation of true energy, there will be absolutely no hesitation. 20 terrifying commander-level creatures were all killed in a short period of time. After merging all the energy, the creatures that rushed up later turned into shattered ice. Facing the elite ice creatures, Chen Fan didn't have the slightest pressure. Even put away the ultra-titanium alloy knife, just use 2 fists, use the terrifying physical strength, you can easily kill everything. The real rampage begins. Tens of thousands of ice creatures, not afraid of life and death, rushed forward one after another just to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the ice spring. In the end, under Chen Fan's attack, it became a part of the iceberg. Completely forgetting the passage of time, the moon is getting more and more westward, and it seems that it may disappear at any time. Chen Fan woke up suddenly when the white belly appeared in the east. He just remembered that he had fought all night again. The tall iceberg has become the tallest mountain in the vicinity, and it is formed by the corpses of countless ice tribes. Below, the river bypasses both sides and continues to rush. Such a shocking scene shocked even Chen Fan himself. Fusing too much energy, countless talents and blood, he almost turned into a terrifying pervert. I can't go on any longer. There must be strong people coming during the day. I have to hide from the limelight and not be discovered by them. The few remaining ice tribes are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme unable to climb the iceberg, or stick to the iceberg and wait quietly. All they need is a place to freeze. Chen Fan knew that it would not pose any threat to him, so he glides away from the iceberg immediately. Under the feet, a green and glittering golden bridge, glowing in the sun, rushes to the north. After gliding for a full 300 meters, he plunged into the river. Without leaving any traces, I rushed to the top of the mountain at the edge of the cliff thousands of meters away, and changed direction to the north side. With one step, he was already 200 meters away. Enough to see him for a day and 2 nights, the harvest is huge. After killing a tiger, peeling off the tiger's skin to make clothes, and casually killing some materials from several elite creatures, Sure ran towards the city wall. Not long after he left, there were more than a dozen masters in front of the iceberg, and the mighty Shinmen floated behind him. When they saw the iceberg standing on the ground with snowflakes still floating in the sky, they gasped in unison. This iceberg is far taller than all the surrounding mountains. There are countless ice creatures, all frozen inside. His face was ferocious, his posture was strange, and his death was extremely tragic. Elsewhere, the sun is shining brightly. Only the snowflakes fell in the sky above the iceberg, which was extremely weird. With some experience, they guessed that it was most likely a means arranged by a strong man. Where is Senior? Why can't I feel his existence? It's so terrifying. To use means to forcibly wipe out the ice race. Overnight. Don't guess, let's go and have a look. It can be seen that the snowflakes are under the sun and quickly disappear, revealing the bare icebergs. Certainly no danger. 4 Divine Fire Realm experts and 8 Divine Gate Realm masters landed on the iceberg together. After careful inspection, the complexion all changed. I saw a footprint here. It is clear that someone fought on the iceberg. It is not a means arranged by the strong. Oh my god, this iceberg is actually piled up with the corpses of the ice tribe. All the heads of the ice tribe were brutally smashed. Look, the chest of the ice bear over there was clearly blown off by a human fist. It's terrifying. Good guy, this person is definitely not a master, at least not at the divine fire level, and there is no elemental breath left in the air. It's definitely not the divine gate realm. When we watched from a distance last night, we didn't see the mighty divine gate hiss. The 14 masters were extremely shocked when they heard the news of the summary. They all know that there are 2 terrifying king-level ice tigers deep in the ice lake, and they are very powerful. As a result, he was killed by a master who was not in the Shinmen realm. Is it possible? Even if there were 100 holy lotus realms, it would not be enough to swallow king-level creatures in one gulp. However, the current results, they have to believe. Could it be possible that in Nangwon City, there are some holy sons and godsons from big families coming to try? Otherwise, the Holy Lotus Realm doesn't have such terrifying combat power. There is a Goddess Fire Realm Master, looking at the head of an elite creature, guessing casually. In their impression, below the Shinmen realm, the only ones who can kill king-level creatures are the geniuses of big families. Only then can they kill creatures of all races at the same level. Most of the rest of the human race can only go one level higher, kill them. The other people who heard this sentence couldn't help being stunned, and subconsciously asked, "No way?" The second level of heaven, is there anything that is worthy of the covetousness of those sons of Tianjiao? I don't think it's possible. Perhaps some geniuses have appeared, and the names have not been displayed. They agreed that it should not be a genius of the big family. On the contrary, the sudden appearance of a genius is somewhat possible. According to an iceberg left over from the battle, Chen Fan's existence was constantly deduced. However, they never imagined that Chen Fan's real strength was only in the middle stage of the Golden Bridge realm. Can barely glide. At this moment, he had already detoured, and fortunately returned to Nangguan City. Because he was too embarrassed, he didn't hang out on the street, and hurried back to the hotel room. Fortunately, it was just dawn, otherwise people would definitely see him in a mess. After washing in the fastest time, put on new clothes. Can't wait to sit on the bed, checking the harvest of the night's battle. According to the legend, the martial artist who achieved the great perfection in the Sea of Bitterness cannot improve his realm. However, Chen Fan felt wrong. It's just that it's too difficult to improve. He remembered that when he absorbed the essence of Binjiangquan, the Golden Bridge had already reached 81 steps. Now, it has absorbed the crystal nuclei of 2 king-level frost tigers, the crystal nuclei of more than 30 commander-level creatures, and countless energies. It is said that at least 100 handrails should be added, and it should completely enter the late stage of the Golden Bridge realm, or even reach its peak. In the end, Jin Xiao barely pierced through the dantian and protruded into the internal organs. Only 18 sections of handrails appear. The gap was so large that Chen Fan almost vomited 3 liters of blood. I feel that I am about to break through to the later stage and enter the Holy Lotus realm. In the end, there were only 99 sections of handrails, barely extending to the internal organs. The difference is too big. There is still a long way to go to connect the internal organs. However, at any rate, it has entered the late stage of the Golden Bridge realm. It seems that I need a powerful inner strength method. The basic inner strength is common throughout the Federation, and the effect is not good. Chen Fan sighed, feeling that most of the energy was wasted. Otherwise, how could it be compressed nearly 10 times before it can barely be improved? Somewhat depressed in my heart, it took a huge amount of strength to finally wipe out the entire ice race, and it turned out to be this result. Depressed. In addition to being uncomfortable, I am going to the trading floor to see if I can exchange for a good book of inner strength and mental methods. There is no need to worry about the martial arts. The martial arts obtained from the creatures of the 10,000 races are very effective to use. But the mental method can only be found and broken by human beings themselves, and external forces cannot be displayed. He opened the door and saw someone passing by outside. It's a team of 4. Holding a weapon, his face was radiant, and his eyes shone with hope. Let's save up some federal coins and we can buy a house in the north of the city. It's really not easy, everyone has worked hard recently. The thick voice of a big man holding a huge axe resounded in the corridor. The young man next to him with a dagger on his waist echoed, "Indeed, when we have a house, we can save more resources to improve our strength in the future. We will hunt more powerful creatures. This is a virtuous circle." On the other side, a woman with a delicate figure and a big bow on her back said with a faint smile, "I really hope to have our little home and save some expenses. I can also buy some powerful arrows." She may prefer bows and arrows. In the end, following behind, the woman with a long sword in her hand was silent while wearing a face scarf. It seems that there are injuries on the face, and it seems that they don't care about the house. Chen Fan followed slowly behind, feeling that the pursuit of ordinary people is basically these: independent houses, more resources, improved strength, and so on. While looking forward to a better tomorrow, while working hard for the present. This is the real life of most people. Also go to the first floor to have breakfast, and bring some lunch, and spend it in the wild at noon, saving time. As Yu Qinglian said, true geniuses try their best to attach themselves to the Bafang patrol. You will get more resources and more powerful upgrades. Chen Fan ordered 3 drawers of saber-tooth pork stuffed buns, a large bowl of huado beef soup, and side dishes of shredded magic bamboo shoots. It's luxury. Even the breakfast for 4 of them is not as rich as him alone. Everyone stared straight at him, looking at him. You must know that the biological meal contains more essence, and most people will be supported if they can't eat too much. But he ordered half of the table directly, which was very scary. Too much extravagance for anyone. The 4 of them could not help but look enviously, with saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. I don't know how to describe my mood at the moment. The gap is too big. Chen Fan didn't care about their eyes, and quickly ate it like a storm. I didn't eat for a day and 2 nights, and after a series of battles, I had already consumed too much energy and needed to replenish it urgently. What's more, his strong body needs to consume more energy. In the restaurant, many diners saw his rich breakfast and also saw him eating like crazy. Really stimulated. Hey, look at others, the Lone Ranger can actually eat like crazy. I'm so envious. 1 person ate the food of our 5-person team. I have a good appetite. I guess he is a strong bodybuilder? Stop talking, I'm drooling. I hope we can eat as we like in the future, and we don't need to be as careful as we are now. Chen Fan seemed to deliberately attract hatred, which made most people envious. Some people even had a different look in their eyes, as if they wanted to eat him up. Finally, 1 person couldn't bear it anymore, got up and walked to sit across from Chen Fan's table. With a smile on his face, he said directly, "This little brother invited me. I think he ate well, so he should have some skills. There are already 8 people in our team. Come and join the team? What position are you suitable for? Have all the members of the team died? It is very dangerous to take risks outside alone. Want to win him into the team." These words attracted the attention of various teams in the restaurant. I really want to know if the little brother who is worth a lot of money will agree to the other party's request. The face is obviously immature, it should not be very old, and it may even be a newcomer who has just left the city. But being able to eat and drink like this is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme a legacy left by his ancestors or his own strength. In people's hearts, the former is more inclined. This kind of person shouldn't join the team of ordinary people, right? Chen Fan heard his voice, swallowed the bun in his mouth, and took a sip of the broth. Thinking quickly in his mind, joining the team will not help him improve his strength. The reason is very simple, their strength is simply not enough to break into the dangerous area with themselves. But there is an advantage, which can better hide the identity. Looking at the other party's snow-white skin, dark brown hair, and the unconcealable expectation and longing in his eyes, he said lightly, "Not interested. I am enough alone, and I don't need to go out of the city to fight with you." After the words fell, he picked up a bun again and chewed it. Do not agree. As long as he reaches the Holy Lotus realm and can fly in the sky, Chen Fan is ready to leave Nangwan City. I believe that it won't be long before I can achieve it. Why is it useless to talk to them here? If you really reach the 8th level, in order to hide your own secrets, you can hide in some combat teams. Right now, it's completely unnecessary, and it won't last long. The face of the white man on the opposite side changed 3 times in a row. Unexpectedly, although the other party was young, he was very experienced and would not give him a chance. He licked his lower lip and whispered, "Don't be afraid to tell my little brother that there are peerless beauties in our team. When the time comes, she might be the guest of honor. If the first strategy doesn't work, use the second method, which is always invincible." But just as he said it, he was interrupted by Chen Fan. "I'm sorry, I'm still young and I'm not interested in women. A captain like you, if it were me, I would definitely leave early." Taking another sip of the soup, I felt that the captain on the opposite side was just a big fool. Taking advantage of the beauties in the team, they fooled one by one. Hearing his words, everyone at the scene couldn't help but smile. Chen Fan's age does seem very young, and it is reasonable that he is not interested in women. But the latter sentence is a bit of a loss. It's clearly to provoke other members of his team, don't follow this captain. Selling one's own companions and wooing others is somewhat disdainful. The captain's face was livid with anger, his breath was heavy, and he wished he could slap Chen Fan's handsome face. In the end, he said helplessly and coldly, "Boy, you're fine. I hope you don't encounter high-level creatures during your adventures in the wild. Otherwise, it's up to you how you resist." Humph. With a heavy hum, he got up and walked back to his team. Unable to accept being rejected, there was still a sinister look in his eyes. Chen Fan shook his head slightly, not paying attention at all. He is looking forward to encountering more king-level creatures so that he can improve his strength as soon as possible. I can't help feeling that there are really hundreds of kinds of people, each of which is different. Some people risk their lives for themselves, while others are intimidating. The difference between heaven and earth. However, he didn't take them to heart, and ate quickly on his own. The rest of the people didn't come over to try their luck, probably knowing that he would not agree. Those who are truly capable must have arrogance, and they are not something that a small team of them can keep. After scanning and paying 88 federal coins, he turned and went outside. He is unwilling to go out to take risks during the day, because there are not as many creatures as at night, and the energy he gets is too much. Eat and drink enough, exercise your body, go to the trading floor for a walk, and digest your food. However, he wore a peaked cap and ordinary white clothes. He was carrying a small package in his hand, which contained some materials and crystal nuclei collected from elite monsters. There are a total of 10 varieties, just to be unobtrusive. Walking on the street, I saw many team members, armed with weapons, rushing towards the city gate. During the day, it's all about contributing. Only with enough resources can we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a better life and greatly improve our combat effectiveness. Some people have abundant resources, and driving a maglev car can save energy and energy to the greatest extent, and kill enemies in the wild. Someone is powerful, riding a powerful monster, and crossing over. Not only can it deter ordinary creatures, but it can also save more stamina, and even help in combat. There are strong people, and there are weak people, walking out on 2 legs, wearing broken armor, holding weapons, and walking dead. They are just there to survive. There were even some injured people who drove agricultural vehicles in chugs out of the city, preparing to cultivate food and guard the fertile fields. Cannot fight really strong creatures, but some weaker creatures can resist. It can also be regarded as contributing to the city and obtaining the resources to survive. It is truly the life of a city, full of all kinds of hardships and gaps. Chen Fan passed them by, feeling similar to the most difficult period of the War of Resistance in his previous life. Everyone has to find a way to survive. Walking into the trading hall, which is several times larger than Hunting Film City, there are a lot of vacant seats inside. It seems that during the day, people go out on adventures, gathering various materials and resources. There were only a few wounded, sitting on the ground one by one. Walking over there, I found that the grade of materials and elixir is indeed much better than Hunting Film City. Not only the pills he bought, but also the more advanced explosive pills, blue dragon pills and so on. There are also some good medicinal materials, which are well preserved and placed on the stalls. Although the items were good, to Chen Fan, they were not very tempting. Even if some elixirs have some value, the ones sold here must be very expensive. Besides, I can't expose my strength too much. After walking around, he was extremely disappointed that no one was selling inner skills. It seems that those who are really capable must have gone outside to take risks. The remaining humans on the scene did not have enough powerful means. Reluctantly, he looked at the shop opened by the city lord's mansion, just across from the trading floor. If you don't like bargaining with other people, you can come here. Pay with one hand and deliver with the other hand, never bargain, just buy if you like it. Chen Fan walked in and found that this place was far more formal than the trading hall. The trading floor is like a dog market in various regions. It is full of excitement, but the quality is not guaranteed. The store is like a shopping mall, with a complete range of varieties in clear divisions. Equipment area, weapon area, pill area, material area, martial arts area, etc. There are also small divisions in each area, guarded by different beautiful salespersons. No one dared to make trouble here, because there were countless cameras all over the roof, and the city lord who was at the peak of the five-god realm stood behind him. Chen Fan likes this kind of place better than the trading area he chooses. He can touch whatever he wants, and he can also choose good things to come out. Browsing through some weapons and elixirs at will, he finally reached the practice area. When he saw the price tag above, Chen Fan's eyes couldn't help but round. Zero map, 800 million federal currency. Record of the God of War, 1,000 million federal coins. Shenlong Yin, 200 million federal coins. Huang Tu shocking decision, 3,000 million federal coins. After only reading a few books, Chen Fan just gave up. Too expensive. It's not something that I can afford now. It is estimated that if you buy a copy, it will be remembered by many people immediately, and even attract the attention of the city lord. The waitress girl is still trying hard to sell. Little brother, don't go. Take a look at our exercises. As long as you learn one, you will definitely be able to reach the divine fire realm. Traveling around the world is no problem. As long as one copy is sold, a high price commission can give her countless desired resources. Chen Fan shook his head and said, "It's too expensive, I can't afford it." Even if you can afford it, you won't buy it. Before they have absolute strength, they will not easily attract their attention. It is uncertain how many monsters and ghosts will jump out, causing a lot of trouble. Especially Lang Yi, once he knew that he had bought the exercises, he would probably pay more attention to himself. Stay out of trouble and sneak out. This thing can only be purchased by powerful families. Holding the bag in his hand, he walked to the nearby grocery store and sold all of them. To his great surprise, he got more than 3,000 federal coins. Thinking of how many elite creatures have not fused corpses, how much material is wasted. In the future, I must find a way to get more back, at least I can earn back all the recently wasted Federation coins. Young man, you are lucky. In the past 2 days, many people have picked up a large amount of elite-level biological materials in the wild. You can pick it up, right? If you have a good opportunity in the future, you can contact me. If there are really good things, I will definitely give you an information fee. If you gain something, I will definitely give you %. How about it? The boss didn't think he was one of the many elite monsters he had killed, but that he was just like everyone else, just picked up in the wild. He even wants to establish a cooperative relationship with him, and is going to ask for their position directly. When Chen Fan heard this, his eyes sparkled instantly. I feel like I have found a way to make money. In the future, I will go out to hunt creatures at night, and then send him a message to get a high return. He nodded calmly and said, I hope you can do what you say. If I find a dead body, I will definitely notify you. However, most of the time I set out before dawn, and I found many of them very early. Can you receive any news? He has already decided to confirm the cooperative relationship with the boss, and if there is a harvest at night, he will be notified as soon as possible. Save yourself from bringing it back and avoid leaking news. Okay, don't worry, as long as it is a huge harvest, your benefits will definitely be indispensable. I will drive a suspension car to find you. The boss, Dazel, happily exchanged communication numbers with him and agreed to his request. Okay, I hope you keep your word. Chen Fan saw the greed in his eyes, and felt that it might not be what he said. However, as long as there is malicious intent, I don't mind letting them be taught a lesson. Alright, waiting for your call. The boss doesn't think Chen Fan, who is young, has much ability. I just feel that I can definitely control him and get endless benefits. Thinking in his mind, he watched Chen Fan leave. After turning around, Chen Fan, who got nothing, returned to the hotel again. He simply paid 5 days' rent to the boss and started retreating. Pure retreat is not like a few days ago, just adjust the interest rate for half a day, and then go out after recovering from fatigue. Sitting for a day and a night. While Chen Fan was adjusting his breath, he realized that there was too much energy in his body. All of them are accumulated in various parts of the body, making it difficult to improve the realm. Now with the breath adjustment of the exercises, all the energy is released, and the realm of cultivation begins to slowly improve. 1 day and 1 night actually increased the Golden Bridge by 8 knots, reaching 107 knots. There is still no sign of a breakthrough, and the Golden Bridge is connected to the internal organs. The peak of the late Golden Bridge realm. Just a step away from the door, waiting for the Golden Bridge to turn into a lotus. But no Hualien. Prepare to rush over in one go. Instead of going out to eat, I ordered takeaway and asked the waiter in the restaurant downstairs to deliver it directly to the room. After another 3 days and 3 nights of retreat, the Golden Bridge has reached 108 knots. However, no matter how you adjust your breath, you just can't transform the lotus. It seems that there is not enough energy to succeed. Grandma, the sea of bitterness is perfect, so it's not really impossible to break through the realm? Chen Fan smiled helplessly. He clearly saw that the upper limit of fusion points had reached 30, but he still couldn't break through. Just feel very depressed. He didn't go out for 3 days and 3 nights, and the entire Golden Bridge was repaired to perfection by him, but he couldn't get any promotion. Everyone would feel depressed. Forget it, let's go out for a walk. Expressed his helplessness, even if it was early morning, he was ready to go outside. Perhaps the previous genius was also controlled by the Golden Bridge realm, so he was unable to break through for a long time, and this legend appeared. Wearing a peaked cap again, put on a rune armor, and tied a super titanium alloy knife, went to the first floor for dinner. Perhaps it was a coincidence that the restaurant on the first floor was almost crowded with warriors. I managed to find an empty table, and ordered 3 drawers of buns and a bowl of broth again. After ordering, sit in your seat and listen quietly to the high-spirited discussions of many warriors. Have you heard about it? A genius at the level of a child of God appeared in Nangguan City, and he killed 2 masters at the level of a king without reaching the level of Shinmen. Cut, more than that? It is said that the entire ice race creature was wiped out. It's too awesome. Ice creature? Is it the ice lake that makes the city owner say it's a headache? Who is so awesome? Tell me quickly. This matter is no secret in Nangguan City. It was announced by the southern, western and eastern inspectors together. They hope to find this peerless genius and focus on training. Those who find clues will be rewarded with 30 federal coins. Almost everyone discusses the extermination of the ice race creatures in the ice lake. Only then did Chen Fan know that his battle 4 days ago had attracted countless people's attention. The tripartite inspections ordered the search together, which was enough to influence. He couldn't help pressing down on the brim of his hat, afraid of being recognized. Even though it is certain that no one is approaching in the dark night, I still feel that I will be recognized. But at this moment, the waiter was carrying 3 drawers of buns and a bowl of broth, and placed them on Chen Fan's table. In an instant, the matter of eating 3 drawers of buns by himself attracted everyone's attention. Last time, it aroused everyone's discussion, and this time, it was no surprise that it attracted their attention. In this regard, Chen Fan expressed helplessness. I haven't eaten a serious meal in 4 days, so why not enjoy it once? Quickly lower your head and quickly clear the food on the table. The next time I eat, I will definitely not go to the restaurant here. While eating, the surrounding voices sounded again. Look at other people's food, and then look at us, the gap is too big. Don't think about it, what strength do we have? It's already very good to have breakfast. They were envious of all kinds, but they didn't affect Chen Fan, and they still swallowed food in big mouthfuls. Just as he finished eating the second drawer of buns, 4 women sat down in front of him. Looking up, it was the 4 injured women who had invited them to eat in one pot last time. Brother, what a coincidence, we meet again. The dress was very different from last time, with tight clothes, weapons in hand, and a bamboo hat on his head. However, there are still 4 colors, and the eyes are fixed on him. It was still the woman in purple who spoke last time. Chen Fan nodded and said, "What a coincidence." It was just a greeting, and I didn't expect to meet them again. And it seemed that the injuries of the 4 people were under control, otherwise they wouldn't be able to wear strong clothes. The woman in purple said, "Thank you for your 1 pot last time. You gave us a lot of energy to recover in a short time. We are just going to go out today to try our luck. I've heard from many people that we have picked up the corpses of dead elite creatures outside, maybe we can pick them up too." In her voice, there was more expectation, and she couldn't wait to regain her strength. Chen Fan looked at them in surprise. It turned out that they were not cured, but wanted to go outside to try their luck and maybe get more resources. It's better than just sitting and eating. But he is very clear, how can there be so much luck? People have already found the ice lake, and the corpses of the creatures they killed must have been swept away. Even if it is not eaten alive by the creatures of all races, it will be picked up by others. If they go out, it will not get any benefits at all. However, this sentence will not be said to them, but just nodded and said, well, if you pick up more corpses, you will have more resources and recover sooner. I support you 1 inch. I'll treat you guys to eat steamed stuffed buns. Count them together and give them to me when you make money. While talking, he called the waiter to bring them 2 drawers of buns and 4 small bowls of broth. Without further ado, order directly. For those who are weak and strong, they should be taken care of. Gutchen still takes care of his weak self in various ways. The 4 of them did not refuse this time and agreed. The woman in white said for the first time, "Thank you, little brother. You didn't hurt us when we were in the most difficult time, but generously donated money. If there is a chance next time, I will definitely treat you to dinner. It doesn't matter if you pay back or not. Getting to know someone like him is the most important thing." The companion can't see the key here, just for independence. Gap. Chen Fan showed a slight smile and said, "Okay, invite me when the time comes. I'll eat first, you can do whatever you want." Sitting with 4 women, the eyes of everyone around became even weirder. The 4 women didn't care about other people's gazes. While waiting for the buns to come up, they discussed in low voices. Master Lang, the inspector of the north, asked us to help find Chen Fan. I don't know who it is, but it seems so urgent. Who knows? It feels so strange that there is not even a single photo. Where can I find it? Don't talk about it, report it if you meet it. If you don't meet it, forget it. We can take on this kind of mission now, and the rest dare not take it at all. The 4 discussed in low voices, but Chen Fan, who was sitting next to him, stirred up waves in his heart. Lang Yi did not give up, and was still looking for himself. I don't know what the reason is it possible to go back and continue to be controlled by his 4 disciples? Are you kidding me? Speed up eating buns, and drink up the broth quickly. As long as he broke through the Holy Lotus realm, he would leave Nanyuan City immediately to prevent Ling Yi from finding him. Even, prepare to pick up the package and leave the city immediately. Just stood up, saw 4 women, had an idea, said, "For sisters, if you go out of the city for a while, can you bring your younger brother? I will also see if I can pick up the corpse of an elite creature." It's really difficult to take risks by yourself. The reason why I say this is to find someone to cover myself and go out. And no other thoughts. However, in the hearts of the rest of the people, they felt that he had bad intentions for women. Do something indescribable in the wild with the help of small favors to 4 women? Anyway, don't care about anything. Even the 4 sisters felt that he had this idea. In an instant, they felt that the buns in their mouths were no longer delicious. Especially the woman in white, her eyelids were slightly wrinkled, and she really wanted to spit out the food in her mouth and humiliate him severely. Finally he endured it and said, "Yes, we will take you on an adventure together. How about the 8 of us, you 2? She made up her mind that if Chen Fan had any unreasonable thoughts, with the strength of the 4 sisters, she should be able to subdue him easily. Grab the present and give him a hard lesson. Chen Fan nodded and said, "I'm going to put on the equipment, contact the communicator." He turned around and lowered the brim of his hat, lowered his head and went outside. He felt that he was easily recognized by others, but he didn't know that Lang Yi didn't even see his true face. Otherwise, how could there not be a single photo? When the rest of the people saw his actions, the only feeling was embarrassment. The discussion suddenly became unscrupulous. Grass, it turns out that he is a little pervert, and he thought he was a good young talent. Damn, last time someone lured you with a stunning beauty and didn't agree to join. It turns out that the number is too small, why not 4 together? Oomph, rubbish. Fortunately, I didn't try to win him over. Otherwise, this kind of virtue would definitely do great harm to the women in the team. They were very angry, thinking that Chen Fan was a big trash, a big scum. Chen Fan turned a deaf ear to these arguments. The more unbearable it is, the more it will not match the person Ling Yi is looking for. After a quick turnaround, I went back to the hotel to renew the room fee for 3 days, and went back to change into the rune armor and the super titanium alloy knife. Moreover, important items such as pills and phoenix feathers were placed on the inside of the rune armor. Just when he was about to put on a layer of clothes outside his body, the communicator vibrated. Chen Fan secretly guessed that the speed of the 4 women was too fast. Getting out of town in such a hurry? When I picked it up to check the message, I realized that it was not what I thought. Yu Qinglian. A man without any news for 5 days in a row. I got a message from him today. Immediately connect the communicator, a dialog box pops up, and it becomes a transparent camera. A voice came from inside, "Little brother, how are you doing? Have you found a rental house?" Yu Qinglian inside was dressed very smartly. Wearing a lady's armor and a helmet, walked through the streets. It should be ready to leave the city. Chen Fan quickly adjusted his direction and turned his back to the wall so that the other party could not see the specific appearance of the room. Said, "I haven't rented a house yet, and I don't have enough money with me. I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in a hotel, so I can rent a house in a few days, right? In fact, they will leave Nangwon City in a few days. Defenses cannot do without. The other party has some relationship with Lang Yi. What if it is to find himself? He is a genius among freshmen, and the only one who fits his status is himself." Yu Qinglian nodded, then quickly said, "By the way, I heard that Senior Lang is looking for you and promised you many benefits. Why don't you go to him?" Sure enough, after the politeness, I immediately got to the topic, and I was sure that my guess was right. Chen Fan shook his head and said, "No, although I'm alone, I don't want to be under the influence of others and be at the mercy of his disciples. I can't bear to be arrogant." It's hard not to think of the situation where the 4 disciples gave him a blow. If it wasn't for some means, he might have been caught. Yu Qinglian was obviously taken aback, and the answer was beyond her imagination. Then, with a smile on his face, he nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, what you said is reasonable. My mother once said, never rely on others, even if you promise endless benefits. I just wanted to persuade you not to agree to this condition. Do you want to come out and take risks together? I will take you with me, maybe I can speed up the improvement of strength, and I can afford to rent a house sooner." Yu Qinglian's words immediately increased Chen Fan's favor. It turned out that it was not to find myself, but to persuade him not to agree. This big sister is relatively responsible. Hastily said, "No need, Miss Lianer, I've already joined a team, I'm going to be a meat shield, and I'm going to leave the city right now. You go, I won't hold you back." What a joke, now it is to avoid seeing acquaintances as much as possible and reduce the risk of exposure. As long as you reach the Holy Lotus realm, you will immediately leave the city and go to the distance. Every city will not stay for too long, and rush to the 8th heaven gate as soon as possible. What? Yu Qinglian was taken aback again, as if she didn't expect Chen Fan to adapt to society so quickly. Can't help but say, "Okay, you have a team, just work hard on your own. If there is danger, remember to contact me at any time, goodbye." She was a little helpless, maybe because she didn't want the 2 brothers around her to know who she was talking to. In the last portrait, he looked behind him with obvious vigilance. Chen Fan shook his head, knowing that she would not betray herself, and there was still some buffer time. It is not so easy for Ling Yi to find himself. According to the plan, a robe was put on the outside of the body to cover the rune armor and the ultra-titanium alloy knife. Many people have this kind of dress, just to avoid other people's covetous heart, so they cover their whole body. Therefore, no one in the outside world will pay too much attention to him being dressed like this. After everything was cleaned up, the communicator rang again, this time it was the video of the woman in purple. It was found that they had just walked out of the restaurant, and the 3 of them were still looking around when they heard a voice, "Where are you? Why didn't I see your shadow? Can't you get out yet?" Some arrogant voice came, and there was also some dissatisfaction. Chen Fan hurriedly told her to wait and go out immediately. Turn off the communicator, walk out of the room, and rush out of the hotel after confirming that there is nothing missing. appeared between the four women while they were still looking. Said, "Let's go." Still didn't reveal what his ultimate goal was, just to get out of the city. The four women couldn't help but took a step back to the surroundings, pulling away from him like a scourge. Not at all like the woman who ate his 2 meals. The woman in purple flicked her cuffs and said, "Why are you so elusive? You startle me. Let's go." The eyes exposed under the bamboo hat were somewhat wary. Chen Fan didn't care what they thought, mixed among the 4 girls, and left the city through the south gate. The 4 girls kept silent, grabbed their weapons, and stared at Chen Fan defensively. Chen Fan didn't care about their attitude, and quickly walked through the city gate. Sure enough, he saw the second senior sister, one of Lang Yi's 4 disciples, standing on the edge of the gate. There was no longer the arrogance of that day, his face was cold, and he stared at the crowd without blinking. Even after seeing Chen Fan's team of 5 people, his eyes didn't linger too much and turned to other people. The woman in purple couldn't help but said to the woman in white beside her, "Sister Ling, if you weren't injured, Senior Lang's second apprentice must be you. What is she?" In the words, there was a lot of dissatisfaction with the second senior sister standing at the gate of the city. Chen Fan blinked. There was actually a period of competition between the two. However, it makes no sense. How they are has nothing to do with me. Passed through the city gate without any risk, and strode away into the distance. Getting up early, there are too many teams, ready to go, and pass through the city gate. They don't have enough blood, enough strength to deal with the ubiquitous ghost race, bone race, etc. at night. Therefore, we can only rush out during the day. Outside the city gate on the south side, on the vast land, human beings spread out slowly like ants. Just like the working hours in the previous life, the flow of people is surging and can be seen everywhere. The creatures of all races who dared to approach were like rubbish, being submerged by the crowd and unable to stir up any waves. The 4 girls speeded up, and Chen Fan also speeded up. It was not until he was more than 1,000 meters away from the city gate and stepped into a jungle that Chen Fan said to the 4 girls, "Thank you. I'm leaving now, and I'm going to find the demons to kill alone. Your speed is too slow." Along the way, Chen Fan found that they couldn't grab a single creature from all races, and they were all killed. How about grabbing one? As a result, he didn't rob at all, but guarded against his appearance of plotting evil. Anyway, the goal has been achieved, so I will leave. The 4 women were all taken aback when they heard this. Unexpectedly, 1,000 meters after leaving the city, he proposed to separate operations before the number of people was scarce. No matter how stupid he is, he still knows that his goal is not them. The woman in purple couldn't help puffing out her chest, and said arrogantly, "Why, do you look down on our injured people? We are all in the Holy Lotus realm, and our speed is not slow. If it weren't for saving our true energy, we would have already flown forward." The other 3 stared at Chen Fan's handsome face with flickering eyes. Chen Fan grinned and said, "The Holy Lotus realm is powerful, and I can indeed fly. That's because I'm dragging you down. I'm only at the Golden Bridge realm. Farewell, let's get in touch after returning to the city." There is no need to argue with him who is faster, so what if they let them do it once? After speaking, he moved his feet, and his figure was like a phantom, pulling away more than 100 meters in an instant. "Hey, why are you using us? Just to get out of the city gate?" The voice of the woman in white contained loss and helplessness. If he covets the beauty of the 4 girls, at least it proves that they are pretty. As a result, she didn't even care about her looks. Purely using them to get out of town. I don't know who is guarding against. Could it be the garbage in the restaurant? It's just that there was no response to the complaints, and Chen Fan went up and down again, and disappeared without a trace. The speed was so fast that it surpassed their masters in the Holy Lotus realm. No way? Is he really at the Golden Bridge level? This is too fast. The woman in purple rubbed her eyes and asked in disbelief. The woman in white next to her suppressed the anger in her heart and couldn't help but say, "It seems that he really dislikes our speed. Moreover, he didn't fly in the sky, so he is probably in the Golden Bridge realm." Just said here, the next moment, the mountain in the eyes suddenly flickered. Did he Guess it should be the genius that Ling Yi was looking for, Chen Fan. Otherwise, why do you want to avoid the people at the gate of the city? The woman in yellow on the other side let out a breath and said, "Too bad, can we still do this? Haven't we all become his pawns?" Somewhat dissatisfied, he was treated like a pawn. Anyway, have some ideas, can't you? Chen Fan didn't care what the four girls thought, and rushed to the south. When we are together, the speed is too slow, surrounded by people, it feels inconvenient. Now that you have opened up the distance, you can also flex your muscles. Avoid your secrets being discovered by others. The road didn't stop at all, and it wasn't until meters away that I felt that more than half of the humans were missing. Can't help but sigh with emotion. No wonder you don't see many creatures during the day. Human beings are like a big mopping up, carpet-like siege. It's far less comfortable than at night. Humans are hardly seen at night, probably because they can't stand the endless killings, right? Although there are fewer human beings, the creatures of all races do not feel much more. With the absence of races such as the ghost race and the bone race, the number has decreased by 3 times. He didn't want to attract attention, so when he killed the creatures of the 10,000 races, he didn't kill them with one punch, but practiced various skills learned from the creatures of the ice race. Familiar with the means, in order to show stronger power in future battles. Monkey stealing peach, void cracking claw, frost shield, blizzard, catapult explosive hammer, flying bear strike, ice flame burning heart and other skills I have learned but have not had the opportunity to use them. There are many people during the day, and there may be someone staring at a certain corner. He only uses moderate strength. It has to be admitted that the ice race can form its own family and stabilize the human race, which indeed has its extraordinary side. Ice flame burns heart. As long as the palm is attached to the creature's body, the ice fire will instantly freeze and burn the opponent's heart. On the outside, there is no slight change, and most of the biological materials can be completely preserved. For example, Snow Maiden's ice storm instantly forms a frost strike, directly freezing the opponent. Even if the opponent is powerful, at least, % of the movement speed will be reduced, greatly enhancing the attack ability. For example, the ice thorns of the ice crystal monster can instantly form up to 6 transparent ice thorns, which are hard to guard against. Piercing the enemy's body, freezing and other effects all appear, and can only be slaughtered by him. No trace will be left afterward. A must-have skill for killing people. Ice Bear's flying bear attack can be regarded as a purely violent attack. Use the whole body as a cannonball to directly hit the enemy to death. As long as the body is not as good as Chen Fan's, it will be crushed on the spot. What's better than Bull Rush is that any part of the body can be used, and you don't have to find a sharp attack part. Go all the way, kill most of the elite monsters, using various means. Let him have the deepest impression on the ice race. That night, almost the entire ice race was slaughtered, and each skill was absorbed several times. Even if the power is average, it will show extraordinary combat power under several times of bonuses. As time went by, he was already, meters away. Relatively speaking, the creatures of all races have increased. Chen Fan sent out a large piece of sword grass again, among which there were about a dozen plants with a height of 5 meters, as if they were leading the surrounding elites. Commander level. After seeing it, I was very excited. As long as it absorbs enough sword energy, it must be very powerful. Before getting closer to 5 meters, the commander-level sword grass has already emitted terrifying sword energy. Like a green rainbow, it pierced directly through the sky, thick and terrifying, and directly reached Chen Fan. Chen Fan could have ignored this and resisted with his body. But he felt that the chaotic attacks of sword grass were definitely a good opportunity to exercise his body skills. Tobu had already improved when fighting the ice race, and should improve even more now. If you encounter a king-level creature again, you will definitely fall into a passive state. Since human beings are small, they should be like fleas, so that they can't catch the figure and cause irreversible injuries. Therefore, he deliberately rushed to a place 2 meters in front of the sword pile and let them attack wildly. Sword glows, like terrifying arrows flying from the sky, hit his body. Move your footsteps quickly, and try to shorten the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route slash phoneme of your true energy to adapt to the rapid movement when there is no opportunity. At the same time, the body is in various states. What kind of pace and speed should be used, so as to change the direction of more sword lights and so on. During the attack, he kept thinking about improvement. From various creatures, he did not learn agility. Otherwise, you won't be able to comprehend it by yourself. At the beginning, his ability to dodge was not good, and he was constantly hit by sword energy. If it weren't for his strong body, he would already be riddled with holes. As time slowly passed, his footwork became more and more proficient, and his body was dodging back and forth like a fish swimming in the endless sword energy. The real leaves do not stick to the body. Even when he reached the attacking range of the commanding creatures, the attacks began to become intensive, but they still had no effect on him. The ever-changing footwork was named sword step by him. Even if you are advancing, you must be aggressive. Just as he was about to rush towards the sword grass and prepare to harvest it, Chen Fan heard the sound of breaking through the air. Immediately, the body paused and quickly backed out. Looking back, two masters of the Holy Lotus realm flying in the sky stared at him with piercing eyes. It seems to be thinking about something, ready to rush over at any time. Chen Fan was inexplicable and didn't know what they were going to do. Do you have flowers on your body? There was no fear at all king-level creatures were killed, let alone two Holy Lotus realms. Seeing that they didn't speak, he turned around and walked towards sword grass. Ready to harvest again after they leave. But he didn't want to. Just a few steps away, two people had landed from the sky and stood in front of him. The man on the left, wrapped in full body armor, held a fine steel spear, blocked the way, and said, "Are you at the early stage of the Golden Bridge realm? Form a team with us, there is a monster that needs your help." The woman next to him was also wearing a full body chain mail and holding a long sword. There was some excitement on the exposed face, and said, "Little brother, don't get me wrong. We found a monster that moves super fast. The two of us can't stand it. Can you help contain it? After killing, all materials will be divided into thirds." The eagerness in her eyes was almost beyond words. He even proposed a distribution plan, hoping that he would agree. Chen Fan glanced over the two of them, shook his head slightly and said, "I won't go. You are all in the Holy Lotus realm. My strength is low, so there is no need to take risks. Actually, not afraid of them at all, just don't want to get in trouble. The most important thing is that it is extremely rare to find the sword grass all over the ground. In particular, there are more than a dozen commander-level sword grasses inside, which must not be let go." His rebuttal made the man look very ugly, and he wanted to go up and teach him a lesson. Also know that two people are strong in the Holy Lotus realm, how dare they be disobedient? But the woman next to her understood the truth and said immediately, "Little brother, I see that you are well-founded in the endless sword grass attacks, and you are not injured. At least in terms of body skills, you are very strong. It is most suitable for restraining and attacking powerful enemies. Even if the two of us attack you, you can retreat completely, so what is there to be afraid of? Come with us." The pleading and anticipation in the eyes gave a sense of certainty. Hearing this, Chen Fan shook his head slightly, still unmoved, and said, "I won't go. Find someone else. I believe there are many people stronger than me. Even if you find an archer, they are stronger than me." After finishing speaking, he ignored it and rushed into the swordgrass group with a sword step. In an instant, the sky filled with sword energy directly overwhelmed him, covering the entire sky. When the crisis is approaching, his figure is like a sword, and he rushes out mightily. The right hand pointed like a sword, thinking of knocking out all the sword energy. The fingers of both hands have been strengthened several times, and they are already extremely sharp, comparable to super titanium alloy knives. Coupled with the terrifying power control, it should be able to do it. Whoosh whoosh. Dang dang dang. Endless sword energy, like a violent storm, covered all around. The fingers and swords are running rapidly, and they are resolved in the fastest and optimal way. Even the commander-level sword grass cannot cause any harm to him. A man and a woman standing outside the group of sword grasses were dumbfounded when they saw the towering sword aura filling the sky and the thick green sword aura sweeping across. As an experienced warrior, he is very aware of the horror of the sword grass. As long as they appear, they must be a large piece. Even if the Holy Lotus realm is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, it is difficult to avoid the terrifying attack, and it will be pierced into a hornet's nest in an instant. Even wearing the most exquisite armor, it has no effect on them. There are always places exposed. Not to mention that there is a commander-level sword grass in it, and the sword energy flies out. Even if it is in the Shinmen realm, it has to avoid the edge temporarily. If you are not careful, you will end up with broken limbs and broken arms. However, the young man they met rushed into the sword grass as if they were not afraid of death. They don't attack phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme, just to exercise their physical skills and techniques, and resist the intensive attacks from all directions. Even the commander-level sword grass has no effect on him. The horror of strength has long exceeded their imagination. Just now, the man thought he would be disobedient, so he directly kidnapped him by force. Fortunately, I didn't do anything, otherwise I don't know how to die. The woman murmured, "Is this still a human?" In the early stage of the Golden Bridge, he was able to head with a commander-level creature. What kind of genius is it? She was already dumbfounded, and the image of Chen Fan surrounded by sword energy was circling in her mind. Too nerve-wracking. To them, Chen Fan's strength was not on the same level. It is said that they are afraid of them, but in fact it is because their strength is too weak to bother. The two looked at it for a while, their hearts couldn't take it anymore, they turned and left. Chen Fan ignored their thoughts. The difference in combat effectiveness is too great, they can be destroyed with a single hand, and there is no basis for cooperation. In the sword grass, the cloak outside his body became riddled with holes, and was turned into rags in a short time. If it wasn't for his strong body, countless transparent holes would have appeared. An attack from all directions is completely different from an attack from one side. Whether it is the direction of dodge, or pay attention to the attacks in all directions, the difficulty of forming geometric shapes increases. In his expectation. With the passage of time, fewer and fewer attacks fell on the body, the speed of counterattack became faster and faster, and the techniques became more and more subtle. It wasn't until standing among the 10 commander-level sword grasses that they were still able to block the attack that they laughed happily. "Ah, I'm such a genius. How many people can practice with sword grass? You are useless, so die." Chen Fan didn't pull out the super titanium alloy knife from his waist, but just waved it with his big hand, and started to fight back. In particular, the commander-level sword grass with a large attack range and sufficient sword energy is the first to be wiped out. Rushed in front of them, just pointed out with the sword, and directly cut off the body of sword grass. Bah! The sword grass, which was nearly 2 meters thick, immediately fell heavily to the side. Chen Fan grabbed it without hesitation. The system beep sounded one after another: kill the Grass Clan commander-level sword grass and get 20,000 fusion points. Discovering fused energy, sword chi, requires 10,000 fusion points. In Chen Fan's hands, the sword grass turned into fly ash in the blink of an eye, and a sharp sword energy merged into the bitter sea of Dantian. He moved extremely quickly, grabbed the yellow round third-order crystal nucleus, and fused it immediately. Finding fusion energy, the third-order high-grade crystal nucleus requires 10,000 fusion points. The fusion point just obtained or acquired is instantly emptied. But he didn't care, his body was erratic, tearing apart the sky like a sky-splitting sword. While using the sword step to avoid the surrounding attacks, at the same time used the finger sword to kill all the sword grass. No matter what level, kill them all and absorb them together. The speed is getting faster and faster, like a harvester, sweeping across from east to west. When he stood on the other side of the land, he found that the sun had appeared in the west at some point. Glancing at the communicator, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. No way, have I comprehended it in the sword grass for so long? I always felt that it took only 1 or 2 hours for me to comprehend the sword step and pointing the sword. It turned out that 8 hours had passed. Time goes by without feeling it at all. Ignoring other things, I took a look at the flying ash all over the ground, and walked away to the distance again. It is estimated that many people passed by here in the morning, but they didn't know that there was him in the middle. He definitely wouldn't go back so early. He was going to do a big kill at night, earn some federal currency, and then go back to retreat. Perhaps this can improve the cultivation base. Along the way, I killed a fat rabbit, made a roasted rabbit meat, and ate it heartily. Rabbit teeth, rabbit fur, and rabbit paws were all put away by him, and they could be used as trophies to satisfy the curiosity of some people. Some people like all kinds of pretentiousness, asking random questions. He is just pretending. Not for nothing. Before I knew it, I walked more than 4 meters and it was 6 o'clock. On the road, teams with rich harvests began to appear one after another, and they hurried home with smiles and trophies. Some people have injuries on their bodies, but they have smiles on their faces. As long as the harvest is huge, just a little injury, don't worry about it at all. Batch after batch, the speed is very fast. What he didn't expect was that he saw the man who invited him to join the team that day. With 7 people and many prey on their backs, they hurried on the road talking and laughing. The golden bridge under the feet is radiant and relatively delicate, gliding for a distance from time to time. High speed. The two met on the road, and naturally glanced at each other. The white captain with brown hair and green eyes said with disdain, "Boy, if you don't form a team with us, how much can you gain in a day? Look at the gains of our team, almost everyone is 2 elite prey." Pointing to the prey on the team members around him, he said in a showy manner, as if to make him regret it. Chen Fan shook the canvas pocket at his waist and said, "I myself have materials for 3 elite creatures, more than you. What am I envious of? With a few more days of savings, I can buy a house. I wonder when you will be able to buy a house." He is purely irritating, and he is the kind who can't kill people without killing people. I can't wait to let them understand that I am powerful. Sure enough, one sentence changed the faces of everyone present. Their overall harvest is indeed more than that of Chen Fan, but most of the accumulated Federation coins are distributed by the captain. Chen Fan, who was younger than them, was about to buy a house, but they felt that it was nowhere in sight. The smile on his face just now turned into bitterness. The captain was so angry that his nose was twisted, and he wanted to teach him a lesson, but he knew that the team members might not be with him. He licked his lips and snorted coldly, "Boy, you don't have to be too happy, let me tell you, we are going to buy a house soon." After speaking, he waved at the team members and prepared to leave. "If you don't leave yet, do you want to continue to look at his disgusting face?" Chen fondly ignored them, stepped aside, and continued to go far away. The closer you are to the city, the harder it is to see high-level creatures. They also have intelligence, and they will only wait for humans far away from the city. It is safer, and it can also lure the enemy to go deep, preventing people from escaping. Therefore, Chen Fan tried his best to go as far away as possible, not caring what was going on outside. After walking 5,000 meters again, no one was flying or passing by, and most of the people had returned to the city. Standing on a mountain peak, ready to see where there are powerful commander-level creatures, an urgent cry for help came from the cliff on the south side. "Help! Are there humans? Help!" The voice was shrill and filled with endless fear. Mostly, something familiar. Chen Fan glides down from the cliff with the help of the golden bridge. The golden bridge is light green, covered with bright white, extremely smooth, and surrounded by flames, which makes people feel that this is not a golden bridge made by human practice. It is a masterpiece of heaven, displayed in front of human beings. The most shocking thing is that under the golden bridge, there is an illusory holy lotus that is about to appear. It represents the peak of his golden bridge realm, and he can enter the holy lotus realm at any time. From then on, you can release your true energy and roam freely in the sky. Below is a dry river bed. A river used to pass through here, but now there is no water. There are sparse weeds growing, and there are no shadows of trees for the time being. A figure, dragging his right leg, kept running backwards, with a long knife in his hand, looking behind him in horror. Chen Fan could see clearly that what was chasing after him was a hell creature, the dark 3-headed dog. The whole body is as black as ink, with 3 huge heads. One spouts hellfire, which can burn mountains and rivers and dry up rivers. One can spew out highly poisonous and die in 3 steps. One can imitate various sounds and seduce the soul, which is very strange. The one in front of him was 40 meters long and was covered in scars. It was dragging its frozen hind legs and chasing the woman in front of it. "You beast, but you dare!" With a roar, Chen Fan put away the golden bridge and fell from the sky. This roar immediately attracted the attention of the dark three-headed dog, and the heads of the fire-breathing and tempting dogs were raised in unison, rushing towards Chen Fan. A black flame rushed over in an instant. At the same time, a voice came from another mouth. "Officer, are you here?" The voice is like a delicate beauty, which makes people's bones crisp. However, to Chen Fan, who possessed spiritual power, the voice was so weird that goosebumps all over his body. There is no temptation at all. With a cold expression and murderous intent, it landed like a cannonball. Before the hellfire could completely diffuse out, a circle of frost suddenly appeared around Chen Fan's body. Frost Shield. One of the skills used by Yuki Maiden, it can block many damages. In the face of hellfire, it should be able to stop it. Flying Bear Strike. The body turned into a terrifying cannonball, containing all the muscle strength, and hit the back of the three-headed dog heavily. Boom. Crack. He looked like a little flea, but he exploded with terrifying attack power, directly breaking his waist. Together with the internal spine, it was smashed off at the same time. Very scary. You know, even the king-level frost tiger couldn't withstand a blow 3 days ago. Not to mention the dark three-headed dog that is far inferior to the frost tiger. Ow! The 3 dog heads rose up to the sky in unison, screaming in different rhythms. The tofu waist with copper head and iron bone refers to dogs. Therefore, attacking the weakness with the most powerful force is naturally easy to catch. Just this moment, the 2 hind legs were completely disabled, and they no longer had any function. Chen Fan refused to let others go. A super titanium alloy knife appeared in his hand, and he diagnosed the fire with one knife. The other 2 heads bent as hard as they could, trying to swallow Chen Fan. However, after it was injured, its movements were uncoordinated, and its movements were not as fast as Chen Fan's. Therefore, a head was beheaded on the spot. The last head, without any chance to struggle, was cut off by Chen Fan on the spot. The foul-smelling black blood, like an oil eruption, spilled a dozen meters away with a pungent smell. On the ground, a cloud of green smoke rose up, making a rustling sound. It can be seen that the blood contains terrifying corrosion. Chen Fan secretly rejoiced that this time, in order not to expose more combat power, he used conventional attack methods as much as possible. Otherwise, if you rely on your body to volley and use the bull rush, you will definitely be able to get into the stomach from the back of the hell three-headed dog. At that time, it is really asking for a dead end and being corroded. Even if the body is strong and there is no harm, the clothes and armor on the body will be very miserable. Shaking his head, he secretly rejoiced that this time he was saving lives, and it wasn't too exaggerated. Beheaded the hell three-headed dog, and then grabbed its corpse. In my mind, the voice of the system came: kill the king-level hell three-headed dog of the Hell Clan and get 100,000 fusion points. Discover the innate ability that can be fused, Red Lotus Karma. Burning spirit and body, it is impossible to guard against. Need fusion points of 20,000. Finding energy that can be fused, life is highly poisonous. Very poisonous, life is unbearable, and lifespan is reduced. Fusion points of 10,000 are required. Discover fusion skills, Xiaotian. Using sound to open up a powerful range of sound and control people's spirits requires 20,000 fusion points. A series of voices sounded, and Chen Fan merged without hesitation. After all, it is a king-level creature, so there must be many benefits. The ultimate goal of killing them is to improve oneself. It's just that, for the time being, the crystal nucleus in the head has not been collected, and the sword energy has not even been used. Because sword energy is his signature skill, it is easy to be discovered and spread. Until now, he had no chance to see the woman who just called for help. He was leaning against a big tree, grasping the root of his right leg with his right hand, staring at Chen Fan with eyes full of horror. Holding a long sword in his left hand, he is still in a guarded posture. Even if he saved her, he still didn't dare to relax at all. No one knows whether he will kill people and steal money. In the wild, there are too many people who think this way. Just as Chen Fan was about to say something, he found 3 women emerging from the weeds in the distance, all in a panic. His clothes were scorched, his hair was disheveled, and the armor on his body showed traces of corrosion. With a broken arm and scratches on his face, he was in a mess. When they saw that it was Chen Fan who saved them, their eyes were full of disbelief. Especially the purple-clothed woman, although her clothes were scanty, her left arm was broken, and her purple-red swelling was swollen, she didn't care. Staring at Chen Fan's face, he asked in surprise, "It turned out to be you? You are not at the level of the gods, but you can kill king-level creatures?" The 4 of us were almost wiped out. She really couldn't understand why Chen Fan was so powerful. The woman in white staggered to the woman leaning against the tree, and asked nervously, "How are you? Can you still fly?" The woman in yellow waved her hand and said unwillingly, "I can fly, but after I go back, I'm afraid I have to cultivate my body again." Not only did we not take advantage of it this time, but we actually forced the commander-level creature into a king-level creature. Unlucky. The leader of the dark 3-headed dog that the 4 of them met originally wanted to get some good materials after besieged. But I didn't expect it to evolve suddenly. When Chen Fan heard their voices, his eyes lit up, and there was such a change. Creatures of all races can also transform into kings in battle. No wonder it only seemed to be more than 30 meters away, and the combat power was a bit worse, and the fusion point was much worse. Facing Ziyi's inquiry, he said lightly, "It's nothing? I landed from the sky and killed it with acceleration." "Didn't you hurt it?" To put it lightly, it comes down to the acceleration of gravity of falling from a high altitude. Modern people have learned. Hearing this, the 4 women not only did not alleviate the fear in their eyes, but were even more shocked. "He fell from the sky, doesn't it mean that he can't fly?" Seeing that the cliff is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to 200 meters, he dares to jump off? At most, in the midterm of Golden Bridge, can they have such terrifying lethality? Full of doubts, he could only say, "Little brother, you are amazing. You are so tall, you dare to jump?" Chen Fan smiled lightly and said, "It's nothing. I heard that sister's voice, and I came down in a hurry. You can ignore the injury for the continuation of human beings, and I naturally don't care about height. By the way, can you tell me, what did you do before biological evolution? I can avoid it in the future, and be careful of capsizing in the gutter." In fact, he wants to learn how to force the creatures of all races to evolve when necessary. After the promotion, there should be more integration points. It's just that the 3-headed hellhound doesn't have any noble blood, so don't care. Hearing this, several people's faces were all stunned. The thought in my heart was that he was so awesome that he dared to jump hundreds of meters. Moreover, it was because he heard the sound that he jumped down regardless. In other words, he only has respect for the 4 women, and has no other thoughts. A heart was finally placed in the stomach, he let out a long breath, and said, "I haven't thanked you for saving my life yet." "Thank you very much. Little brother, thank you, otherwise the 4 of us sisters would definitely be buried here today. The crisis is finally resolved, thank you." The 4 girls limped together and thanked Chen Fan. Then, it was discovered that the sun was westward, and the sun had been blocked by the mountains. The woman in purple said quickly, "Little brother, let's talk about the specific changes after we go back. Now, you'd better pack up the spoils and go back directly. In the wild at night, we are powerless to stop the wounded." She was kind enough to advise Chen Fan to go back and not to go any further. Moreover, the expressions of the other 3 women were very flustered. I deeply know what kind of danger will be there once it gets dark. Chen Fan smiled and waved his hands, "You guys pack up your spoils and go back quickly. Night is the time for me to kill the enemy, and there are too few creatures of all races during the day. Don't worry, there's nothing particularly awesome." What the 4 women froze in place, not knowing what to say. Chen Fan, the little brother, was actually waiting for the night to fall. Pay no attention to the various creatures that may appear. How can it be? The woman in white reacted quickly, pursed her lips, and said, "Little brother, you may not know that once night comes, all kinds of ghost and bone creatures are at least 4 or 5 times more powerful than during the day, and there are countless strong ones. I know. That's why I can practice martial arts and agility at night. Chen Fan directly interrupted her nonsense, and continued, our cultivation paths are different. I am a physical practitioner with a strong physique. Hurry up and pack up your spoils, and I will escort you for a while. He knew that the 4 women were injured and might be stared at, so he said that. What will actually happen, no one knows. The eyes of the 4 people all fixed on Chen Fan, knowing that he was not joking, and immediately realized that what he just said was modest. Even if the realm is not high, the real combat strength is absolutely terrifying. The woman in white didn't talk nonsense, and said, you killed the 3-headed hell dog, and you deserve the spoils. We don't want to. No, if you hadn't stimulated its ferocity, it wouldn't have become a king class. Naturally, it would also be able to get spoils. Although my realm is low, I won't compete with others for things. After finishing speaking, he simply helped to cut open the head, and took out the 3 diamond-shaped yellow crystal nuclei inside. 6 more canine teeth were cut. On the huge body, the 4 girls stripped off a large piece of fur from the waist. The whole tail was cut off, and 4 claws were dug out. It took less than 10 minutes in total, but the sky quickly darkened. It's getting closer to the sky. The woman in white insisted on giving Chen Fan a crystal nucleus, and said, you take it. If we weren't injured, we definitely don't want such precious materials. We need to recuperate when we go back, so I won't be polite to you. She grabbed Chen Fan's hand and put it inside, not allowing him to refuse. Row. Chen Fan didn't continue to be polite, in fact he deserved it. After grabbing it, it seemed to be put into the canvas pocket at the waist, but it was actually absorbed directly. The voice of the system sounded in my mind, I found absorbable energy, which can greatly increase true energy, and requires 30,000 fusion points. With fusion points, there are only left, because he didn't absorb the body material of the 3-headed dog. Otherwise, nothing left. Seeing him putting it away, the 4th daughter showed a smile on her face and said, then let's fly away first, and go back to treat you to dinner. After speaking, he soared into the sky and left the scene directly. Chen Fan never expected that the 4 girls would go so resolutely. But yes, the sky has darkened. If you don't leave, you may not have time to go back before the sun goes down. The wounded man suffered a loss of both blood and blood, and was congenitally deficient in the face of all kinds of ghosts and bone races. Therefore, it is normal to go back early. Chen Fan just glanced at the direction they left, and they continued to go south. Going to grab a pheasant and roast it for dinner at night. As a result, the pheasant did not see, but in a valley, some humans were seen. At least more than 40 people stood under a magical fruit tree on the mountainside. The sword is on the verge of breaking out, and the momentum is compelling, as if it has a great effect. What the hell? Chen Fan stood on the hillside, looking down at the valley. You know, along the way, almost no treasures of heaven and earth have been seen. Some of them were also picked and taken away by humans. Unexpectedly, in a valley, meters away, there are so many people facing each other. Moreover, it seems that they are all in the Holy Lotus realm, and they are all stepping on the Holy Lotus under their feet, as if they are afraid of some poison on the ground. The Holy Lotus is different, some have 9 petals, some have 12 petals, and some have 18. Just when he was full of curiosity, a voice came from below, you don't need to argue, this vermilion fruit tree, we want it from the Southern Inspection Kai Mansion. No one is allowed to snatch it. A master of the mighty Shinmen loomed behind him, his face full of rebellion. Looking at the crowd coldly, he said loudly. In his heart, this vermilion fruit tree is already in his pocket. A master who stepped into the realm of God with 1 foot has enough confidence. But, at this moment, a woman who was opposite to him swung the long whip in her hand, making crackling noises. Then a cool voice sounded, Kylo, what are you? You're just a dog of the Kai Mansion, trash. You can't represent the Kai Mansion. We are patrolling the West, and we don't buy your account. Even if there is no Shinmen behind him, he has no fear at all. The Holy Lotus under the feet exudes brilliant brilliance, is very smooth, and has as many as 18 lotus petals. All the people far above the scene should be geniuses. As time passed, a voice soon came from inside, hiss. A voice like a poisonous snake spitting out a letter came from the mouth of a man in the shadows. Then a piercing voice sounded, "Stop arguing, you are human beings, and getting vermilion fruit is just a slight increase in strength. But for us sinners, it can wash away the specialness of our bodies. We also want to integrate into normal human society, it should be given to us." A few people, like shadows, appeared from the darkness, bringing a heavy pressure to everyone. The strange thing is that there is no holy lotus under the feet, but it can float in the air. A magical way of cultivation. This was the first time Chen Fan saw a foreigner participating in the outside competition. On weekdays, you can't see these people at all. I don't know where to practice. Moreover, I saw with my own eyes that the human beings who were still rebellious just now took a step back involuntarily after seeing them. It seems that we are facing a scourge and have to be on guard. However, they seemed to realize that it was pointless to retreat, so they all stepped forward again, as if they were going to fight to the death. He shook his head involuntarily and said, "It's just a vermilion fruit tree, so why do we need to fight for it? Even if it has powerful effects, what use is it to me? I can't even think of a fight in my heart." The sky gradually darkened, and a crescent moon rose in the sky. On the earth, countless ghost races rose from the ground, each one ferocious and terrifying. Countless bone race crawled out of the ground, with strange shapes and extremely scary. Not to mention that there are many shadow clans and ghost clans appearing one after another. Among them, 2 terrifying king-level creatures of the Nether clan, which were covered in dark red long hair and reached a length of more than 50 meters, suddenly appeared from the valley. Ho ho ho! The rough roar instantly disrupted the human confrontation. Countless creatures of thousands of races gathered from all directions, like a tide, surrounding them. Terrifying momentum, earth-shattering, 5 people can stop it. Grass, the Nether race Skybreaker Badger. An extremely terrifying creature. It's over, this is clearly a trap. Let's find a way to get out 1-inch mom, we are confronting each other here, but we have given the creatures of all races a chance. What about 2 terrifying king-level creatures? The many human beings who were confronting each other just now have all abandoned their prejudices at this moment, standing back to back together, guarding against possible murderous intentions. There is an illusory divine gate floating in the sky, and the rest are all in the Holy Lotus realm. Not to mention 2 king-level creatures, even one is hard to resist. Not to mention that there are countless commanders, elites, and ordinary creatures around, watching them eagerly. Only then did Chen Fan discover that when king-level creatures were present, creatures such as ghosts and bone races were naturally afraid. Like a trained army, they are waiting neatly in front. No matter if it is the commanding level or the elite level, they dare not move half a step. What a spectacle! It was the first time Chen Fan encountered it, and the surrounding ghosts did not rush forward, as if they were waiting for an order. Because he was on the top of the mountain, although he surrounded many ghosts, there was no danger. On the other hand, the group of people in the valley had ashen-colored faces, cold bodies, and nowhere to go. In the face of 2 king-level creatures, dozens of humans have little resistance. Not to mention, some people who were hiding in the dark, ready to fish in troubled waters, were all forced out by various ghost and bone tribes, and they had nowhere to hide. The ferocious form of the ghost clan, the various glaring skeletons of the bone clan, accompanied by the sound of creaking steps. The Shadow Clan flickered, unable to grasp their exact location. The Nether race, Hell race, and various races hidden during the day surrounded them like endless ambushes. Even though they can all fly, they still feel that they cannot escape with their wings. Don't wait, let's go out together. If we drag it on, none of us will survive. The Shinmen behind Kyla shook, ready for the first battle, and roared loudly. The holy lotus under the feet of the rest of the people began to glow, bursting into brilliant light, ready to fight together. The body is gradually raised, waiting for the opportunity to move. Most people are actually ready to flee. Among the creatures of all races, the flying ones are still at the same height as them, staring at them fiercely and terrifyingly. Chen Fan watched carefully from the top of the mountain. The woman holding a long whip kept her eyes on the red fruit tree. It seems that he is not willing to give up. As for the others, their eyes were all fixed on the various creatures around them, and they could find a gap at any time and run away at any time. He shook his head. These people are scattered, and it is estimated that none of them can escape. In the end, all possibilities have become the midday meal of these creatures. His eyes couldn't help falling on the two king-level creatures, thinking about whether to take them down. If one-on-one, he has some hope. If you face two at the same time, there is always a feeling of powerlessness. Even if the strength has been raised to the peak of the Golden Bridge realm, if there is no Holy Lotus condensed in a day, there will be no qualitative breakthrough. The Holy Lotus represents the concentration of extroverted true energy, which can form a terrifying attack. For example, Guchen's blood explosion fist. One punch volley can hit burst tequila. At most, he has reached the outer layer of the body, and he can't radiate out yet. In terms of body, he is confident that he can match the king-level biological hard steel. While he was evaluating each other's fighting power, the king-level creatures of the nether tribe below suddenly raised their heads to the sky and roared. A loud roar shook the heavens and the earth, the mountains trembled, and the dark clouds dispersed. The surrounding trees fell in all directions, and the formation of human beings waiting in battle in the sky was instantly smashed to pieces. Ho ho ho! Hiss! Ow! A gluttonous feast of hunting humans has begun. The creatures around Chen Fan, such as the Ghost Clan and the Bone Clan, had been staring at him for a long time. Hearing the roar at this moment was like hearing the horn of attack, rushing forward screaming. However, as soon as they rushed within 5 meters, many elite creatures were all torn apart by the terrifying energy and blood, turning into pieces of meat. There were only a few races with entities left, and when they rushed within 2 meters, they also died tragically on the spot in the face of Chen Fan's terrifying sword aura. The random attacks of these creatures are not threatening in the face of the improved split phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme 8 swords. He doesn't even need to use any agility. The crystal nuclei were caught by him in the air and easily fused. Waves of energy gather in the Dantian and become a part of the sea of bitterness. Facing this level of attack, Chen Fan didn't even pay % of his attention here, watching the changes in the valley. Countless creatures of all races launched a fierce attack on more than 40 people from all directions. How could human beings still have such a strong resistance when they were roared by a king-level creature and their formation was disrupted? In a daze, a master of the Holy Lotus realm was instantly pierced through the chest by a bone bird, and blood filled its body. The next moment, the human body was quickly drained, turned into a mummy, and thrown on the ground. A woman, whose body movements were a little slow, was wrapped around her neck by 2 hang ghosts. Even though the tongue was burning with chi and blood and smoked continuously, it still didn't let go. In the blink of an eye, his whole body turned black and blue, turning into a corpse. The rest of the humans ignored the dead at all, turning into birds and beasts in 2s and 3s like frightened birds. No one is going to block the king-level creatures, no one is fighting against the commander-level creatures. At this time, the only option is to escape. The only people who can be trusted are the few people in the team around him. Rescue each other and break out quickly. The woman holding the long whip took one last look at the vermilion fruit tree, and with endless helplessness, she also soared into the sky. All the harsh words, all the scrambling, under the real threat of life, is just a joke. Roar roar. One of the Nether Clan sky-shattering badgers, like a terrifying demon god, with a roar, rushed directly to the master floating behind him. I know that he is the strongest and has the most energy and blood. Seeing this, Kylo roared wildly, "You block the commanders around, I'll fight the Skybreaker, escape immediately." He is worthy of being a master, and he stood up at a critical moment. Another sky-shattering badger also roared angrily, and chased after the woman holding the long whip. Jumping up to a height of meters, even the Holy Lotus realm flying at a height of meters was frightened by the huge sky-shattering badger. Flicking the long whip, he shouted to his comrades, "Quick, run away, I'll find a way to hold him back. Call the inspector to avenge me. At this time, if she doesn't stand up, everyone will die. No one will avenge her anymore." Chen Fan looked at the mountain and felt that the opportunity had come. The direction in which the woman was running was just above his head. The sky-shatter badger is like a wild boar in the sky, revealing its fragile belly. The terrifying fangs and hard bone spurs were all aimed at the group of people who were about to flee. Opportunity. But he didn't make a move right away, instead he made a move while waiting for it to be completely exposed. It can only be said that this sky-shattering badger is too back. Jumping up to a height of meters, he borrowed strength from the mountainside, and when he jumped up again, he reached the sky above Chen Fan. It only regards human beings as prey, how could it be defensive? The woman holding a long whip also nodded her back. As soon as the long whip wrapped around the fangs of the sky-shattering badger, it was thrown away by the berserk force. The power balance is not on the same level at all. The 20-meter-long fangs, like a terrifying machete, swept across the woman's waist. Just this blow left her seriously injured and unable to keep flying in the air. What accompanied by a shrill scream, it flew directly into the distance. The speed was so fast that he rushed to the front of the three fleeing companions in the blink of an eye. Can't stop the blow of a king-level creature. In an instant, the three companions all knew that today was a bad day. Can't escape. Because the enemy he faced was really too strong. The king level is not something they can handle at the Holy Lotus realm. Just when they looked back to check the situation in panic, they saw an unbelievable scene. Originally, the sky was clear, the moon hung high, and the hot breath permeated the sky and the earth. However, they saw a blizzard covering a radius of meters. Endless snowflakes fluttered and the howling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme just shrouded the sky-shatter badger inside. Such a weird picture definitely had a shocking psychological impact on them. If it weren't for the fact that there are many creatures of 10,000 races approaching, they would definitely go over to check the situation. Quick, save Mother Tai Chui. Someone reacted and rushed to rescue the whip-wielding woman who was knocked into the air. Get out, kill out quickly. There are masters holding back the king-level creature. Ignoring the time to check the situation, he yelled frantically and fled while dealing with the countless creatures around him. Chen Fan activated the ice and snow and ice domain at the same time when the sky-shattering badger passed over his body. In this environment, his speed increased by %. A super titanium alloy knife appeared in his hand, with sword energy shining on it, forming a 3-meter-long knife light. The body is like a streamer, and it smashes the stomach of the potion badger who was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close / phoneme in front of him. He had just picked up a human woman, and when he was triumphant, he was shocked by the sudden appearance of a blizzard. Skybreaker was in a daze on the spot, not understanding what was going on. Before it could respond, another unexpected change came. Under the stomach, there was a faint sharp feeling. How can there be time to avoid the body hanging in midair? He could only roll as far as possible, hoping to avoid this blow. However, Chen Fan's speed, after the addition of the ice field and the training in the sword grass group, is no longer what it used to be. Even if it is a king-level creature, it still cannot escape. Accompanied by a flash of light, the knife slashed open the belly of the badger. The fierce sword light cut through the belly fiercely and exploded instantly. Numerous skins exploded, even skin as hard as bluestone, could not stop the explosion of sword energy. Even Chen Fan's body couldn't stop Daomon's attack. Blood splattered, flesh and blood flew across the sky, and the sky was like a rain of blood. Chen Fan's body jumped up in the air, following the rolling body of the badger, and stood on its stomach. Holding the knife in both hands, he continued to draw towards the heart along the wound just now. Accompanied by explosions, a huge 30-meter-long wound appeared on the entire belly. Intestines, stomachs, and internal organs were all damaged by sword energy, and blood rained down from the sky. Ho ho ho! The sky-shattering badger roared up to the sky in pain, and the screams spread all over the surrounding mountains and the entire battlefield. Human beings and creatures of all races in the battle couldn't help turning their heads to look. They were all stunned when they saw the badger, bathed in blood, volleying towards the top of the mountain with his back down. Humans didn't expect that a blizzard suddenly appeared and injured the king-level creature on the spot. The creatures of all races did not expect that their respected king would be vulnerable to human beings. The body, more than 50 meters long, like a huge container, hit the top of the mountain heavily. Rumble. The entire mountain shook violently, earth and rocks rolled down, the earth shook, and the mountains rumbled. Not far from death. At this moment, it is rare for them to feel fear. Never thought that there are strong humans who can easily kill king-level creatures. Not only them, but other human beings seem to see the hope of survival. Otherwise, everyone knows that even if they run away scattered, there is probably no one who can really survive. A king-level creature is an instant kill against the Holy Lotus realm, and its speed is even more incomparable. However, Chen Fan's sudden attack seriously injured a king class, which definitely saved his life. Even so, they didn't dare to delay at all, mustered up their strength again, and killed in all directions. Even if all king-level creatures are dead, and there are many other commander-level creatures, they can still be exhausted to death. Therefore, it is important to escape for your life regardless of the humans in the snowstorm. Besides, if you can kill king-level creatures, will you still be afraid of the siege of other creatures? Totally impossible. So, run for your own life first. Chen Fan didn't care what happened to them. Although Skyshatter Badger was injured, he didn't die so easily. Anyway, it is a king-level creature, and there is a gap in its stomach, which is nothing. The only thing to do now is to kill it as soon as possible. The body was like a streamer, and when the sky-shattering badger was about to reluctantly get up, it was already near the neck. The thick neck is comparable in diameter to Chen Fan's two heights. The terrifying fangs, like a huge stone pillar 20 meters long, are extremely hard and reflect cold light. His body is covered in long brown hair, like sharp swords that grow upside down. Even so, Chen Fan showed no signs of fear. Straighten out the 3-meter-long knife light, and cut it down on the neck. Ho-hoo! Sky-shattering badger felt the attack on his neck and roared angrily. The neck twisted, and the thick fangs swept towards Chen Fan. This is its only way of coping. In the world of ice and snow, I feel that my body is frozen stiff, and my movements are unavoidably sluggish and difficult to control. The most important thing is that when the body is injured, even a little movement will cause severe pain. In a short time, I can't get up at all. However, Chen Fan didn't take this kind of attack seriously. After the injury, the strength and speed of the king level were much worse. The truly threatening attack is certainly not this one. The body does not dodge or dodge, and the left hand gathers a violent blow to block the attack. Holding the ultra-titanium alloy knife in his right hand, with the light of the knife, he rushed to the neck fiercely. When? Like two heavy metals colliding in the void, the vibration spread throughout the valley. Chen Fan's fist collided fiercely with the Skyshatter Badger's fangs in the air. Cracks appeared on the fangs, and they were almost broken on the spot. Chen Fan's body moved 3 meters in the void. Although the direction was shifted, it did not completely block the attack. With all his strength, Daomong ruthlessly smashed through Tian Badger's neck. Put! With the sound of tearing, a 3-meter-long incision appeared on the neck. Unable to control Chen Fan's body, he moved to the side and hit the ground. Put! Accompanied by the dull sound, he rolled out for more than 10 meters before standing firmly. Even if the counterattack at the moment of death was not life-threatening, Chen Fan, who was in the air, still flew far away. On the other hand, the huge wound on the badger's neck seemed to have opened the mouth of a fountain, and countless blood rose into the sky, reaching a height of 20 meters. It dyes the white snow falling on the ground around it red, and dyes its own body red. He. There was an unpleasant sound in his throat, and he didn't know how to call out. Chen Fan got up without stopping, turned into a streamer again, and killed the past. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. At the same time, the badger, who had just knocked Kailu into the air and had no time to enjoy the food, rushed over. The heavy body borrowed force from the ground several times, causing the mountains to shake and the ground to shake. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. Countless creatures of all races who received the order had no choice but to rush towards Chen Fan desperately. It seemed that he wanted to kill him instantly, not giving him a chance to survive. Those who escaped found that many commander-level creatures were going towards the strong human beings regardless of themselves, so they couldn't help but stop. I want to see how he killed so many creatures of all races. I only saw elite-level and ordinary creatures. After entering the ice field, they couldn't bear the impact of his blood. In the blink of an eye, it was wiped out. Moreover, it is difficult to see what the human being inside looks like, and it is even difficult to catch his shadow. Such a terrifying speed shocked them so much that their hearts almost jumped out. Shocking voices blurted out, "Oh my god, it's only been a few seconds, and the head of a king-level creature has been cut off. What kind of powerhouse is this? How could he create a domain? Even in the scorching summer, can there be a blizzard? It's unimaginable. Only those who have opened the pillars of the sky can display it in the field of feeling. How can such a master come to the second level of heaven? I guess we got it wrong. If it's the person who opened the Tianzhu, he can kill king-level creatures with one finger. Why waste a few seconds? I guess it's some super genius. Looking at his appearance, he doesn't know how to condense blood into weapons, but he already has such terrifying power. He should be a powerful forging body. Don't look, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme go up to help, or run away immediately. Among all kinds of discussions, people feel that they should not run away after being rescued by others. There is no danger now, why not take the opportunity to kill some powerful commander-level creatures behind the back? At least part of the material can be obtained. With the end of their discussion, everyone finally reacted and rushed to the commanding level. As long as you are not a genius, the Holy Lotus level corresponds to the commander level, and it is possible to kill it. Let alone a sneak attack from behind. For a moment, the situation of the battle seemed to be deflected. Chen Fan didn't care about the changes in the outside world. After smashing Tianxia Badger's head with a knife, he got the yellow circular crystal nucleus inside. The left hand is already grasping the thick tail. For a moment, the voice of the system kept ringing in my mind, kill the king-level sky-shattering badgers of the Nether clan and get 140,000 fusion points. Finding fusion energy, the 4th order high-grade crystal nucleus requires 20,000 fusion points. Find the talent that can be fused, set fire to the sky. Use heavy weapons to lift the enemy up and explode in an instant. Need to fuse 30,000. Discover the fusion blood, pig gang hyena blood, enhance blood power, physical fitness. Need fusion points 80,000. Discover fused bones, fangs, and saber teeth. To enhance bone strength, you need 10,000 fusion points. A series of voices means that everything can be integrated. Without any hesitation, Chen Fan merged all of them on the spot. Allowing all kinds of power to surge in his body, he raised the super titanium alloy knife with both hands, and greeted the rushing badger. Even though it is unparalleled in momentum and mighty and powerful, Iran is not afraid. Standing alone on the top of the mountain, bathed in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind slash phoneme and snow, stepping on the dead badger. Driven by the sky-shattering badgers, countless commander-level creatures around them became vanguards, rushing over regardless of their lives. It's just that, although they are powerful, with rough skin and thick flesh, they were easily killed in front of Chen Fan. The improved version of the rifting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind slash phoneme 8 swords, plus the sword step, reached the extreme speed in the field of ice. Kill faster, headshot with knife. All commanders who rushed into the range of the blizzard could only die. His head was blown off, and the crystal nucleus was fused directly. If it wasn't for the lack of time, he would even fuse all the creatures to see how far he could reach. The human beings chasing after the leader-level creatures, seeing the creatures entering the range of the blizzard, will definitely light up a knife light. Immediately, the blood burst out, the head rolled down, and blood spurted wildly. The huge body glides in the air and falls to the ground. The horrific killing scene shocked everyone's heart. They need to exhaust all their strength to deal with the commander level, in the opponent's hands, only one knife. Is this person in the divine realm? Before he could say anything, he saw the sky-shattering badger rushing headlong into the blizzard with the sound of piercing through the air. Two strong fangs like stone pillars slammed into Chen Fan with dazzling light. The speed was so fast, it seemed that the entire blizzard area was completely destroyed by the sound of its phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind slash phoneme. Anyone knows that as long as they are pushed, they will be smashed into pieces all over the sky on the spot. But at this moment, Chen Fan lost his shadow like a ghost. No matter whether it was a human being or the sky-shattering badger rushing over, he never expected that he would run away without a fight. The speed was extremely fast, and it fell into the valley in the blink of an eye. There were a few sneaky figures, struggling to kill the ghosts and bone tribes, heading towards the vermilion fruit tree in the middle. Chen Fan's sudden impact shattered various creatures of all races. One by one, the bodies were smashed into fragments in the air. It just landed in front of the vermilion fruit tree. With a quick movement, he put away the 36 bright red fruits on the vermilion fruit tree. The sound of the system followed. I found a fused spirit fruit, vermilion fruit. A large increase in energy, breaking through the realm, and stepping into a higher level. 50,000 fusion points are required. Hearing the sound, Chen Fan's movements couldn't help trembling. No wonder he was surrounded by many masters of the Holy Lotus realm, everyone vying for it and refusing to give in. It actually contains a lot of true energy, and it can break through the realm. It is estimated that only when the realm is reached, there is no need to make great efforts, just swallow a vermilion fruit, and everything will be solved easily. In this case, it's so cool. With a big smile on his face, Chen Fan felt that his chance to improve his realm had come. I don't know how strong the fighting power will be after the promotion. Put it down, that's what we found first. You can't take it away. Little brother, how about giving us a fruit? We urgently need to change the defects in appearance. Brother, please, we don't want to be criminals, we want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme like human beings. The 6 strangers, who were supposed to take advantage of the chaos, were caught by Chen Fan and snatched away. There was no other way but to beg again and again, hoping that Chen Fan would show mercy. Chen Fan thought for a while, threw out 6 of them, and said coldly, "Roll." Iran has weird abilities, and he is afraid that they will expose his identity. Instead of causing all kinds of trouble, it is better to stop their mouths first. Then turned around and went deep into the valley. None of the 6 strangers expected that he actually gave them vermilion fruit. Regardless of the creatures of all races around, he hurriedly grabbed it, and then quickly went outside. Because the king-level Skybreaker badger of the Nether race is leading countless commander-level badgers, chasing after them frantically. Like an endless torrent, pouring down from the top of the mountain. Unstoppable, menacing. If you don't run now, when will you wait? 6 figures, with crazy output, deviated from Chen Fan's moving direction. The rest of the humans in the sky were suddenly at a loss when they saw such a change. Although there are still some commanding creatures, leading some elite creatures, they turned to attack them in a daze. Compared with the turbulent tide just now, there are only small waves left. What they didn't expect was that they had already killed a sky-shattering badger, so why did they run away? Regarding this, everyone's eyes focused on Chen Fan, watching him charge into the distance. However, there was no reaction at all, and he rushed to the other side of the valley without looking back. Not even given a chance to pick up the leak. The vermilion fruit tree is gone. It's like fetching water from a bamboo basket in vain. The only harvest is estimated to be the countless commander-level corpses on the ground. It's just that they don't belong to them now, and the rest need to be killed. Kill all the commander-level creatures in front of us, let's do it together. Don't run away, that strong man has already attracted most of them, let's not waste this opportunity. It's too scary, the strong can kill the commander in seconds, let's not mess with his prey. Everyone has their own thoughts, and various voices pass each other under the night sky. The war officially kicked off. The master, who was full of anger, had to take back part of the interest no matter what. Chen Fan didn't care what happened to them. The reason why he lured away the badger was because he didn't want people to see through his real combat power. I also don't want people to see my real face. One must know that Lang Yi, the Inspector of the North, has deployed personnel at the 4 city gates. What if someone reports it? Up to now, I still don't know the purpose of Lang Yi, it's better to hide. Ignoring all the creatures blocking the way, they were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme crushed violently by his body, or killed by the ultra-titanium alloy knife. There is even time to absorb a part of the crystal nucleus. As for the corpse, it is estimated that various creatures will devour each other. If you want to integrate, you don't have many opportunities. The sky-shattering badger at the back, with the red light in his eyes. Even if separated by hundreds of meters, they still came in mighty like a city wall. Not to mention that there are countless creatures around him, he must find a good place. He ran all the way, rushed out of the valley, and arrived near a swamp 3,000 meters away. Regardless of whether there are terrifying creatures inside or not, Chen Fan opened the ice domain and the ice world. With the addition of the two, the swampy ground was soon covered with a layer of ice crystals. Gotcha! 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 Along with the condensation of pieces of ice edges appeared one after another, recreating the scene of killing the frost tiger that day. And at this moment, the Skybreaker badger who was chasing after him finally rushed to him. He rushed forward without hesitation and slammed into Chen Fan. Crack! Puff! The sky-shattering badger is more than 50 meters long, like a huge yacht. How could it bear it? The huge front hooves smashed through the ice and fell into the muddy swamp. In an instant, more than half of it sank, leaving only the dark back floating on it. Hey, die! Seeing this, Chen Fan chuckled, and immediately roared and rushed forward. The muddy swamp is a hellish existence for the huge sky-shatter badger. Even if it used all its strength, it only completely destroyed the ice surface, but it was difficult to get rid of it. Unable to move the body, let alone impact force. Compared to Chen Fan, who is super fast, it is like a drunk, ready to be slaughtered. As for the many command-level creatures behind them, there is no threat at all. The distance is too far. Even if he attacks the creature remotely, he cannot get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to him. Not to mention, long-range attacks can't break the defense. Chen Fan turned into a streamer and came quickly. The ultra-titanium alloy knife in his hand gleamed with dazzling light, and fell towards the neck of the sky-shattering badger. At this moment, the Skybreaker badger in the mud jumped up from the ground, opened its mouth wide, and greeted it. Even, the stone pillar-like fangs were like super-long bayonets, trying to kill Chen Fan. The sudden change looked like Chen Fan had rushed into the mouth of the badger himself. Throw yourself into the tiger's mouth. Chen Fan felt dumbfounded. A smile could even be seen on the ugly face of the badger. The bloodthirsty eyes were full of pride. It seems that it also takes strategies to lure the enemy into deep, carelessly losing the feeling of Jingzhou. Grass. Do king-level creatures already have such high intelligence? Feeling helpless in my heart. Never thought that there would be such a change. His eyes became hot, and when he was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to 10 meters, he stared fiercely at the eyes of the Skybreaker badger. You bastard, I stare at you to death. I thought I couldn't find a chance to use death gaze. Unexpectedly, he laughed at himself openly. That must teach him a lesson he will never forget. Always remember your own eyes, let it understand that human eyes cannot look directly. With the use of the death gaze, the pride in Skybreaker's eyes turned into fear in the blink of an eye. The huge eyeballs almost rolled out of the eye sockets, giving people a weird feeling. In the next second, the death sickle occupied the entire pupil. After that, there was no more sound. His eyes lost their light, his fangs lost their direction, and his body also lost strength, hitting the ice hard. Crack! Crack! Crash! Countless ice surfaces turned into fragments in an instant, and the huge body sank into the swamp. Netherworld king-level sky-shattering badger, die! Kill the badger and get 150,000 fusion points. Obviously a powerful king-level creature. Chen Fan shook his head. He didn't want to use the trump card so soon. What if he met another one soon? However, now is obviously not the time to worry about this, so he hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed the Tiansha badger by the tail. The voice of the system sounded in my mind. I found that the blood can be fused, the blood of the pig just hyena. Discover fusion talents, dig and burrow. Use powerful attacks to break through all enemies in front of you. Indestructible and powerful. Need fusion points of 20,000. Discovery of fusionable bones, teeth. Merge immediately. Before the system reminded, Chen Fan had already ordered the integration. In the next second, streams of milky white light floated over the entire corpse, covering him in the blink of an eye. Regardless of the fusion process, Chen Fan flickered, appeared near the neck, and smashed its head with a knife. Grab the crystal nucleus and absorb it directly. So far, within a day, it has absorbed the crystal nuclei of 3 king-level creatures. According to the conversion, there are almost 100 handrails. However, he felt that the realm was not loose at all. It's just that the golden bridge has become smoother and more charming. Very deflated feeling. He didn't even have much time to sigh, and immediately threw himself into the next battle. The king-level creature is dead, but it is useless. It will only let the commander level completely let go of various restrictions and kill it directly. Chen Fan turned into a killing god, and he had no other thoughts in his whole body, just kept swinging knives, punches, and using sword steps. The speed of killing was much faster than 3 days ago. There is no single enemy anymore, and no need for the blessing of the ice field. The bloodline has been improved, the body has been strengthened, and the commander level who was once exhausted to kill is now like an ant, which can be killed with a single hand. In other words, a master at the Holy Lotus realm couldn't stop one of his fingers. Shunmen realm can use more methods. The killing never stops. This wave went straight to the middle of the night, and the moon shyly hid in the clouds. Even the creatures that came out of the swamp were all killed by him. All the crystal nuclei are fused, and all the corpses are fused. All kinds of voices have never stopped since the beginning of the battle. Finding a fusionable bloodline, the bloodline of the phoenix. I found that the blood can be fused, the blood of the Qinglong. Discover fusion energy, 3rd order high-grade crystal nucleus. Find a fusion talent, Night Eye. Discover fusion skills, Cracking Claw. I found that the 3rd order top-quality crystal nucleus can be fused, and I can get a little energy, and I can comprehend the mental method, the picture of the firebird. Discover fusible energy. All kinds of voices rang in his mind, almost causing him to crash. Fortunately, the war was over, and he was the only one standing on the shore of the swamp. Under the night sky, it looks lonely. There are only endless broken corpses around, blood is flowing, and the ice is stained red. It's like a killing hell. The creatures of all races within a radius of 1 kilometer have all been wiped out, and there is no more sound. Chen Fan looked at the blood on the ground and there was nothing to gain, so he sat down slowly. Check out what's going on in your body. It was found that the sea of bitterness was still expanding, and the golden bridge had been polished as smooth as crystal. The blood vessels are strong, and between one breath and one breath, the carrier carries terrifying energy, and cannot breathe for at least 3 minutes. However, the realm remained motionless, as if it had been welded together. Licking his lips, he couldn't help but think of the legend of Gu Chen. Is it really impossible to improve the realm? I can only put all my hopes on the vermilion fruit tree, hoping to break through. The mood in my heart is unstable, but I still slowly head towards the city. Along the way, the commander-level creatures encountered are very limited, most of them are elite-level and ordinary creatures. Moreover, I didn't meet a single human being, and they all returned to the city because of fear. Going around all the way, looking at the stars in the sky, I finally didn't get lost, and rushed to a mountain a kilometer outside Nangguan City. Looking at the city sitting on the ground and emitting countless lights, it seems like the only hope in the boundless wilderness. In the dark night, guiding people forward. Sitting on a big tree, he dialed the communicator of the grocery store owner. Perhaps the other party had just woken up, and his voice was a little hoarse. Hey, who is it? He obviously hasn't woken up yet, and he has forgotten the agreement with Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said, "What, you just forgot about what you discussed yesterday? Organize people out of the city immediately, and I have countless corpses for you. If there are fewer people coming and some of them are robbed, don't blame me for not reminding you. There are many commanders in it, you can figure it out. After speaking, wait quietly." The boss, who was sleeping with his arms around a young beauty, couldn't care less about the beauty, and got up from the bed in a jerk. The eyes almost turned into the shape of Union coin, the fat on his face kept trembling, and he said quickly, Okay, I'll arrange for all vehicles to leave the city." He knew that as long as he could get 2 king-level biological materials, the reputation of the grocery store would be established. Not to mention a large amount of commander-level biological materials, destined to be a hit and a lot of money. While confirming the location with Chen Fan, he greeted all the staff. Feeling inappropriate, they called 2 good partners to drive 10 large maglev trailers together, and set off before dawn. Outside the mighty convoy, various talismans of Taoism were hung, guarded by real masters, rushing all the way for a kilometer away. When they arrived, by the headlights, they saw corpses all over the ground, along the trees, spreading far away, and they couldn't see the end at a glance. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. In front of him was only a young man wearing a cap, rune armor, and holding an alloy knife. "Boss, didn't I tell you to have as many personnel and vehicles as possible?" With such a small number of vehicles, it is estimated that only 10 commanders can be installed. Chen Fan expressed his dissatisfaction with the mighty motorcade. His whole body was covered in blood, he held a long knife, and exuded a murderous aura. Even if he was young, he gave people a terrifying feeling. Dazel, who got off the maglev vehicle, and several bosses all saw his appearance. "Where is the person who came out to look for garbage?" It was clearly a strong man who fought all night and wiped out countless creatures of thousands of races. Especially the murderous aura that seemed to be substantial, almost made them unbearable in the Holy Lotus realm. Hearing the voice, I couldn't help trembling in my heart, and said, "Little brother, I brought 10 vans, isn't that enough?" He was thinking in his heart, so many corpses found, could it be that he killed them all by himself? Ordinarily not. It is very likely that a certain powerful team deliberately released such a person to negotiate with them. In the dark night, there may be many people hiding. Or, their original goals included themselves and others. Chen Fan didn't know what was going on in his mind, so he said directly, "If I say it's not enough, it's not enough. If you don't believe me, you can walk around with me, and you can probably determine how many there are. Of course, you can make a choice." He didn't believe how many trade-offs a greedy boss would make. Daisile also wanted to see if there was an ambush inside, so he simply said, "Then we will go with you to have a look. Guys, clean up all the materials immediately, and don't take the waste back." He didn't want to let go of such a large amount of business, and the other side had ordered many subordinates to start cleaning up the materials. Chen Fan raised his mouth and said, "Make a record, and don't forget to give me the 3-point account." His old god is there, and he is not afraid at all. He is not afraid even if the other party is all in the Divine Gate realm. At worst, it will be wiped out. "It's on my own head, I don't show any sympathy." Dazel saw the smile on his face and said, "Little brother, I won't forget. I must give it, I must give it." I guessed in my heart that there must be countless people ambushing around, so I had to be prepared. "Yes, boss. Many guys have already opened the trunk of the cargo and started to clean up all the corpses on the ground." When I looked carefully, I realized that there were really all kinds of races. Ghosts, bone races, nether races, shadow races, etc., races that cannot be seen during the day. Their materials have more wonderful special effects. If you sell it, you will definitely make a lot of money. Stronger than day creatures. One by one was very excited and started to deal with everything as quickly as possible. The more the boss earns, the more they can share. Otherwise, who is willing to pay more? The 3 bosses followed Chen Fan all the way to the south. The corpses of various elite-level creatures can be seen everywhere, and the death conditions are extremely tragic. Almost all of them were headshot on the spot, and the crystal nuclei disappeared. Even so, the remaining corpse materials are still enough for them to make a fortune. However, the further you go, the more frightened you become. The corpses of commander-level creatures began to appear inside, and the sky became brighter and brighter, and you could see farther away. Leaping into the sky, I saw the hillside spreading thousands of meters away, in the woods, still extending into the distance. The 3 bosses could not help but gasp. The corpses stretching for thousands of meters are enough to prove how powerful Chen Fan's team is. Not to mention 10 vans, even 100 vans can't hold it. It's no wonder that when they saw 10 cars, they showed a very dissatisfied expression. If you put it on yourself, you may not be satisfied. Chen Fan can't fly, so he didn't follow them in the sky, but stood on the top of a tree. Looking at the ground in the early morning, there are countless corpses lying on the ground, blood flowing into rivers, covered by golden light. All kinds of creatures that were active during the day came out from hidden corners and began to slowly approach the corpse, ready to take a share. After a while, the three bosses in the sky landed and said to him, "Little brother, how many thousands of creatures did you kill this night? How many people can cause such a terrifying lethality?" Daisil's face was full of shock, guessing who was behind Chen Fan. Patrol from all directions, or the city lord's mansion? Chen Fan vaguely guessed that he should be probing his own details, and said casually, "How do I know? The body found now has already been given to you. Hurry up and give me, % of the share? Maybe you are calling for some collaborators, or you may not be able to grab others. There will be too many people in a while, don't regret it. Or, you should collect the materials of the leader-level creatures first. For the others, he doesn't care at all, and the alliance currency is more important." Hearing this, the three bosses immediately realized that they were not in their grocery store now. On the ground outside, there are corpses lying around, unclaimed, and it is estimated that they will be robbed crazy. They glanced at each other, and someone notified the convoy behind, and immediately went to the front to find the materials of the commander-level creature. Daisil quickly contacted friends in the city and sent as many cars as possible. In the end, only 2 friends were notified, no more was useless. It's too late. When the guys behind rushed to them, they all saw the dead bodies lying on the ground in the distance, and they all took a breath. They speculated that the corpses of at least hundreds of thousands of creatures were placed on the ground. Among them are many elite-level and commander-level corpses. My dear, so many? It's scary. Wouldn't all the creatures of all races in the south of the city be killed? How many people are acting together? Killed in one line, it seems that they all returned to the city? They are all warriors, so they can naturally see the direction of death of these creatures. It seems that the person who killed them has returned to the city. But they didn't know at all that it was Chen Fan beside him. After finishing the phone call, Daisil said to Chen Fan, "Little brother, why don't you go back first? How many resources can we grab? When we go back and calculate, I'll give you, % I can't give it now, I'm not sure what there is." With a ray of hope on his face, he said directly. Chen Fan glanced at him, grinned, and said, "Isn't that good? I'll watch you guys harvest together, and you'll be idle anyway. I'll go to the car." Are you kidding me? What if they default? How can I do it if I am not there to watch? As for others picking it up, he doesn't care about it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either /phoneme. Dazel nodded and said, "Okay, just watch, we'll get busy first. I don't know who is behind him, so I can only do this first." As soon as he turned around, he shouted to everyone at the scene, "Work, work! Hurry up, only the cutting-edge materials. Horns, sword bones, scales, hooves, hearts, bones, feathers, beaks, the commander level needs bones and fur. Hurry up! All the meat that takes up space is given up." After all, many commander-level creatures are bigger than maglev cargo. It may not be possible to fit one in a car. The 3 bosses did not hold back, and joined the team to snatch high-end materials. Not long after, 2 friends arrived, and they were all shocked. In the next second, he was immediately dazzled by ecstasy and joined the army of grabbing materials. Although it is tiring and hard, at least it is for nothing, and the cost has been reduced a lot. If it was in the past, other people picked it up, and the cost of selling it to them was % higher. Now I have saved a lot of money, and I can also get high-quality materials specially accumulated by others. In less than half an hour, people saw a St. Lotus Realm Master flying over in the sky. "It's broken, someone found the body, we have to speed up, hurry up. They have a fleet and get more benefits." Far from being able to compare with those skirmishers. In a full hour, all 20 vans were filled with goods, and after the settlement, Chen Fan was given 120 million Union currency. You know, he only takes %, which proves that the 5 bosses earn more. When the second convoy arrived, the number of experienced humans gradually increased. Chen Fan saw it. "This is not acceptable. Say to them directly, hurry up to the finish line, there are corpses of king-level creatures, don't be snatched away. Whoever dares to move, I will teach them a lesson. Although most of the essence has been absorbed by him, the king level is the king level after all, and no one else is allowed to mess around. What? And the corpse of a king-level creature? Why didn't you say it earlier? Daisile was almost pissed off by Qinfan. If someone took advantage of her, wouldn't they lose a lot? My god, did you even kill king-level creatures? Are there patrols in the team? King class? Hurry up, let's go. The 5 bosses are all anxious. Why is Qinfan so unreliable? Qinfan was not too nervous, feeling that most people would not dare to touch the corpse of a king-level creature. Besides, the essence has been fused by him, so there is no rush. The commander-level creature behind looked like a corpse, but in fact it turned into fly ash when touched. Also pointless. Therefore, you can still keep calm and take them there. Fortunately, it is a magnetic levitation car, otherwise, it would be impossible to reach it through the mountains and mountains. With Qinfan leading the way, they rushed all the way to the original valley. At this moment, above the valley, there are many masters of the Holy Lotus realm floating, talking a lot. There were even some people who escaped last night, but they didn't expect that the 2 Skybreaker badgers were all killed. Countless commander-level corpses are lying on the top of the mountain. Just by looking at the posture of death, it is known that it is the same person. People with such terrifying strength, they dare not approach indiscriminately. When they were discussing whether to take it away by hand, they saw 20 maglev vans rushing towards them. After arriving, they were directly divided into 2 teams, and half of them stayed on the mountain. 5 rushed out of the valley thousands of meters away, and 1 was in the swamp. Daisile came out of the carriage, and at first sight, beside the muddy ground, there were countless huge corpses of commander-level creatures. There is a sky-shattering badger more than 50 meters long, half in the swamp and half on land. The head was cut off, and the crystal nucleus inside must have disappeared. However, the fangs, sword bones and other parts are all there. There are many other parts, all of which are precious materials. Immediately excited, he said to Qinfan beside him, aside from other things, I can give you 100 million federal coins for this sky-shattering badger. If you add these commander-level creatures. Leader-level creatures, don't think about it, you won't get anything. Get rid of the sky-shatter badger immediately, and give me the union coin by the way. Qinfan interrupted his words, there are not many resources here. When Daisile heard it, he felt very strange. There are hundreds of commander-level creatures, and he doesn't pay attention to them? How arrogant is this? When he looked carefully, he was suddenly surprised to find that they died in a terrible state. They were all blown out of their heads. There is no second way of dying. This is clearly the work of one person, not a group of masters. Could it be that the young man in front of him did it all? Impossible? I feel that at his age, it is impossible to kill a king-level creature. The heart was constantly turning, and the big hand had already slapped on the commander-level creature. Puff Puff, a huge chimpanzee more than 30 meters long, turned into dust in the blink of an eye. As if the dominoes were toppled, all the commander-level creatures and elite-level creatures beside them were turned into fly ash. In an instant, the side of the swamp turned into a world of smoke. Smoke and dust rose all over the sky, covering all surrounding areas. No one can understand what happened. Daisile moved back suddenly, with a look of horror on his face, and asked loudly, little brother, what's going on? His heart is bleeding, how much material is this? Just like that? What kind of strong man can do this to this extent? Qinfan said calmly, I've said it all, these commander levels are nothing, you have to try. He was mentally prepared and didn't take it seriously at all. But for others, it was shocking and soul-stirring. Too scary. What a waste. Countless top-quality materials just dissipated in the air. When the smoke cleared, a thick layer of dust had accumulated on the ground, leaving only the body of the Skybreaker lying on the shore. It is the only creature with a corpse left at the scene. Qinfan pointed to it and said, hurry up and collect it, and then pay me the bill. The ones on the mountain are the huge harvest. With his order, everyone finally came to their senses and hurriedly cleaned up the Skybreaker badger. For them, the harvest is the most important thing. A king-level creature, full of treasures, must be kept in the bag. In order to avoid people's eyes and ears, Chen Fan hid in the carriage and checked the situation inside his body. A 50-meter-long sky-shattering badger is full of treasures, and they have to deal with it up and down for a period of time. Hard muscles and skin, if you are not a master, it is difficult to destroy.